Reverend Insanity Chapter 843 to Chapter 894. After the second round of the Gu refinement competition ended, Fang Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Some time had already passed in the Blessed Land, Mo Yao's will had recovered under Fang Yuan's arrangements. He could search wills again. Fang Yuan did not show any pity, he searched Mo Yao's will again. This time, he obtained many of Mo Yao's Gu refinement methods, he even obtained a refinement path killer move. In the memories that Mo Yao's fake will had, most of them were related to Gu refinement. In this aspect, Mo Yao was a refinement path grandmaster, while Fang Yuan was only a quasi-grandmaster. Mo Yao was a certain generation's fairy of spirit affinity house, her refinement path methods were an eye-opener for Fang Yuan. After Fang Yuan learned them, he felt that he had gained a lot. When normal masters taught their disciples, they might hide their trump cards or trump cards. As the saying goes, the master will starve to death after teaching his disciple. Mo Yao's will had now become Fang Yuan's master, it was teaching him everything without holding back. Fang Yuan gained a lot, he learned all sorts of unfamiliar Gu refinement methods from Mo Yao's fake will while revising his own knowledge. He intended to display his prowess in the refinement path convention, using his full strength to obtain the highest ranking. Because this concerned the infallible inheritance. According to the current situation, Fang Yuan estimated that he would be safe during the refinement path convention. But as time passed, it would be hard to say. The collapse of 88 Truyang building was too huge a matter, Fang Yuan was alone, he could at most delay for as long as possible. It was impossible to conceal the truth while Northern Plains and Central Continent were investigating with all their strength. If not long from now, the Five Regions' Great War would arrive, the Five Regions would not be able to fend for themselves. Fang Yuan might be able to take advantage of the situation. But unfortunately, the Five Regions' Great War was still hundreds of years away. Central Continent was under the control of the 10 great ancient sections. There were no changes. After the battle between Old Ancestor Shuihu, Yao Huang, and Heavenly Lord Baizu, Northern Plains' situation had stabilized. One day, the secret of me toppling the Truyang building will be discovered. At that time, Central Continent and Northern Plains will put me on the wanted list, and the other 3 regions will also go around searching for me because of Giant Sun's true inheritance. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was no longer a paradise, it would probably be attacked immediately. Therefore, during this period of time when the truth might not be discovered. This is my final period of vigorous development. Fang Yuan had a clear understanding of his situation. Once the truth was exposed, Fang Yuan would have to start a life of fleeing. Therefore, he had to increase his strength as much as possible and seize all opportunities. Even if there wasn't an opportunity, he had to create one. Right now, the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was a huge fortuitous encounter. This was only the second round of the Gu refinement competition. In the middle and later stages, the reward for each round would be Immortal Yuan Stone, Immortal Materials, Immortal Gu Recipes, and Immortal Killer Moves. If it was the final competition. If one's ranking was very high, they would be qualified to receive the undefeated inheritance. Therefore, even if he wanted to attract attention, he had to be a little more high profile. Fang Yuan could not care less. Furthermore, the news of his duel with Feng Kim Hong had already spread. Almost all the higher-ups of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had heard of it. Even if Fang Yuan wanted to be low-key, he could not. One day, when the truth of him toppling Truyang building was exposed, his name would definitely spread throughout the 5 regions. He would be extremely high profile. At that time it would definitely be an extremely difficult test. The whole world was his enemy, countless Gu immortals wanted to kill Fang Yuan. In their opinion, Fang Yuan must have obtained countless benefits from Giant Sun's true inheritance. I need to use this final period of development to accumulate large amounts of Immortal Yuan Stone and Immortal Materials to raise my battle strength. Most importantly, I need to get rid of my immortal zombie body and regain new life. Immortal zombies could not produce immortal essence, they would be a huge burden to Fang Yuan during his cultivation. Looking at most of the immortal zombies in Zombie Alliance, they had to avoid any battle as much as possible and be careful. If Fang Yuan was still an immortal zombie during his life of pursuit, the pressure would be too great. It might even be the main factor leading to his death. Thus, in the following days, Fang Yuan participated in the refinement path convention and practiced his Gu refinement methods, while also actively deducing and expending large numbers of star thought Gu to deduce and modify the immortal killer move vaguely familiar face. This killer move was the urgent matter at hand, it was also the best method to change the situation. Other matters could not compare to it, Fang Yuan put them aside at that time. The third, fourth, and fifth rounds of competition, Fang Yuan passed them one after another. His strength was outstanding, quasi-grandmaster refinement path attainment level was rare even among Gu immortals. In the 5 rounds of competition, he obtained first place in 5 rounds, his momentum was fierce and his reputation was awe-inspiring. Fang Yuan's name had already started to spread everywhere. Those who heard of this name knew that this person was a demonic path Gu cultivator. He was extremely skilled in Gu refinement, his Gu refinement methods were complex and varied, his foundation was quite deep. On the day before the 6th round, Fang Yuan finally obtained the first stage of the deduction of the immortal killer move vaguely familiar face. It was really not easy. When Fang Yuan came out of the underground cave, he was so excited that he almost cried. The process of deducing and modifying this immortal killer move was extremely difficult. Fang Yuan's wisdom path and transformation path attainment levels were too low, he was like a child pushing a stone mill, every step was difficult. For this result, Fang Yuan had expended all of the star thought Gu that he obtained from Dongfang Naganori in the 4th round. Thankfully, he had the stone nest and large numbers of hairy men, they were already refining Gu and storing up star thought Gu. Fang Yuan thus had enough capital to obtain vaguely familiar face that he could use. As mentioned earlier, immortal Gu were unique, Fang Yuan did not have any of the 3 core immortal Gu of vaguely familiar face, they were all in Feng Zhouge's hands. If Fang Yuan wanted to recreate vaguely familiar face, he could only change the core immortal Gu and change the killer move. Moreover, it would be best if this core immortal Gu was in Fang Yuan's possession. Right now, Fang Yuan achieved this goal. The modified vaguely familiar face was much shabbier than the original, it only had 1 immortal Gu as the core, Eat Strength immortal Gu. Other immortal Gu like Fixed Immortal Travel, Self-Strength, Iron Crown Eagle Strength and others were not suitable. It could also be said that Fang Yuan's attainment level was too low, he could not use these immortal Gu. Fang Yuan was able to use Eat Strength immortal Gu as the core to activate vaguely familiar face, it was all thanks to his Strength Path Grandmaster attainment level. Vaguely familiar face that used Eat Strength immortal Gu as the core had limited effects. The killer move could not change Fang Yuan's appearance, it could only change Fang Yuan's aura. Fang Yuan was a Northern Plains Gu immortal, once he used it, his aura would be exposed and his identity would be exposed. But if he used Eat Strength's vaguely familiar face, he could change his aura, turning the Northern Plains Gu immortal's aura into Central Continent, Southern Border, Eastern Sea, and Western Desert's aura. If one was not an investigative Gu immortal, they would not be able to discover this disguise. In fact, this was the effect of Kanyang Laojun's method. Kanyang Laojun helped Dongfang Naganori to fight against the Northern Plains demonic immortals, it was an intense battle. But from start to finish, he displayed Northern Plains aura, he did not reveal any Central Continent Gu immortal aura. This was clearly an immortal killer move, it was also the embodiment of Crane Gate's deep foundation. But vaguely familiar face that Fang Yuan created had a weaker effect than Kanyang Laojun. Kanyang Laojun fought intensely against a large number of Northern Plains Gu immortals, but did not expose his Central Continent aura. Fang Yuan was well aware that his vaguely familiar face would never be able to achieve this. Moreover, this killer move of his had a huge drawback, the price of using it was too high. Every time it was used, several Strength Path Dao marks would be expended on Fang Yuan's body. Eat Strength Immortal Gu's effect was to let Gu immortals devour immortal materials with pure Strength Path Dao marks, extracting the natural Strength Path Dao marks from the immortal materials and adding them to the Gu immortal's body. Fang Yuan had tasted countless failures in his deductions, he finally thought about it and placed the idea on himself. As a Strength Path Immortal zombie, his body also had pure Strength Path Dao marks. As for the Space Path Dao marks and Time Path Dao marks in his immortal aperture, they had nothing to do with his body. Another example, who immortal blessed land had Earth Path, Space Path, Time Path, and Enslavement Path Dao marks, but who immortal's body had pure Enslavement Path Dao marks when she was alive. After Hu Immortal died, the enslavement path Dao marks on her body were all transferred to the Blessed Land. Thus, Fang Yuan decided to eat his own flesh. He used Eat Strength Immortal Goo as the core and placed a large number of mortal goo, expending strength path Dao marks to disguise his aura. Even though this immortal killer move's effect was not good, it was far from what Fang Yuan wanted, and the flaw was huge, it could still be used. But he was still very glad that he was able to obtain this result. He had once thought that his deductions and improvements would end in complete failure. He was already very satisfied with this result. The greatest credit for this naturally belonged to the wisdom goo. Under the light of wisdom, Fang Yuan had unlimited inspiration. He actually used the strength path immortal goo as the core and successfully modified vaguely familiar face. With the joy of success, Fang Yuan participated in the 6th round of the competition and won first place again. After returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he rested for a while before using fixed immortal travel to Western Desert. Western Desert, how to cross the hill. Intense winds blew, yellow sand filled the sky. Xiao tribe's goo masters formed into battle formations, fighting intensely with the hidden sand spiders. These hidden sand spiders were all the size of elephants, their bodies were covered in a layer of shiny shells, they were proficient in moving on the surface of the sand. Hidden sand spiders emerged from the sand, their mouths were ferocious as they pounced at Xiao tribe's goo masters. Fang Yuan observed from a bird's-eye view, he estimated that there were over 30,000 hidden sand spiders, but Xiao tribe was one of the super forces of Western Desert, their goo masters had high battle attainment, they also had the experience of dealing with hidden sand spiders. Thus, in this battle, the humans had the upper hand. Fang Yuan only took a glance before looking at the area behind the hidden sand spiders. It was a huge sand dune. In the sand dune, there was a tornado, the sky was dark, and countless beast roars could be heard. This was one of the 7 most famous natural wonders of Western Desert, the movement of hundreds of thousands of li of sand dunes. It was like a brush from the heavens, brushing over half of the Western Desert, drawing out a curve. On this fixed curve of sand dunes, there were no oases, no fierce beasts, no rocks, only yellow sand. No one could stop it, even rank 8 goo immortals were powerless against it. Western Desert's people named these moving sand dunes How to Cross Dune, showing the helplessness and bewilderment of Western Desert's humans when facing the might of nature. How to Cross Dune. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes, flying towards the sand dune. He concealed his figure and flew across the battlefield on the ground without anyone noticing. Xiao clan's goo immortals were fighting in How to Cross Dune. Of course, this was only the periphery, these goo immortals could not explore the inner area. Their opponents were 3 giant hidden sand spider queens, all desolate beasts. The hidden sand spider queen was like a fish in water amidst the sandstorm. Its enormous, mountainous body continuously produced more hidden sand spiders. But Xiao clan's goo immortals were also orderly. Xiao Huqi, as the leader, led the charge, shouting, immersed in the pleasure of battle. Vice leader Xiao Shirang sighed and transmitted, "Leader, it is about time, the training effect has been achieved, let the clan's goo master army retreat first. If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. I will leave this matter to you." Ha ha ha, the 3 hidden sand spider queens have lost most of their stamina, it is time to capture them alive. Xiao Huqi laughed wildly and was about to attack, when his gaze suddenly focused and he shouted towards the left, "Who is it?" Boom, a giant hand appeared. It pierced through the sandstorm with an extremely imposing aura. It directly grabbed towards a hidden sand spider queen. Xiao Huqi's eyes were about to split open, but this giant hand appeared at the right time. That hidden sand spider queen was coincidentally forced back by the Xiao clan goo immortals, the giant hand grabbed from behind, as if this hidden sand spider queen was walking into a trap. Such guts! You dare to provoke our Xiao clan! Scoundrel, you actually want to seize the fruits of our labor, unforgivable. Attack. Let's capture this person together. I, Xiao Huqi, would like to see exactly who is so audacious. Xiao clan's goo immortal was about to attack furiously when 7 other strength path giant hands appeared from the sandstorm. Boom boom boom, amidst the intense bombardment. The 5 Xiao clan rank 6 goo immortals collapsed in shock. Only Xiao Huqi and Xiao Shirang, the 2 rank 7s, were evenly matched against the 2 giant hands. This is rank 7 battle strength. The newcomer is very powerful. The two leaders attacked angrily and used their signature killer moves, but they did not succeed. The other party did not use his full strength. This is the first time I have seen this strength path killer move. Who is it? At once, Shao Clan's Gu Immortals showed grim expressions. Don't be nervous, everyone. I mean no harm. Fang Yuan slowly flew out. He revealed his true appearance with a smile on his face. Everyone turned their gazes and saw the hidden sand spider queen. He was already gripped tightly by the strength path giant hand, howling in pain, unable to struggle. Captured alive just like that, this immortal killer move is so strong. Xiao Huqi and Xiaoxia Rang looked at each other. They could see the vigilance in each other's eyes. If they had attacked, they would not have been able to do it so easily. Otherwise, Shao Clan would not have sent so many Gu Immortals. They had participated in the capture of the hidden sand spider queen. Fang Yuan could do this because he had grasped the timing. The hidden sand spider queen's stamina had fallen by a lot, and because Myriad Self-Giant Hand had gained the second core immortal Gu, Pulling Mountain, its power had increased, and it could even counter Earth Path desolate beasts like the hidden sand spider queen. Fang Yuan brought the captured hidden sand spider queen to Shao Clan's Gu Immortals. Sir, who are you? What are your intentions? Xiao Huqi asked in a deep voice after sensing Fang Yuan's goodwill. Fang Yuan chuckled, I am just a nameless lone cultivator in Western Desert. I have been living in seclusion and had no choice but to become an immortal zombie not long ago, so I decided to enter the world. This time, I suddenly appeared because I want to do a long-term trade with your clan. I wonder if you are interested in regretful spiders? Oh? Regretful spiders? Shao Clan's Gu Immortals heard this and were overjoyed. Shao Clan had the immortal Gu House 10,000 Li Silk Corridor. 10,000 Li was just a general term, the entire immortal Gu House was more than 10,000 Li long. This immortal Gu House had an extremely special function. As long as there were enough spider mortal Gu, it could be spread out and built anywhere. If one looked from a bird's eye view, it would look like a huge spider web covering Western Desert. And in this 10,000 Li Silk Corridor, the ground was smooth like silk. Anything transported in this corridor would have an extremely fast speed increase. Shao Clan was one of the wealthiest superforces in Western Desert. The most important reason was that Shao Clan had this 10,000 Li Silk Corridor. Any immortal Gu House could defend, attack, move, heal, investigate, and so on. Be it 88-point Jinyang Tower, Water Pavilion, Heaven Overseeing Tower, Red Fiend Divine Boat, Profound Ice House, or other immortal Gu houses, they were all like this, they could be called fortresses of war. Shao Clan had set up 10,000 Li Silk Corridor everywhere, allowing their goods to move freely, making huge profits. But there was a problem, the operation of 10,000 Li Silk Corridor would expend a large number of spider mortal Gu. 10,000 Li Silk Corridor was Shao Clan's economic lifeline, thus Shao Clan had to collect a large number of spider mortal Gu every year to maintain 10,000 Li Silk Corridor. This time, Xiao Huqi and Xiaoxia Rang led a group to capture hidden sand spiders. It was to bring them to the clan's headquarters and raise them. Every once in a while, they would let out their blood and cut off their flesh, gathering the clan's Gu masters to refine large numbers of spider mortal Gu. Even though Shao Clan's own business satisfied a portion of the demand, they still needed to purchase large numbers of spider mortal Gu from the market. Moreover, the greater the number of spider mortal Gu and the greater the variety, the easier it would be for 10,000 Li Silk Corridor. Shao Clan's Gu Immortals were naturally interested. Xiao Huqi immediately asked, Sir, how many regretful spiders do you have, and how would you like to trade? Fang Yuan laughed heartily, giving a number. Xiao Huqi's eyes shone with joy for a moment. Fang Yuan continued, I can provide you with this many spider mortal Gu every month. Xiao Huqi was overjoyed. As for how to trade, Fang Yuan pondered, isn't your 10,000 Li Silk Corridor the best method? Give me a nearby node token, on the 30th of every month, I will come to the node punctually to put in the goods and collect the payment. Then sir, how much are you selling your goods? Xiaoxia Rang interrupted. No rush. Fang Yuan waved his hand, everyone, let's look at the quality of the goods first before discussing the price. Fang Yuan's sample made Shao Clan's Gu Immortals very satisfied. These regretful spiders came from a northern plains super force, Dongfang tribe. It would be strange if Shao Clan's Gu Immortals were not satisfied. Fang Yuan immediately quoted a price. After some haggling, both sides set the price and completed the first transaction on the spot. Xiao Huqi paid for the goods on behalf of the clan. Fang Yuan got what he wanted and obtained a node token. After the transaction, he did not stay any longer, he turned around and left. Xiao Huqi's group returned to Xiao clan's headquarters and immediately reported this matter to Xiao clan's first supreme elder. After learning of this, first supreme elder nodded, "Little who did well this time, we will double the contribution for this mission." Xiao Huqi said solemnly, "But Lord, this person appeared too suddenly. He is a rank 6 immortal zombie but has rank 7 battle strength. Does Lord know his origin?" First Supreme Elder smiled nonchalantly, "Western Desert is huge, there are naturally many secluded Gu immortals, I do not know all of them. Immortal zombies cannot produce immortal essence, it is not strange that they were forced to appear. Since this person is sincere in doing business, let's continue our cooperation. My clan will always have a need for mortal spider Gu. If the cooperation goes well, we can give him the Xiao clan transaction token." "Lord, are we not going to investigate him?" First Supreme Elder thought about it and said, "I know what you mean, since the other party can supply goods for a long time, he definitely has other blessed lands. We can investigate him a little, we cannot treat him like an ordinary immortal zombie. The urgent matter now is to compete with Dong clan and occupy the Northwest Market. We need to set up the 10,000 Li Silk Corridor as soon as possible." "I understand, Lord First Supreme Elder." Xiao Huqi saw that First Supreme Elder was resting with his eyes closed and immediately understood, he bowed respectfully and left silently. A few days later. Central Continent, Floating Flower River, Listening Wave Pavilion. As a large-scale force, Listening Wave Pavilion was a semi-secluded sect, but right now, it was crowded like a marketplace. This was one of the locations of the Refinement Path Convention's 7th round. At this time, another round of competition had just ended. Everyone was discussing and exclaiming, countless gazes gathered on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan wore a black robe and a mask, he was still in the same appearance as before, he walked down the stage silently. Many people's gazes followed him as he moved. The other group of people stared at the ranking on the wall with shock in their eyes. Right now, the first place was engraved with Fang Yuan's name. Demonic Path Gu Cultivator Fang Yuan obtained first place for the 7th time in a row. Amazing, too amazing, this is the performance of at least a master-level Gu master. With his strength, he has a high chance of passing the most famous nightmare of the Refinement Path Convention, the 8th round. When can I have such strength? In the crowd, Hong Yi looked at Fang Yuan's departing figure as he felt a sense of yearning. For some reason, others disliked Fang Yuan's demonic cultivation style, but as a righteous path disciple of Universal Life Academy, Hong Yi did not dislike Fang Yuan from the bottom of his heart. Although Hong Yi's luck was good and he had huge potential, he was too lacking in ability, he was eliminated in the 2nd round. Do you think Fang Yuan can fight his way into the finals like this? Young man, you are already looking forward to the finals? It's too early. Amidst everyone's discussions, Fang Yuan slowly walked out of Listening Wave Pavilion. Everywhere he went, the crowd would unconsciously make way for him. Even though Fang Yuan was a demonic path Gu cultivator and was hated by the righteous path, Fang Yuan's refinement path attainment was admirable. Especially in this special environment of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, during this special period, even demonic cultivators could openly enter the righteous path's territory. Gu masters had a mentality of only using Gu refinement as a hero. At the entrance of Listening Wave Pavilion, several Gu masters from various forces were shouting and selling information, their business was booming. Extra, the latest information is the most complete result list of this Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, it even has the results of the 7th round. Do you want to know the 100 great Gu refinement experts who have the highest chance of becoming the champion? Then come and take a look. 1 image Gu, the lowest price is 50 yuan stone. The price is very low, it will last until it is sold out. A famous wisdom path Gu master's deduction of this Central Continent's sect ranking competition, as well as the grudges between the 10 great ancient sects. 1 information for only 10 yuan stone. Cheap and good price. To think that the 7th round's result would be released so quickly. Fang Yuan heard this and was moved. But when he saw the attire of this Gu master selling information, he understood. This Gu master selling the 7th round's result was wearing the attire of Lightning Information Sect. Lightning Information Sect was a super force created by a Gu immortal. It naturally could not compare to the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Lightning Information Sect's founder, Mi Lan Guang, was originally a lightning path Gu immortal of wind cloud matter. Because he violated the sect rules, his cultivation was crippled. He was expelled from the sect. To maintain his livelihood, he was forced to cultivate information path. Combining his lightning path cultivation experience, he created many unique information path Gu worms. The results were even better than before. His development was even more prosperous. The Lightning Information Sect he created, after over 100 years of development, had already become a first-rate sect in Central Continent that specialized in information path. Even the 10 great ancient sects sometimes bought information from Mi Lan Guang. Fang Yuan walked to this Gu master and threw 10 yuan stone to him. "Give me one." The Lightning Information Sect Gu master hurriedly received the yuan stone and looked at it, recognizing Fang Yuan. "Ah, sir. Are you Sir Fang Yuan? It is this lowly one's good fortune to be able to inquire of this lowly one. How could I dare to accept money from sir? Sir, please take it back. This report will be given to you for free." After that, he presented the 10 pieces of yuan stone to Fang Yuan with both hands. Fang Yuan smiled faintly. "Just take it as a reward." That Gu master smiled flatteringly. "Then this lowly one thanks Lord for the reward. Sir, this is the information you wanted. On behalf of the Electric Information Sect, I thank you for purchasing our information. If you can squeeze out some time from your busy schedule to accept my sect's interview, the Lightning Language Sect that I belong to will also offer immortal materials." Fang Yuan waved his hand. He received the information path Gu worm from the Gu master and walked forward. "Take care, Lord." The Gu master saw Fang Yuan's rejection and did not dare to persuade him anymore. After all, Fang Yuan was a demonic path rank 5 Gu cultivator. He stood on the spot and watched Fang Yuan leave. Only when Fang Yuan disappeared into the crowd did he turn around. He continued to sell information loudly. Fang Yuan walked. He split a portion of his consciousness and inspected the information path Gu worm from earlier. This information path Gu. It was only rank 1, the cost of refining it was extremely low, it was not worth mentioning. The important thing was the information inside, it was worth 10 yuan stone. Fang Yuan inspected it and found that in the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, there were over 8,000 Gu masters who won 7 rounds in a row. These people were able to pass 7 rounds, they were basically quasi-master level. Of course, among them, there were some who were extremely lucky and had weaker strength. But the strength here was only relatively speaking, they were not at Hong Yi's level. People like Hong Yi had already been eliminated in the first 3 rounds of the competition. Initially, there were hundreds of thousands of people who signed up for the competition. Most of these people were Central Continent Gu masters, but there were also people from Southern Border and the other 4 regions. After 7 rounds, there were only over 8,000 people left, there were less than 10,000, this showed how shocking the elimination rate was. And among them, there were over 400 people who got top 3 in 7 rounds in a row. These people were at least refinement master level geniuses. Even though 400 was a huge number, in the context of Central Continent, these people were only a small portion. They were at the top of the pyramid of refinement path attainment. In any path, master-level people were rare. And refinement path was harder to become proficient in compared to other paths, there were even fewer masters. Among these 400 people, there were still over 80 Gu masters who got first in 7 rounds in a row. Undeniably, these 80 people were the focus of attention, they were the center of attention. Fang Yuan's name was among them. According to the evaluation of experts, his name was only above average. This was the result of Fang Yuan's high profile, it showed how intense the competition in the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was, there were all sorts of people, it was not easy to stand out among these refinement path elites. Of course, this ranking was more of a guess, it did not represent the true standard of Gu refinement. The contents of the first 7 rounds were not enough to gauge Fang Yuan's limits. At the same time, Fang Yuan's origin was mysterious. Even if others wanted to guess, they could not. Because of these reasons, Fang Yuan's position was in the 30s. Fang Yuan carefully looked at this ranking. He soon found many familiar names. Firesmith Dragon Chief, Feng Huai, Tian Min Mia, Feng Kim Hong, Yumu Chen, LV Pintian, Du Ping Tan, Chu Wen. These people's names had a high status in Feng Yuan's previous life. Undeniably, they were all heroes among people. They were lined up like stars in the sky. Even Feng Yuan felt a sense of dazzling brilliance. Among these people, there are many stars from the 5 regions' chaotic war. Some might not be outstanding now, but they will become immortals in the future. Some will even reach Refinement Path Grandmaster realm in their lifetime. Feng Yuan felt a sense of pressure. Feng Yuan was now a Refinement Path Quasi-Grandmaster. He was only a step away from Grandmaster realm. But don't underestimate this step, it was actually very far away. He needed a qualitative breakthrough. Actually, Feng Yuan's Refinement Path talent was very ordinary. If his talent was lacking, he would use hard work to make up for it. Feng Yuan used his previous life's accumulation to forcefully raise his Refinement Path attainment level, surpassing Master level and reaching Quasi-Grandmaster level. He had cultivated for over 500 years, but he was only at Quasi-Grandmaster level. Wasn't he too useless? Look at Xianxia. He was already a Refinement Path Master at such a young age. The importance of talent in this was undeniable. But there was one more point. Xianxia was a Refinement Path Gu Master. He put most of his effort into it. As for Feng Yuan, be it in his previous life or this life, he cultivated Refinement Path on the side. In his previous life, he spent over 300 years cultivating Blood Path for the last 200 years, while in this life, he cultivated Strength Path. One was a main path while the other was a secondary path. The amount of effort invested was like heaven and earth. If Feng Yuan did not cultivate Blood Path and Strength Path, he might not have lived until now. He was not as lucky as Xianxia to have a master protecting him. And it was hard to raise attainment level. The higher one went, the harder it was. Before the Dream Realm changed the situation of the 5 regions, to raise attainment level, one could only rely on their own hard work and talent. It could be said that it was not easy for Feng Yuan to reach Quasi-Grandmaster attainment level in Refinement Path. With my strength, it will be difficult to get into the top 10 of this Refinement Path convention. And to benefit from the Infallible Inheritance, I need to get at least 6th place. The Infallible Inheritance was a Refinement Path inheritance. The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention had grown from a small scale. Initially, it was only a way for the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent to compete for the Infallible Inheritance. They used Refinement Path duels to determine the winner and the loser. They would fight for the greatest benefits for themselves and their sections. But later on, because the Infallible Inheritance had too many benefits, it was helpful to the recovery of Fate Gu. Celestial Court took over. Strictly speaking, the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent were the representatives of the Celestial Court's internal organizations. Celestial Court was the boss behind the scenes of the 10 great ancient sects. With the boss taking over, the 10 great ancient sects could only accept it and cooperate with him. With the Celestial Court behind the scenes, the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention started to become famous. Its influence spread to the whole world. Now, every Refinement Path convention would attract Gu Refinement Path geniuses from the other 4 regions to participate. According to the results of the previous conventions, the top 3 in the finals are all Refinement Path Grandmasters. There are even some quasi-great Grandmasters. The quality of every Central Continent Refinement Path convention was different, but in the top 10, most of them were Refinement Path Grandmasters. Only the 7th place had some Refinement Path Quasi-Grandmaster Gu Masters. Sometimes, there were not many geniuses, there were only 3 or 4 Refinement Path Grandmasters in the top 10, then Refinement Path Quasi-Grandmasters could enter the top 6. But sometimes, there were too many geniuses, there were 7 or 8 Refinement Path Grandmasters in the top 10, then there were few Quasi-Grandmasters who could enter the top 10. In this convention of Feng Yuan's, the quality was neither high nor low. There were about 5 Refinement Path Grandmasters. My greatest skill is still Blood Path Gu refinement methods. But now, I do not have many Blood Path Gu worms. If I use those Blood Path refinement methods, it will give Crane Gate an excuse to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land again. If I want to enter the top 6, I need to use my methods. Fang Yuan thought as he made up his mind. 16 days later, Central Continent. Anzu Earth Trench, Demon Expelling Sect. Demon Expelling Sect was a super force. It had 3 Gu immortals in the upper echelon. Its sphere of influence stretched for millions of li, covering dozens of large forces, hundreds of mid-sized forces, tens of thousands of small forces, as well as countless ant-like Gu master families. As one of the locations of the 8th round, Demon Expelling Sect's headquarters had the qualifications to do so. Tens of thousands of Gu masters swarmed in on this day, to watch the exciting Gu refinement showdown. Of course, the true competition venue had limited space. It could only hold over 1,000 people. These 1,000 over people were naturally not ordinary Gu masters. But in the several large squares that could accommodate ordinary spectators, Demon Expelling Sect had already made appropriate arrangements. Once the 8th round starts, there would be a video in the air, displaying it at the same time. P.S. Thank you for the rewards, thank you for the recommendation tickets, thank you for the monthly tickets, thank you for everyone's support during this period of time. The following battles would no doubt be even more exciting. Floating Astronomy. Fang Jing and another Crane Gate elder led over 10 disciples into the competition venue. Unspecified currency outside the venue, there were buzzing noises. Over 1,000 Gu masters were sitting on the surrounding platforms, discussing in low voices while waiting for the 8th round to begin. But because there were too many people, even the slightest sound of conversation became very noisy when it was gathered together. It's Crane Gate's elder and disciple. Once they saw Fang Jing's group, the surrounding Gu masters could not help but look at them. Their discussions also became hushed. Compared to the large and small forces, the people of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were like princes walking among commoners. That young man is actually wearing Crane Gate's elder's robe. Am I seeing things? Lower your voice, he is a rank 5 Gu master, his aura is genuine. What are you making a fuss about? It's not like there aren't Gu worms that can maintain youthful looks. Look, it's myriad Dragon Doc's disciples and elders. At the next moment, everyone's gazes were attracted to another group of people. This group of Gu masters had twice the number of Crane Gate's members. They were led by 4 elders, and there were also many elite disciples among the disciples. Myriad Dragon Doc. The Crane Gate elder's gaze froze when he saw this. Myriad Dragon Doc, one of the 10 great ancient sects, had been in the limelight recently. The reason was because of Vicious Lightning Fiend. Vicious Lightning Fiend might only be a rank 6 Gu immortal, but his battle strength was extremely outstanding. After 2 years of close cultivation, he comprehended the immortal killer move Lightning Deity. After that, he came out of his closed cultivation and roamed Central Continent, challenging countless Gu immortals along the way. He won most of the time, with few draws. There were few defeats. The more Vicious Lightning Fiend won, the greater his momentum. Because of the duels, he obtained a lot of resources, causing the number of lightning deities in his hands to increase instead of decreasing. There were already 3 of them now. Before he had lightning deities, Vicious Lightning Fiend already had an impressive battle record of fighting rank 7 Gu immortals to a draw. Now that he had 3 lightning deities, his battle strength rose even further, surpassing ordinary rank 7 Gu immortals. In his battle record, many rank 7 Gu immortals had lost to him. With rank 6 cultivation level, defeating a rank 7 Gu immortal was a very rare thing. What was especially precious was that Vicious Lightning Fiend defeated rank 7 Gu immortals again and again. He was in the limelight for a while. His sect Myriad Dragon Doc's reputation also rose greatly. It was to the extent that the whole of Central Continent's Gu immortal world started to faintly acknowledge Vicious Lightning Fiend as the number 1 person with rank 6 battle strength in Central Continent. Some of the Myriad Dragon Doc elders who were fond of fighting were even more excited. They directly shouted that Vicious Lightning Fiend would be the next Shirley, the next Feng Jioge. After Vicious Lightning Fiend heard the news, he immediately replied and berated, "Shirley is one thing, but Lord Feng Jioge is not someone I can compare to. Don't say such things in the future." In other words, Shirley could still challenge him. Immortal Monkey King Shirley was a rank 7 Gu immortal of Combat Immortal Sect. He had outstanding battle strength. However, he was firmly suppressed by Feng Jioge, unable to turn the tables. Feng Jioge, this freak, was hard to come by even in thousands of years. The 10 sects of Xianxia state had been beaten by him so badly that they could not help but admire and fear him. He won a series of challenges. This boosted Vicious Lightning Fiend's arrogance, and he began to openly challenge Shirley. Combat Immortal sects people were naturally indignant. However, Shirley, who had an irritable and direct temperament, strangely maintained his silence. This instead boosted Myriad Dragon Doc's morale. They felt that Shirley had no confidence in dealing with Vicious Lightning Fiend, and was acting like a coward. Of course, anyone who was slightly familiar with the inside information would know that Vicious Lightning Fiend's challenge was only a probe by Myriad Dragon Doc towards Combat Immortal sect. Combat Immortal sect had discovered Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, and also discovered Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's Dream Realm. They had already started to secretly attack it. Because they wanted to draw Gu Immortal's battle strength from all over the place, this huge movement had already been faintly sensed by the other 9 sections. But these secrets were usually only known by Gu Immortals. Thus, when these elders and disciples of Myriad Dragon Doc saw Fangjing's group, they were extremely arrogant. "Oh, it's Crane Gate's people. He, what are you doing here? Are you here to see how your elders will fail? It's no use, our Myriad Dragon Doc's Lord Dragon Chief will definitely be the final victor, there is no doubt about this." Myriad Dragon Doc's Gu Masters started mocking and ridiculing the moment they spoke. The competition between the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent was especially intense, both sides were not on good terms. Especially when Crane Gate had been weak for a long time, Myriad Dragon Doc's people, who had become stronger, looked down on Crane Gate even more. Crane Gate's disciples could not help but feel sullen, but they could not retort, they maintained their silence and brushed past Myriad Dragon Doc's people, eventually sitting at their arranged seats. "TSK, a bunch of cowards," someone said in disdain. Someone even mocked, "Ha ha ha," as expected of Crane Gate's style. Crane Gate's people's expressions became even more unsightly. The spectators saw this and had many doubts. Someone asked, "Crane Gate and Myriad Dragon Doc are both part of the 10 great ancient sects, why is Myriad Dragon Doc so arrogant?" Immediately, someone answered, "There are strong and weak sects among the 10 great ancient sections. Crane Gate is weaker than Myriad Dragon Doc, this is publicly acknowledged. Besides this, Myriad Dragon Doc's participating Gu Master is too strong, it is that refinement path Gu Master known as Firesmith Dragon Chief." What? Firesmith Dragon Chief is actually Myriad Dragon Doc's Gu Master, isn't he a lone cultivator? He, didn't you see the information dug out by Lightning Information Sect? This Firesmith Dragon Chief violated the sect rules in his early years and was chased out by Myriad Dragon Doc. He is participating in this Refinement Path convention to obtain a ranking and return to Myriad Dragon Doc. So that's it. It is said that this Firesmith Dragon Chief is already a Refinement Path Grandmaster. Such a person is actually eagerly requesting to return to Myriad Dragon Doc. The rallying power of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects is truly huge. Meanwhile, at Crane Gate's side, Fangjing and the other elders were also quietly discussing. Fangjing asked, "I wonder what are the chances of our sect's elder Yantang winning this competition?" Fangjing's Gu refinement ability was not good, he barely passed the 4 questions after going through the training. He successfully registered. But in the end, he was eliminated in the first round. Fortunately, this was a large competition. This was the most open competition, outsiders were not allowed to watch. Fangjing was also an elder of Crane Gate. His status could be said to be noble. This time, Elder Yan Tang was participating in the competition and he had eaten so much food and wine from the other party, he had to come and watch and cheer for Elder Yan Tang. When Fangjing asked this, the Crane Gate elder sitting beside him frowned deeply and sighed, "Elder Fangjing, you know our Elder Yan Tang mainly cultivates Fire Path, he only cultivates Refinement Path on the side. As for the other party, Firesmith Dragon Chief, he mainly cultivates Refinement Path while cultivating Fire Path on the side. This difference is huge." Fangjing still did not understand, he asked again, "Even so, with Elder Yan Tang's Gu refinement attainment, he should be able to get into the top 3. Sigh. The Crane Gate elder shook his head and smiled bitterly, "Elder Fangjing, you don't understand, after the 7th round of the Refinement Path Convention, the competition after that is a cruel single elimination system. Look at this demon expelling sect competition stage in front of you. Only one Gu master can win and advance to the next round. What? It's actually like this. Fangjing was shocked. After a few breaths of time, he reacted. After all, he had experienced many setbacks, his mind had changed, since the opponent is so strong. Then why doesn't Elder Yan Tang go to another competition venue? This refinement path convention does not prohibit participants from moving around. Elder Fangjing, you are right to think this way. After all, you can advance. Retreating is also a tactical victory. But unfortunately, the other competition locations were also occupied by Gu refinement experts. Moreover, Elder Yan Tang was arranged here. This is also the decision of Crane Gate's higher-ups. At the end, the Crane Gate elder purposely lowered his voice and whispered. Fangjing was shocked. If he still did not understand now, he would be an idiot. So the Crane Gate's higher-ups have already abandoned Elder Yan Tang. Their goal is to probe Firesmith Dragon Chief's ability? In a daze, he thought of his master, Master Tenchiru, who had once analyzed this to him. Elder Yan Tang was isolated in Crane Gate, so he invited you to drink, wanting to form a political alliance with you. Because he was isolated, he was chosen to be abandoned. Elder Yan Tang must be filled with unwillingness. What if I am abandoned one day? Thinking of this, Fangjing suddenly recalled the painful scene of him being in the blood pool, with blood vines growing all over his body. Whoosh, the nightmarish memory surfaced again. Fangjing's body shook as he sucked in a breath of cold air. What's wrong? The elder beside him asked in concern. Nothing. Fangjing wiped his forehead with his hand, and at once, his palm was covered in a thin layer of cold sweat. He did not dare to think too much, his heart was flustered and hesitant. At this time, the elder's voice resounded in his ears. Participants, enter the arena one by one, the competition is about to begin. Fangjing quickly raised his head and looked, only to see over 100 Gu masters slowly entering the arena. Fangjing quickly found Elder Yan Tang in Crane Gate. The latter was expressionless, but his gaze was filled with indignation and helplessness. Firesmith Dragon Chief, who was dressed in a red robe, had an arrogant expression as he looked around, not concealing his disdain and contempt towards the surrounding competitors. A bunch of weaklings, I will definitely win this round. Quickly start. Firesmith Dragon Chief did not mind, laughing heartily as he urged demon expelling sex hosting elder. The surrounding refinement path Gu masters, however, did not dare to retort due to Firesmith Dragon Chief's formidable strength. Even Elder Yan Tang in Crane Gate clenched his fists, his face filled with anger, but he remained silent. Myriad Dragon Doc will win. Win. Lord Firesmith Dragon Chief will win. Myriad Dragon Doc's group shouted excitedly as if they were injected with chicken blood. Their attitude was arrogant, but the surrounding spectators could only sit quietly and watch this happen. Damn it, this is too damn it. Fangjing had the temperament of a youngster after all. He gritted his teeth and felt indignant in his heart. I hate my lack of strength. I really hope someone will appear at this time and defeat this Firesmith Dragon Chief, and beat down the arrogance of these myriad Dragon Doc people. As if responding to the hope in his heart, a figure quietly appeared. At first, he did not attract any attention, but when he stepped onto the arena, countless gazes were immediately cast towards him. Black robe. Mask. Rank 5 demonic cultivator, it was Fang Yuan. Why was he here? Fang Yuan's appearance was out of everyone's expectations. According to the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention's rules, from the 8th round onwards, only one Gu master could advance to the next round. Thus, it gradually became a custom. The whole of Central Continent's competition locations were turned into territories, and every powerful refinement path Gu master was like a fierce beast occupying a territory. Unless forced to, no ferocious beast would cross the boundary to challenge another ferocious beast. This was absolutely not a wise move. The more they advanced, the more glory they would obtain, and the more rewards they would obtain. Fighting in advance was like a fisherman reaping the benefits. Thus, when many Gu masters saw Fang Yuan's appearance, they could not help but guess, does Fang Yuan have some enmity with Firesmith Dragon Chief? The exorcism sect elder in charge of this competition felt strange, but showed no expression. Fang Yuan's appearance was in accordance with the convention's rules. As long as one entered any venue within the stipulated time, their results would be recognized. Thus, even if others wanted to obstruct him, they could not do so under everyone's watchful eyes. This person is called Feng Yuan? Don't tell me he is our sex-famous who immortal blessed land's owner? Crane Gate's disciples also started guessing. Speaking of which, that Lord Feng Yuan of our sect is really mysterious. I have not seen his true appearance even till now. Sigma, W is identical to WW. This is Feng Yuan? Not possible. Central Continent is so big, it is not like there are no Gu masters with the same name. The agreement between Feng Yuan and Feng Kim Hong has already spread far and wide. Our Crane Gate has many exemption quotas. It is enough for Feng Yuan to rest and build up his strength. He can only participate after the 10th round. Crane Gate's disciples discussed. Many people secretly looked at Feng Jing's expression. Feng Jing's lips were tightly pursed. His face was pale, and his hands were tightly clenched in his wide sleeves. They were blood brothers. As soon as Feng Yuan appeared, Feng Jing's instincts told him that this was his biological brother. Feng Jing was caught off guard. At this moment, the shadow of his childhood descended upon him, enveloping him once again. It was as if a pair of black hands were tightly gripping his neck. Feng Jing found it difficult to breathe. Ever since he woke up from that coma, the nightmare that he had been trying his best to avoid came back to him again. The 10,000 Dragon Dock people shouted arrogantly. The cheers couldn't help but slow down and gradually weaken. Feng Yuan had previously displayed formidable refinement path attainments, obtaining first place in 7 rounds consecutively, the same result as Firesmith Dragon Chief. The elders and disciples of 10,000 Dragon Dock had no choice but to admit that Feng Yuan was a terrifying opponent. I heard that this Feng Yuan has the same result as our Firesmith Dragon Chief. 7 consecutive first-place matches. Is he the one who bet with Feng Kim Hong? If it's really that person. That is the owner of who immortal blessed land, he is extremely rich. So what? Look at the rankings. Firesmith Dragon Chief is ranked 7th. What is Feng Yuan's rank? There are only 30 of them. That's right, he came this time. He is simply asking to be humiliated. I believe that Firesmith Dragon Chief can definitely defeat him. Although 10,000 Dragon Docks people said so, the other spectators did not think so. Feng Yuan took the initiative to attack. He displayed a very strong aggressiveness. Feng Yuan was clearly not an idiot. This time, he had crossed the border to attack. He clearly had confidence and trump cards. Feng Yuan did not play according to the rules, causing Firesmith Dragon Chief to be shocked, angry, and doubtful. So Firesmith Dragon Chief probed, Crane Gate Feng Yuan. You came here. Are you hoping to reap early failure? Firesmith Dragon Chief really wanted to ask, why did you come here? Can't you just squat in your territory and advance in peace? You're really stupid. While he was reprimanding, he was also feeling somewhat gloomy inwardly. I have no grudge with you. Why did you come here to disturb me? You still have Feng Kim Huang's duel. Is it because I look easy to bully? Once he said that, the commotion outside the stage became even louder. What, this Feng Yuan is actually someone from Crane Gate? Isn't he a demonic path Gu cultivator? It should be. Firesmith Dragon Chief personally confirmed it. How can it be fake? This is huge news. I did not expect him to be a disciple of one of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. This is really unexpected, but why did he come here? Did Crane Gate clash with Myriad Dragon Dock in advance? I have never heard of any conflicts. Even the hosting elder's eyes were wide open, staring blankly at Feng Yuan. At once, Feng Yuan became the focus of everyone's attention. Brother. Feng Jing gritted his teeth, his face was pale as paper, and his body was covered in cold sweat unknowingly. His breathing was labored and weak, as if he had just exercised intensely and was about to collapse. Fortunately, everyone's attention was on Feng Yuan. No one noticed his sorry state. In the aperture, Master Tenchiru consoled him, but there was little effect. The gazes of the other Crane Gate disciples brightened as they excitedly stared at Feng Yuan. Some even stood up unconsciously. Feng Yuan had never officially appeared in Crane Gate headquarters. But his legend had spread far and wide in the whole of Crane Gate. He was mysterious and powerful. There were countless rumors about him. It was said that because his talent was too outstanding, He was taken in as a personal disciple by a Gu immortal the moment he ascended the mountain. This was, of course, just a rumor, pure speculation and completely unreliable. But Crane Gate's higher-ups could not refute the rumor. Once the truth was revealed, would the reputation of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects still be preserved? Moreover, the Crane Gate disciples were more willing to believe the evidence in front of them. The greatest evidence was Fangjing. Fangjing had a great aptitude, but now he had rank 5 cultivation and was a sect elder. From this, it could be inferred how outstanding the elder brother's aptitude was. Otherwise, how could he have defeated Feng Kim Hong and obtained Hu immortal blessed land? At this moment, the Crane Gate disciples craned their necks, their gazes were glued to Fang Yuan. The suspicions and curiosity in their hearts had accumulated to the point of overflowing their chests. I really want to see Lord Fang Yuan's true appearance. He should look similar to Elder Fangjing. Sigh, why is he wearing a mask? But this is the competition venue. Anyone who uses investigative Gu will be chased out. The disciples conversed excitedly. The Crane Gate elder finally realized something was wrong with Fangjing, asking with concern, Elder Fangjing, what's wrong? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? It's nothing, it's nothing. Fangjing seemed to be startled, quickly replying. Why does Elder Fangjing seem to be afraid of Fang Yuan? Don't tell me the relationship between these two brothers is not good? The Crane Gate elder's eyes flashed with a strange expression. A strange expression flashed past his eyes. Fang Yuan's eyes were hidden behind the mask. He first slowly looked around, pausing on Fangjing, before slowly looking at Firesmith Dragon Chief. He lightly smiled, breaking the long silence. His voice was somewhat hoarse as he proudly announced to the surrounding people, "That's right, I am Crane Gate's Fang Yuan." Haha, it's true. Elder Fang Yuan, you can do it. Elder Fang Yuan and Fangjing are the two heroes of our sect. The ones with the most intense reaction were the people from Crane Gate. Some of the disciples almost jumped up in excitement. They felt proud and had a strong sense of honor for the sect. After being suppressed by the group of people from the 10,000 Dragon Dock, at this time they had obtained justice, and they felt a kind of exhilaration. What are you so proud of? That's right. What is there to be proud of? Myriad Dragon Dock's people quickly refuted. Fangjing's eyes flashed with hatred. He gritted his teeth and said to his companions, "Don't compare me with my brother." In the ears of the bystanders, it had a different meaning. Did you hear that? Elder Fangjing has such talent, but he admits he is weaker than Lord Fang Yuan. That's right, rumor has it that Fang Yuan is a Gu immortal seed. He is fully nurtured by the higher-ups. The Crane Gate disciples suppressed their voices as they talked, but their voices were not low at all. You. Fangjing's expression turned ashen when he heard these words. He felt an intense dizziness. Myriad Dragon Dock's expression also became even more unsightly. The smell of gunpowder became even more intense. A Myriad Dragon Dock elder snorted and softly cursed. I want to see what kind of dejected expression you will have when you lose. Outside the arena, the other Gu masters had already become props that were ignored by others. Fang Yuan continued to stare at Firesmith Dragon Chief, purposely raising his voice. Firesmith Dragon Chief, I came here naturally to defeat you. Defeating those incompetent people is too boring for me. You are a slightly better opponent, you can add some brilliance to my path of advancement. So bring out your true strength, don't hold back. I remember your strongest method is that crazy deity's blazing flame? Take it out and fight, that way I can feel a little more satisfaction after defeating you. Hearing Fang Yuan's words of challenge, be it outside or on the arena, all the Gu masters had the same feeling, arrogant, too arrogant. Earlier, everyone had already felt that Firesmith Dragon Chief was arrogant, but now that they saw Fang Yuan, they realized that the saying, there is always someone better than you, was not wrong at all. Look at this Fang Yuan, this is the true insolent master. Firesmith Dragon Chief was inwardly shocked. He even knows my trump card? This is impossible, I have never shown it in public. How did he know? After the shock, Firesmith Dragon Chief's anger rose. He shouted without showing weakness, "Good, since you are so arrogant, let me teach you a lesson. I will let you understand what true pain is." At the same time, he shouted in his heart, I am a grand rank 6 Gu immortal who has passed 2 heavenly tribulations. I am only 1 step away from rank 7, why would I be afraid of a weakest immortal zombie like you? Kid, you are too arrogant, I will ruthlessly step on you and make you lose all face. Blindly challenging me will be your biggest regret in your life. As if he could hear Firesmith Dragon Chief's inner voice, Fang Yuan continued to ridicule and even increased the intensity. Yes, this is the expression in your eyes, this is the emotion. Be angry, only then can you take out your full strength to fight me. Only then would I be a little interested in such an opponent. Remember, you must take it out, otherwise you will be the shame of myriad dragon dock. Ha ha ha. Seeing Fang Yuan pointing at Firesmith Dragon Chief and speaking in such an arrogant manner. At once, the Gu masters on and off the stage were speechless. Wasn't this too arrogant? Myriad Dragon Dock's group gritted their teeth. They were arrogant, but Fang Yuan was even more arrogant than them. Firesmith Dragon Chief was trembling with anger, staring fixedly at Fang Yuan with eyes spewing fire. Different from what others imagined, Fang Yuan had a bold appearance, but he was actually very vigilant in his heart. Different from the outside world's information, this Firesmith Dragon Chief did not cultivate refinement path, but turned to cultivating fire path. He was a refinement path Gu master when he was in Myriad Dragon Dock. He had indeed been expelled from the sect, but because of a fortuitous encounter, he obtained a fire path Gu immortal's inheritance. During this period of time, he luckily became a fire path Gu immortal, and eagerly entered Myriad Dragon Dock's embrace. Myriad Dragon Dock naturally would not let go of a Gu immortal battle strength, they had already secretly taken him in. It was just that it was the Refinement Path Convention, and seeing that he had Grandmaster attainment in Gu refinement, they quickly called him to participate in the convention. They wanted to seize the first few places and obtain more benefits for the sect. This Firesmith Dragon Chief's refinement path attainment far exceeds mine. He was the second place in this convention in my previous life. His refinement path Grandmaster attainment cannot be underestimated. Especially in the 10th battle. He suppressed 3 quasi-grandmasters who were refining Gu at the same time. His ferocious might was overwhelming. Such an enemy. I have to attack him in advance. If I let go of this chance, according to my previous life's memories, he would be almost unstoppable. However, although Firesmith Dragon Chief was already a Gu immortal, he did not make it public, and hid his identity from mortals. His Gu immortal cultivation could not be concealed from other Gu immortals, but everyone knew about it, and no one exposed him. Gu immortals maintained a sense of mystery, it was helpful to maintain their rule. There was another reason: if he lost to a mortal in the Refinement Path Convention, it would be too embarrassing. Why would Gu immortals lose to mortals? Mortals defeating Gu immortals was a common occurrence in the past Refinement Path Conventions. Because Gu refinement was not about fighting and killing. It's a technical job. The main reason was that immortal Gu were unique, they were too hard to refine. Without immortal Gu as a benchmark, when Gu immortals compete with mortals, they could only rely on refining mortal Gu. Everyone could refine mortal Gu. To a large extent, the difference between immortals and mortals could not be seen. Thus, normally speaking, Gu immortals who participated in the Refinement Path Convention would not expose their identities. Let's begin. Fang Yuan urged the exorcism sect elder. Hurry up and begin. Firesmith Dragon roared. He could not wait to trample this arrogant Fang Yuan under his feet. The exorcism sect's elder endured the pressure from the two, clenched his teeth, and insisted, according to the rules, it's not time yet. It was not good to start the competition. 3 breaths left. 3, 2, 1. Alright. Activate the isolation Gu formation, close the entrance, and reveal the test questions. The first 7 rounds of the Refinement Path Convention. Because there were too many participants, they could only take turns to compete. Now, it was the 8th round. The number of participants was greatly reduced. Every venue only held 1 round, the Gu masters who missed this opportunity. They could only concede and give up. The Gu worms used to store the test questions were also very particular. This kind of information path rank 5 mortal Gu was the work of the Celestial Court, it had extraordinary concealment abilities. The questions were not stored in the database, but were controlled by the Heavenly Court in real time. When the test questions were about to start, the real test questions would be sent over. Once the test questions were shown, there was silence inside and outside the venue. Everyone held their breaths as they stared at the test questions. For a moment, the venue was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. 8th test question. The requirement is to refine a rank 5 sound path goo. The person who successfully refines it and is the fastest will be the winner. He can proceed to the next round. All other goo masters will be eliminated. Materials given: Immortal Soul Grass, Forget Worry Rock, 1 rank 4 Apathy Goo, 6 rank 3 Mute Goo, 2 rank 4 Sinking Goo. No other materials allowed. Goo refinement recipes given: 6 different goo recipes for Silence Goo, 3 different Apathy Goo recipes, as well as 1 Hook Goo recipe. Everyone frowned. The difficulty of this test question was almost 10 times higher than the 7th round. Not only were there 10 different goo recipes, the goo master had to be able to choose the most suitable ones for themselves. Moreover, there was a limit to the materials provided. They were not allowed to use their own materials. But these materials did not meet the requirements of any of the goo recipes. That was to say, the goo master had to reverse refine Apathy Goo, Mute Goo, or Sinking Goo to obtain more goo refinement materials. Using these materials, they could refine the rank 5 sound path Mute Goo. Alternatively, the participating goo masters could use wisdom path methods to combine these goo recipes and modify them. According to the provided materials, they could deduce the goo recipes that fit the requirements. That worked too. But of these two methods, the first one was naturally the most effective. Thus, the second method required extremely high wisdom path attainment. Goo masters who could reach this step and also possess such deep wisdom path attainment were quite rare. More importantly, this competition also had to consider the time. Whoever could refine it first would be the winner, the others would be eliminated. This way, the mental pressure would be huge. Especially at the final juncture, some goo masters might not be able to bear the mental pressure and make a mistake. Firesmith Dragon Chief almost vomited blood when he saw this question. What the hell was this question? Firesmith Dragon Chief almost cursed. He was a Fire Path Goo Immortal and was most proficient in refining Fire Path Goo worms. This Sound Path Goo worm was clearly not within his expertise, and several of the crucial goo refinement materials could not be processed using fire refinement. This was quite embarrassing. Fang Yuan had clamored for Firesmith Dragon Chief to use his strongest goo refinement killer move, Crazed Deity's Raging Flames. Firesmith Dragon Chief was furious and planned to use this killer move to ruthlessly humiliate Fang Yuan. But with this question, how could Firesmith Dragon Chief use Crazed Deity's Raging Flames? Burn it for fun. This question was a great counter to Firesmith Dragon Chief. For example, he could only display 80% of his goo refinement attainment. Even for goo immortals, there were areas they were good at and bad at. This question happened to be the area Firesmith Dragon Chief was least proficient in. Of course, Refinement Path Grandmaster attainment was not just for show. Firesmith Dragon Chief could definitely successfully refine the goo. But the crucial point was the unexpected appearance of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's true strength was enough to threaten Firesmith Dragon Chief. Between experts of the same level, a slight decrease in strength could determine the outcome, not to mention Firesmith Dragon Chief who was weakened by 20%. This fellow has picked a good time. His luck is really damn good. No, I must defeat him. Firesmith Dragon Chief swore inwardly and glanced at Fang Yuan. At the next moment, his eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Fang Yuan had already started refining. How could this be? How could he be so fast? After all, the goo recipe and materials given in this question did not match. The goo master could either reverse refine the goo worm and modify the materials, or they could combine the goo recipe and deduce a new one. In short, they had to refine the rank 5 Silence Goo. Thus, this required the goo master to think deeply and deduce in their own minds, considering the possible failures in the refinement and reverse refinement, thus combining many plans and organizing the most refined goo refinement plan. This process of thinking was extremely important. The plan they thought of had to have low risk. If the risk was too high and there were too many failures, the consumption of materials would increase. If they did not have enough for the next refinement and could not use their own materials, they could only admit defeat. While demanding low risk, they also had to spend less time. If you spent too much time, others would have already finished, and even if you succeeded, you would be eliminated. It was very difficult to have both low risk and low time consumption. They needed to think carefully and constantly compare and arrange, only then could they choose the best plan. Even a refinement path grandmaster like Firesmith Dragon Chief estimated that he would need half an incense's time to think. But, this Fang Yuan, why did he start refining goo right from the start? Are you kidding me? Is he really so confident? Fool, to do a good job, one must first sharpen his tools, he should calm down and think carefully. The competing goo masters glanced at Fang Yuan a few times, concentrating their attention and starting to think deeply. Fang Yuan took the lead, his progress extremely fast. The other goo masters had not started refining goo, he was the only one doing it in the whole field. Naturally, most of the goo masters' gazes were focused on him. Praises spread out. It's really a dazzling technique. Proficient, too proficient. This is simply an instinct. But is this really good? Haste makes waste. Fang Yuan naturally knew the logic of haste makes waste, but he also knew the content of this test. In Fang Yuan's previous life, after he became a blood path goo immortal, he had also had the idea of participating in the Refinement Path Convention. Why? Because during the Refinement Path Convention, even demonic path members could participate openly, and even wanted criminals could openly register. The righteous path would not hunt them down. At that time, Fang Yuan did not have a single immortal goo, he was trying his best to gather the immortal materials to refine immortal goo. The whole process was extremely difficult. In comparison, although he had an immortal zombie body now, his financial situation was many times better. In Fang Yuan's previous life, when Fang Yuan set his sights on the Bone Refinement Convention, only a dozen years had passed since the previous Refinement Path Convention. In order to participate in the Refinement Path Convention, Fang Yuan had started preparing more than 80 years in advance. Every day, he would take some time out to practice, day and night. During this practice process, Fang Yuan brought out the spirit of a youth taking the college entrance exam in his previous life on Earth, facing a mountain of questions and a sea of questions. He would collect all the questions of the previous conventions, and while practicing bitterly, he would try to figure out the intention of the question setter. He easily obtained all the questions. There were people in Central Continent who specialized in selling this information, and this kind of goods had always been selling well. It could be seen that smart people were everywhere. Thinking back to those dark days where he trained bitterly, it was truly unbearable. But speaking of which, Fang Yuan's true refinement path foundation was also during that period of time. Without that period of time, he would not have his current refinement path quasi-grandmaster attainment. Thus, Fang Yuan not only remembered the contents of this convention, he also remembered the previous conventions, and even remembered the future conventions, with such a huge advantage. So what if his refinement path attainment was inferior to Firesmith Dragon Chief? Of course, this method had a flaw. That was the butterfly effect. Fang Yuan's rebirth had changed the original trajectory of many things. Igniting a tree might cause the whole forest to burn. A skilled swimmer would drown, a skilled rider would fall. Would the advantage Fang Yuan was relying on become his own failure because of the changes in this life's questions? This was entirely possible. But it was only a possibility. According to Fang Yuan's deductions, this possibility was not high. Fang Yuan decided to take a risk. He won the bet. The contents of the questions did not change, time passed at a steady pace, neither too fast nor too slow. The intense goo refinement scene. The situation gradually became clear. Fang Yuan took the lead, ahead of Firesmith Dragon Chief, who was in second place. His whole body was emitting a confident aura as he methodically refined goo, maintaining a huge lead from beginning to end, causing the competitors who were desperately chasing after him to feel despair. The goo masters outside the arena gradually saw some clues. They could not help but praise, Fang Yuan is actually so quick-witted. He did not think much and actually designed this goo refinement plan. Amazing, his plan not only ensured the speed of the goo refinement and reduced the number of steps, it also allowed for more mistakes. Even if we fail a few times, he can try again with the extra materials. Of course. Fang Yuan's plan was the most outstanding goo refinement plan that countless refinement path goo masters came up with after this refinement path convention in his previous life. They tried it out and finally came up with it. Even more people sighed at Fang Yuan's goo refinement method. Fang Yuan's goo refinement method. It stood out too much. Such a number was like an innate ability. This was definitely something that needed to be tempered 1,000 times. This time, when refining the silence goo, it involved many methods that were rarely used, but he was actually able to do it so easily. It's even more difficult to imagine those common methods. That was only natural. Fang Yuan had prepared for this 8th match for a long time. In Hu Immortal Blessed Land, they were specially trained to refine silence goo. The whole process was repeated over and over again. He practiced at least 200 times. Most importantly, he is emitting an aura of confidence from inside out. He is confident in his success, like the probability of failure in the goo refinement. It is as if the probability of failure never existed in his mind. This is the aura of a refinement path master. The famous 3 elders of refinement path in history were like this. That's right, watching him refine goo is like watching a dazzling performance. His heart is so strong, it is as if victory is already in his pocket. His advantage is too obvious. Even if Fang Yuan fails once or twice, he can snatch the final victory from Firesmith Dragon. Chief. Under the witness of countless gazes below and on the stage, Fang Yuan was not in any danger. He obtained victory with an enormous advantage. During the entire process, Fang Yuan firmly suppressed the other competitors. Even Firesmith Dragon Chief was left in the dust. Lord Firesmith Dragon Chief failed. He was eliminated just like that? Myriad Dragon Docks people could not believe the result in front of them, muttering absent-mindedly. Fang Yuan, Fang Yuan. Crane Gate's people stood up and shouted, cheering wildly. Only Fang Jing was still sitting. He looked at his brother on the stage. The black-robed figure had already shrouded his whole body. I am afraid I have no hope of taking revenge in this life. At this moment, Fang Jing's dejection reached its peak. He could no longer muster up any fighting spirit. Although there was deep hatred, Fang Jing felt weak all over as he looked at Fang Yuan. He was powerless to reverse the situation. Firesmith Dragon Chief stared fixedly at Fang Yuan with his pair of bull eyes. He was unconvinced. He was unresigned. He had not even used his strongest killer move. This damned question made him feel like his hands and feet were tied. But he had to admit that Fang Yuan had quick thinking. He actually thought of such an outstanding goo refinement plan in such a short period of time. Is this Fang Yuan really an immortal zombie? Could the information have been wrong? Immortal zombies were weak at thinking. The results of Fang Yuan's thinking made Firesmith Dragon Chief, an ordinary goo immortal, feel ashamed of his inferiority. At once, Firesmith Dragon Chief started to doubt Fang Yuan's identity as an immortal zombie. The match had already ended. Fang Yuan slowly walked down the stage. He did not provoke or humiliate Firesmith Dragon Chief again. This made the latter secretly sigh in relief. Since he had already won, there was no meaning in provoking and humiliating the other party. If Firesmith Dragon Chief provoked Fang Yuan to challenge Fang Yuan, then wouldn't Fang Yuan be shooting himself in the foot? Eventually, Firesmith Dragon Chief led Myriad Dragon Docks group and left dejectedly. Fang Yuan received the winner's reward from Evil Expelling Sect. It was a large number of immortal materials of various types, but the quantity of each type was rather small. Starting from the 8th round, the rewards far surpassed the previous 7 rounds. There were large numbers of immortal materials, immortal goo recipes and so on. If not for this, how could Fang Yuan have treated the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention as a way to gather immortal materials in his previous life? Fang Yuan put away these immortal materials and rejected Evil Expelling Sect's invitation to stay as a guest. Along the way, he gradually arrived at Evil Expelling Sect's mountain. At the mountain entrance, a group of people was already waiting at Crane Gate. Lord Fang Yuan. Seeing Fang Yuan's arrival, Elder Yan Tang and 2 other elders of Crane Gate respectfully welcomed him. Fang Jing was helpless. As an elder, he also stood out, but he stood behind the 2 elders expressionlessly and did not take the initiative to greet them. Greetings, fellow sect members. Under the mask, Fang Yuan's gentle voice could be heard. This made the people of Crane Gate very excited. Fang Yuan's arrogance earlier made them feel that Fang Yuan was difficult to get along with. But now that Fang Yuan's voice was gentle, they immediately felt that Fang Yuan's attitude towards fellow sect members was different from outsiders. Fang Yuan first looked at Elder Yan Tang. In the competition just now, This elder had also participated in the competition. Fan Yuan casually pointed, your Gu refinement attainment is not shallow, but your plan has several flaws. These flaws should be dealt with like this. For example, the first one. Elder Yan Tang heard this and felt even more admiration towards Fan Yuan. He quickly thanked him. The disciples behind him had bright eyes, they were filled with admiration and praise. Fan Yuan turned his gaze towards Fangjing at this time. His voice suddenly turned cold. He said with a tone of exasperation and disappointment, "My brother, what is with your expression? Are you afraid I will scold you? Your performance, as always, disappoints me. You did not even pass the first round of the Refinement Path Convention, you are simply throwing my face." The atmosphere became tense, the disciples secretly stuck out their tongues, thinking, Fan Yuan is so fierce to his brother. The two elders of Crane Gate came to a realization. It seemed that the relationship between these two brothers was quite cold. Fangjing showed hatred on his face, he snorted and was about to speak. Fan Yuan waved his hand, attacking in front of everyone. Fangjing was a rank 5 Gu master, he was already at the peak of mortals. But firstly, he was an enslavement path Gu master, most of his battle strength was on the Crane group, and secondly, he did not expect Fan Yuan to disregard the situation and attack him in front of everyone's eyes. Fan Yuan's attack had been planned for a long time. Not only did he use several mortal killer moves, he even used a wisdom path killer move from Dongfang Naganori. While the people of Crane Gate were in a daze, Fan Yuan had already succeeded. He restrained Fangjing on the spot from a distance. "Fangjing, you disappoint me. You are still roaming outside like this, why don't you cultivate in peace? With such strength, you still dare to show off outside, where is your sense of propriety? Your parents died early, as your brother, I have to fulfill the responsibility of a father and teach you well. Since you are interested in refinement path, from today onwards, you will follow me, I will impart my refinement path insights to you. You must cultivate hard until I am satisfied." Fan Yuan shouted. "I don't need you to care about me. I am already an elder of Crane Gate, I have grown up." Fangjing shouted, showing an unruly and rebellious expression. But in fact, his heart was cold. He was no longer under his control, the words he shouted were not what he wanted to say. This was a wisdom path killer move from Dongfang Naganori, it directly controlled Fangjing's mind and created false thoughts, making Fangjing's body accept them and act according to the thoughts. This was similar to enslavement path Gu masters controlling wild beasts. But the difference was that enslavement path Gu masters could only control one type of beast group, the wild beasts had simple thoughts. And controlling humans, the thoughts of humans were complex and changeable, it was very difficult. Fan Yuan was a rank 6 immortal zombie, he had to use several killer moves to deal with a rank 5 Gu master like Fangjing, he could only capture him in one move. "No. Save me, someone save me. Master, master." Fangjing shouted anxiously in his heart. But the spirit incubating flea did not respond. Fan Yuan had already cut off Fangjing's connection with his aperture. Fangjing stared fixedly at Fan Yuan, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. He had never expected Fan Yuan to be so crazy, daring to attack here. This was simply insane, he did not place Crane Gate in his eyes at all. To be continued. Hadn't Fan Yuan already formed an alliance with the Crane Gate? Why would he dare to attack the people in the Crane Gate? Fangjing knew more inside information than the other elders and disciples. Back then, He Fengyang and Song Yu joined hands to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land but failed. Because of the benefits of Guts Gu, they reached an agreement and signed an alliance agreement. Naturally, there was a clause in the alliance that stipulated that members of both factions were not allowed to attack each other. This was also one of the reasons why Fangjing felt safe. Fan Yuan slowly withdrew his hand. Fangjing could neither move nor scream. He had no power to resist at all. An invisible force lifted him up and sent him to Fan Yuan's hand. The people at the Crane Gate were dumbfounded. What terrifying strength! Elder Fangjing has rank 5 cultivation level, but he was taken down without any resistance. Although Fangjing is an enslavement path Gu master, it shouldn't be to this extent, right? Fan Yuan had displayed an unbelievable method, shocking these people in an instant. Fangjing roared internally, "Are you guys just going to stand there and watch the show? Come and save me. He's no longer my brother. He killed uncle and aunt. He killed the entire clan. He's a demon. He's a big demon. At the same time, Fangjing shouted, I'm not going to your place, why should I listen to you? You want to discipline me again? I am the master of my own life. I have my own goals. How can you understand my dreams? I can fight on my own. I can surpass you. He was the living embodiment of a rebellious youth who refused to be controlled. When Fangjing heard his own shouts, he was utterly disheartened. Fang Yuan sighed and said to the people at the crane gate, during this period of time, we have to be careful. This good-for-nothing brother of mine has caused you trouble. It's no trouble. It's no trouble at all. The people at the crane gate quickly waved their hands. Fang Yuan nodded and said, I will bring Fangjing to my side. He needed to be disciplined for a period of time. I've already informed the sect master about this matter. You can just go back and send a message. Fang Yuan was full of lies. Fang Yuan didn't even know what the sect leader looked like. The two elders let go of the last layer of hesitation. Regarding Fang Yuan's matter, in order to protect the sect's reputation, Crane Gate had been weaving lies. In the end, Fang Yuan used this lie to deceive the people at the Crane Gate. Fang Yuan carried Fangjing with one hand and walked away. The Gu masters on the side of the road saw this. They were all very surprised. However, since the Crane Gate did not say anything, why would they do anything? And the target was the refinement path expert that everyone was familiar with, Fang Yuan. Some demon-expelling sect Gu masters were worried and went to ask. Elder Yentang smiled and explained, it's not a big deal. Lord Fang Yuan and Elder Fangjing are blood brothers. Right now, the elder brother is disciplining his younger brother. The demon-expelling sect Gu masters were convinced and left. The Crane Gate Gu masters watched as Fang Yuan left. Many disciples looked at Fangjing with envy. Someone said emotionally, although Lord Fang Yuan's tone is cold, he is actually very caring towards his only blood brother. That's right, with such a refinement path grandmaster nurturing him. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Say, the last time Fangjing accepted a sect mission, he returned as a rank 5 elder. Now that he is brought away by Big Brother, will he become a refinement path grandmaster when he returns? It can't be. That's too exaggerated. Even so, with such an expert's guidance, he will definitely benefit immensely. Sigh. Why don't I have such a big brother? A disciple's words struck a chord in everyone's heart. If they knew now. Fang Yuan captured Fangjing, it was just a preparation for possession. Who knew what kind of expression he would have? Slap. Fang Yuan threw Fangjing to the ground. Fangjing struggled, shouting in his heart, Fang Yuan, you demon, what do you want to do to me? You made an alliance agreement with Crane Gate, you cannot kill me, the elder of Crane Gate. Fang Yuan laughed, I did not kill you, why are you so agitated? My good brother, just stay here obediently. Fangjing showed fear on his face, shouting in his heart, Fang Yuan is not my master, Master Tenchiru, he can actually know my inner thoughts? Fang Yuan smiled proudly, looking at Fangjing, your so-called master is only a soul now. Even if he is alive, he is only a rank 5 Gu master at his peak. Fang Yuan said, grabbing at the air, taking all the mortal goo on Fangjing's body. The spirit incubating flea was trembling slightly, this was Master Tenchiru's strong resistance. But how could he resist? If it was on Qingmao Mountain, 100 Fang Yuan would not be Master Tenchiru's match. But now, Fang Yuan was no longer the same as before, he was a rank 6 Gu immortal. And Master Tenchiru had become a soul. Fang Yuan, even if you don't kill us, capturing us is a violation of the alliance agreement. Capturing us as captives is also a violation of the rules of the alliance. You will definitely suffer a severe backlash from the alliance. I advise you to let us go, you are a grand Gu immortal, how can you make things difficult for mortals like us? Aren't you afraid that this will ruin our relationship with Crane Gate? Don't think Crane Gate cannot deal with you. The foundation of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects is not something you can imagine. Master Tenchiru shouted from inside the spirit incubating flea, he knew Fang Yuan could hear him. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed, ha ha ha, Master Tenchiru, I have to thank you. If you did not attack Qingmao Mountain, I would not have coincidentally reached this stage today. What can Crane Gate do after I capture you? Since you know so many secrets, you should know that Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects are restraining each other. Everything is based on benefits. Tell me, which is more important, the unique guts Gu or the two of you? Master Tenchiru was speechless. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a dark light. He mobilized countless Gu worms and formed a soul path killer move. Now, tell me everything you know. Soul search. 2 hours later, Fang Yuan walked out of this underground prison. The cell door behind him slammed shut with a loud bang. Fang Yuan's red eyes shined with light as he muttered, Master Tenchiru, Guyua's generation, blood path true inheritance. Through the soul search, he learned about the grudges between Master Tenchiru and Guyua's generation. He also learned many secrets of Crane Gate. This Master Tenchiru, is he Fengyang's right-hand man? If I capture him, will he Fengyang come to ask for him? This is quite troublesome. He did not want to possess me, he wants to help Fangjing. This Master Tenchiru is a person with perseverance. Fang Yuan did not hold back his praise. Although he was a demon overlord, he could still look at and admire this kind of self-sacrificing and persevering to one's own principles. The same rice feeds different people. Different people had different perseverance in life. Towards such people with different values, Fang Yuan could accept and even admire them. If he did not have such an aspiration, he would not have his current accomplishments. If that is the case, Kanyang Laojun also sent the possession method he obtained from Dongfang Naganori back to Crane Gate. Master Tenchiru's memories were not of much help to Fang Yuan. He was only a mortal Gu master, the secrets he knew about Crane Gate were very shallow, Fang Yuan could not make much use of them. As for Fangjing, Fang Yuan did not let him go, he searched his soul. Fang Yuan planned to keep this brother locked up forever. If he had no choice, Fang Yuan would have to use a plan to possess Fangjing and revive. But this way, he would lose his second aperture, all his strength path down marks would vanish. He would need to undergo tribulation again. The losses were huge. Second aperture immortal Gu was refined using many precious immortal materials. Lifespan Gu was included, it could be said that Fang Yuan could not refine second aperture immortal Gu in a short period of time. Lifespan Gu was hard to find, even if he found it, with Fang Yuan's current situation, he would probably use it to increase his lifespan. If possible, I should try not to possess Fangjing. But if my identity is exposed and I have not revived, I can only possess him. My current target is still the refinement path convention. After getting into the top 6, I will be able to benefit from the infallible inheritance and obtain a chance to refine Gu for sure. The infallible inheritance was a refinement path inheritance. What was infallible? It meant that the Gu refinement would never fail. Once he got into the top 6, he would be transported to a secret blessed land. Fang Yuan planned to refine the immortal Gu change form there. This was a rank 6 transformation path immortal Gu. Once he obtained it, Fang Yuan's vaguely familiar face would rise by leaps and bounds. It would no longer be the painful version that could only conceal the aura of northern plains. As for the immortal Gu recipe of change form immortal Gu, Fang Yuan had it long ago. He had to thank the land spirit of Xianxia for this. Long ago, when Fang Yuan had just obtained wisdom Gu, he had made a transaction with the land spirit of Xianxia, helping the land spirit of Xianxia perfect the immortal Gu recipe. Fang Yuan benefited from this. Not only did he get out of his financial predicament, he even obtained a large number of immortal Gu recipes. And the immortal Gu recipe of change form immortal Gu was one of them. As for the immortal materials needed to refine change form immortal Gu, Fang Yuan had almost finished preparing them. Almost half of the immortal materials were obtained from the Northern Plains auction. As for the other half, Fang Yuan asked He Lulan to use her blessed land to communicate with jewel yellow skies. Using the other immortal materials that Fang Yuan had left, he sold or exchanged them. He carried out many transactions and accumulated a lot of them. Only a small portion was left, but after Fang Yuan's 8th round, he obtained immortal materials as a reward. In the following rounds, Fang Yuan took the initiative to attack again and again, using the advantage of his rebirth. He defeated these people one by one. At once, Fang Yuan was in the limelight, forces of all sizes and countless Gu immortals focused their attention on him. Everyone else conformed to the rules and occupied their own territories, advancing safely. Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, 12th round. The competition was at its most crucial moment. There were only 2 people in the audience. One was dressed in a black robe, he had a muscular body and a mask, he was controlling the fire in front of him, it was Feng Yuan. The other was dressed in a white robe, his hair was white like snow, there was a vertical line on his forehead, it was Feng Huai. This is a contest between two sides. Feng Huai is amazing, he used 3 refinement path killer moves in a row, he actually reduced the gap greatly. Even so, Feng Yuan still has an advantage. Sigh, he is too amazing, he is truly the #1 person in this competition in terms of quick thinking. In this Gu refinement, he has been leading from the start. There are still variables. Be it Feng Yuan or Feng Huai, they both have one use of the ability. As long as they use it, they can reduce a portion of their immortal material. Be it the audience or the audience, they were all discussing. At this point in the competition, the other Gu masters had already been eliminated, only Feng Yuan and Feng Huai were left. Feng Yuan's gaze was calm, he was concentrating on controlling the fire in front of him. Feng Huai. He even had the time to glance at Feng Huai on his right, observing his opponent. Feng Huai was also a Gu immortal, he was 3rd in this competition in his previous life. He was a Wood Path Gu immortal, looking at the entire competition, this was the most disadvantageous to him. Feng Yuan came to challenge him, attempting to eliminate him in advance. But who could have thought that Feng Huai would suddenly use 3 refinement path killer moves in one go? There was even an immortal level consecutive path killer move among them, he immediately closed the gap between him and Feng Yuan. This caused the outcome of this Gu refinement competition to be filled with suspense again. As expected of 3rd in my previous life. So troublesome, ugh. Suddenly, Feng Yuan's expression changed. The fire in front of him. With 2 flaps, half of the blue peacock's head had melted. Suddenly, it turned into ashes and fell onto the floor tiles. This? Feng Yuan's expression did not change, but his heart sank. Oh no, I encountered the probability of failure. He immediately reacted and grabbed towards his right, where the last blue peacock was. But just as he killed the blue peacock and threw its head into the fire, Feng Huai's voice could be heard, I will use my authority to deprive Feng Yuan of the Gu refinement material, blue peacock. The elder in charge of the scene. He immediately responded, approved. As soon as he finished speaking, the blue peacock beside Feng Yuan was extracted and left Feng Yuan's side. The audience was in an uproar. Each person only has 2 blue peacocks, Feng Yuan wanted to use the peacock's head to refine a Gu, but he failed once. There was originally a second blue peacock left, but in the end, this material was taken away. Beautiful, what a beautiful choice. Feng Huai's timing is too good. This time, Feng Yuan is in trouble. That's right. Feng Yuan has clearly reached the last few steps. But without the crucial materials, he could only change the Gu recipe and take a big detour to approach the destination. As for Feng Huai, he was not far from Feng Yuan to begin with, if he can catch up this time, he might be able to eliminate Feng Yuan. Is Feng Yuan going to be eliminated? After realizing this, the crowd was in an uproar. Recently, Feng Yuan had been taking the initiative to attack. Eliminating Gu refinement experts time and time again, his strength was deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. The outside world's estimation of his strength was rising. Most people thought that Feng Yuan had already reached Refinement Path Grandmaster attainment level. In fact, a small portion of people felt that the strength Feng Yuan displayed had already surpassed Refinement Path Grandmaster level, reaching Quasi-Great Grandmaster attainment level. It was fine if it was Refinement Path Grandmaster, but the evaluation of Refinement Path Quasi-Great Grandmaster was a bit too high. Paths were divided into 4 levels, Ordinary, Master, Grandmaster, and Great Grandmaster. There were only 3 Refinement Path Great Grandmasters in history, they were called the 3 Elders of Refinement Path, they were Long Hair Ancestor, Old Eccentric Tian Nan, and Old Immortal Kong Ju. Quasi-Great Grandmaster was second only to the 3 Elders of Refinement Path, only 4 people in Northern Plains had reached this level, they were Yao Huang, Morong Shuexiang, Lady Wan Shou, and Lady Miao Li. These 4 were known as the current 4 elites of Northern Plains Refinement Path. In terms of Refinement Path attainment, it was impossible for Feng Yuan to be on the same level as Yao Huang, Morong Shuexiang, Lady Wan Shou, and Lady Miao Li. But it was not surprising that people made such guesses. The strength that Fang Yuan displayed was truly too strong. His familiarity with the questions allowed him to lead the second place far behind. How can one's shoes not get wet when walking by the river? This time, Fang Yuan attacked to eliminate Feng Huai, but he finally kicked a steel plate. Ha ha ha. Many people were gloating. That's right, he is too arrogant. I could not stand him for a long time. Feng Huai did well. This Feng Huai is too despicable. Lord Feng Yuan, you need to do your best. Many Crane Gate disciples cheered for Feng Yuan. After Feng Yuan captured Feng Jing and brought him back, Crane Gate did not react. It was as if they had tacitly approved of this matter. Feng Yuan, I will definitely win this round. Feng Huai laughed heartily. He was full of confidence. It was as if he had already obtained the fruits of victory. Is that so? Feng Yuan sneered. He grabbed the headless peacock corpse beside him. There were 2 living blue peacocks among the goo refinement materials. Feng Yuan killed one of them and took its head, but he failed. The second peacock was taken away. The headless peacock corpse in his hands was left behind by the first one. Feng Yuan opened his 5 fingers. A thick blood-colored fog gushed out of his palm. In a few breaths of time, the fog enveloped the headless peacock corpse. The outside world could not see the situation inside. This is the evil blood refinement technique again. Humph, this is not the first time Feng Yuan has used the blood refinement technique. Why is such a person an elder of Crane Gate? One of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, Crane Gate, has also started to fall? Many Gu masters saw this scene and started to shout. Someone even shouted, why is such a person not on the Demon Judgment Board? Feng Yuan openly used the blood refinement technique again and again, causing Crane Gate to suffer a lot of pressure. What do you know? Blood refinement is blood refinement, it is just a method. Using it righteously is righteous, using it evilly is evil. Everything depends on the Gu master himself. A Crane Gate disciple was indignant. He retorted loudly. But immediately, an elder leading the group berated him, shut up. Don't speak nonsense. This disciple could only lower his head and sit down resentfully. After a while, the blood fog dissipated. Only 20% of the headless peacock corpse was gone. But there was a blue peacock's head. This is a blood path Gu refinement killer move. It is so mystical, it can collect corpses and turn them into materials. Other paths also have this method of turning materials, but isn't the speed too fast? Everyone's gazes were attracted again. Feng Yuan threw this peacock's head into the fire. It was thrown into the fire. Under the burning of the fire, the peacock's head started to melt. Moreover, the melted bits and pieces went into the embryonic Gu worm at the bottom of the fire. After a while, the bird's head completely melted and went into the embryonic Gu worm. Feng Yuan moved on to the next step. The outcome has been decided. Seeing this, someone sighed. That's right, these last few steps have no risks. If there are no accidents, Feng Yuan has already won. The possibility of that accident earlier was very low. The possibility of an accident happening again is even lower. It's almost impossible. Sigh. To think that Feng Huai was not able to stop Feng Yuan. Just as everyone was sighing, Feng Huai was laughing inwardly. That's it, that's it. You think you have victory in your grasp. I have already achieved my goal of taking away your blue peacock and stalling for time. With my final refinement path killer move, I will surpass you and become the final victor of this match. Feng Yuan. I still have to thank you. You came to me on your own accord. I defeated you and all the Gu masters you defeated before. Ha ha ha, this is amazing. Right at this time, Feng Yuan spoke. I want to use my authority to take away one of the other party's materials. The hosting elder immediately responded, please speak. Feng Huai was slightly shocked before smiling coldly, thinking, take it away as much as you want. Feng Yuan glanced at Feng Huai, his gaze was calm as water. Take away his Gu refinement material, Bolai bead. Feng Huai's cold smile froze. The hosting elder, however, was dazed. The audience was perplexed. The Bolai bead was an important material. Didn't Feng Huai already use it and fuse it into the incomplete Gu worm? Feng Yuan wanted to take away a Gu refinement material that the other party had already used. This was not allowed by the rules. But Fang Yuan persisted. He said to Feng Huai directly, "Feng Huai, are you not going to take out the bowl I bead that you are hiding in your fire? Are you going against the rules of this competition?" Feng Huai's face was filled with disbelief. He had hidden the bowl I bead, it was his unique method, but Feng Yuan actually sensed it? The bowl I bead was an important goo refinement material. Feng Huai had prepared a long time ago to use this refinement path killer move to ensure victory. Without the bowl I bead, Feng Huai was like a housewife without rice. How could he win against Feng Yuan? But if he did not take it out, he would not be able to deceive others. Even if he managed to deceive them for now, if Feng Yuan objected and the Refinement Path Convention investigated, Feng Huai's reputation would be ruined. Thus, Feng Huai had to take it out even if he did not want to. Under everyone's shocked gazes, he gritted his teeth and took out the bowl I bead from the fire. "Here you go." He threw the bowl I bead on the ground in anger. He then dispersed the goo refinement flame and left. This was no doubt admitting defeat. The audience came to a realization. They went into an uproar again. Feng Yuan ignored these voices. He calmly refined the goo worm in his hand and obtained the final victory. "I finally won. This way, it will not be a problem for me to enter the top 6. Feng Yuan bathed in everyone's shocked, praising, admiring, and jealous gazes. He was expressionless, but he let out a breath of turbid air in his heart. "Thankfully, I have my previous life's memories. I know this trump card of Feng Huai's, otherwise, he would have won." He looked glorious on the surface, but he was under huge mental pressure. He was only a refinement path quasi-grandmaster. Even with the advantage of rebirth, it would be very difficult to eliminate these experts. Firesmith Dragon Chief's situation was a special case. Feng Yuan's victory over these people was not like what the outside world thought of him as having a great advantage. Central Continent, Celestial Court. The sky was clear and bright. The palace group carved from white jade was shining with a sparkling light. Rank 8 Gu Immortal Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord slowly pushed open the door of the discussion hall. He walked into the hall with the help of a walking stick. At once, the 20 or so Gu Immortal wills in the hall turned around and looked at him. "Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, we have troubled you for the last 100 years. After completing this part of the restoration of Fate Immortal Gu, please go to sleep. Celestial Court needs a doyen like you." There were no unexpected situations in this Refinement Path Convention, right? The Gu Immortal Wills broke the silence and spoke. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord opened his turbid eyes, and after slowly looking around, his gaze fixed on a will sitting on a high seat. At the next moment, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord spoke. "Lian Jiuxing, it is time for you to wake up. This Central Continent Refinement Path Convention is about to reach its end. We need to make some preparations to repair fate." Lian Jiuxing's will nodded and slowly stood up. Next, he spoke. "To repair fate, just me and Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord are not enough. We need the strength of 2 rank 8s. I wonder who can help. My main body is suppressing the immemorial desolate beast group in Falling Heavenly River. I cannot help. Although I have been asleep for a long time, my soul is still researching the rank 9 Immortal Gu recipe. It has already reached the crucial point. Let me do it. Maybe after I wake up, I can encounter some eerie winds from the depths of the earth." The wills conversed for a while before 2 wills decided to wake up. "Then let's do this." Lian Jiuxing's will nodded at Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord and flew into the sky. Following his footsteps, there were also 2 other wills. These 3 wills flew into the sky and entered the heavenly gate. Shortly after, they vanished. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord turned around and left. Behind him, the discussion hall's door slowly closed. 3 days later, Central Continent, Hairy Foot Mountain. 4 figures suddenly appeared in the sky above Hairy Foot Mountain. They concealed their rank 8 Gu Immortal auras and looked down at the mountain below them. They were 4 Gu Immortals from Central Continent's Celestial Court. Hairy Foot Mountain. The white-haired Lian Jiuxing sighed. "Unknowingly, another 100 years have passed in Central Continent. Let's get started. This time I don't have much time. I still have many things to do." Bai Qiantian urged. "Alright. Then let me make the first move." Bai Shui was the only female immortal among the 4. She stretched out her hands and instantly, white mist floated in the surrounding 1,000 miles. Immediately after, Bai Tian opened his eyes wide and two pillars of light shot out from his eyes towards Hairy Foot Mountain. This Hairy Foot Mountain looked very ordinary. The mountain was small and it was lacking in resources. Even the surrounding small and medium-sized forces were too lazy to occupy it. However, at this moment, being shown on by Bai Tian's signature Immortal Killer move, it showed a mystical effect. The air fluctuated violently, creating countless ripples. The entire Hairy Foot Mountain trembled slightly. Bai Tian's Immortal Offensive Killer move was terrifying to begin with. At this moment, it was completely ineffective. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was the third to act, followed by Lian Jiuxing. The four rank 8 Gu Immortals each made a move, but it was far from enough. The Gu Immortals had expected it. Thus, the second and third rounds continued. Finally, at the sixth round, Lian Jiuxing gave a light shout. With a crucial attack, the quantity finally caused a qualitative change. It produced results. Hairy Foot Mountain vanished, a blessed land appeared in front of the four Gu Immortals. This is the infallible blessed land that contains the infallible inheritance. Lian Jiuxing sighed. Bai Tian took a few glances and smiled. There are more mortal failure Gu than before. It seems that the scale of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention is getting bigger. Bai Shui took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat on her forehead. Every time we open this place, we have to expend so much effort. Lian Jiuxing, can't you just take this blessed land completely? It is difficult. You know that the owner of this blessed land is a refinement path grade expert who went against Renzu. Lian Jiuxing sighed. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord nodded. The Celestial Court has already taken over this blessed land for thousands of years, but can only take 30 invincible Dao marks from it. Every time the infallible inheritance accumulates to the limit, there will be 36 invincible Dao marks. We took 30 in advance, the remaining 6 Dao marks can only be left for those who participate in the competition. Even if they want to take them, they cannot. Lian Jiuxing added, this blessed land is very special. It is perfectly round and has no entrance. It is not that we Gu Immortals cannot break this blessed land, but if we forcefully destroy it, we will not be able to recreate the beauty of this blessed land. We can only do this for fear of harming the innocent. To take over this blessed land, not only do we need Refinement Path Gu Immortals, we also need Rule Path grade experts to cooperate with us. Unfortunately, be it Refinement Path or Rule Path, there are very few who can cultivate to rank 8. The four were silent for a while, before Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord spoke. Thankfully, Fate Immortal Gu has been repaired, it can display 50% of its power. Compared to before, there is a qualitative change. We can find more Fate fugitives and speed up the repair of the Immortal Gu. Speaking of which, how many fugitives did we find this time? Have they been executed? Bai Tian asked. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord replied, we found a few. Southern border and northern plains are too far away, the two from Central Continent are already dealing with them. Recorded that Renzu climbed a giant tree and walked out of Ordinary Abyss, but left behind his daughter, Boundless Forest Samsara. Renzu wanted to save her, but there was nothing he could do. He had extraordinary achievements, he could not enter Ordinary Abyss again. Renzu saw that going around in circles was not a solution. He decided to set off again, to find a way to save his eldest son, Verdant Great Son, and his fourth daughter, Boundless Forest Samsara. Once again, he set out on his journey and began the path of his life. On this day, he met a hairy man on the road. The hairy man stopped him, looking very happy. Oh Renzu, I have been looking for you for a long time. Renzu was puzzled, I don't know you, why are you looking for me? The hairy man explained, it is like this, Renzu. I am the leader of the hairy men in the world. My Gu refinement attainment cannot be matched by hairy men. But recently, I encountered difficulties in refining Gu. I want to refine success Gu, but I am not sure if it is a success or a failure. Renzu wanted to continue on his way. But he thought to himself, if this hairy man leader really refined success Gu. If I use this success Gu, won't I be able to save my eldest son or my fourth daughter? Thus, Renzu stopped and communicated with the hairy man, then why are you looking for me? The hairy man carefully took out a Gu. This Gu was like an ordinary rock, covered in thick fur. The hairy man said, I don't dare to touch it. If it is success Gu, then so be it. If it is failure Gu, I will lose myself the moment I touch it. But Renzu, you are different. You can walk on your own path of life, that proves that you have self-gu. Once you have self-gu, even if you encounter failure gu, you will not lose yourself. Thus, I want you to appraise it for me. Renzu was overjoyed, so that's it. I can help you, but if it is success gu, please give it to me. I need it urgently. The hairy man said, sure. No problem. Renzu stretched out his hand and touched the gu worm. He made a wish to this gu worm, please bring my fourth daughter, boundless forest samsara, to my side. At the next moment, the gu worm shattered. Failure. The hairy man had a dejected expression. It seems that I refined failure gu. Courage gu flew out of Renzu's body. Oh Renzu. You are a failure. I want to leave you. Saying so, Courage gu left Renzu and flew away. The hairy man became excited at this moment, but no matter, I can still modify the gu recipe. Oh Renzu. Wait for a while, I will refine it again. Renzu wanted to chase Courage gu and make it return. But Renzu wanted success gu even more to save his children. He thought about it. He decided to wait for the hairy man leader and watch him refine the gu. The hairy man refined the second gu. He handed it to Renzu to inspect. Renzu touched it and made a wish. The gu worm shattered again. This is still failure gu. The hairy man shouted, feeling very dejected. Faith gu flew out of Renzu's body. Oh Renzu, you are a failure, you are not worth my time. Saying so, the faith gu left Renzu and flew away. Renzu stomped his feet and wanted to chase, but the hairy man pulled him back. Don't be anxious, I have thought it through, I will definitely refine success gu this time. Renzu saw that the faith gu had flown far away and he could not chase it. He sighed and said, oh hairy man, quickly refine it, I will trust you one last time. The hairy man's third gu worm was still failure gu. Strength gu flew out. Oh Renzu, you are a failure, you are not worthy of having me. Saying so, it left. Renzu had a bitter expression. He knew it was useless to chase, he could only watch as strength gu flew away. But at this time, the self gu in his heart flew out and bit the strength gu. Strength gu screamed as a piece of it was bitten off. It ran even faster. In a flash, he disappeared without a trace. Renzu and the hairy man were dumbstruck. Self gu flew back slowly and said to Renzu proudly, any failure has value. Oh Renzu, I have experienced repeated failures and absorbed them to become stronger. Just now, I bit strength gu, from now on, you have your own strength. I can actually become even stronger, I can devour any gu worm and obtain their full power. Renzu was shocked. The hairy man leader slapped his thigh and shouted, I know how to refine success gu, it is through failure. The more failures I have, the closer I am to success. I understand. He cheered as he flew away, leaving Renzu. According to the research of the celestial quartz gu immortals, this infallible blessed land belonged to the hairy man leader. Hairyfoot Mountain was the hairy man leader's former residence. After this hairy man leader died, he left behind an inheritance. Collect the failures of others and refine them into failure mortal gu. After accumulating enough mortal gu, one could condense success Tao marks. After the celestial court found out, they took down most of the inheritance and used it as a foundation to activate the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, helping the infallible inheritance accumulate failure mortal gu. They then used the extracted success Tao marks to repair fate immortal gu. Central Continent, who immortal blessed land. Inside Dang Hun Palace, Fang Yuan showed his true form. He was sitting cross-legged on the bed with his 8 arms, his eyes closed. And inside his immortal aperture, there was a battle of wills going on. Fang Yuan, you will die a horrible death. Mo Yao's will shouted furiously, but Fang Yuan's nebula pounced at it at the next moment. The two wills immediately mixed together, they entered a dangerous battle of wills. Soon, Fang Yuan's nebula dissipated at a visible speed. Mo Yao's fake will also suffered losses, but it was much less than Fang Yuan's. Fang Yuan did not care, he only watched the battle. He did not use many wisdom path killer moves to support his nebula like the first time. When Fang Yuan's nebula was about to be completely defeated, Fang Yuan smiled. He sent out another nebula into the battle of wills. A while later, Fang Yuan's nebula suffered heavy losses again. Fang Yuan added a third one. Mo Yao's will was like water without a source, but Fang Yuan's was like a tree with roots. After sending out several nebula, Mo Yao's fake will was on the verge of death. Fang Yuan pulled back nebula from the battle. At the same time, he used several killer moves to imprison Mo Yao's fake will again. At the same time, he nourished her fake will, allowing her to slowly recover, making it easier for Fang Yuan to plunder her next time. Mo Yao's fake will was messed around by Fang Yuan. It did not even have the strength to curse, let alone maintain its basic form. The greatest value of this Mo Yao's fake will was the clues to Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance. Fang Yuan had already squeezed it out. The rest were some memories related to Gu refinement. While participating in the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, Fang Yuan did not forget to search for these Gu refinement memories from Mo Yao's fake will. At the same time, he also intended to train his will in battle. At the start, he didn't use wisdom path methods. Fang Yuan's nebula was forced to retreat again and again. He was no match for Mo Yao's fake will. Mo Yao was indeed a certain generation's fairy of spirit affinity house. As an Inkman woman, she was favored by Sword Immortal Bo Qing and became his only companion. Even among all the fairies of spirit affinity house, Mo Yao would definitely be one of the best. This old demonic woman, even if she majored in refinement path, her attainments in wisdom path far surpassed Fang Yuan's. In order to train himself, Fang Yuan deliberately pretended to engage in a battle of wills with Mo Yao. In the beginning, the casualty ratio was an astonishing 100 to 1. Fang Yuan's side lost 100 players. Mo Yao's fake will lost 1 player. But later, as the number of battles increased, Fang Yuan's experience accumulated rapidly, and most importantly, with the guidance of Dongfeng Naganori's wisdom path inheritance, Fang Yuan's battle of wills improved rapidly. Originally, it had been a blank slate, but now, it was fighting brilliantly against Mo Yao's fake will. It had improved tremendously. The original ratio of 100 to 1 had now been reduced to 4 to 1. In other words, for times, Fang Yuan's nebula could defeat Mo Yao's fake will. As for Fang Yuan stealing his cultivation experience and using him as a free fighter, he could do whatever he wanted. Mo Yao's fake will was naturally furious, but it was under the control of others. It could do nothing even if it was angry. Nebula entered his mind. Fang Yuan carefully checked Mo Yao's memories that he snatched from Nebula. Next, he slowly opened his eyes. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Interesting. This time, the memories were not the Gu refinement experiences of the past. They were Mo Yao's adventures with Sword Immortal Bo Qing. In Central Continent's Truyang mountain range, they killed a group of desolate beasts and searched for spoils of war. They found a hibiscus stalactite in a cave. Hibiscus stalactite was a rare rank 7 immortal material. The stalactite produced a drop of stone heart liquid every year. This stone heart liquid was even more precious. It was a rank 8 immortal material. Bo Qing wanted to cut the stalactite with his sword but was stopped by Mo Yao. Cutting the stalactite would only give one rank 7 immortal material. But if left alone, many years later, there would be a lot of stone heart liquid left. Rank 8 immortal materials were much more valuable than rank 7 immortal materials. Bo Qing accepted Mo Yao's suggestion and made many exquisite Gu formations, perfectly concealing this cave. So many years have passed. If this cave had not been discovered, I would have accumulated a lot of rank 8 immortal material stone heart liquid. Even if I cannot use it, it is good to keep it. In the future, I can put it in jewel yellow skies and barter for Gu refinement immortal materials that I want. Rank 8 immortal materials are highly sought after by Gu immortals. Fang Yuan was secretly overjoyed. He also gained a deeper understanding of Mo Yao's fake will. This Mo Yao's fake will has many methods. She purposely hid such precious memories. Until now, when I've searched through most of his memories, I've finally discovered it. This method is not recorded even in Dongfeng Naganori's wisdom path inheritance. I need to get it back. Fang Yuan inwardly reminded himself. However, at this moment, he could not continue to be violent towards Mo Yao. She needed to slowly recover her fake will, otherwise, she would not be able to bear it. Fang Yuan did not go to Truyang Mountain Range directly to obtain the Stoneheart liquid. Instead, he stood up and opened the cell door, coming to his younger brother Fangjing. Fangjing was in a very strange state. His eyes were closed as he lay on the ground, his expression was sometimes sinister and sometimes relaxed, sometimes he would scream and even dance around. It was like he was in a nightmare. This was naturally a method that Fang Yuan had used on him. Fang Yuan waved his hand, dispelling this method. Fangjing was sweating profusely as he breathed roughly, he slowly sat up after a while. "What did you do to me?" He looked at Fang Yuan and shouted, his gaze filled with hatred. Fang Yuan chuckled, saying plainly, "My good brother, what I showed you is the truth. It is the influence of my memories, combined with Master Tenchuru's memories. You should know now that the reason for such a tragedy in Qingmao Mountain is not because of me, but because of your so-called master, Master Tenchuru. If he had not come here and forcefully obtained the Blood Dao true inheritance, perhaps we would still be living happily in Qingmao Mountain." Fangjing was stunned, he forgot to speak for a moment, or rather, he did not know how to answer. Fang Yuan was indeed telling the truth. Although his clansmen were killed by Fang Yuan, he had no choice but to do so for survival. If Master Tenchuru had not come to snatch the Blood Dao true inheritance, the 3 strongholds of Qingmao Mountain would not have been destroyed. Of course, the cause of this matter. Master Tenchuru did not hide the truth from Fangjing, but it was necessary to beautify the process. It was not that Fangjing had not thought about this problem before. But every time his thoughts touched on this topic, he would subconsciously choose to avoid it. But now, Fang Yuan had searched Master Tenchuru's soul. He directly played the image of his memory in Fangjing's mind. This was simply bringing the bloody and cruel reality to Fangjing's eyes. Even if he wanted to avoid it, he could not. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan's cold laughter echoed in the air. "My good little brother, have you never thought that your master, Master Tenchuru, has an unshirkable responsibility for the destruction of Qingmao Mountain? You still let him be your master, you are acknowledging a thief as your father." Fang Yuan's words, without a doubt, cut to the heart. They directly pierced into the deepest part of Fangjing's heart. "You shut up!" Fangjing suddenly roared, he had never been so angry before. "You shut up, don't say any more. You demon, it was clearly you who killed the entire clan, it was you who killed uncle and aunt, it was you, you murderer. Without Master's help, I would have died long ago. You are not allowed to slander my master." "Oh?" Fang Yuan's mouth curved into a mocking arc, he laughed lightly. "Master Tenchuru saved you because he wanted to use you. Search me out? Ha ha ha, not long ago, Crane Gate even used you to attack my immortal blessed land. You almost died in that battle, right? My foolish little brother. They used you like this, are you willing to do so? Don't say any more. Shut up, shut up." Fangjing covered his ears. He closed his eyes tightly, his face filled with anger and fear. Fang Yuan's expression turned cold, his voice icy. "My cowardly little brother, you don't even dare to face the truth. Even if you have the strength of a rank 5 Gu master, you are still a child deep in your heart. But you and I are related by blood, as your elder brother, I will give you one more chance. Come to my side, I will train you, I will make you truly strong and mature." "No, no." Fangjing opened his eyes were bloodshot, he looked at Fang Yuan with hatred and anger. "You murderer. You want me to sell my life for you? You can give up on that idea. Even if Crane Gate used me, I do not hate them. Because they also nurtured me. And you? You killed uncle and aunt, you killed all of our clansmen. I hate you, I will never forgive you in this life. If you give me one more chance, I will definitely kill you personally and take revenge." Fang Yuan squinted his eyes, looking at Fangjing silently. He laughed instead of getting angry. "Ha ha ha, it seems that you learned a lot at Crane Gate. You want to kill me so badly, I am looking forward to it." Saying so, Fang Yuan turned around and walked out of the prison cell. These last days, Fang Yuan had been spending most of his energy on the Refinement Path Convention. But he did not forget to use Wisdom Gu and Star Thought Gu to make deductions. Deducing the killer move vaguely familiar face had already expended all of Fang Yuan's potential. Fang Yuan began to deduce the killer move Myriad Self, he had already successfully fused pulling water immortal goo into it. This way, the killer move Myriad Self would have 3 strength path cores. Next, Fang Yuan modified the air sac goo's goo recipe, increasing the number of steps in the assembly line goo refinement and reducing the danger by 30%. When modifying memory thought goo, star thought goo, and malicious thought goo, he met with a bottleneck. Fang Yuan's wisdom path cultivation had just started, his wisdom path attainment level was too low, it greatly hindered Fang Yuan's progress in deducing these goo recipes. These last days, Fang Yuan had placed his attention on the immortal goo recipe, Blood Deity. He gradually repaired Blood Deity and discovered some of its mysteries. Even if Blood Deity immortal goo was refined, to activate it, one would need a blood relative. Killing a relative would allow one to obtain a Blood Deity under the power of Blood Deity immortal goo. If this relative did not resist and was willing to contribute, the Blood Deity that was created would be able to get close to the goo immortal and command it. Conversely, if the hatred and anger of the relative were incurred, the Blood Deity could devour its owner. This was the reason why Fang Yuan recruited Fang Jing. This matter was somewhat troublesome. Swoosh, there were many unconventional methods to make a person swear loyalty. The Goo Master world did not lack such methods. For example, enslavement paths specialized in dealing with such problems. But to refine Fang Jing into a Blood Deity, these methods would not work. Blood Deity was like a different life form, the moment the transformation succeeds, all the methods used on Fang Jing would lose their effect. Fang Jing's heart and will would decide the Blood Deity. The strength of Blood Deity could be predicted. This was because the Thunder God, who had learned from the Blood God, was extremely powerful. Vicious Lightning Fiend only had rank 6 cultivation level, but with the 3-headed Lightning Deity, his reputation was rising and many rank 7 Goo Immortals had lost to him. Blood Deity was similar, he had Goo Immortal level battle strength. 1 more meant 2 against 1. If there were 2 more, it would be 3 against 1. Any more and it would be a group fight. Fang Yuan was only an immortal zombie now, he could not raise his cultivation level, but he could use numbers to make up for it, that was a temporary way out. All dreams, plans, and ambitions were based on survival. Once destroyed, everything would be for naught. Blood Deity could greatly raise Fang Yuan's battle strength, and Fang Yuan was a Blood Path Grandmaster. If things went wrong one day and Fang Yuan was chased everywhere, he would have no choice but to cultivate Blood Path again. Time Path, Wisdom Path, Blood Path. Fang Yuan was a vigilant person, he would make some preparations for everything. He would never complain about making ample preparations. Of course, the current situation was not too bad. Training Fang Jing is not something that can be done quickly, I can do it slowly. Even if Crane Gate brainwashes him. With my methods, as long as I put in the effort. There will be a day when I achieve my goal. Right now, the Guts Goo and Regretful Spider trade have been established, I only need Western Desert's Shao clan to act as a stepping stone. With the trade token, I can openly enter Western Desert with my Dragonfish and Eerie Fire Dragon Python businesses. At that time I will be able to make huge profits. Right now, my main goal is to refine change form Immortal Goo. I had already eliminated most of my main opponents, so getting into the top 6 was pretty much guaranteed. The only variable is Feng Kim Hong. Fang Yuan thought about the current situation and development plans. Because Feng Kim Hong lost to Fang Yuan, he instead learned of the true usage of Dream Wing's Immortal Goo. She used Immortal Goo to explore dream realms, her refinement path attainment had already reached quasi-grandmaster level. Exploring dream realms was indeed the best shortcut to a Goo Master's attainment level. Feng Kim Hong had Immortal Goo. With the wholehearted care of his mother, Fairy Bai Qing, his refinement path attainment level rose at an astonishing speed. Fang Yuan had accumulated over 500 years to reach refinement path quasi-grandmaster. Feng Kim Hong caught up to him in a short time. In Fang Yuan's previous life, during the 5 regions' chaotic war, the flames of war raged through the sky, forming a great era. It was magnificent, and countless heroes rose up from the grasslands. It was astounding. Other than the 5 regions' chaotic war, the main reason was dream realms. Dream realms were dangerous and difficult, but if one could explore them, one's foundation could be raised. This was a huge fortuitous encounter, it created countless grasslands. Most of the time, heroes and ambitious people just lacked an opportunity to develop. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Fang Yuan had also secretly gathered a lot of information about Feng Kim Hong participating in the Gu refinement competition. Initially, her methods were not very proficient, but after so many trials, she grew rapidly. She could be said to be a formidable opponent for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was familiar with the contents of the competition. Thus, his strength was overestimated by the outside world. But the duel with Feng Kim Hong was unknown, it had never happened in his previous life, so it was not within the scope of Feng Yuan's rebirth advantage. I need to pay attention to the problem of Feng Kim Hong. If I do not deal with it properly, I might miss the infallible inheritance. But after I pass it, I can use this precious opportunity to refine change form immortal Gu in one go. Fang Yuan knew many secrets of the infallible inheritance. The top 6 would be rewarded with 6 success Dao marks. They would be carved on the Gu master's body on the spot, outsiders could not snatch them. But invincibility did not mean certain success. The success Dao marks on the body could only eliminate the probability of failure in the Gu refinement process. There was always a chance of failure when refining Gu worms. Even if there was no human error in the entire process, there was still a chance of failure. This was the probability of failure. For example, during the second round of the refinement path convention, Fang Yuan refined 10 ghost fire Gu in Flying Frost sect. He did not make any mistakes, but one of the ghost fire Gu was destroyed for no reason. And during the battle with Feng Huai, when the blue peacock head was fused into the incomplete Gu worm, it also failed mysteriously. During the whole process, Fang Yuan did not make any mistakes in controlling the flames. Later on, when he refined the Gu worm, the method was exactly the same, there were no changes. There were many different theories as to why there was such a probability of failure. The most mainstream theory was that it was laws and principles. Gu were the essence of heaven and earth, why did they have all sorts of mystical abilities? It was because their bodies contained the laws of heaven and earth. Mortal Gu contained fragments of the laws, while immortal Gu contained fragments of the laws. Gu refinement was to combine these fragments of the laws into one, to form even more fragments of the laws. Or reverse refinement, to break down the larger fragments of the laws. Because it involved the fragments of the laws, there would always be some situations. These laws would always have slight differences. When refining the Gu, they would not fuse like the Gu master wanted, they would clash and clash, causing the Gu refinement to fail. Fang Yuan accepted this theory, he felt it was reasonable. The smaller the fragments of the laws, the fewer their characteristics, and the easier it was to combine them. This was why the lower the rank of mortal Gu, the easier it was to refine them. The larger the fragments of the laws, the more they had different characteristics from other fragments, and the harder it was to combine them. At immortal Gu level, the fragments of the laws would have their own characteristics, and become unique. Thus, immortal Gu were unique, and refining immortal Gu was extremely difficult. The infallible inheritance rewarded success Dao marks, which eliminated the probability of failure. One success Dao mark could only be used on rank 6 immortal Gu at most. At rank 7 or rank 8, to succeed, one would need more than one success Dao mark. But if during the refinement process, Fang Yuan made a huge mistake in his technique, the immortal Gu refinement would also fail. If there was no mistake, the probability of failure would be completely eliminated by the success Dao mark, but the immortal Gu already existed in the world. Then at the final juncture, the entire Gu refinement would fail for no reason. Immortal Gu were unique, since there was already an immortal Gu. That meant that the specific fragment of the law had already been formed. It was impossible to form the same fragment of the law again. As for the change form immortal Gu that Fang Yuan wanted to refine, there had never been a Gu immortal who had it. Of course, Fang Yuan had used his previous life's memories and the information he gathered in this life to deduce that the possibility of change form immortal Gu existing was very small. If it really existed, Fang Yuan would have no choice, he could only blame it on his bad luck if he failed. This was the cruelty of Gu refinement, but it was also the most exciting part. Central Continent. Truyang Mountain Range. Vicious lightning fiend slowly descended from the sky. He stood at the peak of the mountain, looking at the opposite mountain, where a rank 7 demonic path Gu immortal was already standing. Vicious lightning fiend, since you want to challenge me, I will not make a move without a decent wager. The demonic path rank 7 Gu immortal said. He looked like a middle-aged man, dressed in martial attire and a scarlet cloak. His physique was majestic. His surname was Dan, and his name was Qiao. He was known as the fierce demonic immortal, and he mainly cultivated the fire path. Ha ha ha. Fierce lightning fiend laughed loudly. Blazing demonic immortal, you are worthy of being a demonic path Gu immortal, you prioritize benefits over benefits. You are a formidable opponent. That's why I've specially prepared 3,000 caddies of Fusang tree branches for you. What? 1,500 gene of Fusang tree branches. Dan Qiao was immediately tempted by vicious lightning fiend's offer. It struck the deepest part of his heart. Blazing demonic immortal Dan Qiao laughed coldly. It seems that you have made a lot of preparations for this trip. You found out that I urgently need Fusang tree branches to refine immortal goo. Okay. If I lose, I'll give you 600 strands of 29 thunder firmament energy. Sign the contract. Both of them were straightforward and decisive people. After setting the challenge contract, they immediately started the battle. Fire Crow Apocalypse. Blazing demonic immortal Dan Qiao waved his hand. Countless fire crows flew out, covering the sky and creating a boundless sea of fire. Lightning Dragon Purgatory. Vicious lightning fiend laughed loudly. He pushed his palms forward as hundreds of lightning bolts burst out. Lightning flashed, hundreds of lightning dragons gathered and charged forward. Everywhere they went, mountains crumbled and rocks shattered. They had terrifying might. The lightning dragon and the fire crow clashed against each other, and the area within a radius of several hundred miles was filled with crimson flames and azure lightning. Bam bam bam, explosions continued to sound. Blazing demonic immortal Dan Qiao and vicious lightning fiend moved like smoke. They were extremely fast. They clashed several times in the sea of fire and lightning prison, fighting intensely. Both sides did not probe each other, they used their strongest methods. Vicious lightning fiend treated blazing demonic immortal Dan Qiao as an opponent and wanted to increase his reputation. He had already collected information about the other party. On the contrary, since Dan Qiao agreed to vicious lightning fiend's challenge, he had made ample preparations. He had a deep understanding of vicious lightning fiend and was confident in winning. A moment later, blazing demonic immortal used 3 different immortal killer moves. Vicious lightning fiend could not even raise his head. Dan Qiao could be said to be the strongest opponent vicious lightning fiend had challenged since he came out of closed cultivation. Be it cultivation level, immortal essence, or the Tao marks on him, he surpassed vicious lightning fiend. Vicious lightning fiend was at a disadvantage, but he did not panic. This situation was within his expectations. In fact, when he challenged those rank 7 Gu immortals earlier, he was also at a disadvantage. After all, his cultivation level was only rank 6. This was a normal situation when challenging someone of higher ranks. Ha ha ha, this fire is really powerful. Vicious lightning fiend suddenly raised his head and shouted, his eyes shining with lightning. His body shook, 3 shadows flew out of his immortal aperture, attacking blazing demonic immortal. Lightning deity who had lightning path Tao marks, 3 Gu immortal level battle strength. Blazing demonic immortal quickly retreated, while vicious lightning fiend counterattacked, regaining control of the battle. After fighting for an hour, the intense battle raged on like a raging fire. This was a huge bet and reputation, so neither side was willing to give up so easily. The intense immortal essence expenditure made both sides feel heartache. Dan Qiao was impatient. He suddenly attacked. He had planned this for a long time. Vicious lightning fiend could not dodge in time. He had to face it head-on. Boom! Amidst the intense explosion, vicious lightning fiend coughed out blood and retreated. Lose, great flame demon true body. Dan Qiao suddenly turned into a flame demon, chasing with extreme speed. In the blink of an eye, the flame demon was already close to vicious lightning fiend. No, I won't lose. Lightning deity, self-detonate. At the moment of danger, vicious lightning fiend's vicious nature was triggered. He actually self-detonated a lightning deity, rumble. Lightning deity's self-detonation created a huge sound wave. The 3 mountains in the area were instantly destroyed. Vicious lightning fiend and blazing demonic immortal Dan Qiao were both heavily injured. Their expressions were weak and their battle strength fell sharply. Interesting, give me your lives. Suddenly, a blood-red light flew out, forming into a battlefield killer move that covered both sides who were heavily injured. Blood, 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 blood clouds were in the sky, blood sea was on the ground, blood light was everywhere. This was the signature battlefield killer move created by Song Zixing, Blood Tu Su. It was unique in Central Continent. Song Zixing was extremely vengeful. Back then, during an exploration, he was robbed by Tu Su City's Gu immortals. After creating this battlefield killer move, he went to take revenge. The entire city was turned into nothingness, the 2 Gu immortals in the city were killed. After succeeding in his revenge, Song Zixing felt extremely happy. He carved words in blood above the ruins of Tu Su City. Revenge is too late even after a year. Today, I have come to Blood Tu Su. The killer left his name, Song Zixing. From then on, his battlefield killer move was named Blood Tu Su. Thus, seeing this scene, Blazing Demonic Immortal immediately recognized Song Zixing. As expected, at the next moment, a figure slowly descended from the sky. Song Zixing wore a large blood robe, but it could not conceal his tall and straight body. His face was pale, his nose bridge was high, his brows were dark and sharp like an eagle. As he descended, the blood sea surged with countless waves, blood clouds moved like dragons and pythons. The surrounding blood light shot into the sky, it was dazzling. Song Zixing was like the ruler of heaven and earth, a demonic god of the sun and moon. Song Zixing, why are you here? Demon Hunter Immortal Dan Xiao looked at Song Zixing with a pale expression. He was shocked and furious, but also fearful. Why can't I be here? Song Zixing turned his head slightly, looking at Dan Xiao with a smile on his face. His gaze was filled with killing intent. Dan Xiao, back then, I lost to Feng Jioge. You tried to attack me while I was down, using an immortal killer move on my back. You caused me a scar. I purposely left it on my back. I kept this grudge in my heart. You hid in Truyang Mountain Range. So be it if I could not find you. But you actually dared to accept Vicious Lightning Fiend's challenge. So I came today. I want to settle the old score with you. A wise man did not fight when the odds were against him. Dan Xiao breathed heavily. He decided to admit defeat. Lord Song Zixing, I am willing to apologize to you. He was a Grand Rank 7 Gu immortal. He actually lowered his head without fighting. Song Zixing's demonic might was vast and mighty. He was as famous as Shirley, and his battle achievements were illustrious. As early as when he was at 10,000 Dragon Dock, he had already become famous in Zhongzhou State. Later on, he defected, and the myriad Dragon Dock hunted him down. They sent out 8 Gu immortals, but he killed 4, crippled 3, and forced 1 to retreat. This battle shocked the Zhongzhou State. Song Zixing swaggered off, getting away scot-free. The 10,000 Dragon Dock was dispirited for a time. Its prestige was greatly reduced, and it couldn't even compare to the Crane Gate. Among the 10 great ancient sects, they were at the bottom. Until now. Only after Vicious Lightning Fiend came out of closed-door cultivation did he show signs of regaining his might. Of course, Song Zixing had been defeated before. His most famous defeat was when he fought with Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge only made 3 moves. Song Zixing was utterly defeated and fled in defeat. However, this defeat did not tarnish Song Zixing's reputation. Because his opponent was Feng Jioge. However, he was able to escape with his life, which made him even more so not to be underestimated. In fact, almost all demonic path Gu immortals were skilled in escaping. Song Zixing was even more outstanding in this aspect. Ha ha ha. Apologize? Hearing fierce demonic immortal's words, a mocking smile appeared on Song Zixing's face. If you had been so sensible earlier, I would not have chased you into Truyang Mountain Range. Lord, please speak. As long as I can obtain Lord's forgiveness, I am willing to pay any price. Dan Xiao said in a muffled voice. If you want my forgiveness, it is actually very simple. Just hand your life over to me. Song Zixing said lightly. Dan Xiao raised his head, his expression was miserable as he said in a sorrowful tone, Song Zixing, are you really not going to let me go? Let you go? Hee. This demonic path overlord laughed loudly. I, Song Zixing, am a vengeful person, slaughtering Sioux City's Gu immortals and stealing my things. I exterminated their entire clan and the entire city. Back then, you plotted against me. I killed you directly and did not torture you. That was already a great favor to you. Are you still not satisfied? You will definitely die today. Saying so, he turned to look at Vicious Lightning Fiend. Oh, right, there is also you. Didn't you say you wanted to challenge me? I am here right now. His tone was mocking, like a cat catching a mouse. Vicious Lightning Fiend was healing himself. The explosion earlier had injured him quite badly. He was using methods now. He raised his head. Song Zixing, you are a Gu immortal of my myriad dragon dock. According to seniority, you are my senior. Challenging you is a path I have to take. But today, since you are here for revenge, I will not interfere in this matter. Let me go, otherwise, I will self-detonate Lightning Deity and fight my way out. Ha ha ha, your immortal killer move Lightning Deity is indeed mystical. Its self-detonation has great power. It can break my blood too soon. But so what? Can you escape? Think about it, can your method of retreat be faster than my blood rainbow flash? Song Zixing smiled proudly. He seemed like he was speaking nonsense, but his words were aimed at their hearts. He was trying to affect their morale. But at the next moment, Song Zixing's expression changed. His gaze towards Vicious Lightning Fiend turned grim as he shouted, "No. With your personality and standpoint, why would you retreat now?" Vicious Lightning Fiend's acting skills were inferior to demonic path Gu immortal Dan Xiao. In Song Zixing's eyes, he immediately found a flaw. At once, Song Zixing's heart was pounding, his blood was surging. It was like a tidal wave crashing against his blood vessels and the walls of his heart. This was his immortal killer move, sudden inspiration. Even though it was a blood path method, it could mimic wisdom path and help Song Zixing deduce his fortune. An intense sense of danger assaulted Song Zixing's mind. This is a trap. Song Zixing growled, wanting to leave. Lightning lock, lava chain. Right at this time, Vicious Lightning Fiend and blazing demonic immortal Dan Xiao, who were fighting to the death earlier, actually joined hands and attacked Song Zixing. Song Zixing snorted coldly. The blood sea below his feet surged into the sky, creating red waves that looked like raging waves. The huge blood wave stopped the lightning and lava. Meanwhile, Song Zixing turned into a blood rainbow, vanishing on the spot. This was the immortal movement killer move Blood Rainbow Flash. It was extremely fast. He immediately flew out of the battlefield killer move, Blood Too Soon. Song Zixing was very decisive. He did not even want the blood path immortal Gu used to construct the battlefield killer move. He directly flew out, trying to escape. In a few breaths of time, the blood rainbow flew thousands of li. The blood rainbow suddenly dissipated. Song Zixing's figure appeared in the sky. He looked at the unchanging mountain below him. His expression was extremely ugly. No, this is just an illusion. His thoughts moved rapidly. The sense of danger was getting stronger. This was definitely an ambush from the enemy. He quickly turned around and tried to use the battlefield killer move, Blood Too Soon. But at this time, a total of 16 Gu immortals appeared. Their grand aura burst out. They attacked together. 16 immortal killer moves flew towards Song Zixing. Bam bam bam. The dazzling light shone on the emotionless and cold faces of the Gu immortals. As the light faded, Song Zixing appeared in a sorry state. His face was dark, his blood-red cloak was tattered. His body was covered in a layer of blood armor. He looked around with shock and anger. This is Heavenly Lotus X Illusion Garden. Such a huge move, they even brought out an immortal Gu house to deal with me. And all of you, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had joined hands? Song Zixing was shocked and angry, but he was also very confused. After becoming a demonic path Gu immortal, he hid here and there. He was not overly arrogant. Recently, he had not committed any major crimes either. Why did so many people come to deal with him? But soon, Song Zixing understood. To be able to make Central Continent's 10 great sects attack together, it must be an order from the Celestial Court. That's right, Song Zixing, you are an understanding person. Junior brother Vicious Lightning traveled the world and challenged people everywhere. It was actually a trap set up by a wisdom path Gu immortal to lure you. Junior brother Vicious Lightning's lightning deity was born from blood deity. You had been coveting this immortal Gu recipe. Moreover, fierce demonic immortal is your enemy. You were finally lured out. But you are really careful. You had been following behind Vicious Lightning Fiend and watched his challenges for more than a dozen times, but did not make a move. Only when Vicious Lightning Fiend self-detonated a lightning deity did he succeed. He, you are really not easy to catch. In order to lure you out, 3 Wisdom Path Gu Immortals from my ancient soul sect, Heaven's Envy Matter, and Spirit Butterfly Valley joined hands to disrupt your immortal killer move, Sudden Impulse. That was why you did not sense the danger in advance. The leading 3 rank 7 Gu Immortals spoke slowly, one after another. The other 13 Gu Immortals were all rank 6. At this moment, someone could not hold back anymore. He charged forward. Song Zixing, you killed my big brother and humiliated my sister-in-law. I will tear your tendons apart today. Ah. Song Zixing, you will definitely die today. I will take revenge for the 730 members of Sun Tribe. Song Zixing had done many evil deeds, he had countless victims. But there were very few people who had the strength to take revenge on him. Many Gu Immortals had offended Song Zixing, they lived in fear all day, afraid that one day, Song Zixing would come and take revenge. Blood Dragon Song Zixing's desire for revenge was very strong, everyone knew about it. Fierce Demonic Immortal was one of them, he was chased by Song Zixing and had no choice but to hide in Truyang mountain range. It was also because Song Zixing had pressured him too much that this Demonic Path Gu Immortal was willing to put on the most realistic show with Vicious Lightning Fiend. 8 rank 6 Gu Immortals attacked Song Zixing. The Gu Immortals from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects stayed in the sky, forming a huge and loose encirclement. The Gu Immortals who were fighting with Song Zixing were mostly lone cultivators. These people had been contacted by the 10 great ancient sects, they all had deep hatred towards Song Zixing. Song Zixing had been committing crimes all these years, he had targeted small sects, he did not want to make things difficult for the 10 great ancient sections. But he had recently become a person who had escaped from fate, killing him would be a great help in repairing fate. Immortal Gu. Once the Celestial Court gave the order, even though the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent restricted each other, they had to stop fighting and send Gu Immortals to kill Song Zixing. Song Zixing blocked left and right, he was firmly suppressed. He could not retaliate, he could only choose to escape. Song Zixing, to think you would have such a day. Aren't you called the Blood Dragon? Don't run if you have the guts. Blood Rainbow Flash was extremely fast and agile, the pursuing Gu Immortals used killer moves to obstruct it but it had little effect, instead, the distance between them was increasing. But the Immortal Gu House illusion circle was already set up, he was not afraid of Song Zixing escaping. The scene became a little strange. A group of people chased after Song Zixing with endless hatred and burning killing intent, yet they couldn't reach him. It's really as slippery as a loach. The Gu Immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects did not give chase, they watched from the side and used some immortal killer moves from time to time. Song Zixing was still extremely dangerous. His battle record of betraying 10,000 Dragon Dock and killing the pursuers was so terrifying that it made one's hair stand on end. Thus, the Gu Immortals of Central Continent's 10 sects invited many lone cultivators to join them. In their battle plan, these lone cultivator Gu Immortals were cannon fodder to test Song Zixing's methods and expend as much of his immortal essence as possible. Without immortal essence, even if Song Zixing was a Blood Path Gu Immortal, his battle strength would fall. We can't go on like this, Song Zixing is running away, we cannot force him to use his trump card. After watching for a while, a Central Continent Gu Immortal said. Many of the others also frowned. Don't you think it's strange? Song Zixing was called Blood Dragon, his violent Blood Dragon bat had rank 7 battle strength, but he had never released it. Up until now, he hasn't even made a move. He's just running. What are you afraid of? Song Zixing had already fallen into the Immortal Gu House illusion garden. The biggest drawback of our ambush strategy is that it takes time to activate the illusion garden. Right now, Song Zixing is like a turtle in a jar. Failure and death is only a matter of time. Don't be careless. Blood Path Gu Immortals could not be judged with common sense. Maybe he's looking around to see if there are any loopholes? Could it be that he has some powerful backup? That's why you're delaying? While they were guessing, the voices of the other 2 Heavenly Lotus Sect rank 7 Gu Immortals resounded in everyone's ears. Everyone, make your move. Activating the Immortal Gu House consumes a lot of energy, we cannot delay this. So this trip, including Vicious Lightning Fiend and Blazing Demonic Immortal Dan Xiao, There were a total of 20 Gu immortals surrounding Song Zixing. Vicious lightning fiend and blazing demonic immortal Dan Xiao were the bait. The 2 rank 7 Gu immortals of Heavenly Lotus sect did not show themselves. They were secretly controlling the immortal Gu house. The remaining 16 Gu immortals appeared and fought against Song Zixing. Activating an immortal Gu house expended a huge amount of immortal essence. Especially for a complete immortal Gu house like Illusion Garden, the expenditure was much higher than an incomplete immortal Gu house like Profound Ice House. Even a rank 7 Gu immortal could not last long. The Gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 great sects were urged. Most of the Gu immortals joined the battle. Only 3 rank 7s were left watching from afar. Song Zixing continued to flee and did not retaliate. I've long since heard of how fast this blood rainbow flash is. Now that I've seen it today, I'm truly amazed. It's actually a bit faster than my Cloud Jing fan. It's almost as fast as the purple firmament lightning wings. This is one of the top 10 movement killer moves in Central Continent. Not only speed, but agility as well. Such a twist and turn, suddenly straight and suddenly crooked, all aspects were well taken care of. What a pity. The 3 rank 7 Gu immortals evaluated. They felt some regret. An outstanding movement immortal killer move like Blood Rainbow Flash. It could only be encountered and not sought. It was extremely precious. If they could obtain it, they would be able to advance and retreat freely. It could even save their lives when escaping, but this was a blood path killer move. Even if Righteous Path Gu immortals obtained it, they could not use it, unless they betrayed the righteous path. Entering the demonic path. Back then, Song Zixing betrayed the sect and entered the demonic path, other than some conflict with the sect. It was mainly because he could not resist the temptation of blood path. With the Gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 sects joining in, Song Zixing's situation became even worse. The encirclement continued to shrink. With everyone working together, no matter how fast Blood Rainbow Flash was, it had its limits. In the end, he was slowly surrounded. Demons should be killed by everyone. Die. Kill Song Zixing. Finally, Song Zixing was trapped in the center. Many lone cultivator Gu immortals attacked Song Zixing. They did not get close, they attacked from afar. Song Zixing did not attack, they were wary of him. These lone cultivator Gu immortals were not idiots, they knew why Central Continent's 10 great sects invited them to ambush Song Zixing. But even if they were cannon fodder, they would accept it. The reason was that they had deep hatred towards Song Zixing. It was either he or they die. Gu immortals were also humans, they were afraid of death. If not for Song Zixing forcing them too much, causing them to live in fear all day long, they would not be like this. From this, one could see the advantage of vicious lightning fiends, lightning deities. Gu immortals who did not fear death could be formed in batches. This was very terrifying. Thankfully, each lightning deity required a huge price to form. And normally, they needed a lot of wealth to maintain them. The Gu immortals prepared for battle, their attacks landed on Song Zixing. Song Zixing tried to dodge, but the space was limited, he was hit. In an instant, he exploded, blood splattered. No. This is not Song Zixing's true body. Seeing this, the immortals were dumbfounded, they soon realized the truth. Be careful of Song Zixing's sneak attack. How did he conceal himself? My investigative killer move could not find him? Calm down, this is the immortal Gu House Illusion Garden, he cannot escape. Search carefully. The Gu immortals were all experienced people, they quickly calmed down. If Song Zixing wanted to sneak attack, he could not find a chance. The immortals used their methods to search quickly, but they could not find anything. When their gazes gradually focused on Blood Tu Su, someone realized, oh no. Song Zixing did not come out, his true body is still inside his battlefield killer move. Vicious lightning fiend and blazing demonic immortal Dan Xiao are in danger. From start to finish, Song Zixing's battlefield killer move, Blood Tu Su, was like a bright red egg floating in the air. The immortals did not destroy this battlefield killer move on purpose. Firstly, their attention was attracted by Song Zixing. Secondly, they did not want to help Vicious Lightning Fiend. He had been challenging people everywhere recently, his fame was unparalleled, he was quite arrogant, Central Continent's 10 sects were competing with each other, even Myriad Dragon Doc wanted to suppress his limelight. Thirdly, destroying Blood Su from the outside also required immortal essence. Thus, Blood Su was accidentally forgotten by the immortals. Ultimately, it was because he was too strong. This was a disaster caused by underestimating the enemy. The immortals realized that they had been fooled by Xianxia. They were furious and embarrassed. They attacked Blood Su together. Blood Su was not an immortal goo house, it was only a battlefield killer move. It shook intensely from the intense attacks. 3 breaths of time later, Xianxia retracted it. Blood Su collapsed. Xianxia laughed loudly as he turned into a blood rainbow and flew away. Blazing demonic immortal Dan Xiao was already dead, his corpse was held by Xianxia. Meanwhile, Vicious Lightning Fiend was on the verge of death, he was unconscious. Only one lightning deity was left. It was also very weak, it was surrounding and protecting Vicious Lightning Fiend. If he had been any slower, Vicious Lightning Fiend would have fallen into Xianxia Xing's hands, but Xianxia was also heavily injured, his left arm was severed at the shoulder. The battlefield killer move, Blood Su, isolated heaven and earth, forming a world of its own. Moreover, Xianxia had a special method to prevent Vicious Lightning Fiend and Dan Xiao from asking for help. Xianxia actually killed blazing demonic immortal Dan Xiao while being surrounded by everyone, and even heavily injured Vicious Lightning Fiend until he fainted. This was a huge humiliation. The Goo immortals were furious, their anger was rising. This matter was going to spread. How were they going to survive in the future? Kill Xianxia. Blood Dragon deserves death, he cannot remain in this world. Get rid of evil for the people, uphold justice. At once. The Goo immortals attacked, all sorts of immortal killer moves and battlefield killer moves flew towards Xianxia. Xianxia laughed maniacally without fear, a blood rainbow flashed. He dodged most of the immortal killer moves. Next, he raised blazing demonic immortal's corpse. Thank you for the gift, I will return it to you now. Explode. Blood light shot to the sky. There was a huge explosion. The immortals retreated. Xianxia was at the center of the explosion. The blood path down marks on his body shined brightly, he was not injured at all. Illusion Garden shook intensely, a crack was actually created by his explosion. Blood rainbow flash, in the blink of an eye, Xianxia vanished on the spot, he escaped from the immortal Goo house's cage, escaping from the Goo immortal's vision. Chase, he was hit by my immortal killer move, I can sense it. How can a great immortal Goo house get a crack from the explosion? The immortals shouted as they chased. The 2 rank 7 Goo immortals of Heavenly Lotus sect stored the immortal Goo house and joined them. Their expressions were ugly. It's that violent blood dragon bat. Xianxia actually arranged for it to stay outside, it crashed into Illusion Garden and self-detonated, working together with Xianxia to create a crack. Violent blood dragon bat was an ancient desolate beast, its battle strength was equivalent to a rank 7 Goo immortal. The self-detonation of such an existence had extraordinary power indeed. Illusion Garden was only controlled by 2 Goo immortals, they could not defend against the explosion. Xianxia managed to struggle out of the desperate situation, the immortals naturally stopped attacking, they gritted their teeth and chased after him. A battle of pursuit was happening in Truyang mountain range. The pursuers were huge, there were 17 Goo immortals, there was 1 myriad dragon dock Goo immortal who stayed behind to look after Vicious Lightning Fiend. But at this point, the battle had already gone out of the control of the Righteous Path Goo immortals, they had fallen into Xianxia's specialty. As a demonic cultivator, Xianxia was most proficient in escaping. I cannot go out directly, this Truyang mountain range is the best place to hide. I lost the violent blood dragon bat, after I escape, I will definitely settle the score with you. Xianxia's expression was distorted, his heart was bleeding due to the huge losses. He swore in his heart, the blood rainbow suddenly turned and landed on the mountain range. There were countless fierce beasts living in Truyang mountain range. In the battle of pursuit, large numbers of desolate beasts and even ancient desolate beasts were startled, they caused a huge disturbance to the pursuers behind Xianxia. Xianxia was very clear, the more chaotic the situation was, the more chances he would have to sneak away and escape. 3 days later, late at night. The crescent moon hung in the night sky, a dim blood light flew out of Truyang mountain range while sticking close to the ground. Clang, suddenly, there was the sound of metal colliding, a golden bell phantom descended and covered the blood light. A Gu immortal appeared, he was injured, he shouted, Song Zixing, where are you going? The moment he said that, Song Zixing disappeared from the golden bell, a palm and a small forearm appeared. Oh no, this is also fake. My true body is over there. The Gu immortal's expression changed, he quickly turned around and flew far away. A long while later, a figure quietly approached from afar. It was Fang Yuan, he was wearing a mask and his body was covered in smoke. He carefully walked towards the golden bell phantom. Immortal killer move blood demon body separation. Fang Yuan looked at the broken arm in the golden bell phantom as he muttered. According to, after Song Zixing betrayed myriad dragon dock, he killed his pursuers and hid his tracks, developing rapidly. He had foresight and knew his situation, thus he created this killer move. During the current Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, the 10 great sects worked together to ambush and kill Song Zixing, but he escaped in the end. In this battle, blood demon body separation shocked Central Continent for the first time. Song Zixing was able to escape mostly because of this move. This immortal killer move could create a flesh clone for a short period of time. The flesh clone was extremely fast, comparable to Blood Rainbow Flash. Moreover, it was extremely lifelike. Even an investigative immortal killer move would not be able to find any flaws. However, the price of using this move was extremely high. A portion of one's body was needed to create a flesh clone. A large amount of immortal essence was also expended to maintain the existence of the flesh clone. The more immortal essence was expended, the longer the clone could last. There were many ways for Gu immortals to regrow their limbs. Blood demon body separation was only a manifestation. The truth was, it expended the blood path Dao marks in the body. It was because of these blood path Dao marks that blood demon body separation had such a mystical effect. If not for the blood path Dao marks as the price, the flesh clone created by blood demon body separation would not be able to pass off as the real thing. When ordinary Gu immortals were injured, for example, Fang Yuan would lose most of his body if he was attacked. The strength path Dao marks on his body would be retrieved by his immortal aperture. When his body recovers, the strength path Dao marks would return to his body. Once the Gu immortal died, the Dao marks on his body would also be retrieved into his immortal aperture. For example, in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Song Zixing successfully used blood demon body separation. Even if the severed limb could regrow, the new body would be empty, the original blood path Dao marks would be expended along with the flesh clone. Undoubtedly, the expenditure of Dao marks was a huge loss to Gu immortals. Because Dao marks were very rare, they could only be accumulated after experiencing heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. In every heavenly tribulation or earthly calamity, Gu immortals often had to risk their lives, even damaging their immortal apertures and destroying the resources that they had painstakingly managed. Thus, the cost of obtaining Dao marks was extremely high. This showed the value of Eat Strength Immortal Gu. But Fang Yuan was sure Song Zixing should not have an immortal Gu like Eat Strength. If he lost the blood path Dao marks, he would have to undergo calamities and tribulations and slowly accumulate them again. The Dao marks on a Gu immortal could effectively increase the power of immortal Gu and immortal killer moves. This amplification was terrifying, it could increase a rank 8 by hundreds or thousands of times. Thus, rank 7 Gu immortals could rarely defeat rank 8 existences. According to the legend of Song Zixing managed to escape with his life. In the end, only his head and half of his chest were left. The rest of his body had been decisively abandoned by him. He had activated the blood demon body disintegration. In this battle, the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent lost a great deal of face. They didn't achieve their goal and were played by Song Zixing instead. They suffered heavy losses. Song Zixing also suffered heavy losses. He lost an ancient desolate beast, the violent blood dragon bat, and more than half of his blood path Dao marks were destroyed in this battle. As a result, he did not appear in public for the next 200 years. There was even no news of him at all. People suspected that he was already dead. But when he reappeared, not only did he recover his battle strength, he even nurtured 3 violent blood dragon bats, ambushing Song Zixing was a huge matter. Fang Yuan naturally knew about it. He looked at the severed arm with a burning gaze. This severed arm came from Song Zixing, it was his flesh and blood. As long as Fang Yuan obtained it and used the Gu refinement method, he could refine Song Zixing's head. And Song Zixing's head was the only condition for star-form blessed land's land spirit to recognize him as its owner. Land spirits were stubborn existences. As long as Fang Yuan gave Song Zixing's head to the land spirit, he could become the owner of star-form blessed land. Star-form land spirit did not care if Song Zixing was alive or not. It was only a pure obsession formed by the heavenly power of the blessed land. Fang Yuan could become its owner with this. Even if one day, Song Zixing appeared in front of the land spirit alive and kicking, the land spirit would not betray Fang Yuan. Because Fang Yuan had already fulfilled the condition for recognizing him as its owner. But at this moment, Fang Yuan still had some trouble subduing this arm. It was not difficult to break the golden bell, but once the golden bell phantom was broken, the arm would explode and turn into a blood fog that covered the sky. Fang Yuan had to use other methods to suppress the severed arm, otherwise, all his efforts would be in vain. In fact, Fang Yuan also had a deep impression of this arm. His current location was at the edge of Truyang mountain range, near Yuanyang City. Song Zixing's severed arm was wrapped by an immortal killer move. The Gu immortal who used the immortal killer move was busy chasing after Song Zixing. He had already forgotten about this severed arm. As time passed, the golden bell would dissipate after a night, and the severed arm would explode into a blood fog. At that time, the blood fog would cover hundreds of li, life would be lost, and the poison would spread far and wide. For the next few hundred years, Yuanyang City would continue to issue missions, recruiting talents to enter the blood fog and kill the blood beasts that were born in the blood fog, to prevent the blood beasts from forming a beast tide and attacking Yuanyang City. In his previous life, when Fang Yuan came to Central Continent, he had lived in Yuanyang City for a period of time. In order to survive, he had accepted missions to exterminate blood beasts. From this perspective, Fang Yuan had done a good thing by subduing Song Zixing's severed arm in advance. Fang Yuan observed for a while, carefully using several mortal killer moves to probe. The golden bell phantom did not move, as expected of an immortal killer move. Fang Yuan then circled around the golden bell phantom, observing it from all angles, trying to find a suitable method. The golden bell phantom was not completely still, it was rotating slowly, the severed arm inside was floating in the air, the arm and palm were flickering with bright red light from time to time. Fang Yuan circled around it for more than 10 times, he already had a plan. He was about to make a move when his ears twitched, he heard many voices. Explosion, you heard it too? Yes. I saw a strange light, treasure, maybe, the voices were intermittent, getting closer and closer. Fang Yuan immediately understood, the nearby Gu masters were attracted. This was the edge of Truyang mountain range. Desolate beasts rarely came here, and it was near Yuanyang City. Many Gu masters were active here. Earlier, that Gu immortal had used an immortal killer move, the golden light soared into the sky. The commotion was not small, thus many Gu masters came to investigate. A bunch of ants. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, a ruthless light flashing in his eyes. He willed, strength path phantoms rushed out of his immortal aperture one after another. Soon, these strength path phantoms numbered in the hundreds, densely packed as they surrounded Fang Yuan. Every time Fang Yuan moved, he would store large numbers of strength path phantoms in his immortal aperture. Because he used myriad self. A certain amount of time was needed to form a strength path phantom army. Kill. Fang Yuan gave the order. Close to 1,000 strength path phantoms immediately moved, quickly disappearing into the night sky. What is that? Ah. Formation. Quickly form the formation. Run, screams and shouts could be heard, a life and death battle started instantly. After a few breaths of time, the Gu masters were completely defeated. The strength path phantoms chased mercilessly, countless Gu masters died, the smell of blood quickly spread to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had his hands behind his back. Looking at the golden bell phantom in front of him, his expression was calm under the mask. Even though he had thought of a method, he had not made a move yet. Haste makes waste. Even though the strength path phantoms were strong and fierce, they could not be investigated. They also did not have methods to increase their speed. Some Gu masters might not give up and use earth escape or concealment to sneak in again. However, these people would all die without a burial ground. Because Fang Yuan was here, he had already activated dozens of investigative killer moves. Without stopping, he covered this area layer by layer. There was no movement. They could escape his investigation. The advantage of having unlimited primeval essence was that he could use mortal goo at will. Mortal killer moves would never stop. And because of Fang Yuan's accumulation in his previous life, the mortal killer moves he knew were even more outstanding, even surpassing this era. Fang Yuan waited for a while, and sure enough, 3 or 4 Gu masters sneaked in. Fang Yuan controlled the strength path phantoms and killed these Gu masters one by one according to his instructions. Impossible, how did you find me? Spare my life. Ah. The Gu masters had nowhere to hide, they were all killed. After a while, the surroundings became quiet again. The smell of blood was getting thicker. There was not even the sound of birds chirping in the sparse forest nearby, it was completely silent. Fang Yuan started to act. Myriad self-first style, giant hand, a giant strength path hand appeared out of nowhere, grabbing the golden bell phantom. The golden bell phantom targeted the inside, it suppressed the inside, but its external defense was not strong. After adding pulling mountain and pulling water, Fang Yuan's current strength path giant hand could be said to be much stronger. He only needed to squeeze it tightly, and the golden bell would explode. But the key was, how to prevent Song Zixing's arm from exploding into a bloody mist after it was crushed. Thankfully, Fang Yuan was not only a strength path grandmaster, he was also a blood path grandmaster. He knew as many blood path methods as Song Zixing, and this time, he had planned for a long time, he had made ample preparations. Immediately, he set up with full concentration. He set up close to 100 blood path killer moves in a row, they were tight and orderly, coordinating with each other. There were also large numbers of Gu formations set up in the surroundings, layer upon layer. After setting them up, he inspected carefully to see if there were any mistakes in his arrangements. He found 1 or 2 mistakes. After modifying them, Fang Yuan checked again a 3rd time, a 4th time and a 5th time. This was a huge matter, Fang Yuan was very patient. Finally, when he made his move, everything was under his control. The golden bell phantom shattered, the arm was about to explode when it was suppressed, layers of seals were added on top of it. When Song Zixing severed this arm and used blood demon body separation, he was already at the end of his rope, he had used less than 10 beads of immortal essence for it. After obtaining the severed arm, Fang Yuan carefully stored it in his immortal aperture. Next, he carefully cleaned the place, trying to get rid of his traces. After returning to Hu immortal blessed land, he did not rest, he started immediately, spending 4 days and 3 nights to refine this severed arm, turning it into Song Zixing's head. Next, he used fixed immortal travel immortal Gu to go to Earth Abyss. Star form land spirit, I have brought Song Zixing's head. In the dark underground world, he shouted. A speck of starlight appeared in front of him, it shone brightly and gushed out like spring water. After a breath of time, the dazzling starlight turned into a square door. The translucent starlight door floated in the air. There was a plaque on the door, on it were the words, Star form blessed land. Fang Yuan squinted, looking at it quietly. Ordinary blessed lands and grotto heavens had doors. Because with doors, they could interact. With interactions, they could absorb heaven and earth chi and strengthen themselves. Thus, infallible blessed land was very special, because it did not have a door. This was a very strange exception. Under Fang Yuan's observation, the starlight door opened slightly. It's you? You really brought Song Zixing's head? A voice came from the door. Starform land spirit did not appear, he was on guard. Fang Yuan chuckled, throwing the head over. Facts speak louder than words, the door opened slightly again, an attractive force appeared out of nowhere, sucking the head in. It really is Song Zixing's head. The land spirit's joyful voice came from behind the door. Bam, the door opened completely, a path made of starlight spread out in front of Fang Yuan, Starform land spirit was at the door. It said to Fang Yuan with utmost sincerity, Starform land spirit welcomes master. Fang Yuan nodded, his expression calm. He took large steps, stepping onto the starlight path. Stepping into star-form blessed land. The moment he stepped in, starlight filled Feng Yuan's vision. But in the blink of an eye, the starlight faded, revealing the unique terrain of star-form blessed land. The whole of star-form blessed land was a huge basin. It was like a giant bowl, and the edge of the giant bowl was a series of continuous mountain ranges, forming a circle, like a towering wall. Inside the giant bowl was a vast slope that continuously tilted towards the center. The curtain of night shrouded the world. Feng Yuan raised his head and looked up. The sky was pitch black, but there were tiny stars that shone weakly. It was just like how immortal blessed land only had day and no night. Star-form blessed land only had night, there was no day. Generally speaking, blessed lands did not have any astronomical changes. Only when one became a grotto heaven or approached the level of a grotto heaven would there be a change in the weather. This was not the first time Feng Yuan had come here. In fact, he was the one who had planted this blessed land. The last time he was here, the night sky was filled with stars, and the stars were still very bright. It shone on the surface of the blessed land, giving it a high visibility. But now the starlight was indeed dim, it could be seen that stellar-form land spirit's life wasn't good. This was normal. There were no Gu immortals. The blessed land could no longer produce immortal essence on its own. The land spirit and the blessed land were one. In order to protect his own existence, he had to manage his blessed land. But how could a land spirit have the strength and intelligence of a Gu immortal? So basically, land spirits would ask their masters to help them. Survival was the most basic instinct of any living being. It was just that the conditions for each land spirit to recognize a master were different. Feng Yuan's gaze swept through the surroundings, before landing on stellar-form land spirit. Bring me around the blessed land. Feng Yuan ordered. Stellar-form land spirit had the appearance of a boy, floating in the air. He was wearing a pinkish-blue dudu, his small arms and legs were white and tender like a lotus root, he was very cute. Ever since he recognized Feng Yuan as his master, stellar-form land spirit had been looking up at him, his clear eyes filled with admiration and love. Hearing Feng Yuan's words, stellar-form land spirit quickly nodded, "Master, please follow me." His attitude before and after recognizing him as his master was like heaven and earth. A lump of starlight automatically gathered on Feng Yuan's body, bringing him along as he flew rapidly. This speed was extremely shocking, even Song Zixing's blood rainbow flash could not compare to it. Feng Yuan only felt that starlight was lingering in front of him, the surrounding scenery was rapidly retreating, even with his vision, he could only capture a blurry image. The starlight suddenly stopped, the scenery in front of him had changed greatly. "Master, you have reached the southeast corner of the blessed land. This is the Arrow Bamboo Forest, the largest livestock farm in the blessed land." Stellar-form land spirit introduced. Feng Yuan looked over, seeing that this arrow bamboo forest was huge, extending to the end of Feng Yuan's vision. The arrow bamboo was straight, somewhat similar to the green spear bamboo, but it was not jade green like the green spear bamboo, instead, it had a pitch-black body, there were no leaves on the bamboo, there were only branches. On the edge of each arrow bamboo's markings, there were 2 or 3 bamboo branches. These bamboo branches were as straight as an arrow. At the foot of the arrow bamboo forest, there were large numbers of star cave stones, countless dark shiitake mushrooms, and densely packed white shadow grass. Feng Yuan nodded inwardly, this kind of ecological construction could not be any better. If I am not wrong, this is the place that produces star dart goo? Feng Yuan asked. Master is wise. Stellar form land spirit immediately replied. Star dart goo was only a rank 1 mortal goo, formed from the evolution of all kinds of ordinary insects. This was different from starlight firefly goo. Starlight firefly goo was formed from a portion of starlight firefly groups, evolving and mutating. As for star dart goo, this was any kind of insect, it would drill into the star cave stones that were filled with holes and fall into a deep sleep. After 49 days, a portion of the insects would wake up from their slumber and transform into star dart goo. Star dart goo's food was the arrow bamboo forest's bamboo juice. The air in the arrow bamboo forest had always been hot and humid, this kind of bamboo would slowly ooze bamboo juice. In the past, when this bamboo juice oozed out, it would form a thick blue fog, it was the best environment to raise star dart goo. Unfortunately, it has not been properly watered recently, it has become like this. Stellar Form Land Spirit said with a reminiscing tone. It seems that I will need to purchase large amounts of moon well water in the future. Fang Yuan muttered, he was knowledgeable, he knew what kind of irrigation was needed for the arrow bamboo forest. Master is wise. Stellar Form Land Spirit immediately said. His expression became slightly more spirited. Although Star Lord Wanxiang left behind a lot of immortal essence, there were very few immortal yuan stones. Thus, Stellar Form Land Spirit's finances were rather tight. He could not buy whatever he wanted in jewel yellow skies. Compared to irrigating the arrow bamboo forest, other areas required more financial resources to maintain. Soon after, under the land spirit's lead, Fang Yuan went to the north of the blessed land, inspecting the meteorite pit. This was the place to raise starfire goo and even produce meteorite goo. He went to the center of the blessed land. There was a huge lake with sparkling waves. It was called Broken Star Lake. It was also a place to raise goo worms. It produced star river goo. Finally, he went to a few grasslands. They were all filled with star fragment grass. It seemed endless. Planted on the black soil, the grass leaves were plump and tender. The color was like oil. It was much better than the sky grasslands in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, be it in terms of size or appearance. Arrow bamboo forest, meteorite pit, broken star lake, star fragment grass field. Fang Yuan floated in the air, looking at the lake below him with a satisfied expression. These four were the 4 pillars of Star Lord Wanxiang's economy. Star Lord Wanxiang followed the rules. He mainly sold star dart goo, star fire goo, meteorite goo, star river goo and starlight firefly goo. When Fang Yuan was searching for these 4 pillars, he already had them. Fang Yuan currently only had guts goo and regretful spiders. The remaining eerie fire dragon python and dragonfish had not entered the market yet. Star Lord Wanxiang had rank 6 first stage cultivation. He had passed 1 heavenly tribulation. He was also a lone cultivator, but his cultivation was higher than Hu Immortals. Originally, with his identity and foundation, it was impossible for him to develop the blessed land so well. But he had a fortuitous encounter. His fortuitous encounter was Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Starry Sky Grotto Heaven's owner, 7-star child. In order to prolong his lifespan, he turned into an immortal zombie. He explored star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm and fell into it. He was trapped in a deep sleep. Star Lord Wanxiang unexpectedly found that Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was connected to the outside world of Central Continent. Every fixed time of the year, this gap would appear. Thus, Star Lord Wanxiang would go in every year and plunder the resources inside to strengthen himself. Although the time he could go in was limited, he could not stop going in. Because of this, Star Lord Wanxiang developed very well. His immortal aperture became more prosperous with each passing day, far surpassing other lone cultivator goo immortals. Even Shirley had praised him inwardly when he saw him. This Star Lord Wanxiang's strength was already on par with ordinary rank 6 goo immortals in the 10 great ancient sections. But unfortunately, Star Lord Wanxiang was injured by Song Zixing and was about to undergo tribulation. He had no choice but to take the risk and ask a tiger for its skin. He invited immortal monkey King Shirley to explore Starry Sky Grotto Heaven together. In the end, in the 8th star hall, he fell into star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. His soul was destroyed and only his physical body was left. Fang Yuan seized his physical body and planted his blessed land in Earth Abyss. This led to the subsequent developments of Star Form Land Spirit recognizing him as its master. With these 4 pillars of support, my financial resources have doubled from before. I am making a lot of money every day. I am really making a lot of money every day. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. Star Lord Wanxiang had managed his blessed land for so many years. He had already opened up the market and occupied a portion of Jewel Yellow Skies' market. Fang Yuan inherited his blessed land and avoided the difficult development period of entering the market. He directly inherited Star Lord Wanxiang's channels and saved him a lot of trouble. Common resources like Star Dart Goo and Starfire Goo were usually sold in large quantities and faced intense competition. It was not easy to seize the market and get a share of the profits. They would face ostracization, price wars, and even the threat and assassination of goo immortals. In short, cutting off one's path to wealth was like killing one's parents. The goo immortal world was bare. If you wanted to do business, you had to display your strength first. Without strength, no matter how good your business was, it would still be plundered and robbed. Thus, Fang Yuan was very careful with his dragonfish and eerie fire dragon pythons. He wanted to use Shao Clan's transaction token to enter Western Desert's market. This way, he could cause less trouble and earn more money. Of course, things like the monopoly of Guts Goo, he could sell them as he pleased. Others wanted to compete, but they could not, they could only watch helplessly. After inspecting the blessed land, Fang Yuan was very satisfied, but he had even greater expectations. The whole of Star Form Blessed Land was like a huge bowl, the center was also the lowest point. Here, there was a vast sea of lake, named Broken Star Lake. And Star Lord Wanxiang's usual cultivation location was at the bottom of Broken Star Lake. Deep into the lake, Fang Yuan found a crystal palace. It was not big, there was only one main hall and two sub-halls. Star Lord Wanxiang's immortal goo were kept in the main hall. Under Star Form Land Spirit's lead, Fang Yuan smoothly entered the main hall. Once he entered, he saw an immortal goo flying in the air. This immortal goo looked like a centipede, it was long like an arm and dark like tungsten. It was moving around in the empty space of the main hall, the short stripes on its body were shining with blue light. This is rank 6 immortal goo star mark, it can temporarily add 600 star path down marks to master's body. Star Form Land Spirit introduced at an appropriate time. 600? Fang Yuan was shocked. He only had a little over 200 strength path down marks. And this was after using Eat Strength Immortal Goo recently, he gained over 40. This star mark Immortal Goo could actually add over 600 star path marks at once, the effect could be said to be outstanding. Over 200 down marks can amplify my strength by 20%. 600 is a 60% amplification. Unfortunately, they are star path down marks, I am not a star path goo immortal. Undeniably, this star mark immortal goo was an excellent supplementary immortal goo, even though Fang Yuan was a strength path goo immortal and had strength path down marks. Once he activated star mark immortal goo, his body would be covered in a layer of star path down marks, allowing him to act like a star path goo immortal. Other than star mark, there were two other immortal goo in the hall. One was like a rhombus crystal. It was the size of a fist, quietly lying on the table. It was unmoving. The other one was like a tender bean sprout, full of vitality. After Star Form Land Spirit's introduction, Fang Yuan learned that the first colorless crystal immortal goo was Starlight Immortal Goo. The second bean sprout immortal goo was called Star Shoot. Fang Yuan heard this and was overjoyed. My luck has come, these two immortal goo were much more useful to Fang Yuan than Star Mark Immortal Goo. Because Starlight Goo was a necessary goo material for refining Wisdom Path Star Thought Goo. Now that he had Starlight Immortal Goo, he could imitate how Strength Chi Immortal Goo refined Air Sac Goo, refining Star Thought Goo on a larger scale and faster. With Starlight Immortal Goo, this would save him the trouble of purchasing the Starlight Goo. At the same time, using Immortal Goo as the base to refine Mortal Goo Star Thought Goo was done from top to bottom, the failure rate was much lower than the previous goo refinement method. The danger would be greatly reduced, this way, the losses of the hairy men would be greatly reduced. Of course, there were two problems. The first problem was that to use Starlight Immortal Goo, Fang Yuan would need to modify the Star Thought Goo's recipe. The second question. Using Starlight Immortal Goo would expend immortal essence. But with Wisdom Goo and the complete Star Thought Goo recipe, it was not hard for Fang Yuan to modify the goo recipe. It was only a matter of time. As for the second problem, if it was the previous Fang Yuan, he would indeed be an obstacle. But now, Fang Yuan had become the owner of Star Form Blessed Land. There were 6 economic pillars, and in the future, there would even be 8 profitable businesses. The earnings of Immortal Yuan Stone would be 4 times the current amount. Large amounts of Immortal Yuan Stone also gave Fang Yuan great confidence. He could expend Immortal Essence to activate Starlight Immortal Goo. Starlight Immortal Goo was a huge help to the large-scale accumulation of Star Thought Goo. And Star Shoot Immortal Goo was also very useful. Fang Yuan had once bought a mortal killer move from Star Lord Wanxiang, it was called Spring Star Rain. This move could irrigate plants and ensure that they would grow lushly. Ever since he obtained this move, Fang Yuan had been using it continuously. The reason why Who Immortal Blessed Land's grassland in the sky was able to maintain its current scale was because of this mortal killer move. Using spring star rain frequently would expend large amounts of star shoot mortal goo. Star shoot mortal goo were only sold by Star Lord Wanxiang. Feng Yuan had once wanted to break free from Star Lord Wanxiang's control and research the refinement recipe of star shoot mortal goo. But even with Wisdom Goo's help, Feng Yuan's star path attainment level was only ordinary, he could not achieve his goal. Now that Feng Yuan had star shoot immortal goo, he could use spring star rain as he wished. He could also raise spring star rain to immortal level, using star shoot immortal goo as the core. It would have a greater effect on nurturing star fragment grass. But soon, Feng Yuan learned from Star Form Land Spirit, Star Lord Wanxiang had the immortal killer move Spring Star Rain. In fact, the mortal killer move Spring Star Rain that Star Lord Wanxiang sold was a modified version of the original Spring Star Rain. The Star Shoot Goo that Star Lord Wanxiang sold was refined from Star Shoot Immortal Goo. It was no wonder Feng Yuan could not reverse engineer the goo recipe from the mortal Star Shoot Goo. Because Star Lord Wanxiang's goo refinement method was from top to bottom. Star Mark, Starlight, Star Shoot, these three immortal goo were all the immortal goo left in the Blessed Land. Star Lord Wanxiang had a total of 4 immortal goo. Unfortunately, the 4th immortal goo was destroyed in the battle with Song Zixing. Feng Yuan only obtained 3. Just these 3 were enough to satisfy Feng Yuan. Normally speaking, only a small portion of rank 6 goo immortals in the 5 regions had immortal goo. Most of them used mortal goo and mortal killer moves. Only the elites among rank 6 goo immortals had rank 6 immortal goo. For example, the rank 6 goo immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were lone cultivators like Star Lord Wanxiang who had fortuitous encounters. Northern Plains' situation was special. Because of the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower, Northern Plains immortal goo were much more common than the other 4 regions. Speaking of which, Central Continent was the last among the 5 regions in terms of immortal goo usage. There was no helping it, Central Continent had the most goo immortals. Of course, Feng Yuan was even more special. Not counting the 3 immortal goo that he had just obtained, Feng Yuan already had 14 immortal goo. No one would believe him if he told others about this number. Not to mention, there was also the rank 9 immortal goo wisdom here. Normally speaking, even if one killed an enemy goo immortal, it was hard to obtain spoils of war like immortal goo. Like how Feng Yuan had such a huge advantage against Dongfang Naganori, even Dongfang Naganori's soul was captured alive. But Dongfang Naganori only had a thought. All the immortal goo self-detonated, Feng Yuan did not get anything. Star Lord Wanxiang was a special case. Because he entered star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm by mistake. Without any reaction, he died in a daze. Thus, the immortal goo were preserved. In the end, it benefited Feng Yuan. These 3 immortal goo still had Star Lord Wanxiang's will. But with Star Form Land Spirit's help, subduing them was not a problem. Master, this is the immortal inheritance stored in the Blessed Land, please take a look. Land Spirit presented another inheritance for Feng Yuan to take a look. It turned out that this was Star Lord Wanxiang's first fortuitous encounter. A goo immortal inheritance related to Star Path. It was this inheritance that guided lone cultivator Star Lord Wanxiang to cultivate and become a rank 6 goo immortal. Star Lord Wanxiang's second fortuitous encounter. He found the entrance to Starry Sky Grotto Heaven and entered it many times to plunder resources. Speaking of which, his luck was quite good. Star Lord Wanxiang cultivated Star Path, and Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was also a grotto heaven that focused on Star Path. They were very compatible in terms of resources. Unlike Feng Yuan was a Strength Path goo immortal, who Immortal Blessed Land was an Enslavement Path goo, and Danghun Mountain's Guts goo was a Soul Path goo. These aspects were not closely related. Unfortunately, Star Lord Wanxiang died in the end. Everything was in Feng Yuan's hands. Feng Yuan stayed in Star Form Blessed Land for an entire day, inspecting a small group of rockmen in the Blessed Land, as well as those 3 desolate beast spinefin star dragon fish. Star Lord Wanxiang had used all sorts of methods to relocate this small group of rockmen. He did not have guts goo. Star Form Blessed Land was not a hotbed for rockmen, many of them died there. It was not easy for him to keep this batch. The 3 desolate beast spinefin star dragon fish were caught from Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, that place had no lack of desolate beasts. The reason why he spent so much effort and resources. It was because Star Mark Immortal Goo's food was the fresh flesh of the spine-fin star dragonfish. As for feeding Starlight Immortal Goo, it needed the bodies of rock men. As for Starshoot Immortal Goo, its food was a large amount of dark star kelp. This kind of kelp grew in large amounts at the bottom of Broken Star Lake. This was the state of Orthodox Goo Immortals. What path they cultivated? Immortal Goo belonged to a certain path, and the immortal aperture mainly had the Tao marks of that path. This way, the feeding of the immortal Goo could be borne by themselves, they could nurture their own food. Unlike Feng Yuan, whose strength path immortal aperture was dead, who immortal blessed land was an enslavement path immortal aperture, it had strength path, wisdom path, soul path, and luck path immortal Goo. To feed these immortal Goo, they had to seek help from the outside world. Each time, they had to work hard and were unstable. Feng Yuan's cleansed soul immortal Goo had not been fully fed yet. Be it who immortal blessed land or strength path immortal aperture, they both lacked soul path Tao marks. Even if Feng Yuan wanted to raise White Lotus giant silkworm Goo, it was impossible. After star form blessed land recognized him as its owner, Feng Yuan's strength had doubled, 3-star path immortal Goo, for trades, and a complete star path inheritance. Feng Yuan still needed a lot of time to slowly digest them. He still had star form land spirit spread the ownership requests in jewel yellow skies, creating the illusion that star form blessed land had not recognized a master yet. For the time being, he did not intend to tell the truth to He Lulan and Tai Baiyunxing. He would hide it for as long as he could. Who immortal blessed land was already exposed, star form blessed land was in a semi-exposed state. He Lulan knew its location. In the future, if he wanted to flee for his life, this foundation would be very important. As for who immortal blessed land's resources, as well as Danghun Mountain, Feng Yuan did not intend to move it for the time being. The arrangements had just been made, a large amount of funds had already been invested. Once it was moved to star form blessed land, with how astute He Lulan was, how could she not know about it? In the following days, Feng Yuan continued to participate in the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. Due to the convention, Central Continent was in a frenzy of Goo refinement. The news of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects joining hands to ambush Song Zixing was not spread, only the Goo immortal higher-ups knew about it. The 10 great ancient sects lost face. There was no news of Song Zixing. Many other sects and lone cultivator Goo immortals saw this as a joke. Many Goo immortals moved, trying to find traces left behind by Song Zixing in Truyang Mountain Range. But how could they find him? In Feng Yuan's previous life, the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent searched for hundreds of years to protect their sect's reputation. Song Zixing's concealment skill was at the peak, even Feng Yuan could not match him. Thus, from the start, Feng Yuan did not have the intention to kill Song Zixing. Finally, the agreed date arrived. It was the day of the duel between Feng Yuan and Feng Kim Hong. Even though it was not a competition, it attracted many Goo masters. Feng Kim Hong, if you want to duel, let me see the wager first. If the wager is too low, there is no need to start this duel. Feng Yuan said in front of everyone. If he could avoid the duel, Feng Yuan only wanted the top 6 of the infallible inheritance. Furthermore, even if he lost the duel, he would not be eliminated and his ranking would not be affected. A way to regain a new life? Feng Yuan narrowed his eyes and his expression changed. Yenef Spirit Affinity House was indeed one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Its foundation was deep beyond imagination. Spirit Affinity House actually had the method that Feng Yuan was searching for to get rid of his immortal zombie status and regain his new life. At this moment, Feng Kim Huang's proposal to use this as a gambling stake was a direct hit to Feng Yuan's weakness. He had no choice but to reject it. He. Feng Yuan laughed and calmed himself down. He looked at Feng Kim Hong and asked, the method you mentioned, could it be the Crane Gates possession technique? Of course not. Feng Kim Hong smiled. Feng Yuan pondered for a moment and said, your bet is indeed tempting. But this gambling capital is still lacking compared to my Hu immortal blessed land. Feng Kim Hong said, the value of everything will change. Feng Yuan, if you had to choose between Hu immortal blessed land and being reborn, which would you choose? Of course it's to be reborn. Feng Yuan did not hesitate in his heart, nor did he hesitate in his mouth. Of course it's to immortal blessed land. This is my greatest foundation. Even if I become an immortal zombie, I can still rely on this to survive. The corner of Feng Kim Huang's mouth twitched. He took a deep breath and shook his head. Fang Yuan, you're not such a short-sighted person. However, I know that you will not use Hu immortal blessed land as a wager, and I cannot force you to do so. Let's talk about something practical. If I lose, I'll tell you the method to regain your life. Don't worry, there are already successful precedents for this method. If you lose, we'll make a deal. Fang Yuan looked at the faint smile on Feng Kim Huang's face. He narrowed his eyes. Oh? What kind of deal? Thereupon Feng Kim Huang said, if you lose, I won't be able to defeat you. He made a deal with my spirit affinity house to supply Gutsgu to us in the long term. The price is negotiable. It was fine as long as it wasn't too outrageous. But you must deliver the goods regularly and in sufficient quantities. If you lack a soul, my spirit affinity house can sell it to you at a price 30% lower than the market price. However, this transaction must be the highest priority, even more so than the crane gate. No matter how many goods you have, you must first supply them to my spirit affinity house before selling them to other parties. When Fang Yuan heard this, he couldn't help but size up Feng Kim Huang again. He had a whole new level of respect for this young lady. Who would have thought that after such a short period of time, the other party would have grown to such a degree, as expected of a genius? No, it should be said that there was a capable person behind him. Good education. Feng Jin Huang's request was too lenient to Fang Yuan, it could even be said to be generous. And Gutsgu was something that Feng Kim Huang urgently needed. Why? Because Feng Kim Huang used Dream Wing's immortal goo to explore the dream realm. Even with the help of immortal goo, the soul would get tired and get injured. And Gutsgu was the one and only soul-strengthening product in the world. Even the rank 9 demon Venerable Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had praised it. Feng Kim Huang had challenged Fang Yuan. It was just a young man acting in a fit of pique. But right now, when discussing the bet with Fang Yuan, it was for the present, it was realistic. Practical benefits. This was a mature move. If Feng Kim Huang requested Fang Yuan to use Hu immortal blessed land or Dang Hun Mountain as the bet, Fang Yuan would definitely not agree. And although Fang Yuan had the reputation of Crane Gate, but his relationship with Crane Gate was known to the 10 great ancient sections, Fang Yuan would not care about Crane Gate's reputation. He had no choice but to agree to Feng Kim Huang's duel. Thus, Feng Kim Huang made this request. For Feng Yuan, selling Gutsgu to Spirit Affinity House had its benefits. Naturally, there were benefits. The first benefit was to increase the scale of sales and earn more immortal yuan stone. Who would complain about having more immortal yuan stone? The second benefit was to establish a relationship between Feng Yuan and Spirit Affinity House. If he were to fall out with Crane Gate one day, Feng Yuan would have a way out. In fact, Feng Yuan had agreed to Feng Kim Huang's duel request earlier because he wanted to cooperate with Spirit Affinity House. Feng Kim Huang had explored dream realms many times, he had sensed the value of Gutsgu, thus he wanted to take advantage of Crane Gate. And Feng Yuan was happy to do so. If he really made a deal with Spirit Affinity House, it would be extremely beneficial to his relationship with Crane Gate. Regardless of whether I win or lose, this duel is beneficial to me. After all, the result of the duel has nothing to do with the Gu refinement competition. Something is wrong. Feng Kim Huang made this request to lower my fighting spirit. Feng Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration, he understood another layer of Feng Kim Huang's intention. Then let's begin, the final victor of this duel will be me. Feng Yuan's eyes shined brightly as he laughed heartily. Feng Kim Huang's gaze flickered, that might not necessarily be the case. After confirming the wager, both sides started to discuss the duel's contents. Feng Kim Huang suggested refining River Wave Trace Goo as the topic. River Wave Trace Goo was a rank 5 water path goo worm, it was part of the same series as rank 3 water trace goo, rank 4 wave trace goo, and rank 6 worldly wave trace immortal goo. Feng Yuan immediately rejected it. Spirit Affinity House specialized in raising and using water path goo worms. This could be seen from the Water Pavilion Immortal Goo House. If he refined River Wave Trace Goo, Feng Kim Huang's advantage would be too huge. Fang Yuan suggested refining blood walk gu. This was a rank 3 blood path gu used for movement. Feng Qimhong also rejected it. What a joke! Who did not know that Fang Yuan specialized in blood path gu refinement techniques? Feng Qimhong had no confidence in refining blood path gu worms. Both sides discussed for a while before deciding to use the method of a martial duel to refine the rank 5 fire path gu worm, 5 orifices fire pagoda gu. The entire duel was not a private duel, but an open duel like the competition. Soon, the same materials appeared in front of both sides. To ensure fairness, both sides had to refine the gu according to the gu recipe. Whichever side could successfully refine 5 orifices fire pagoda gu first would be the winner. Different from the literary duel, because it was a martial duel, at a specific stage, both sides could attack each other once. Under everyone's gaze, Fang Yuan and Feng Qimhong sat cross-legged facing each other, each occupying a corner of the stage, with a distance of 260 steps between the two. The duel began. Fang Yuan immediately checked the gu refinement materials in his hands. He had to have a thorough understanding of every material. If there were any damaged materials, it would greatly affect the gu refinement. Fang Yuan's inspection was very detailed, sometimes regarding the conference. Sometimes, they would purposely provide some flawed materials, or even tamper with them to conceal the flaws of the materials, making it hard for the gu master to detect them. If they were really deceived, it would be terrible when the gu refinement started. This arrangement had practical significance. Gu masters could not always gather perfect gu refinement materials when refining gu. Sometimes, because the materials were stored for too long, or damaged during transportation, or snatched in battle, there would always be some damage. Or bought shoddy gu refinement materials in the market, gu masters needed to distinguish them. Thus, checking gu refinement materials was the foundation of refinement path attainment. This time, for the refinement of 5 orifices fire pagoda gu, more than 1,000 kinds of materials were provided. Not a single gu worm, they were all flowers, grass, rocks, and bones. Fang Yuan spent an hour checking all the materials. Next, he checked the gu recipes provided by the competition. A total of 5 gu recipes, corresponding to rank 1 single orifice charcoal gu, rank 2 twin orifice furnace gu, rank 3 3 orifice firehouse gu, rank 4 4 orifice fire tower gu, as well as the rank 5 5 orifices fire pagoda gu. These 5 gu worms were of the same series, inherited from the same origin. To refine 5 orifices fire pagoda gu, one had to first refine a large number of rank 1 single orifice charcoal gu. Then use single orifice charcoal gu as the main material. Refine twin orifice furnace gu. From rank 1 to rank 2, from rank 2 to rank 3, from rank 3 to rank 4. Rank 4 to rank 5, progressing like this. Finally, 5 orifices fire pagoda gu was refined. Because there were many steps, the process was long. Thus, there were more than 1,000 kinds of gu refinement materials provided to both sides. Of course, with Fang Yuan's wisdom path methods, he could modify the gu recipe and save on the steps of the entire gu refinement process. He could even directly use these materials to refine 5 orifices fire pagoda gu in one step. But Fang Yuan thought for a while and gave up on the idea of modifying the gu recipe, deciding to take it step by step. There were many reasons. Firstly, he could not rely on wisdom gu in public. Secondly, deducing and modifying the gu recipe consumed a lot of time, it was not worth it. Moreover, this was a battle, both sides could attack 5 times and disturb each other's gu refinement. If the gu recipe was completed in one step, once it was disturbed, all the previous efforts would be wasted. It was better to take it step by step. While Fang Yuan was inspecting the gu refinement materials, Feng Qimhong was inspecting the gu recipe. While Fang Yuan was inspecting the gu recipe, Feng Qimhong was carefully inspecting the gu refinement materials. Although the order of the two was different, when they started refining the gu at almost the same time. It has finally begun. Both sides spent over an hour inspecting the materials and gu recipe, they are really patient. This competition concerns the reputation of Crane Gate and Spirit Affinity House, it is a battle of reputation for the two ancient sects. The spectators started to mutter. Some supported Feng Qimhong, while others favored Fang Yuan. There were also two sects below. The numerous Spirit Affinity House disciples and Immortal Crane sect disciples were staring at each other and competing with each other. The leading elders of Immortal Crane sect had ugly expressions. Fang Yuan had used Guts Gu as the gambling stake and did not report it to Crane Gate's higher-ups, acting arbitrarily. This made them unhappy. At first, Fang Yuan and Feng Kim Huang's Gu refinement techniques were the same. During this process, Fang Yuan relied on his proficient Gu refinement techniques to gradually surpass Feng Kim Huang, progressing faster and pulling apart the gap. After all, Fang Yuan had 500 years of experience in his previous life. Even if Feng Kim Huang relied on Immortal Gu to explore dream realms and raise his refinement path attainment level, he was still far from being able to use it. He lacked practice. To catch up to Feng Yuan, Feng Kim Huang started to use her refinement path killer move. Advancing side by side, her hands shook as the lump of fire she was holding suddenly split into two, forming two lumps of fire. Refinement path killer move, small wishful hand. Two small hands flew out of Feng Kim Huang's mind. They were made of will and were tightly condensed, emitting a jade-like luster. Feng Kim Huang's hands were holding the two lumps of fire, continuously adjusting the intensity and temperature of the fire. And the two small wishful hands were grabbing materials and throwing them into the fire. Amazing! He used two killer moves in a row. Feng Kim Huang came prepared. Her speed is far faster than Feng Yuan. She used two immortal killer moves in a row. Under the mask, Feng Yuan's gaze was sharp as a blade. But soon, his gaze returned to the fire in his hand. Huff, that was close. Below the stage, a female disciple of Spirit Affinity House let out a breath of turbid air. Senior Sister Qin Wan, how is it dangerous? I clearly saw Senior Sister Jin Huang use two refinement path killer moves in a row and catch up. Another female disciple of Spirit Affinity House sitting beside Qin Wan, Sun Yao, who had some baby fat, asked curiously. Junior Sister Sun Yao, you have to know, this duel is different from the previous ones. It is a martial duel. In a martial duel, Gu masters can attack each other and disturb their Gu refinement. Qin Wan explained patiently. It can be like this? It is already very difficult for me to refine Gu normally. But now, I have to be disturbed while refining Gu. Oh heavens! Sun Yao covered her mouth, showing an expression of disbelief. This martial duel is clearly a form of torture. Who thought of this rule? It is too crafty. No. Qin Wan, however, showed an expression of agreement, resisting. Interference is also one of the most important aspects of refinement path. In our future cultivation, we might encounter the situation of being sneak attacked by enemies while refining Gu. In fact, many times when we leave the sect and go out to complete sect missions, because of all kinds of reasons, our Gu worms will be exhausted, and we will have to refine new Gu in the wild to deal with the situation. By the same logic, when we face a strong enemy and discover that the enemy is refining Gu, we will also choose to launch a sneak attack, taking advantage of the enemy's unpreparedness to make the first move and create a favorable situation for ourselves. This is the practical meaning of martial duels. Junior Sister Sun Yao, you also know. During the process of refining Gu, Gu masters need to be fully focused. Because of a careless mistake, they will fail and suffer backlash. But refining Gu in the wild, you need to pay attention to your own environment. First, Senior Sister Jin Huang used two refinement path killer moves in a row. This is very risky. Because the moment the killer move is activated, your mind naturally needs to be focused on the Gu worm that is constructing the killer move. If it were any other Gu master, they might get distracted and use the killer move, causing the fire to go out of balance and the Gu refinement to fail. If at this time, that devil Feng Yuan suddenly attacked eldest Senior Sister Jin Huang, I'm afraid it'll be quite troublesome for her. After listening to Senior Sister Qin Wan's explanation, Sun Yao finally understood. So that's how it is. It was indeed quite dangerous. Fortunately, that devil Feng Yuan didn't make a move. Because Feng Yuan had repeatedly used the blood path Gu refinement technique at crucial moments, Spirit Affinity House's disciples who did not like him called him a demon in private. However, there were actually many devils in the 10 great ancient sects of the central continent. For example, the third elder in Crane Gate, Lord Tiger Demon, was a demonic path Gu immortal long ago. They were recruited by Immortal Crane sect. The one who reached the pinnacle in this aspect was Spirit Affinity House. The former sword immortal Bo Qing was a member of the fiendish Dao. He had a murderous nature. In the end, Spirit Affinity House's fairy Mo Yao used her emotions to influence Bo Qing into Spirit Affinity House. Currently, the story of Fairy by Qing and Feng Jiuge. It was also widely spread. Feng Jiuge was also a genuine demonic path cultivator. Central Continent was huge, it was a land of outstanding people. Every once in a while, there would always be some talented demonic cultivators and lone cultivators appearing out of nowhere. In order to maintain the overall situation, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. In order to protect their own benefits, recruiting these people was the best method to maintain the situation. He didn't attack? What a pity. Feng Qimhong sighed inwardly. One of the two flames burning in front of him suddenly extinguished. What happened? The crowd could not help but feel a slight commotion. Did Demon Feng Yuan already make a move? Eldest senior sister was disrupted by him and the Gu refinement failed halfway? The demon is too crafty, we actually did not see what attack it was. Sun Yao anxiously shouted, her tone was filled with disgust towards Feng Yuan. No, that's not right. The elder hosting this duel did not announce anything. This proves that Demon Feng Yuan did not make a move earlier. So that's it. Qin Wan's eyes brightened, she suddenly understood, so first senior sister was pretending to use 2 killer moves, it was actually a trap to lure Feng Yuan to attack her. Once Feng Yuan attacks, his mind will be focused on his own attacking method. This way, he will expose a flaw. First senior sister's counterattack will be very likely to succeed. Oh my, it was actually like this? Sun Yao's pouting lips slightly opened, exclaiming at the battle of wits and strategies behind this duel. Qin Wan's expression turned solemn, I was also kept in the dark earlier. This way, the truth is that first senior sister set up a trap, but that demon Feng Yuan saw through it and did not fall for it. Junior sister Sun Yao, watch carefully, this duel is going to be extremely exciting. The two sides are definitely the most outstanding geniuses of this generation. Yes. Sun Yao nodded, her large eyes staring at the duel without blinking. The competition among the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent had always been intense, not only in terms of Gu immortals, but also in terms of disciples. In this generation, the most outstanding person among the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent was no doubt Feng Qimhong. But in the contest for Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Feng Yuan suddenly appeared and trampled Feng Qimhong down the mountain. Disciples like Sun Yao and Qin Wan could not come into contact with all the details, even Crane Gate's own disciples and most of the elders thought that Feng Yuan was a genius disciple that Crane Gate had secretly nurtured. In the previous duel, Feng Qimhong was defeated by Feng Yuan. This duel was Feng Qimhong trying to get back at him, it involved the most outstanding disciples of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. This was an invisible collision between Spirit Affinity House and Crane Gate. Thus, most of the spectators were thinking about one question, who was the most outstanding young Gu master of this generation. What they did not know was, Feng Yuan had already become a Gu immortal, even though he was only an immortal zombie, he was no longer someone they could estimate. Feng Qimhong had Dream Wings Immortal Gu, he had already started using it and tasted great benefits. Outsiders could only see the surface, while both sides did not care much about the fight for reputation. Feng Qimhong had already matured a lot, he understood the word benefits. There was no need to even mention Feng Yuan. The duel continued. Even though Feng Yuan saw through Feng Qimhong's trap, he did not fall for it. But Feng Qimhong used 2 killer moves, Little Wishful Hand was real. It wasn't like they were advancing at the same time. That was just a facade created. With the help of these 2 will hands, Feng Qimhong's Gu refinement speed was still slightly faster than Feng Yuan's. And as time passed, the gap between the two was getting bigger. But this gap was not obvious. Feng Yuan maintained his own rhythm and did not use any killer moves, he only used Gu refinement techniques, handling the materials and controlling the flames almost perfectly. Gu refinement techniques were not refinement path killer moves. Techniques were just a type of technique, a summary of experience. It could be said to be the foundation of Gu refinement. So strong. Even enemies have to admit this demon Feng Yuan's Gu refinement foundation is too solid. Even some of our sect's elders can't reach his level. Yuan stared fixedly for a long time before she suddenly sighed. He has grasped so many Gu refinement techniques, up until now, he has at least 30 of them. But I feel our first senior sister is still the best. She was a little behind at the start, but she caught up later. Now, no matter how the demon Fang Yuan chases, he cannot catch up. This little wishful hand killer move is so convenient. Sun Yao said in admiration. No. Yuan shook her head, first senior sister's lead might not be a good thing. Maintaining a killer move expends primeval essence and also mental energy. In contrast, the demon Fang Yuan is only using basic Gu refinement techniques, his mental energy consumption is low. In the long run, his mental energy will be more abundant than first senior sister's, it will be more helpful for the Gu refinement later. Ah, it's like this. Then isn't first senior sister in danger? Senior sister Yuan, from what you said, first senior sister is using a refinement path killer move and is in the lead, but is in a disadvantage now? Although what you said makes sense, how can this be? Sun Yao felt dizzy. Junior sister Sun Yao, this is the brilliance of the refinement path convention. You have just started cultivating, there are many things you have yet to come into contact with, you will slowly understand in the future. Yuan smiled, but her heart was heavy. The demon Fang Yuan is really too strong. Just by using Gu refinement techniques, he is able to keep up with first senior sister. Even if first senior sister uses a refinement path killer move, she cannot close the gap. This can't go on. Feng Qimhong felt fatigued. Logically speaking, the competition had just started, both sides should be refining the rank 1 single orifice charcoal Gu. According to Feng Qimhuang's ability, she should still be full of mental energy, she should not be feeling fatigued. But the previous estimation was one thing, and the actual competition was another. Feng Qimhuang could ignore the gazes outside the stage, she had outstanding talent and had Gu immortal parents, she had been showered in everyone's gazes since she was young. One could say that Feng Qimhuang was already used to it. Feng Qimhuang's pressure mainly came from Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan displayed an incomparably solid foundation, just by using Gu refinement techniques, he was able to keep up with Feng Qimhuang, even when she used a refinement path killer move, she could not shake off Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's outstanding performance and strong battle results, the outside world's overestimation of his attainment level made Feng Qimhuang feel pressure even before the competition. After the competition started, Fang Yuan chased after her unhurriedly, causing Feng Qimhuang to feel pressure. This pressure greatly increased the expenditure on Feng Qimhuang's mental energy. It made Feng Qimhuang feel traces of fatigue and unease from the depths of her heart. It seems that even if I have refinement path quasi-grandmaster attainment level, I cannot match Fang Yuan's refinement path attainment. What should I do? Feng Qimhuang refined Gu as she tried to think of a countermeasure. Now that I have used a refinement path killer move, my mental energy is being expended rapidly. The competition has just started, as time passes, Fang Yuan's advantage in this aspect will become even more obvious. But if I give up on using refinement path killer moves, I will not be able to match Fang Yuan in terms of Gu refinement techniques alone. And my greatest advantage is the large number of refinement path killer moves that I have meticulously prepared. In this duel, only the Gu refinement materials provided by the convention could be used. Although offensive methods and refinement path killer moves could be used, soul and mind related methods such as soul nourishing methods were all prohibited. This rule was suggested by Feng Qimhuang. The goal was to prohibit Fang Yuan from using Guts Gu to strengthen his soul. The soul and mind were closely related. Feng Qimhuang's action was to restrict Fang Yuan's advantage in this aspect, but who could have thought that she would be the first to taste the bitterness of this rule? Whoosh, suddenly, Feng Qimhuang flicked her pinky finger, shooting out a golden light. The golden light was extremely fast, in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Fang Yuan, directly aiming at the Gu refinement fire in Fang Yuan's hand. If this fire was hit by the golden light, even with Fang Yuan's ability, he could only admit defeat and suffer the backlash, starting all over again. But such an important position, how could a cautious person like Fang Yuan not pay attention to defense? Clang, with a crisp sound, the golden light hit an invisible barrier 3 inches away from the fire and was blocked. Fang Yuan's gaze was calm, the fire in his hand was not affected in the slightest. Feng Kim Huang's attack was blocked by Fang Yuan without batting an eyelid. Only after this attack and defense ended did the Gu masters below the stage react. Spirit Affinity House's Feng Kim Hong attacked first. But it was blocked by Crane Gate's Fang Yuan. What was that attack just now? It was so fast. Feng Kim Hong made a mistake this time. How could Fang Yuan not defend such an important place? It would have been better to attack Fang Yuan's body and injure him. Quickly look. Feng Kim Hong used a refinement path killer move again. There was a commotion below the stage, but the stage was very quiet. All the noises outside the stage were isolated. Attack the enemy's weakness, then take advantage of this relatively safe opportunity. Are you going to use other refinement path killer moves? Fang Yuan glanced at Feng Kim Hong as he sneered internally, looks like you are going all out. As expected of Feng Kim Hong. Even when you were young, you knew your strengths and weaknesses. I have to say, this is a wise choice. While praising in his heart, Fang Yuan did not restrain himself, he continued to refine the Gu according to plan. Feng Kim Hong attacked the enemy's vital point and wasted a precious opportunity to attack. And he used this chance to truly activate the second refinement path killer move. With the help of 2 killer moves, her Gu refinement speed rose sharply, gradually leaving Feng Yuan in the dust. Without Feng Yuan pressuring her from behind, Feng Kim Huang's pressure was reduced, her body and mind felt light, a layer of shackles was removed from her mind, her Gu refinement speed seemed to have increased by 10%. In this duel, Feng Yuan and Feng Kim Hong each had 5 chances to attack. Because it was only a duel, not a life and death battle. The power of each attack was limited to a certain extent. The first time, he could only use rank 1 Gu. The second time, he could use rank 2 Gu. And so on. The 5th time, he could use rank 5 Gu. Similarly, when defending, he could only use Gu worms of the corresponding rank. This was another restriction on Feng Yuan. After all, Feng Yuan was an immortal zombie, he had the immortal killer move Myriad Self. The giant hand pressed down, Feng Kim Hong would not be able to block it. Of course, Feng Kim Hong had Gu immortal parents behind her. She definitely had immortal essence, immortal Gu, and the Gu immortal's emotions or will. If Feng Yuan really wanted to kill her, it was unlikely. This time, he really used a refinement path killer move, advance together. First senior sister is far ahead. Outside the stage, Xianxia shouted excitedly. That's right, it is a pity that he used one of the 5 chances. But this is also the most classic battle tactic, after all, victory or defeat depends on the Gu refinement results. Qinhuan looked at the stage and pondered. As time passed, Feng Yuan fell further behind Feng Kim Hong. But the strange thing was, he was not anxious at all, he did not seem to have any intention of overtaking Feng Kim Hong. Feng Yuan was still using his Gu refinement method, refining single orifice charcoal Gu one by one. Meanwhile, Feng Kim Hong had already started refining rank 2 twin orifice furnace Gu. Soon, the stage was filled with exclamations of admiration. As it turned out, Feng Kim Hong used the 3rd refinement path killer move to increase her speed again. An hour later, Feng Kim Hong took the initiative to attack Feng Yuan, and while Feng Yuan was defending, she activated the 4th refinement path killer move. 4 killer moves were activated at the same time. Feng Kim Hong already had 6 fireballs floating in front of her, each fireball was equipped with a small wishful hand, constantly grabbing materials and throwing them into the fire. Through the control of the small wishful hand, the amount of Gu refinement materials thrown into the fire was very precise. With the help of the 4 killer moves, Feng Kim Huang's Gu refinement speed had already surpassed Feng Yuan's, and not long after, she started refining 3 orifice firehouse Gu. Meanwhile, Feng Yuan had just started refining twin orifice furnace Gu. Looking at Feng Kim Huang's triumphant progress, leaving Feng Yuan further behind, many people were puzzled. What the hell is Feng Yuan doing? Xianxia giggled, first senior sister will win for sure. Qinhuan was also a refinement path genius, she was already the focus of Spirit Affinity House, but she had not matured yet. She agreed with Xianxia's words, at this rate, first senior sister has a high chance of winning. With my ability, my limit is to maintain 5 refinement path killer moves at the same time. But this is a martial duel, I need to conserve my strength to deal with Feng Yuan's attacks. Out of the 5 chances to attack, I have already used 2, while Fang Yuan is only defending, he has not attacked yet. Don't tell me, my conditions are too tempting, making him admit defeat? Feng Kim-hong could not understand Fang Yuan's performance, she could not help but feel suspicious. Another 30 minutes passed, Feng Kim-hwang's refinement of 3-orifice firehouse gu was already halfway through. Right now, Feng Kim-hwang's advantage was extremely clear, she was far ahead of Fang Yuan. It is time to make a move. Fang Yuan's gaze was sharp, he sensed that the time was ripe, he took out a gu worm from his immortal aperture. I am going to attack. He suddenly said softly. Eh. Feng Kim-hwang's attention was immediately attracted, her bright eyes stared at Fang Yuan. At the same time, she continued to refine the gu. You are finally starting to attack? But why did you take the initiative to tell me, what is the meaning of this? Feng Kim-hong was naturally extremely vigilant. Fang Yuan chuckled, continuing, Feng Kim-hong, you need to be careful. This gu worm of mine is a rank 1 ghost fire gu. Feng Kim-hong squinted her eyes, vigilance flashing in her eyes, she quickly thought, it is definitely a rank 1 gu worm, according to the rules, this is Fang Yuan's first attack, he can only use rank 1 methods. But ghost fire gu might not be the same, he showed me the appearance of the gu worm, is he trying to mislead me? After all, gu worms can also be disguised. I need to be extremely careful. Just as she was thinking, Fang Yuan activated the gu worm in his hand. Once this gu was activated, it immediately turned into a small lump of eerie ghost fire, slowly floating towards Feng Kim-hong. It really is ghost fire gu? Feng Kim-hong was slightly stunned. Right at this time, ghost fire gu suddenly accelerated, shooting towards Feng Kim-hong. It's coming. It is merely a rank 1 ghost fire gu. Feng Kim-hwang's eyes shone with a sharp light, she was extremely confident. She was already prepared, defending against the rank 1 ghost fire gu was a piece of cake. When the ghost fire gu rushed over, she even had the time to consider the possibility of Fang Yuan's continuous attacks, however, the moment the ghost fire gu got close to Feng Kim-hong, it suddenly stopped. Then, the ghost fire leisurely revolved around Feng Kim-hong, swaying left and right. What? Feng Kim-hong was secretly shocked, what is Fang Yuan trying to do? The next moment, her expression darkened as she understood. In this duel, the gu master's defense was limited to a radius of 3 feet. If the ghost fire gu did not get within 3 feet of Feng Kim-hong would not be able to defend against it. The process of the ghost fire floating could only be considered as the process of Fang Yuan's attack. He is trying to use rank 1 ghost fire to pressure me and restrain my mind. Feng Kim-hong was extremely intelligent, she quickly understood Fang Yuan's intention. So sinister. Many people outside the stage also saw through this. Xianxia was filled with indignation, Demon Fang Yuan is using a loophole in the rules. Who can refine gu peacefully with a ghost fire floating in front of him? Is no one doing anything about this? This is too shameless. Qinwan shook her head, saying solemnly, this rule was set by both sides. This kind of suspense attack is a classic battle tactic, it is not shameless. Damn it. Feng Kim-hwang's forehead started to break out in cold sweat, the ghost fire attacks the soul. I have expended a lot of my mind, if I get hit, I will definitely make a mistake. But if I only defend now, I will have to divert my mind to pay attention to the ghost fire's movement, and the gu refinement speed will fall. There was another method in front of Feng Kim-hong, that was to take the initiative to attack and destroy this ghost fire. But this would not be worth it. Because her third move would be a rank 3 method. Using a rank 3 method to destroy Fang Yuan's rank 1 ghost fire gu, she would be at a disadvantage no matter how she thought about it. Maybe this is Fang Yuan's intention, he wants to lure me into using this precious opportunity to attack. Feng Kim-hong looked at Fang Yuan, gritting her teeth. Manipulating the ghost fire also expended mental energy. But Fang Yuan had not used any refinement path killer moves, he only used gu refinement techniques, he could be said to be full of mental energy, it was more than enough to manipulate the ghost fire. Oh? You don't want to destroy my ghost fire? You are really patient. He he he. Fang Yuan laughed, then, how about I add another ghost fire? Under everyone's gazes, Fang Yuan took out the second ghost fire gu. Feng Kim Hong, look carefully. This is a rank 2 ghost fire goo. Fang Yuan said plainly, different from Feng Kim Huang's sneak attack, he directly revealed his methods. His attacking style was the complete opposite of Feng Kim Huang's style. Feng Kim Huang's 2 attacks were fast, accurate and ruthless, attacking the enemy's weak points, causing Fang Yuan to be busy dealing with them, while he used the chance to use refinement path killer moves to increase his speed. But Fang Yuan could only be described with one word, slow. The second ghost fire slowly floated in front of Feng Kim Hong, 3 feet away from her. This ghost fire was sent out by the rank 2 ghost fire goo. It was twice the size of the first one. The 2 ghost fires moved one after the other, sometimes to the left and sometimes to the right, sometimes far away and sometimes near, without any pattern. Feng Kim Hong had to guard against these 2 fires while also splitting her attention to refine goo. Soon, Feng Kim Hong could not hold on any longer. Bam! With a small explosion, one of the goo refinement flames that she controlled was instantly destroyed. The goo worm inside had already formed its embryonic form, but unfortunately, it was all for naught. First senior sister made a mistake. What a pity, that goo worm only lacks the final 3 steps. Sun Yao stomped her feet in anger. Qin Wan's expression also sank. This is the first mistake since the start of the duel. Even though first senior sister has a deep foundation, it is still too much for her to split her attention to so many things. Then what do we do? Sun Yao looked over with a pleading expression. Qin Wan pondered, if it were me, I would take the initiative to cancel a refinement path killer move. Because we have a huge advantage, as long as we maintain this advantage and do not make any more mistakes, the other party should be anxious. But canceling the killer move is the same as activating it. Because of the change, we will have to pay more attention to it, which will create an instant flaw. At this moment, Feng Kim Hong was also having the same thought, cancel a refinement path. Killer move? Is that what Feng Yuan is trying to do? No, I still have a way. I will attack for the 3rd time and use a sound wave attack to get rid of these 2 ghost fires. Geniuses like Feng Kim Hong always had pride in their bones. They were not willing to admit defeat. Feng Kim Huang's eyes shone when she thought of this, but when she looked at Feng Yuan, her heart turned cold. Feng Yuan was wearing a sinister mask, his gaze was cold as ice in the holes of the mask, there seemed to be a mocking smile hidden within. Wait, something's not right. As their gazes met, Feng Kim Huang's heart shook. This is Feng Yuan's trap. He has been waiting for this. Once I attack for the 3rd time, Feng Yuan will grab this opportunity and attack. By then, my mental state will have already exceeded its limit. It will be hard for him to take care of the situation. He might not even be able to defend himself and will be hit by him. Damn it. Feng Kim Hong gritted his teeth. A drop of cold sweat slid from his forehead to the corner of his eyebrows and down his cheeks. This can't go on. I have to think of a way. What should I do? Think carefully, think quickly. Bang. While Feng Kim Hong was thinking, another fireball exploded. This explosion. It was much more serious than the first time. The surrounding fireballs were affected. Feng Kim Hong quickly discarded the messy thoughts in his mind and tried his best to stabilize the other fireballs. Ah. Eldest senior sister had made a mistake again. How could this be? Not good. Eldest senior sister is injured. Sun Yao cried out in alarm. Demon Feng Yuan gave her too much pressure. First senior sister was trying to think of a countermeasure, and in a moment of carelessness, she paid less attention to the goo refinement and made a mistake. Failing the goo refinement would naturally result in backlash. Fortunately, her injuries are not serious. Qin Wan's tone also revealed her nervousness. She exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and said, however, this is also a good thing. Sun Yao didn't understand and angrily mumbled, Senior sister Qin Wan, what are you saying? Senior apprentice sister made a mistake in the goo refinement. Why is it a good thing that you're injured? Because the fire in her hand extinguished 2 of them. Part of his mind was freed. Now, she had the strength to spare. We can calmly deal with the current situation, Qin Wan analyzed. Sun Yao slapped her forehead in realization. Oh, right. He. Feng Yuan started laughing again. When Feng Kim-hong heard Fang Yuan's laughter, his heart sank. She raised her head and indeed saw Fang Yuan take out the third goo worm. Fang Yuan continued, "Look closely, this is a rank 3 ghost fire goo." In the next moment, 3 balls of will-o'-the-wisp hovered around Feng Kim-hong. Damn it, damn it. Sun Yao stomped her feet in anger. This demon is too shameless. Eldest senior sister had just recovered from her shock when he sent out another ball of ghost fire. He still wants to force eldest senior sister to make a mistake. That is indeed the case. Qin Wan's expression was solemn. This way, the pressure will increase greatly. I'm afraid eldest senior sister will have to focus all her attention on defense. Sun Yao gritted her teeth in anger and subconsciously waved her fists. This demon is not refining goo properly and is spending all his attention on the will-o'-the-wisp. This is a classic example of not focusing on proper work. This person is too evil, I really want to beat him up. Damn it, how can this be? Feng Kim-hong fell into a huge predicament. She was clearly in the lead, but when Fang Yuan made his move, she was in a passive position. Feng Kim-hong knew the situation was bad, because the duel's tempo was completely under Fang Yuan's control. Feng Kim-hong wanted to counterattack, but she did not have enough strength. Those 3 will-o'-the-wisp floated around her, sometimes even breaking through the 3 feet distance before suddenly retreating. It was clear that he was teasing Feng Kim-hong. Feng Kim-hong was a young girl after all. She was filled with anger from Feng Yuan's teasing, but she could not vent it out. She wanted to get rid of these 3 annoying will-o'-the-wisp, so she had to take the risk, but reason told Feng Kim-hong that she did not need to take the risk. Because even if she made 2 mistakes, she was still ahead of Feng Yuan by a huge margin. As long as she maintained her lead, victory was hers. However, when Feng Kim-hong started refining 4 orifices fire tower goo, not long after, Feng Yuan also started refining 4 orifices fire tower goo. This discovery immediately made Feng Kim-hong shocked. When did Feng Yuan close the gap between us? This is impossible, he has not even used a refinement path killer move. But the truth was like this, Feng Yuan was just using refinement path techniques and pure basic skills to shrink the gap bit by bit, unknowingly catching up to Feng Kim-hong. The goo masters below the stage also realized this. Unbelievable, this demon Feng Yuan actually caught up. Spirit Affinity House's female disciples cried out in shock. He is actually using goo refinement techniques to win against refinement path killer moves. Feng Yuan's strength truly far surpasses Feng Kim-hong. These were people who overestimated Feng Yuan, and they were still overestimating him. How can this be? Feng Yuan must have cheated. Everyone knows the power of refinement path killer moves. He did not use any killer moves to catch up. This is impossible. Sun Yao was very dissatisfied. What kind of eyesight does the hosting elder have? He is not even stopping the competition. Is he investigating this demon Feng Yuan? Senior sister Qin Wan, who was beside her, sighed deeply. Be quiet, junior sister. Goo refinement techniques naturally cannot compare to refinement path killer moves. But in this duel, they can win against killer moves. Ah. Senior sister, what do you mean? Because the key to victory is not the methods, but the goo masters themselves. The goo refinement has already reached the middle and late stages. Feng Yuan's mind is still full, while first senior sister's mind is fully focused. Once she relaxes, Feng Yuan will use ghost fire to intimidate her, making her feel tired. First senior sister is already very tired, without the control of her mind. No matter how powerful a refinement path killer move is, it is only a support, the goo refinement speed will naturally slow down. Saying so, Qin Wan sighed, this is all Feng Yuan's plan. First senior sister suggested refining 5 orifices fire pagoda goo, and he agreed without hesitation. But the goo recipe and refinement materials were all provided by him. From the start of this battle of attrition, he purposely lagged behind to preserve his mind. At the middle stage, he attacked, although he was lagging behind. But he held the initiative in the competition. Because first senior sister had the advantage, she did not want to take risks, so she dragged it on. But she did not know that this was Feng Yuan's scheme. Now that it is the late stage, first senior sister is too tired. Her speed is getting slower, and she will soon be overtaken by Feng Yuan. What? Sun Yao looked over worriedly. Soon, her worry became reality. Fang Yuan's progress was slowly on par with Feng Kim Hong. Then, he slowly overtook her. Don't tell me, is first senior sister going to lose? Sun Yao's eyes were red. She could not help but tear up, she has already worked so hard. It is already the end, and first senior sister is even injured. Was he going to let this despicable and shameless demon win just like that? I am not resigned to this. I am also not resigned. Qin Wan heaved a deep sigh, but first senior sister still has a chance. There is still a chance? Sun Yao turned her head, looking at senior sister Qin Wan in pleasant surprise. Qin Wan nodded, that's right, don't forget, first senior sister still has 3 chances to attack. Rank 3 attack once, rank 4 attack once, rank 5 attack once. Each attack will be stronger, this is the method to turn the tables. This competition is not over yet, there is still hope. That's right, we still have hope. First senior sister, do your best. Sun Yao's eyes brightened, she suddenly shouted. Her shout soon attracted the support of others. The strong sense of pride and belonging to the sect made the hundreds of Spirit Affinity House disciples cheer loudly, cheering for Feng Kim Hong. Even though their voices could not be transmitted, Feng Kim Hong could feel it. These guys. I cannot lose, I want to win. It is time to use my trump card. Refinement Path Killer Move, Ink Transformation. Feng Kim Hong shouted in his heart, he raised his hand and launched 3 consecutive attacks at Feng Yuan. Feng Kim Hong staked it all in one throw, he did not make a move, but once he made a move, he used all his remaining chances to attack. Child's play. Feng Yuan blocked all these attacks, at the same time, he sent out 3 ghost fires to interfere. The interference effect was not too outstanding, Feng Kim Hong extinguished these 3 ghost fires, his refinement path killer move was almost completed. Humph, expose goo, go. Feng Yuan sneered in his heart, he flicked his finger and a rank 4 goo worm flew out. At the same time, he launched a rank 5 attack, attacking later but arriving first. Feng Kim Hong was prepared, she blocked the rank 5 attack, but expose goo detonated when it got close to her. The explosion was not intense, but the light was very dazzling. How can this be? How did he know the flaw of Ink Transformation Killer Move? Under Feng Kim Hong's incredulous expression, Ink Transformation Killer Move was completely interrupted. The killer move's activation failed, the intense backlash immediately caused Feng Kim Hong's internal organs to twitch, a large amount of blood was flowing out of her body, the intense pain caused her body and mind to shake, she was no longer able to control the fire lump. The entire goo refinement failed, another huge backlash erupted on her body. Feng Kim Hong raised her head and vomited a mouthful of blood, she fell to the ground and fainted on the spot. The audience was in chaos. Spirit Affinity House's disciples wanted to go up, but were blocked by the goo formation. Do not disturb the order, violators will be punished. The hosting elder shouted. After stabilizing the situation, he looked at Feng Yuan. At once, almost everyone in the audience looked at Feng Yuan. Feng Kim Hong had already fainted, even if she woke up and tried to refine goo again, the materials she had were far from enough. Right now, Feng Yuan was in an invincible position, as long as he refined 5 orifices fire pagoda goo, he would obtain victory. But just as Feng Yuan was about to succeed, the incomplete goo worm in his hand suddenly self-detonated. Feng Yuan was stunned, this? Feng Yuan and Feng Kim Hong's duel, which attracted countless people's attention, ended with an outcome that surpassed everyone's expectations. The duel was very exciting, it could be said to be full of twists and turns. Eventually, Feng Yuan already had the absolute advantage, but he coincidentally encountered a rank 5 goo's failure rate, causing his efforts to be in vain. He did not have enough goo refinement materials for a second attempt, while Feng Kim Hong had fainted, he also lacked materials. Thus, this duel ended in a draw. Meanwhile, after the duel ended, Feng Kim Hong was healed and recovered rapidly. After learning of the final outcome, Feng Kim Hong looked at Feng Yuan with deep meaning. Since it was a draw, then according to the duel's rules, both sides had 2 choices. One was to take back their winnings, the second was to exchange their winnings. Just as Feng Yuan expected, Feng Kim Hong chose the second option. Feng Yuan thought about it for a while before agreeing. Feng Kim Hong first handed an information path goo worm to Feng Yuan. The goo worm recorded the method for immortal zombies to regain life. Next, both sides signed a contract. As a subordinate force of Crane Gate, the owner of Who Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan, would establish a guts goo trade with Spirit Affinity House. From now on, Fang Yuan would prioritize the supply of guts goo to Spirit Affinity House. Even Crane Gate would have to wait. Lord Fang Yuan, my clan's Lord He Fengyang would like to have a chat with you. After the duel ended, a Crane Gate elder came to Fang Yuan of his own accord, showing a humble attitude. Oh? Fang Yuan was surprised, then lead the way. On a desolate mountain peak, he met He Fengyang again. He Fengyang still had the appearance of a young man, wearing a white robe. He had a black belt and his sleeves were fluttering in the wind. His green eyebrows that extended to his waist were also fluttering in the wind. This is a bet. It must not have been easy, right? He Fengyang looked at Fang Yuan with a deep gaze. Fang Yuan smiled. There's nothing I can do. I've encountered a failure rate, so I can only stare. His words were naturally flawless. He Fengyang examined Fang Yuan from top to bottom, then suddenly said solemnly, "It is a pity that you have such talent in refinement path, but you have degenerated into a zombie. Actually, if you want to find a way to regain your life, you don't have to go far. My Crane Gate has a mystical method that can guarantee that you can get rid of your immortal zombie body." Fang Yuan listened. He could not help but feel strange. Why did he feel that He Fengyang was trying to recruit him? But thinking about it, even if Fang Yuan was opposing Crane Gate and had some other background, just based on Fang Yuan's goo refinement attainment, it was enough to move Crane Gate. Fang Yuan naturally knew what the mystical method He Fengyang was talking about was. What else could it be? It was obvious that it was a technique of possession. He Fengyang would never have expected that Fang Yuan had already made preparations in this aspect. If I lose my freedom, I would rather keep my immortal zombie body, Fang Yuan said. He Fengyang shook his head. I invited you here not to debate about freedom with you. Let's get down to business. You captured that brother of yours, you must hand him over. Otherwise, you will not be able to bear the consequences. Oh? Is this a threat? Fang Yuan's tone sank. Fangjing was his backup for rebirth. Even if he did not use it to get rid of his immortal zombie body, Fangjing was still the best candidate to refine blood deity. How could Fang Yuan let him go? He Fengyang nodded. You can think of it as a threat. But I prefer to think of it as a warning. To tell you the truth, we want to get rid of Fangjing. This is an order from the Celestial Court. You might not understand the weight of the two words Celestial Court, but you need to understand. In Central Continent, no force or person can go against the Celestial Court. How could Fang Yuan not understand the power of the Celestial Court? He had his previous life's memories. He knew more about the power and terror of the Celestial Court than He Fengyang. Of course I know about the Celestial Court. But the Celestial Court actually wants to get rid of Fangjing? It actually wants to get rid of immortal so seriously? Isn't your excuse a little too fake? He Fengyang, how can you convince me? Fang Yuan shrugged. He Fengyang sighed, I don't need to convince you. But if you leave Fangjing alive, the final outcome would be Who Immortal Blessed Land being attacked and absorbed by the Celestial Court. To me, to Crane Gate, I do not wish for this to happen. Think about it, but there is not much time left. If you can think it through, 3 days later, hand over Fangjing to me. Fang Yuan frowned deeply. This unexpected news caught him off guard. He did not know about the existence of Fate Immortal Goo, and could not link the Celestial Court and Fangjing together. He looked at He Fengyang's face, trying to find a flaw in his expression. Do you think I am stupid? Handing over Fangjing to you is equivalent to handing you the key to attacking Who Immortal Blessed Land. He. He Fengyang raised his head and laughed. Fang Yuan, it has been hard on you, an immortal zombie, you have so many tricks up your sleeves. You don't need to test me. The truth is, you are already starting to believe my words. I am actually more curious than you. But regarding the Celestial Court, it is better to stop being curious. 3 days later, I will execute Fangjing in front of you. But in exchange, you have to bring Master Tenchuru's soul back intact. You should know that he is my subordinate, he is quite capable. Fang Yuan became silent. He Fengyang did not stop, he disappeared on the spot with a flash of light. Since he Fengyang left, Fang Yuan did not stay for long. He used fixed immortal travel to return to Hu immortal blessed land. He threw the matter regarding Fengjing to the back of his mind. The first thing Fang Yuan did was to research the method that Feng Kim Hong gave him. Fairy Xianxia? What Fang Yuan did not expect was that this method of getting rid of the zombie body was related to a previous generation fairy of spirit affinity house. Fairy Xianxia was a previous generation fairy of spirit affinity house, just like how Mo Yao was a previous generation fairy of spirit affinity house. According to Feng Kim Huang's information, when Fairy Xianxia was rank 5, she was plotted against by an enemy and refined into a zombie. But she had one of the 10 extreme physiques, the Guyue Desaladine physique. Due to a fortuitous encounter, she succeeded in her immortal ascension. Her zombie body was baptized by the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. She was reborn. In the end, many Gu immortals of Spirit Affinity House deduced, getting rid of the zombie body. The method to obtain rebirth was the immortal ascension of one of the 10 extreme physiques. Immortal ascension of one of the 10 extreme physiques? Fang Yuan was a little disappointed. This method. To him, it was not feasible. Even though he had Blood Skull Gu. It could raise a Gu master's aptitude. Guyue's generation was Fang Yuan's role model. But Blood Skull Gu was only immortal Gu. Even if Fang Yuan had many descendants and killed them, it could not raise Fang Yuan's aptitude as an immortal zombie. However, if I can raise Blood Skull Gu to immortal Gu, it will be useful to me. I can use Blood Skull Immortal Gu to raise my first aperture to Guyue Desaladine physique, and undergo immortal ascension. I will have a high chance of reviving. But to raise Blood Skull Gu to immortal Gu, I need to deduce the immortal Gu recipe of Blood Skull Gu. This will take a huge amount of time and effort. Also, even if I raise my aptitude to the level of one of the 10 extreme physiques, my future tribulations will be very dangerous. According to Feng Kim Huang's information, Fairy Xianxia's immortal ascension tribulation was extremely terrifying. It was almost equivalent to the grand tribulation of a rank 7 Gu immortal. It was very likely that the immortal ascension of a zombie was too heaven-defying and attracted the wrath of heaven. If not for the help of several Gu immortals of Spirit Affinity House, Fairy Xianxia might have been turned to ashes by the Grand Tribulation. The tribulation of one of the 10 extreme physiques when they undergo immortal ascension. It was very terrifying. Fang Yuan had personally witnessed He Lolan's tribulation. The latter had even lost her immortal Gu. When one of the 10 extreme physiques turned into a zombie and attempted to ascend to an immortal, the tribulation would be even more terrifying. Its might would increase by dozens of times, Fang Yuan concluded. This method not only needed a lot of preparation, it would waste a lot of time and effort. The risk was also very high. There was no help from others. With Fang Yuan's current strength, even if he worked with Tai Bai Yunxing, He Lulan, and Fairy Li Shan, it would be impossible. It was also impossible. After weighing the pros and cons, Fang Yuan could only put this method aside. He entered Dang Hun Palace's prison. He saw Fengjing, who was imprisoned inside. Fang Yuan, what are you trying to do? Seeing his brother, Fengjing shouted angrily, his gaze was filled with hatred. Fang Yuan said, "What, you still haven't thought it through?" Fengjing shouted, "Even if there is a reason, Crane Gate and Master are responsible, you are still the main culprit, you are the true culprit who killed uncle and aunt. I will never forgive you, I will never let you off. Kill me, otherwise, I will forever be your enemy." "Oh? My good little brother, you are really stubborn. In that case." Fang Yuan's gaze flashed, he suddenly stretched out his hand and aimed at Fengjing. Soul Search, Fengjing's body shook, he could not move, he wanted to scream but could not, his throat seemed to be blocked, his expression was filled with pain. Fang Yuan searched Fengjing's soul 7 or 8 times, but did not find anything valuable. Fengjing is such an ordinary Gu master, why was Celestial Court ordered to exterminate him? Fang Yuan fell into deep thought. Although there was no evidence, he was inclined to believe that He Fengyang was speaking the truth. Fang Yuan did not know that Celestial Court had Fate Immortal Gu. Although he had his previous life's memories, they were limited, he could not know everything. Especially when it involved the secrets of the strongest organization in the 5 regions, Celestial Court. Did someone do something to Fengjing's soul? Fang Yuan shook his head. This was not possible, but it could not be ruled out. Then should I hand over Fengjing or not? This was the problem. Fang Yuan was not afraid of He Fengyang, but he was wary of Crane Gate, and more worried about Celestial Court. Celestial Court had rank 8 Gu immortals. As long as one of them made a move, killing him would be as easy as killing an ant. Of course, this was the result of the battle. Fang Yuan naturally would not be so foolish. He could still escape, he could escape. Fixed immortal travel was a great method. 3 days later, Fang Yuan handed over Fengjing, as well as the spirit incubating flea. Master Tenchuru's soul was inside. Fengjing had clearly been tortured. He had gone through many terrifying tortures. Not only were his flesh torn, there were many wounds on his body that were so deep that bones could be seen. Even one of his arms had been cut off and replaced with a dog's front limb. And Fengjing could still feel the dog limb. He could control it and perform a series of actions. Such torture could cause a person to break down, but He Fengyang only glanced at him. He did not say anything. He said to Fang Yuan, "You have made a clear choice. Now, fulfill your promise." Fang Yuan's gaze shone brightly. "Then watch carefully." He Fengyang slowly made his move. Under Fang Yuan's full investigation, he killed Fengjing on the spot. Not even a trace of him was left behind by the flames. "Lord He Fengyang, why? You promised me." Master Tenchuru's voice came from the spirit incubating flea. "This is the Celestial Court's order. Crane Gate needs Fengjing's sacrifice. Sky Crane, this is your fate. You wanted to possess Fengjing, but in the end, your heart softened. You were willing to accompany him and guide his cultivation. Now, he is completely dead, not even a trace of his soul is left. As compensation for going back on my words, I will find a good candidate for you to be reborn." He Fengyang said slowly. "Lord!" Master Tenchuru cried. "Now, I can confirm that He Fengyang is expressing goodwill towards me." Fang Yuan had a realization. He Fengyang invited Fang Yuan to Feihe Mountain to take a look. What kind of place was Feihe Mountain? It was where Crane Gate's mountain was located. Even though the symbolic meaning was greater than the actual meaning, the meaning behind these words was already very clear. After returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan pondered over He Fengyang's subtle attitude and suddenly laughed silently. After the duel with Feng Kim Hong, Fang Yuan had established a business relationship with Spirit Affinity House. This Gutsgu transaction had a higher priority than Crane Gate. But because it was the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, and with so many witnesses, even Immortal Crane Sect could not find any excuse to stop this transaction that had extraordinary meaning. Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Spirit Affinity House were in cahoots. This made Crane Gate feel a sense of danger. In history, Spirit Affinity House had the most cases of roping in demonic path Gu immortals. For example, Bo Qing, Feng Jioga, and others, they were examples that were deeply rooted in people's hearts. Not long ago, after failing to reclaim Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan displayed extremely high refinement path attainment. Crane Gate finally decided to appease and rope in Fang Yuan. Thus, He Fengyang's attitude towards Fang Yuan had changed. Fengjing's matter should be true. He Fengyang's actions were no doubt a kind of goodwill towards Fang Yuan. He even used the possession method to lure Fang Yuan. To him, if Fang Yuan detained Fengjing, Celestial Court would definitely attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land. If Fang Yuan did not destroy Danghun Mountain in advance, Celestial Court would definitely obtain it. Hu Immortal Blessed Land could not be moved away, and Celestial Court might not be interested in it. He would leave it to one of the 10 great ancient sections. As for which ancient sect it would depend on the results of the internal competition within the Celestial Court. Obviously, the Celestial Court's Gu immortals at Crane Gate had low influence. The possibility of taking back Hu Immortal Blessed Land in the competition was not high. Even if they took it back, without Danghun Mountain, Hu Immortal Blessed Land's value would be greatly reduced. No matter how he looked at it, this was against the interests of He Fengyang and the Crane Gate. Therefore, He Fengyang told Fang Yuan about this to protect his own interests. Right now, I am a vassal of Crane Gate in name, but I am benefiting from both Spirit Affinity House and Crane Gate. All of a sudden, my external pressure has been reduced by more than half. Fang Yuan sighed. In fact, Fang Yuan had been planning for such a situation for a long time. Previously, he had ignored Feng Kim Huang's challenge. Later on, he took the initiative to communicate with him. What was the point of accepting the challenge? He wanted to borrow Spirit Affinity House's influence to resist Crane Gate's strength. Fang Yuan achieved his goal, but the crucial factor was not him. It was the temptation of Guts Gu itself. Fang Yuan snatched Hu Immortal Blessed Land, which caused Feng Kim Hong to be stimulated and discover the true use of Dream Wings Immortal Gu. And it was because Feng Kim Hong used Dream Wings and tasted its benefits that he placed even more importance on Guts Gu. If not for that, how could Spirit Affinity House let Fang Yuan borrow its influence so easily? The other party was not an idiot, that's right, Fang Yuan purposely made it a draw. It was to show a gentle attitude to Spirit Affinity House's people. For Fang Yuan, because of this duel, his situation in Central Continent had undergone an unprecedented change. It greatly reduced his pressure and allowed him to have more energy to make other plans. Of course, once the secret of Fang Yuan destroying 88-point Xianxia Tower was exposed, Central Continent's situation would definitely collapse. Fang Yuan would be chased by everyone and forced to flee for his life. For Feng Kim Hong, although she was injured and defeated in the duel, she was the biggest winner. From now on, with the help of Guts Gu and Dream Wings Immortal Gu, she would advance by leaps and bounds, surpassing almost all Gu Immortals and growing rapidly. In my previous life, I killed Feng Kim Hong, but in this life, it seems that I am the one who made her a success. Regarding this, Fang Yuan sighed deeply. It was not worth mentioning. Fang Yuan, the matter has been settled. If there is nothing else, I will leave now. Tai Baiyunxing came to bid farewell. These days, he had been walking around northern plains, looking for a suitable place to set up his blessed land. He had already found a good place and was about to set up his blessed land, but at the crucial moment, he was called back by Fang Yuan. I have to thank you this time. You chose a good location, don't worry and adjust the heaven and earth qi. When the tribulation comes, I will definitely lend you a hand. Fang Yuan said to Tai Baiyunxing. Tai Baiyunxing nodded and said goodbye to Fang Yuan, using a stargate to go to northern plains. After Fang Yuan obtained star-form blessed land, his starlight firefly Gu reserves were extremely huge. The construction and opening of stargates were no longer as urgent as before. Fang Yuan came to the secret room and saw Guyue Fengjing again. Wasn't Guyue Fengjing killed by He Fengyang? How could he still be alive? As it turned out, this was a trick arranged by Fang Yuan. He purposely cut off one of Guyue Fengjing's arms and installed a dog limb, making it look like he was tortured and humiliated. In fact, he left this severed arm here. After He Fengyang killed Fengjing, Tai Baiyunxing, who was called back by Fang Yuan, used man as before Immortal Gu and expended a considerable amount of immortal essence to revive Fengjing. He Fengyang did not suspect him. He also had his limitations. He did not know that an immortal Gu like man as before existed in this world. In his opinion, Fengjing's body and soul were completely destroyed in front of his eyes. Fengjing was truly dead. If it were any other Gu immortal, they would also think so. This was common sense. But this world was huge, there were all sorts of strange immortal Gu, immortal killer moves and so on. Just like man as before, they did not know that humans had limitations, even immortals were no exception. Omniscience and omnipotence, even rank 9 Gu immortals or Renzu could not achieve this. Perhaps there was only one great existence that could achieve this, and that was this world. Fang Yuan threw an information path Gu worm to Fengjing, showing a mocking expression. Take a good look, this is the crane gate that you are so grateful to, and that kind master of yours. If not for me, you would be dead already. Impossible. I will not believe your lies. Fengjing screamed, but he still took this information path Gu worm. This Gu worm naturally recorded the scene of He Fengyang killing Fengjing, as well as the conversation with Master Tenchuru's soul. After Fengjing saw it, he immediately crushed the information path Gu worm to pieces, falling into an incomparably furious state. He raised his head and screamed. His expression was distorted as he pointed at Fang Yuan, shouting, "Impossible! This is all fake, you faked it. I will never believe it, I will never believe it. You lied to me, you lied to me. Unless I see it with my own eyes, hear it with my own ears, and get my master's reply. You will see it with your own eyes. But, now is not the time." Fang Yuan turned around and left the secret room. He closed the door, the secret room fell into darkness again. Fang Jing screamed in the darkness, moving around in a frenzy in the limited space, punching and kicking the walls in a hysterical manner. After dealing with Fang Jing's matter, Fang Yuan returned triumphantly in the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. He eliminated the true Gu refinement experts in advance. It made the later stages of the convention easier than the middle stages. Eventually, Feng Qimhong obtained 6th place. And Fang Yuan entered the finals. He faced the strongest opponent in this convention, Yumu Chen. In this match, Fang Yuan lost cleanly. Even though the competition's topic was the same as in his previous life, Fang Yuan had the huge advantage of knowing beforehand. But his opponent, Yumu Chen, was a genuine refinement path quasi-great grandmaster. This attainment level was terrifying. Even if Feng Qimhong had Dream Wings Immortal Gu, he could not easily reach this attainment level. The higher the attainment level of a path, the more difficult it was to advance. In the whole of history, only 3 people surpassed him. They were the 3 refinement path elders. In the whole of Northern Plains, only 4 were publicly recognized to be comparable to him. They were the 4 refinement path elders. Fang Yuan knew that even if he had the advantage of knowing the topic, he could not win against Yumu Chen. This was the difference in strength. Speaking of which, this Yumu Chen was dressed like Fang Yuan. He wore a black robe that covered his entire body. He also had a large mask on his face. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, he was the one who obtained 1st place. Unsurprisingly, his strength was truly unfathomable. Fang Yuan admitted defeat. Many people criticized him. After all, refinement path attainment level was hard to describe. Yumu Chen was indeed very strong, but Fang Yuan was also very strong in the eyes of the world. Such an action of admitting defeat without fighting made the spectators who were looking forward to the finals very unhappy. Rumors started to spread that Fang Yuan admitted defeat without fighting. This was a shady plot. No matter what, Fang Yuan, who obtained 2nd place, achieved his original goal. He had a success Dao mark engraved on his body. After that, Crane Gate and the other 9 great ancient sects sent people to contact Fang Yuan, trying to buy his Dao marks. This success Dao mark could not be seized or transferred. Even Celestial Court tried many times, but none of them succeeded. The 10 great ancient sects naturally did not want to seize it. They only talked about transactions. In any case, Fang Yuan had such amazing Gu refinement methods. They still greatly overestimated Fang Yuan. He could refine Gu. If he refined a rank 6 immortal Gu, this success Dao mark would be used up, in exchange for 0 failure rate. No matter how high the 10 sects of Central Continent offered, Fang Yuan rejected them all. After returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he made the final preparations to refine change form Immortal Gu. Ever since Fang Yuan had the plan to refine change form Immortal Gu, he had been gathering Gu refinement materials. Because he had the success Dao mark, Fang Yuan only needed to gather 1 set of Gu refinement materials. This greatly reduced his expenditure. Even so, by the time Fang Yuan gathered the materials, the immortal materials he obtained from the Northern Plains auction had already been sold or exchanged. If not for some of the materials he obtained from the Refinement Path Convention, there would still be a gap. The difficulty of refining Immortal Gu could be seen at a glance. Fang Yuan only gathered 1 set of materials. His accumulated resources were almost all used up. If not for the Guts Gu trade, if not for the success Dao mark, Fang Yuan would not take such a risk and make such a risky move. Floating Astronomy. Central Continent, Truyang Mountain Range. The setting sun was like blood, shining on the rolling hills. On one of the steep peaks, a hairy man was climbing with all his might. "Master, master! Wait for me!" The hairy man climbed as he shouted. Different from other hairy men, this hairy man's gaze was filled with intelligence. He spoke like an ordinary human. He chased after Yumu Chen's figure in the mountains. Ever since the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, this hairy man had been paying attention to Yumu Chen. When the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention ended, Yumu Chen got 1st place. The hairy man chased after him. This hairy man was at the prime of his life, but he could not catch up to Yumu Chen. After the convention ended, Yumu Chen entered Truyang Mountain Range. The hairy man followed behind him, shouting as he chased. Along the way, he suffered a lot. He was covered in dust and injuries. "Master, wait for me." The hairy man climbed the mountain, but his eyes were wide open. How can this be? Master was still on the peak earlier. How did he reach the foot of the mountain in such a short time? What goo worm is he using? The distance that he had closed with much difficulty grew even further. The hairy man became anxious and hurried down the mountain. In the end, he stepped on empty air and lost his footing, falling down the mountain stream. Thankfully, there were many branches that helped him resist the force of his fall. Even so, when he cried out as he tumbled down the mountain, his head was bleeding and his body was broken in many places. The pain in his body could not compare to the pain in his heart. If I miss this chance, it will be hard to find Master again. The hairy man's face was covered in tears. He struggled to get up, but he could not. He raised his head and moaned in despair, "Master. Please have pity on me, please wait." Sob, sob, sob. His voice was extremely weak. After the moaning, he started to cry. But when he cried, his body shook. He found that unknowingly, a pair of feet had appeared in front of him. He followed the feet and looked up. He was surprised to find that Yu-Mu-chun had returned at some point. He was standing in front of him, looking down at him. The hairy man quickly knelt on the ground. "Master, Master, you are finally willing to see me." Yu-Mu-chun sighed. His voice was deep and magnetic. "Han Dui. A few years ago, I just casually gave you some pointers. We are not fated to be master and disciple." Hearing this, the hairy man Ben Duo started to cry. He did not know where the strength came from, but he suddenly jumped and hugged Yu-Mu-chun's leg. "Master, Master. Even if you don't want to admit that you're my master, I was able to escape from ignorance thanks to your guidance." After breaking through the shackles, his goo refinement had reached an unprecedented level. Although you only said a few words, the grace of teaching is as heavy as a mountain. Deeper than the sea. My fate has changed because of this, so in my heart, you will forever be my teacher. Yu-Mu-chun stretched out his hand and rubbed the hairy man Ben Duoyi's head. He. I taught you back then because I saw that you were more quick-witted than normal hairy men. His mind was clear. However, I don't want to acknowledge you as my disciple. It's for your own good. I am the one who escapes my fate. If you get involved with me, there's no benefit to it. From now on, you must not tell anyone about what I've taught you. Otherwise, you'll definitely die a tragic death. Remember this, remember this. Disciple will remember. The hairy man Ben Duoi nodded rapidly. Yu-Mu-chun snorted lightly. Ben Duoi quickly corrected himself. I will remember, I will remember. Master Yu-Mu-chun, please take me in. I am not qualified to be your disciple, please let me be your follower, your servant. I am very hardworking and smart, you even praised me earlier. I will be loyal and devoted to you, and do my best to serve you. Yu-Mu-chun shook his head and smiled bitterly. Oh you. Forget it. Considering that you chased after me and went through over 30 mountains, suffering countless hardships. This sincerity and perseverance towards the Tao is very rare and precious. Ben Duoi, remember, this quick-wittedness is your greatest strength. Man is the spirit of all living beings. You are a hairy man but your intelligence is no longer human. But you cannot rely on this, you need to know that a good swimmer will drown. Today, you need to remember your sincerity and perseverance. Get up. Yu-Mu-chun said. Master, if you don't agree, I won't get up. Ben Duoi shouted. Oh no. Suddenly, his arms were empty. His arms were originally wrapped around Yu-Mu-chun, but now an invisible force was repelling him. He could only look up as Yu-Mu-chun ascended into the sky step by step. Ben Duoi, our fate has come to an end, today will be the last time we meet. Now, I will teach you one last lesson as a parting gift, watch carefully. In the sky, Yu-Mu-chun's voice came. Ben Duoi hurriedly raised his head and looked at the sky expectantly. Central continent, Earth abyss, star-form blessed land. The night was warm, the wind was gentle. Fang Yuan looked up, the blessed land was filled with stars, giving off dim starlight. It was completely silent. Fang Yuan slowly lowered his head, he retracted his gaze from the sky and looked at the giant tortoise shell in front of him. This tortoise shell had an extraordinary origin, it was the shell of a desolate beast tortoise. Right now, the tortoise shell was upside down like a giant bowl. The tortoise shell was filled with poisonous blood. This poisonous blood was collected by Fang Yuan when he was undergoing tribulation in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Now, to refine change form immortal goo, these poisonous blood were put to use. Change form immortal goo refinement can finally begin. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air. Fang Yuan kept the matter of refining change form immortal goo a secret, he did not tell anyone. People like Tai Baiyunxing, He Lulan, and Fairy Li Shan were kept in the dark, they did not know anything. Star form Blessed Land had already closed its doors long ago. The Blessed Land itself was deep in Earth Abyss. At this time, this layer of Earth Abyss was not known to anyone yet, it was very safe. Safety was very important. Refining immortal goo was not easy to begin with, it was filled with difficulties. There were too many external factors that could affect a goo immortal's goo refinement. If there was a mistake, the valuable immortal materials would be wasted, their efforts would be wasted. Thus, the refinement of immortal goo required a calm and stable environment. Even though Fang Yuan had a success Dao mark and could reduce the refinement failure rate to 0 when refining rank 6 immortal goo, it was not enough. But what if during the refinement, Fang Yuan made a mistake? Thus, Star Form Blessed Land was a quiet and reliable environment for goo refinement, he needed it. Otherwise, if Fang Yuan failed the goo refinement, he would not even know where to cry. Even though he was about to start, before Fang Yuan started, he meditated for a long time. Only when he felt that his soul was at its peak condition and could not be any more perfect, did he make a move. His eyes shined, countless ghostly fires burned at the bottom of the tortoise shell. At once, the surrounding several li was engulfed in dark flames, the temperature fell rapidly. The poisonous blood in the tortoise shell, however, was calm, Central Continent, Truyang Mountain Range. Ben Duoi had just raised his head when he was stunned. At once, his eyes opened wide. He had thought that Yimu Chen would give him a final lesson, he would at most teach him some unique goo refinement methods or powerful refinement path killer moves. But to think that Yimu Chen stood in the air, waving his hand as a vast light shone down. This light was extremely pure and dazzling, Yimu Chen's tears flowed down. Just as he was feeling dizzy, he heard Yimu Chen say slowly, Ben Duoi, open your eyes for the final lesson, how much you can absorb will depend on your luck. Alright, watch me refine an immortal goo now. Immortal goo. Ben Duoyi's heart shook, his mouth was wide open, his jaw almost dislocated. Refine an immortal goo? He stammered, he could not understand, he was shocked and uncertain. Why did Master Yimu Chen go so far? Even if Ben Duoi was not skilled in goo refinement, he knew that refining immortal goo was not easy. Before refining, one needed to adjust their condition to the peak, they had to calm their mind, they had to research and deduce the immortal goo recipe countless times. But Yimu Chen did not do that. After the refinement path convention ended, he entered Truyang Mountain Range and traveled in the mountains, he did not rest at all. And he was refining goo here? Truyang Mountain Range was a very dangerous place. The environment was very important to goo refinement, even a 3-year-old child knew this. Right now, Ben Duoi was very worried, what if the goo refinement attracted desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts? This was not the most troublesome thing. Compared to desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts, goo immortals were more threatening. Because of Song Zixing, many goo immortals in Truyang Mountain Range were searching here, trying to find Song Zixing. On one hand, they could beat him up when he was down, on the other hand, they could complete the mission that the 10 great sects of Central Continent had secretly issued. Yimu Chen did not care about Ben Duoyi's worries and nervousness. He had a relaxed expression as he waved his hand. At once, this mountain peak shined with 1,000 rays of light, auspicious clouds and auspicious chi appeared. Winds blew, the grass on the mountain swayed with the wind, the mountain flowers bloomed, emitting the purest fragrance of nature. Central Continent, Starform Blessed Land. An hour had already passed. In the huge tortoise shell, the poisonous blood was boiling, emitting loud noises. Above the poisonous blood, a large amount of poisonous chi was coiling, forming a dense pitch-black poisonous fog. As Fang Yuan continued to heat it up, the poisonous fog started to spread, corroding the surrounding grass and flowers, causing them to wither. Fang Yuan did not care about this. He had prepared meticulously, he had already set up layers of goo formations around him. These poisonous chi would not spread out, they would only stay in the surrounding space. 1,000-year bitter shell. Fang Yuan stared at the boiling poisonous blood. He suddenly stretched out an immortal zombie monstrous arm and spread out its huge claw. "Here, master." At the next moment, Starform Land Spirit handed the 1,000-year bitter shell to Fang Yuan. To refine change form immortal goo, Starform Land Spirit had become Fang Yuan's free labor. Bitter shells were hidden in deep water. By eating the sand and rocks in the water, they could melt the sand and turn it into bitter water. Someone pried open its shell and obtained this bitter water to make wine. The bitter shell wine that was brewed was bitter and fragrant. It was very unique. In the past, Fang Yuan had obtained a bitter shell. He pried it open and used the bitter water to refine wine, using the bitter wine to refine the liquor worm. Bitter shells were rare. 1,000-year bitter shells were even rarer. They were excellent materials for refining immortal goo. The bitter shell in Fang Yuan's hand was the 1,000-year bitter shell. The shell was pitch black. There were white patterns on it like tree rings. The black and white color was very eye-catching. Fang Yuan's gaze was fixed on the fire under the tortoise shell. As for the 1,000-year bitter shell in his hand, he did not even look at it and threw it in. Refining immortal goo was very important. All immortal materials had to be checked. But Fang Yuan had already checked many times. He could ensure the materials were flawless. Thus, Fang Yuan was refining goo now. He did not need to check the immortal materials while refining goo. He could focus on the intensity of the fire. After the 1,000-year bitter shell was thrown in, the poisonous blood stopped boiling, but the poisonous smoke and gas surged like a black python inside. A strong stench was immediately emitted. Fang Yuan did not move. He carefully sniffed in the stench. Although he was an immortal zombie, he could not smell anything. But with the help of investigative killer moves, he could replace his sense of smell. This stench was indescribable. It was extremely terrible. Fang Yuan felt dizzy and wanted to vomit. But Fang Yuan had to persevere, because this stench was a sign of whether the goo refinement was successful or not, whether the 1,000-year bitter shell had completely melted. Soon, the 1,000-year bitter shell that Fang Yuan threw in completely melted. The black poisonous fog stopped moving. The poisonous blood started boiling again. Fang Yuan threw in a second 1,000-year bitter shell. The third 1,000-year bitter shell. After a total of 12 bitter shells melted, the poisonous fog became extremely thick. The intense stench started to emit a faint fragrance. Fang Yuan's expression became more solemn. "Twin ice hearts," the hairy man Ben Duoi shouted. Although he was only a rank 5 goo master, his refinement path attainment level was extraordinary, far beyond ordinary. Thus, he was very knowledgeable. The moment Yumu Chen took out the immortal material, he knew the name of the immortal material. Honda's face was filled with shock. An ice heart the size of a thumb was already an immortal material, but the ice heart that Yumu Chen took out was the size of a wash basin. It was not just big. Most importantly, this ice heart had a special appearance. It was made up of 2 heart-shaped pieces of ice connected together. This was the twin ice heart. It was 100 times more precious than an ordinary ice heart. Ordinary ice heart was only a rank 6 immortal material. It could be used to refine rank 6 immortal goo. Twin ice heart was an immortal material for refining rank 7 immortal goo. He's the first to take out such a precious immortal material. Clearly, the twin ice hearts were not the main material of the goo refinement, but a supplementary material. Master was really amazing. I wonder what goo he wants to refine. Ben Duo's eyes shone with admiration. At the same time, he was slightly relieved. He even used such a precious material. It showed that Master Yumu Chen had made preparations. He did not do it on a whim. But Ben Duoi thought, Yumu Chen was here in the wilderness, refining a precious immortal goo in front of everyone. Should he say that Yumu Chen had a screw loose in his head? Or that he was too daring? Ben Duoi could not comment on this. Cool winds blew in his face. The winds got stronger and stronger. Soon, strong winds blew. Tornadoes were formed. The tornadoes were separated from each other. They did not interfere with each other. They formed a forest of tornadoes. Yumu Chen was in the air, in the middle of the forest of tornadoes. The strong winds blew his bronze mask away, revealing an old face with thick hair. Yumu Chen laughed heartily. His body shook as the black robe covering his body broke apart. The pieces were blown away by the wind, revealing Yumu Chen's muscular body, which was covered in brown hair. His true identity was the same as Ben Duoi, a hairy man. No wonder he had given pointers to Ben Duoyi. Hairy men were variant humans, they were different from humans. Or more accurately speaking, they were two different races. Even Fang Yuan did not know about Yumuchen's identity. Like he understood Ben Duoyi's worries, Yumuchen paid attention to his work as he said, "You idiot. Why do we hairy men have the talent for Gu refinement? It is because hairy men have refinement path Dao marks since birth. In fact, refinement path originated from hairy men. In terms of Gu refinement history, we hairy men have a long history, our foundation is dozens of times that of humans. But humans are too powerful, they exterminated many hairy men and lost countless precious refinement path insights. Now, the Gu refinement ideology of humans is influencing hairy men, there are many mistakes in this." Yumuchen continued, "For example, when humans refine Gu, they emphasize on silence, they seek an isolated environment. This is safer and increases the success rate of the Gu refinement. But they only focus on the present, not the long term. Gu masters nurture, use, and refine. Nurturing Gu is to familiarize themselves with the connection between the materials and the Gu worm. Why does this Gu worm need to be fed with such food? Between the Gu worm and the food, there are countless Gu recipes. As for using Gu, it is to experience the Dao marks on the Gu worm. Gu refinement is even more crucial, it is the handling of the Dao marks. When refining Gu, one should be in nature. Because this world was the place with the most Dao marks. It is like a mother to a baby, heaven and earth is the best place to refine Gu. If we can use the Dao marks of heaven and earth, in a sense, we can use the power of heaven and earth to help us refine Gu. Using the power of heaven and earth to help us refine Gu? Ben Duoyi stared with wide eyes, he was tongue-tied. Yumuchen's words were shocking, this was the first time Ben Duoyi had heard of this theory, it was extremely enlightening. Yumuchen laughed heartily, his eyes shined with bright light. Ben Duoyi, you are learning human Gu refinement techniques, even though they are powerful, you have already gone down the wrong path. You can use other methods to improve yourself, but the things of humans are not yours. If you want to advance to refinement path Great Grandmaster attainment level, you will need to return to your roots, return to our hairy man Gu refinement path. I am willing. I am willing. Master Yumuchen, please be merciful and teach me hairy man Gu refinement techniques. Ben Duoyi shouted excitedly, kowtowing non-stop. Yumuchen laughed heartily, don't be in a hurry to make a decision, there is a huge risk in this, it might not help you but harm you instead. I started feeding Gu worms when I was 3, when I was 10, I only had to touch Gu worms and without any guidance, I could learn what food foreign Gu worms needed and how to feed them. When I was 16, I used human methods to refine rank 5 Gu, with 10% success. But this was a detour. When I was 22, I realized this and decided to start again, I started refining Gu in nature. When I was 138, I had initial success in my natural Gu refinement technique. Now that I am 246, my natural Gu refinement technique has reached great success. I can comprehend nature, I can understand the astronomical phenomena above and the geography below, I can choose the most suitable place and use the hidden Dao marks of heaven and earth to help me refine Gu. Right now, I have a 40% success rate in refining rank 6 Immortal Gu. Rank 7, 1 out of 20. As for rank 8 Immortal Gu, due to my cultivation level, I have not tried it yet. Hearing this, Ben Duoyi's heart shook intensely. Yumuchen's Gu refinement success rate was simply too high. Normally speaking, the success rate of rank 6 Immortal Gu was less than 1%. The success rate of rank 7 Immortal Gu was 1 in 1,000. The success rate of rank 8 was 1 in 10,000. And when Yumuchen refined rank 6 Immortal Gu, he had a 40% success rate. This was 40% success rate. And when refining rank 7 Immortal Gu, he had 1 success rate in 20 attempts. Such a success rate would shock the whole world, this was the power of the natural Gu refinement technique. But Ben Duoyi could tell. To refine such a powerful technique, one had to have talent. Yumuchen's talent was outstanding. When he was 3, he fed Gu worms, at 10, he touched foreign Gu worms and learned what they ate. This showed that he had already understood the connection between the Dao mark fragments of Gu worms and all living beings in the world. When Yumuchen was 16, he used human methods to refine rank 5 Gu. When he was 22, he realized this was not his path. He gave up on his abilities and started cultivating again. From this, it could be seen that Yu Chen not only had talent, he also had ambition and aspirations. Secondly, to refine the natural gu refinement technique, he needed a lot of time and resources. Yu Chen only had minor success when he was 138 years old. At 246 years old, he had major success. This required a huge amount of practice and resources. It was unimaginably terrifying. Putting aside talent, just the consumption of resources was unrealistic for someone like Ben Duoyi, who was by himself. Gu immortals needed resources. Refinement was even more important for refinement. Without a lot of practice and resources, even Gu immortals could not do it well. Most Gu immortals were flying masters, but only a few were refinement path masters. Fan Yuan did not have high attainment in refinement path. He only became a refinement path quasi-grandmaster. Other than his limited talent and lack of focus on this path, it was also because of the lack of resources. Yu Chen saw that the tornado forest was stabilizing. He started to refine Gu. He stood in the air, his hair fluttering in the wind as he grabbed or pulled out immortal materials from his immortal aperture. He selectively tossed these immortal materials into the tornadoes one by one. The tornadoes were sharp wind blades. They quickly turned the immortal materials into powder. Ben Duoyi was dumbfounded. Normally speaking, when refining Gu worms, every material had to be measured precisely, the time to throw them in, and the heat used to handle the immortal materials. But Yu Chen was very casual, not mentioning the huge tornado forest. His method of handling the immortal materials was extremely crude. He did not care about the quantity of each immortal material at all. He was like a sloppy chef cooking a dish. He would casually add oil here and salt there. If anyone else used this method, Ben Duoyi would scoff at it. But Yu Chen used it with an indescribable smoothness and naturalness. Every single one of his actions was extremely ordinary, yet they revealed an indescribable sense of beauty, and they conformed to nature and contained a profound aura. At once, Ben Duoyi was petrified. His eyes were wide open. He was dumbfounded. Starform blessed land. Demonic fog shrouded the area, poisonous blood was boiling, the 3 layers of the Gu formation had already been corroded and destroyed, the surrounding ground had turned into a thin layer of poisonous swamp. Fan Yuan had a solemn expression. Next is the most difficult immortal material, earthly limit astral chi. He took out an immortal material and held it in his hand. This Gu refinement material was very special. It was made of mud and chi. The mud chi gathered into a lump on its own. Above it was light green astral chi, below was black mud. Astral chi was the heaven chi of the 9 heavens. Outside the immemorial 9 heavens, there was a thick astral chi wall. If Gu immortals wanted to explore the 9 heavens, they would need to break through the astral chi wall. As for the black mud, it was the essence condensed from the earth chi of the 10 earths. Heaven and earth chi could not coexist, but at this moment, in this earthly limit astral chi, the two were in harmony. Not only did they coexist peacefully, they were also transforming into each other. The black mud turned into astral chi, while the astral chi turned into black mud. Fan Yuan waved his hand. This lump of earthly limit astral chi quickly turned turbid. The black mud and astral chi mixed together, forming a lump of gray fog. But if he did not shake it, after a dozen breaths of time, the black mud would settle down, while the astral chi remained. Black and white would appear again, they would circulate slightly. Dealing with this immortal material is the most troublesome. Ordinary refinement path killer moves cannot deal with it perfectly. Only by using the publicly recognized strongest 4 immortal killer moves to deal with immortal materials, slumbering lightning python, reflecting snow, muffled thunderstone drum, and wind grind can I deal with it. Unfortunately, I do not have any of these 4 killer moves. To deal with earthly limit astral chi, I can only put in a lot of effort. Fan Yuan had a thought as he stomped on the ground. His body flew into the air. With a light leap, he entered the turtle shell and the poisonous blood. Whoosh! Fan Yuan's sharp nails flashed as he cut wounds on the 6 monstrous arms. Then on his chest. Wounds appeared on his back and other areas. Blood refinement killer move, blood trace travel. Traces of blood flowed out of these wounds. The blood traces quickly fused into the dark purple poisonous blood. Soon, the poisonous blood in the turtle shell pot seemed to be attracted. It started to enter Fang Yuan's wounds. Intense pain spread. Fang Yuan grunted. Immortal zombies did not feel pain. Fang Yuan could feel pain because he was using goo worm methods. He needed to sense the pain to understand to what extent the immortal materials were processed. Fang Yuan's blood and the poisonous blood in the turtle shell continued to mix. It formed a cycle, entering and exiting Fang Yuan's body continuously. After the process stabilized, Fang Yuan swallowed the earthly limit astral energy that he had taken out earlier. With a gulp, he swallowed the earthly limit astral energy into his stomach. This was a unique creation of his previous life, a blood path goo refinement method. He named it the flesh and blood refinement art. The earthly limit's astral energy entered his body and was constantly washed by his blood, slowly dissolving in it. This blood. Then, it flowed out of Fang Yuan's body through his wounds and into the turtle shell walk. It sank to the bottom of the pot. At the same time, the other poisonous blood in the cauldron flowed into Fang Yuan's body through his wounds and washed away the earthly limit's astral energy. As the cycle continued, the earthly limit's astral energy grew at an extremely slow speed. It continued to melt and shrink. On a mountain peak in Truyang mountain range, there was a huge gust of wind. Whistling sounds could be heard. The hairy man Gu Immortal Yumuchun suddenly pointed. In the direction of his finger, there were 5 to 6 tornadoes. They started to move closer. When they got close to a certain extent, they suddenly merged into one, forming a huge tornado that howled and rotated. Yumuchun flipped his palm and took out a stone bead like immortal material. With a flick of his finger, this stone bead was shot into the huge tornado. This stone bead was small and inconspicuous. But after it entered the tornado, it emitted an ear-piercing sound. The whistling sound of the tornado was much weaker, and it spun much slower. It was like a strong man who had eaten too much. But as time passed, the tornado spun faster and faster. It was rapidly digesting the bead. 15 minutes later, the tornado completely digested the bead. The entire wind pillar was dyed black and white, alternating between white and black. Earthly limit astral energy bead? Ben Duo saw this and had a flash of inspiration. He blurted out. Yumuchun was a little surprised. He praised, you are quite knowledgeable. To process the earthly limit astral energy bead, the small tornado earlier is not enough. Only a large tornado can do that. Ben Duo suppressed the shock in his heart. Earthly limit astral energy was already an immortal material that was hard to process. Ben Duo knew that even if he used all his strength, he would need to spend years to slowly corrode a lump of earthly limit astral energy to refine goo. He was a mortal goo master. To process immortal materials, it would take years. As for the earthly limit astral energy bead, it was a large number of earthly limit astral energy. They were compressed together and condensed into a pure bead. One bead was equivalent to 100 portions of earthly limit astral energy. Earthly limit astral energy beads were very hard. They were hard to process. Even goo immortals needed months or even a year or two to wear down one bead. But Master Yumuchun used such a short time to process one earthly limit astral energy bead. Ben Duo suddenly thought of something. His voice trembled. Could it be that Master Yu's refinement path killer move is the legendary wind grind? It should be. Only the 4 legendary refinement path killer moves can process immortal materials to such an extent. That's right, it is wind grind. Yumuchun replied. Ben Duo's eyes were burning with passion. This was one of the best methods to process immortal materials, even if he was not a goo immortal and could not use an immortal killer move. Right now, he was filled with envy. He was fantasizing about the day when he could use wind grind to process immortal materials perfectly. How amazing would that be? After the earthly limit astral energy bead was processed, Yumuchun started to throw immortal yuan stones into the countless tornadoes. One by one, the immortal meta stones were thrown into the tornado pillar. Immortal yuan stones were not as hard as the earthly limit astral energy bead. They were grinded into powder by the wind blades, bursting with a dazzling green light. At this moment, heaven and earth resonated. The nearby mountains started to shake. The sky was filled with dark clouds. Thunder could be heard. What's going on? Ben Duo panicked. Looking around, he found that there were traces of light in the surrounding space of the mound he was on. These light traces were Dao marks. Some were red fire path Dao marks, some were blue water path Dao marks. These two types of Dao marks were mostly incomplete. Most of them were earth path and wood path Dao marks, they were more complete. But most of them were Dao marks shining with silver light. These were rule path Dao marks, these Dao marks were densely packed, but they were not evenly distributed. Some overlapped with each other, they were densely packed. Some were sparse, they were sparse. Ben Duoi found that the place Yimu Chen chose to refine Gu was the place. It was the place with the highest concentration of rule path Dao marks. This mound looks ordinary, but there is something extraordinary about it. Did Master Yu choose this place to refine Gu? Strange, ordinary mountains definitely do not have so many Dao marks. The more Ben Duoi found, the more questions he had. He felt increasingly stifled, because the mountains were shaking more intensely. The dark clouds in the sky were getting thicker. A storm was brewing, a great calamity was approaching. Even those tornadoes seemed to have stopped, they shrunk in size. Yimu-chan raised his head in the sky, laughing loudly, his laughter was filled with confidence and boldness. At this moment, his immortal Gu refinement had reached the most crucial step. Come. He suddenly pointed at the sky and the ground. In the sky, lightning flashed. The lightning was like water, it gathered into a huge dragon-like lightning python. Lightning was yang, python was yin. A giant python made of lightning. It contained yin and yang, it dispelled the berserk nature of the lightning, it looked gentle instead. This was slumbering lightning python, one of the 4 refinement path immortal killer moves. On the ground, the countless tornadoes merged together, quickly forming a single gigantic tornado. The wind pillar was tall, it almost connected heaven and earth. The slumbering lightning python started to move slowly. It descended slowly, coiling around the giant wind pillar. The lightning was not dazzling at all. The process of the python coiling around the pillar had an indescribable beauty that could shake one's soul. At this time, heaven and earth chi suddenly rose. An intense sense of danger filled Ben Duoyi's mind. Master Yu, what is going on? Why does this look like the records of Gu immortals undergoing tribulation? Ben Duoyi screamed. Ah, you guessed right. It is a small problem. Yimu-chan said plainly. Small problem? Ben Duoyi's eyes were wide open, his mouth was dry. Star form blessed land. Fang Yuan was covered in injuries, his face was twisted in pain, his 8 monstrous arms were stabbed into the poisonous blood, his fangs were exposed, his eyes were bloodshot, he was breathing heavily. After spending 3 days and 3 nights, he finally got rid of the earthly limit astral chi and fused it into the poisonous blood. The pot of poisonous blood was originally full, but now, less than half was left. The most difficult step is over, land spirit, throw those captives in. Fang Yuan shouted angrily. Star form land spirit quickly agreed. At once, large numbers of living beings like cows, horses, pigs, and dogs were thrown into the poisonous blood. Screams, and roars could be heard. The poisonous blood was extremely thick, it was like a swamp. After these living beings were thrown in, they struggled but they sank even faster. Their blood, flesh, and bones were all dissolved. Soon, the poisonous blood in the tortoise-shell pot started to rise. Not enough, not enough. Fang Yuan urged, his bloodshot eyes were filled with excitement and cruelty. Land spirits did not have good or evil, they only had stubbornness and loyalty. Starform land spirits started to throw in large numbers of variant humans. These variant humans included hairy men, rock men, snowmen, ink men, eggmen, feathermen, mermen. The poisonous blood rose rapidly, but Fang Yuan was still not satisfied. He calculated the time in his mind as he shouted, more, more. Thus, the human captives that he prepared were thrown into the pot. Ah, spare me. So painful, it hurts so much. I will not let you off even if I become a ghost. Fang Yuan was unmoved, he only paid attention to the Gu refinement progress. An old Gu master was thrown to his side, he struggled to get up. Fang Yuan raised his leg and stomped the old man into the poisonous blood. The old man struggled for a while, but only his hand was left on the surface of the poisonous blood, his fingers were like hooks that grabbed at the sky, it was like the weak was cursing and complaining to heaven and earth, to fate, to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. In this limited time, the poisonous blood returned to its original state. It was at the edge of the tortoise shell. He started to throw large numbers of immortal yuan stones into the poisonous blood. 100, 200, without hesitation. Countless vengeful spirits lingered in the air above the poisonous blood. The poisonous fog rumbled as the poisonous blood fell again. 7 days later, the poisonous blood finally fell to the bottom. There was only a pool of poisonous blood left in the tortoise shell. It could not even reach Fang Yuan's ankles. Fang Yuan slowly bent down, picking up a goo from this pool of poisonous blood. Change form immortal goo, success, Central Continent, Truyang Mountain Range. Ben Duoi sat on the ground, muttering, I finally passed the tribulation. More than half of the mountain had collapsed. It was like a battlefield in a mess. Be it the tornado wind pillar or slumbering lightning python, they were all gone. The heavy rain poured down, drenching Honda like a drowned rat. Yumu Chen kept the refined immortal goo in his pocket. Next, he threw an information path goo worm to Ben Duoi. Lad, this is my refinement path inheritance, it is for you. You can learn the natural goo refinement method, but if you are not a goo immortal, you cannot use it to refine goo. Because it will attract heavenly tribulations and earthly tribulations. Yumu Chen said this as he stepped on the void and left. Ben Duoyi's body shook. He knelt down as his eyes shined with bright light, shouting, Master, don't worry, I will not let this inheritance down. Central Continent, who immortal blessed land. Immortal goo starlight, Fang Yuan stood proudly at the top of a Fang Yuan stone nest. He willed and activated starlight immortal goo. Suddenly, a huge pillar of starlight shot out and pierced into the stone nest. Under Fang Yuan's control, the starlight did not harm anyone, it was very gentle. In this stone nest, there were already many goo formations set up. The moment the pillar of starlight entered, it split into beams of blue starlight, and was guided to the first room of each floor. The hairy men in the first room used their goo worms to absorb the incoming starlight, before processing it. The processed half-finished product was sent to the second room for the second processing. After a total of 7 rooms, star thought goo were refined one by one. These star thought goo flowed along the pipes, into the storehouse at the lowest floor of the stone nest. Every time Fang Yuan used starlight, the hairy men in this stone nest could refine goo for days without rest. After using starlight immortal goo, there was a huge amount of starlight. Fang Yuan no longer needed to purchase starlight goo and use it as the main material to refine star thought goo. Not only did this save a lot of trouble, the cost was also lowered. Although using starlight immortal goo required immortal essence. But if he purchased a huge amount of starlight goo, he would still earn a sum. The cost was quite high. The improved star thought goo recipe was also safer. Goo refinement was a risky matter, it was not as safe as fighting. Many hairy men got injured or even lost their lives when refining goo. After Fang Yuan sent the starlight goo, he did not leave, he observed for a while. A long while later, he nodded, feeling satisfied. The current star thought goo recipe. He had already modified it. The hairy men's losses during the goo refinement were much lower than before. Most importantly, the production of star thought goo was not lower than before. But the modification has already reached its limit, unless my star path attainment rises in the future, or I find a better star thought goo recipe. Fang Yuan knew that he did not cultivate star path. His star path attainment was likely to remain at this level for the rest of his life. Maybe in the future, he could explore dream realms and raise his star path attainment. But who knows what will happen in the future? It's a pity that there are on average 10 rooms in this stone nest. 6 of them were unoccupied. If there are enough hairy men, the production of star thought goo can more than double. Fang Yuan secretly felt that it was a pity. In this refinement of change form immortal goo, not only did he expend the success Dao marks from the infallible inheritance, he also used up almost all of his immortal materials and immortal yuan stone. As a result, the current Fang Yuan could be said to be penniless. Thus, the problem of hairy men could not be solved for now. Even if he could capture wild hairy men, he would need to spend time and effort to train them, before he could get qualified hairy man slaves to refine goo for him. Fang Yuan naturally did not know how to train wild hairy men into qualified slaves. It was the most convenient method. It was to purchase hairy man slaves from other goo immortals. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan didn't have any extra money at the moment. Even the celestial origin energy in his hand was extremely sparse, only around 10 beads. He had to use it wisely. It could be said that right now, Fang Yuan was in a very weak state. Even if he had the killer move Myriad Self and 3-star path Gu Worms. He had obtained several star path immortal killer moves from Star Lord Wanxiang. Without enough immortal essence, these killer moves could not be used. As the saying goes, having food in hand. He did not panic. For Gu immortals, the so-called food. The most important thing was immortal essence and immortal Yuan stone. Thus, Fang Yuan's urgent matter was to accumulate immortal essence. After leaving this stone nest, Fang Yuan went to inspect the other 2 stone nests. During this period of time, these 2 stone nests were under He Lulan's management. She used her immortal Gu strength to provide Gu refinement materials for the countless hairy men in the stone nests. After large numbers of air sac Gu were refined, they were loaded with guts Gu and sold to Central Continent's forces, to jewel yellow skies. In these 2 stone nests, there was a hairy man in each room. The risk of refining air sac Gu was much higher than refining star thought Gu. The reason why the stone nests were still full was because Fang Yuan had transferred a portion of the hairy men from the 3rd stone nest to fill up these 2 stone nests. Fang Yuan's current focus was to increase the volume of guts Gu. In the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, Fang Yuan and Feng Kim Hong had a duel. They had set the agreement in front of everyone. From now on, they would sell a huge amount of guts Gu to Spirit Affinity House. Thus, the demand for guts Gu increased. Fang Yuan had to increase the production of air sac Gu. In a stone nest, Fang Yuan met with He Lulan. He Lulan was reading Central Continent's information. Have you heard about Central Continent's 10 great sects secretly capturing and killing Song Zixing? The moment they met, He Lulan asked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Of course I have. This matter can be concealed from mortals, but it cannot be concealed from Gu immortals. Even if Central Continent's 10 great sects try to conceal it, other Central Continent Gu immortals do not want this matter to remain unknown. Right now, they are watching the commotion caused by Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Sigh. He Lulan sighed deeply. We missed such a good opportunity. If we could have killed Song Zixing, we might have gotten star form blessed land. Fang Yuan was silent for a while before saying, He Lulan, you are dreaming. Central Continent is not like Northern Plains. We are both Northern Plains Gu immortals. Once we expose our auras, we will be discovered. The consequences of our identities being exposed will be so severe that we cannot bear it. Moreover, Song Zixing is very crafty. He is skilled at escaping. Our investigative methods are not that good. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects could not find any traces of him in Truyang Mountain Range. How can we find him? You are right. He Lulan sighed again, replying gloomily. Ever since she was beaten awake by Fang Yuan, she realized her own shortcomings. These last days, she had been thinking about how to operate and earn resources to support her own cultivation, to be independent. But unfortunately, these were not easy to make a living. He Lulan wanted to start from scratch. She would need to spend a lot of time and experience many setbacks before she could establish the project. But once the project was established, it would face market competition. How much she could earn would depend on the situation. He Lulan investigated for a long time. She also asked Fairy Li Shan for guidance. She knew that if she really wanted to develop the project from scratch, she would suffer losses in the early stages. It would be difficult in the middle stages, and if she earned less in the later stages, it would be a burden to her. There was no helping it. She was one of the 10 extreme immortal apertures. Time flowed very quickly. The heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities were even fiercer. After He Lulan's investigation, she found out, the only thing that was truly suitable for her was the trade of guts Gu, a seller's market, a monopoly business. It was unique. Or like the business projects that Fang Yuan plundered in Dongfang tribe's headquarters. Like eerie fire dragon pythons, regretful spiders, dragonfish, and others, these resources were already well managed by Dongfang tribe. Fang Yuan only needed to take over and choose where to sell them. After discovering this, He Lulan's desire for star form blessed land deepened. As long as she obtained star form blessed land, He Lulan would be able to gain a stable footing. After inheriting Star Lord Wanxiang's business, she would be able to be self-sufficient and advance her own cultivation. Fang Yuan did not tell He Lulan that he had already become the owner of star-form blessed land. He liked to keep a secret. The Snowy Mountain Alliance had a time limit. It was hard to say if He Lulan would be a friend or foe in the future. Of course, if He Lulan found out about this and asked Fang Yuan could not lie due to the Snowy Mountain Alliance, although he could choose not to answer. He Lulan would easily confirm it. He would hide it for as long as he could. This was Fang Yuan's plan. After Yumuchen refined the immortal goo, he went deep into Truyang Mountain Range. Ever since he parted with Ben Duoyi, he used an immortal killer move to conceal his traces. On this day, at noon, he stopped in front of an inconspicuous valley. He took out an information path goo worm and threw it in front of him. The goo worm vanished like a rock falling into water. Ripples appeared in the air in front of him. The ripples expanded and tore open a long hole, revealing the bloody light inside. Yumuchen did not hesitate. He took a step forward and stepped into the spatial crack. At the next moment, he was in an unfamiliar space. The spatial crack behind him closed. Yumuchen's vision was filled with bloody light. It was a dark swamp filled with poisonous gas. There were large numbers of corpses scattered in the swamp. A dense smell of blood assaulted his nose. Yumuchen could not help but frown, saying, "Using so much blood sacrifice, it seems your injuries are very serious." Song Zixing cough. There is no helping it. I was lucky to be able to escape with my life. Come in. From the depths of the swamp, Song Zixing's voice could be heard. Looking at this situation, as a hairy man goo immortal, Yumuchen actually had a deep relationship with the #1 demonic path goo immortal of Central Continent, Song Zixing. They were very close. Yumuchen walked into the depths of the swamp with familiarity. This was not the first time he had been here. He was very familiar with it. Finally, in the blood pool at the center of the swamp, he saw Song Zixing, who only had his head and half his chest left, was originally in the blood pool to recover. When Yumuchen arrived, he popped his head out of the blood pool. Seeing Song Zixing, Yumuchen's expression turned grim. With your injuries, you will not be able to participate in the upcoming plan. I just have to give up my life and cultivation level. Song Zixing had a plain expression. He spoke in a carefree tone. He changed the topic. You refined that rule path immortal goo? After expending the success Dao marks from the infallible inheritance, using my natural goo refinement method, the goo refinement would definitely succeed. But it is a pity. If I had enough time, I should be able to research many valuable things from this success Dao mark. The infallible inheritance's success Dao mark is different from ordinary success Dao marks. It is very close to refinement path. If I can research it, I can even set up my own infallible inheritance. Yumuchen shook his head, sighing. Hearing Yumuchen sigh, Song Zixing also sighed. The most crucial thing is time. If I have enough time, I can recover and regain my battle strength. Unfortunately, time is too tight. I estimated that I still had 10 years, to think that I would have to activate it now. These years, we have made many preparations. But plans cannot keep up with changes. Since Fate Immortal Goo was not completely destroyed, it is normal for these changes to happen, isn't it? Yumuchen said. Even Fang Yuan, who had been reborn 500 years ago, did not know about Fate's existence. But Yumuchen knew, and Song Zixing also had an expression of understanding. Oh, right. Yumuchen said whatever he thought of. Before coming, I met a pretty good hairy man junior. I have already given him my refinement path inheritance. Legacies and inheritances were the cultural characteristics of the Goo Master world. It was like ancient China. People used all sorts of methods to return to their roots. The heroes among men all wanted to leave their names in the annals of history. When people died and were buried, they would have large amounts of treasures buried with them. Even servants and wives would be buried with them. During Japan's Warring States period, generals had to wear grand armor on the battlefield. They did not care about the danger of attracting firepower. Egypt, Rome, from ancient times to modern times, they all had similar cultural complexities. Even though they were different, they all had the same starting point: to prove their own existence. To prove to the world, to prove to others that they had once existed, that they had lived before. Even if they died, such a person had once existed in this world. Thus, legacies were not hard to understand. Some people would write their own legacies when they were alive. Some would have their descendants write their legacies for their seniors after they died. Some would have no descendants. they would have their enemies write their legacies for them. In such a situation, the legacies were more realistic. The descriptions were vivid and detailed. Enemies often understood you better than your loved ones. When enemies wrote their legacies, they would not be stingy with praise. It would often become a good story. Legacies were the same. Legacies only described the trajectory of a person's life, but legacies were the foundation of a person's strength in the world. It was their understanding of nature, their thinking of heaven and earth, it was the conclusion of truth. Like ancient China, even craftsmen did not want to leave behind any regrets before they died. They tried all sorts of methods to find a successor. They did not want to lose their skills that had been passed down for generations. Craftsmanship, inheritance. It was an affirmation of one's own value and the appreciation of one's success. By leaving behind an inheritance, even if he died, he would be able to leave behind a mark that belonged to him in the world. Yumu Chun's inheritance had an ominous feeling of entrusting his orphan to him before his death. Who would leave behind an inheritance? When one lived well and had a bright future, no one would leave behind an inheritance. Why would he leave behind an inheritance for no reason? Teach the disciple, starve the master. The human heart is treacherous. The slightest bit of carelessness would cause another competitor to appear. Usually, only when someone was on the brink of death and realized that death was approaching would they leave behind their inheritance. For example, the flower wine monk. For example, Patriarch Blood Sea and Dongfang Naganori. Yumu Chun left behind his inheritance. It was clear that he wanted to participate in the grand plan. He did not have the slightest confidence in his survival. What kind of grand plan could make this unfathomable refinement path Gu immortal expert do it? There was no hope of survival? What kind of motivation could make him so willing, even Song Zixing? The first person of the diabolism in Zhongzhou state, who had just escaped with his life, was willing to sacrifice himself for this great plan. Furthermore, Yumu Chun actually said in front of Song Zixing that he was going to choose the inheritor of his inheritance. This was not normal. If Song Zixing had ill intentions and secretly went to intercept him, he could easily snatch Yumu Chun's inheritance and strengthen himself. And to Yumu Chun, now that his background was exposed, he would be countered by Song Zixing. Yumu Chun was able to tell Song Zixing such a precious secret like his inheritance. He clearly trusted the latter. This level of trust could be said to be from the bottom of one's heart. Song Zixing betrayed Myriad Dragon Dock and had a terrible reputation. How could he gain Yumu Chun's trust? Was it his charisma, or was there another reason? I need to make some preparations. Hearing that Yumu Chun left behind an inheritance, Song Zixing had an indifferent expression. He did not seem to have any intention of snatching it. Let me show you something too. Song Zixing smiled mysteriously. At the next moment, there was a ripple in the blood pool. A blood fetus floated up from the bottom of the pool. The blood fetus was the size of a pony. There was a human figure in the fetus. It was curled up like a sleeping baby. Yumu Chun looked at this blood fetus and his pupils shrunk. He said in disbelief, This, you actually developed blood demon body separation to this extent? Song Zixing laughed, showing a proud expression. Even though I did not collect the complete blood deity immortal Gu recipe, I did collect some remnant blood deity recipes. This blood fetus was created by using blood deity's remnant recipe and Northern Plains blood path methods, as well as my immortal killer move blood demon body separation. The fake body created by blood demon body separation needs to expend immortal essence to maintain its existence. There is a time limit. But this fake body created by this blood fetus does not expend immortal essence. It can last for at least 200 to 300 years. Furthermore, it can cultivate and have independent thoughts. It can cultivate step by step until it becomes an immortal. In terms of appearance, it will look exactly like me. You are planning? Yumu Chun showed a look of understanding. That's right. It doesn't matter if I die, the important thing is for the plan to succeed. If the plan fails, I will have to consider what to do after that. Song Zixing needs to survive. Even if I sacrifice myself, the blood fetus will give birth to a second Song Zixing. Yumu Chun looked at the blood fetus, showing an interested expression. Can I research this blood fetus? I seem to have a new inspiration. Of course, go ahead and research it. But remember, the blood fetus cannot leave this blood pool, not even for an instant. I know, don't worry. Central continent, who immortal blessed land. Looking at the whole earth goo in front of him, Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. This was Hu Immortal Blessed Land's second whole earth goo. The first one was connected to Crane Gate, while this one was connected to Spirit Affinity House. Just earlier, the first transaction with Spirit Affinity House was completed. Large numbers of air sac goo carrying guts goo were sent to Spirit Affinity House. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan obtained 180 Immortal Yuan stones, solving his urgent problem. Speaking of which, in the competition between Fang Yuan and Feng Kim Hong, the true value was not the Immortal Zombie Revival method that Feng Kim Hong provided, but the cooperation with Spirit Affinity House. The reason why Feng Kim Hong took out the revival method was because he was gambling. Because Fang Yuan was already an immortal zombie, he could not use this method. But she did not know that Fang Yuan still had the first mortal aperture. She wanted to scam Fang Yuan, but she did not manage to do so. With these 180 Immortal Yuan stones, Fang Yuan did not hesitate to convert half of them into green grape immortal essence. This way, he passed the period of weakness and recovered his battle strength. A day later, he transacted with Crane Gate again, obtaining a huge sum of Immortal Yuan stones. Crane Gate's attitude was much more amicable than before. Evidently, they were concerned that if they pressured Fang Yuan too much, Fang Yuan might side with Spirit Affinity House. At the same time, Crane Gate wanted to buy the success Dao marks on Fang Yuan. They asked for a high price and asked Fang Yuan to refine a certain rank 6 Immortal Goo. The Immortal Goo recipe was given to Fang Yuan for free, and the Immortal Goo materials were all provided by Crane Gate. Even the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent had an endless demand for Immortal Goo. Towards this request, Fang Yuan tried to evade it. He did not say that he had already used them, he only said that he needed some time to consider it. Crane Gate needed help from Fang Yuan, they naturally had to be more amicable. After completing these two transactions, Fang Yuan immediately used the Immortal Yuan stones he had to buy some hairy man slaves from Jewel Yellow Skies to replenish the goo refinement losses. The price of hairy man slaves was not cheap. The Immortal Yuan stones in Fang Yuan's hands had just started to rise, but now, they were all gone again. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had plenty of green grape immortal essence, it was much safer than before. But even if he bought these hairy man slaves, Fang Yuan could only replenish his losses, he could not expand the scale of the next stone nest. Because of the transaction with Spirit Affinity House, the guts goo orders had increased by a huge amount. Fang Yuan was using 2 stone nests, it could not satisfy the current market demand. He planned to first accumulate a sum of Immortal Yuan stones to build a 4th stone nest, and provide hairy man slaves. This was not a small amount of funds. Fang Yuan's 3rd stone nest was funded by He Lulan. But with Star Form Blessed Land's secret help, Star Lord Wan Xiang's goo worm businesses were also helping Fang Yuan accumulate Immortal Yuan stones. This caused the time that Fang Yuan needed to accumulate funds to be greatly reduced. Fang Yuan accumulated Immortal Yuan stones while using the light of wisdom to make deductions. After a month in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan successfully fused change form Immortal Goo into vaguely familiar face. Moreover, with his Strength Path Grandmaster attainment level, he successfully deduced the rank 5 all-out effort Goo's recipe. Different from the ancient Goo recipes, the Goo recipes that Fang Yuan deduced used Goo refinement materials that could be bought easily. All-out effort Goo was the vital Goo of Fang Yuan's second immortal aperture, it had always been rank 4, its rank was far lower than Fang Yuan's own. With this Goo recipe, Fang Yuan had another mission, that was to refine all-out effort Goo. After failing once, all-out effort Goo advanced to rank 5. If I can refine all-out effort Goo to rank 6, the killer move Myriad Self would have a huge boost, it would be second only to Self-Strength Immortal Goo. Unfortunately, this kind of thing is already beyond my ability. With this successful experience, Fang Yuan deduced Small Family Chi Goo's recipe. The result was a crushing defeat. The sky was slightly green, winds that did not stop throughout the year were blowing gently. In this small world, a huge city floated high up in the sky. This was the gathering place of the Feathermen, others called it Sky City, while the Feathermen called it Sacred Feather City. At this moment, colorful flags were fluttering in Sacred Feather City, cheers and shouts were resounding in the sky. Most of the Feathermen in the city had gathered at the training field in the city, watching the most important match. The Featherman King had passed away. According to the Featherman customs, the new Featherman King would be elected in battle. Of course, the candidate for the King Feather contest had to be recognized by most of the Feathermen. The Feathermen did not need ruthless criminals, they needed benevolent heroes. Thus, the Feathermen who participated in the King Feather contest had prestige, they had done righteous deeds and made many contributions to Sacred Feather City. Sometimes, the eyes of the masses were sharp. In the history of Sacred Feather City, there were very few vicious and ruthless Feathermen who were elected as kings. Even if there were ruthless ones, there were still 3 supreme Feathermen in Sacred Feather City. They were Gu immortals who could control the situation. The huge battle stage had tens of thousands of spectators. Cheers resounded in the sky, and at the center of the battle stage, 2 youngsters were fighting intensely. "Yu Fei, come to your senses. I am the king of Sacred Feather City, WW plus WW. Son, I will inherit the throne and protect the glory of my Dan surname." A tall and muscular Featherman youngster with shiny golden hair sent his opponent flying time and time again. This was the final match. The victor would become the new king of the Feathermen. From the current situation, it could be seen that the handsome Featherman prince had the upper hand. He was flying in the sky. He had rank 5 cultivation level and was constantly using goo worms. He was using long-range attacks. And his opponent was a Featherman youngster with short black hair. He was thin and weak, he was sprinting on the ground, rolling and dodging the Featherman prince's attacks. "Dan Yu! Dan Yu!" The spectators were shouting the Featherman prince's name, the voices were getting louder and louder. The situation was very clear. The prince, Dan Yu, had the absolute advantage, while his opponent, Yu Fei, could only take a beating without being able to retaliate. Yu Fei was covered in dust. Battered and exhausted, he rolled on the ground like a mouse, trying to escape. Dan Yu, on the other hand, was high and mighty. His attacks were light and heavy, which was more in line with the expectations the audience had for the new Featherman King. "You want me to admit defeat? That's impossible. I, Yu Fei, am the man destined to become the Featherman King." Suddenly, Yu Fei shouted loudly and erupted with power. His legs stomped hard on the ground, and he shot forward like an arrow. He shot towards Dan Yu. "What? You actually still have strength left." Dan Yu hurriedly retreated. Yu Fei jumped into the air and was about to get close to Dan Yu. However, after Dan Yu cautiously distanced himself, he could only descend helplessly. "Yu Fei. I broke your wings and you are still waiting for an opportunity to retaliate?" Dan Yu looked at Yu Fei who was falling down and felt a lingering fear. He sneered mockingly. Unexpectedly, Yu Fei suddenly raised his head, his eyes shining brightly. "It's not over yet. Look at my killer move, balloon inflation." The next moment, Yu Fei opened his mouth wide and took a deep breath. In almost an instant, large amounts of air were sucked into his stomach, his entire body swelled up, turning into a human balloon. Yu Fei's balloon started to rise into the air. The audience was silent for a few breaths of time before bursting into laughter. Yu Fei suddenly turned into a balloon, it was truly comical. Even Dan Yu was stunned for a moment before relaxing. "It really is your style, Yu Fei. But you can't become the new king of the Feathermen just by playing around. Lose, killer move, strong blade wind slash." Dan Yu's eyes shined with sharp light, he raised his arms and slashed in the air. 2 translucent blade-shaped wind blades slashed towards Yu Fei with incredible speed. Yu Fei was still rising slowly. Many of the audience gasped, they had watched the battle for a long time and were very clear about the power of the strong blade wind slash. If these 2 wind blades landed, Yu Fei's stomach would definitely be cut open and he would be heavily injured. But right at this moment, Yu Fei, who was in danger, had a strange light in his eyes, he saw a fleeting opportunity. He suddenly opened his mouth as an intense Qi current shot out of his body, giving him great propulsion. Yu Fei's speed increased as he shot towards Dan Yu. "This is?" Dan Yu was pale with fright. Yu Fei's body rapidly shrunk as he nimbly passed through the space between the 2 strong blade wind slashes. Dan Yu wanted to retreat but his speed was slower than Yu Fei. "Where do you think you can run to? If you are a man, fight me with your fists, we will fight for 300 rounds. Yufei shouted, his body continued to spin in the air as his legs touched Danyu's body. Killer move, coiling old tree roots, Yufei shouted in his mind as his legs suddenly turned soft, coiling around Danyu's waist like old tree vines. Danyu could not break free, he subconsciously activated his defensive goo worms. Killer move, crane crossing neck, Yufei's head suddenly turned into a crane's head, his long neck coiled around Danyu's neck like a metal chain as he tightened his grip, his sharp beak pierced towards Danyu at lightning speed. Clang, the beak pierced Danyu's forehead but sparks burst out, it was like he had pierced a tough steel wall. Even though Danyu was not injured, he suffered a heavy blow, the pain was unbearable and he felt dizzy. Killer move, 6-9 Great Windmill, Yufei saw the chance and his head turned back to its original shape, using the recoil force to move backwards, his head was buried in between Danyu's legs, causing Danyu's body to spin in the air. The two's bodies were tightly coiled together, like a windmill, they rapidly approached the ground. The feathermen spectating the battle erupted in screams and screams. But Danyu was hit by the killer move, his entire body was spinning, his mind was in chaos, he was dizzy and could not react at all. When he was about to reach the ground, Yufei retreated. Only Danyu was left, he smashed towards the ground. With a loud sound, his head landed on the ground unluckily. The tiles of the battle stage were sent flying as his head pierced into the ground. He fainted on the spot. The entire place fell into silence. They were all stunned speechless by the sudden turn of events. Only Yufei's heavy breathing could be heard. A long while later, the Featherman elder in charge swallowed his saliva as he shouted, "The victor is Yufei, he is our clan's new king. Yay! I finally became the Featherman king, I succeeded." Yufei raised his arms as he shouted excitedly. The audience reacted. First, they broke into applause. Then, someone shouted, "Yufei! Yufei!" The voices calling Yufei's name became louder as more people joined in. Soon, the entire battle stage. No, the whole of Sacred Feather City was filled with the cheers of Yufei, Yufei. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. The young Yufei placed his hands on his waist as he raised his head and laughed heartily. Suddenly, he grimaced as he touched the wings on his back, breathing in deeply, so painful, so painful. On the other side, the unconscious Danyu was pulled out of the ground by the healing goo masters, he was saved in time. Deep inside Sacred Feather City, 3 Featherman goo immortals were half asleep, communicating with their consciousness. This generation's Featherman king. He looks quite unique, he is different from the previous ones. He is an interesting lad. I heard he is very ambitious. He wants to expand our Featherman empire. But after he becomes the Featherman king for some time, he should become more stable. The 3 goo immortals conversed casually. If this was the past, the new Featherman king had already been elected, he would bring a new atmosphere to the peaceful Sacred Feather City. If there were no accidents, Yufei would rule the Feathermen of Sacred Feather City for hundreds of years. But at the next moment, something that the Feathermen did not expect happened. Boom! The entire Sacred Feather City was shaking amidst the earth-shattering explosion. The Feathermen in the city screamed as they flew up. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Yufei was caught off guard, he lost his footing and fell to the ground, rolling 3 times. Look, this? The Feathermen who saw this were the first to notice something amiss, they pointed at the sky but stuttered in fear, unable to speak. Next, most of the Feathermen raised their heads and were shocked to find that above their heads, there was a huge crack in the green sky. From the crack, several figures descended like demonic gods. The 3 Featherman goo immortals in Sacred Feather City had already reacted, they flew into the sky. They appeared and faced the invading enemies while shouting instructions to the Feathermen in the city. Be careful, a strong enemy is attacking. Quick, sound the alarm, defend our homeland. Goo Masters, get to your positions, take the formation cores and activate Sacred Feather City's defenses. The city was in a state of panic, it was in chaos. Sacred Feather City had been peaceful for a long time, they lived a peaceful life, it was like a paradise. Their defenses were lax, and with a new king, the soldiers and civilians could not react properly. Everyone, why have you come uninvited? Please leave. We feathermen do not fight recklessly, we love peace, but that does not mean we have no battle strength. The three featherman Gu immortals had solemn expressions as they warned the invading enemies. The invaders were silent, most of them looked at their leader. This Gu immortal leader was a thin old man, he was barefooted as he stood in the air. His head was wrapped in a white bandage, his forearms and calves were also wrapped in white bandages. The old Gu immortal had a deep gaze as he looked at the three featherman Gu immortals, before looking at sacred feather city behind them. Begin the attack. The old Gu immortal said plainly. Yes, Lord White Xianxia. The other Gu immortals replied. An intense battle erupted. There were only 3 featherman Gu immortals, 1 rank 7 and 2 rank 6, even though they were strong, they could not compare to the invaders. The battle lasted for 3 days and 2 nights, 1 featherman Gu immortal died and 2 were injured, they could only rely on Sacred Feather City to defend. Sacred Feather City was a huge immortal Gu house, because of the power of the immortal Gu house, they could barely resist the attacks of White Xianxia's group. Rumble, the explosions had been going on for 3 days and 2 nights. The attacks from White Xianxia's group had never stopped since the beginning. Countless mortal killer moves mixed with immortal killer moves landed on the immortal Gu house, Sacred Feather City. Sacred Feather City trembled incessantly. More than half of the soldiers and civilians in the city had already died, and despair was spreading. Failure is inevitable, let's break out. The Featherman Gu immortal Zhou suggested. Sacred Feather City has already been locked down by the enemy, without this immortal Gu house, how can we break out? Another Featherman Gu immortal, Xingling, asked. Sacred Feather City had 3 Gu immortals, now that one had died, only rank 7 Gu immortal Xingling and rank 6 Gu immortal Zhou were left. Lord Xingling, the situation is urgent. I have to speak frankly. Zhou had a solemn expression on his face. The reason why Sacred Feather City was previously trapped was because you were unwilling to give up on this piece of land. That was why the enemy had time to set up a trap. Now, if you don't cut off your wrists and make a prompt decision, you will be killed. I'm afraid our lives will end here. I'm not afraid of dying in battle, but the tens of thousands of innocent people in the city will also die. Even if the enemies spare their lives, they will train them into slaves and make them work for the humankind. When Xingling heard these words, he finally came to a realization. He looked at Zhou with tears in his eyes. You're right, I was foolish. Zhou consoled him, Sir, I can understand your decision. After all, this is the world of the human race. There is no place for us mutants to live. This world was a fragment world of green heaven of the immemorial 9 heavens, isolated from the rest of the world. This was a paradise, and he couldn't give it up easily. But we won't give up now. I have to give up too. Xingling furrowed his brows. Now that Sacred Feather City is also under control, we need to escape with the people in the city. There's only one way. Zhou immediately expressed his support. That's right, let's use that immortal killer move Heaven's Wish. Thus, an hour later, the remaining feathermen were summoned and gathered around the training grounds. I wish for my feathermen to survive. I'm willing, the feathermen of my race will be free. I wish for our feathermen to have a world. Tens of thousands of feathermen roared in unison. Under Zhou and Xingling's combined efforts, the entire Sacred Feather City started to shine with a pure white light. At first, the light was only 5 to 6 feet, but it quickly climbed higher and higher until it reached 7 to 8 feet. Lord White Xianxia, the enemy seems to be making a big move. Are we not going to destroy it? The female Gu immortal Tang Yanran asked. It's fine. I had already anticipated this situation. I only want this immortal Gu house. They can't be taken away. White Xianxia explained faintly before ordering the others. Don't stop attacking, just maintain the status quo. Don't disturb them, just let them escape. Northern Plains, Tai Bai Blessed Land. The sky was as blue as crystal, and the earth was as wild as Yellowstone. Accompanied by Tai Bai Yunxing, Fang Yuan took a tour of this excellent blessed land. This was not the first time Fang Yuan had come to Tai Bai Blessed Land. However, he was accompanied by Tai Bai Yunxing. This was the first time. Only when the Gu Immortal's immortal aperture is placed in the world would the Gu Immortal's main body enter the immortal aperture to control the situation. Normally, the immortal aperture was inside the Gu Immortal's body. When the immortal aperture landed in the outside world, the immortal aperture contained the Gu Immortal. Gu Immortals and their immortal aperture were one. When the immortal aperture is in the outside world, the Gu Immortal cannot leave the immortal aperture. Go to the outside world. Tai Bai Blessed Land itself was a top-grade blessed land with a vast area. It covered an area of more than 7 million acres. Time path resources were extremely abundant. A day in the outside world. This was the 33 heavens. Of course, after Tai Bai Blessed Land landed, it absorbed the heaven and earth chi of the outside world and established a connection with northern plains. The flow of time had slowed down. There were only 12 days left. Tai Bai Paradise had been managed well by Tai Bai Yunsheng. There was no need to mention the float ball tea grass in the air or the flock of jade peak birds among the tea grass. In the sky, there were already large patches of Tiankue clouds. Flowers grew in the clouds and sparrows soared. Tai Bai Yunsheng had already started to establish the third economic pillar. His first source of income was landscape as before. It repaired blessed lands for Gu Immortals and restored the outside world of the 5 regions. This was Tai Bai Yunsheng's biggest source of income. Not only could he increase his wealth, he could also expand his network. Basically, it could be compared to Fairy Li Shan's mountain pledge Gu. Tai Bai Yunsheng's second source of income was float ball tea grass. Every season, Tai Bai Blessed Land would produce a large amount of float ball tea grass. These tea grass would be sold to Eastern Seas Market by Tai Bai Yunsheng. With the help of Zombie Alliance's Shark Demon Immortal Zombie, Tai Bai Yunsheng had already entered the market. But this business was very competitive, it had low profits but high turnover. Often, a season's profits could not even compare to the remuneration that Tai Bai Yunsheng received from helping other Gu Immortals repair their immortal apertures. I intend to use Luck Path Mortal Gu as my third source of income. The sparrows have already migrated over 100,000 sparrows. The sparrows have parasites on them, large numbers of Cloud Path Mortal Gu will be produced from these parasitic worms. But now, it will depend on this earthly calamity. If it passes smoothly and increases the number of Cloud Path Dao marks in my blessed land, that would be the best. Tai Bai Yunsheng stated his expectations to Feng Yuan. Precisely so, the resources in his blessed land were not moved out. It was to draw out the earthly calamity that was related to it, and after the earthly calamity, Tai Bai Blessed Land would gain more Cloud Path Dao marks. Fortune and misfortune came hand in hand. Earlier, when Feng Yuan underwent tribulation in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he moved out all of his precious resources and welcomed the Blood Path Earthly Calamity, increasing the number of Blood Path Dao marks in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. If Feng Yuan did not move these resources away, the earthly calamity might change and form other earthly calamities. For example, Fire Path Dao marks that were beneficial to eerie fire dragon pythons, Wisdom Path Dao marks that were beneficial to regretful spiders, Water Path Dao marks that were more beneficial to dragon fish, and so on. If these Dao marks increased, it would be very beneficial to the related resources. But there were disadvantages to this. When an earthly calamity occurs, these precious resources would often suffer heavy losses. In other words, it was to lose current benefits in exchange for long-term gains. Of course, heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities might not go as one wished, this was only a possibility. Feng Yuan might not have moved these resources away. It would still be the blood begonia earthly calamity. If that was the case, his losses would be huge. After all, this was heaven's will. It was impossible to fathom it. Right now, Tai Bai Yunsheng did not move these resources away because he wanted to draw out the Cloud Path Earthly Calamity. Whether he could succeed or not, Feng Yuan had no confidence. He consoled, "In this tribulation, I have already used the immortal killer move Tai Made Luck on you. Who knows, you might get what you want." Speaking of which, Tai Made Luck immortal killer move, during this period of time, Feng Yuan had modified it slightly. Using the light of wisdom, he had modified it slightly. Right now, Feng Yuan was gradually experiencing the huge effect of Wisdom Gu. Even though he could only use the light of wisdom, just this point alone had a huge effect on his cultivation. Tai Baiyunqing suddenly sensed something, his expression changed. The earthly calamity is here. The whole of Tai Baiyunqing started to shake slightly, large amounts of earth qi were moving, small amounts of heaven qi were falling down. A burst of profound light suddenly exploded. From the profound light came the call and prayers of countless people. I wish my clan's feathermen to survive. I wish my clan's feathermen to have freedom. I wish my clan's feathermen to have heaven and earth. The profound light faded. In the western part of the blessed land, tens of thousands of feathermen appeared. What earthly calamity is this? At once, even Fang Yuan was in a daze. He had never seen such a strange earthly calamity. Tai Baiyunqing fell into deep thought. Where is this place? The featherman Gu immortal Zhou Zhong quickly looked around with a vigilant expression. After using the immortal killer move Heavenly Wish, a strong force moved all the feathermen in Sacred Feather City. They teleported out, leaving behind an empty Sacred Feather City. Xianxia had great foresight. Without much effort, he successfully took over this immortal Gu house. Looking at Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunqing slowly flying over, the featherman Gu immortal Xingling's expression changed. Oh no! This is a human Gu immortal's immortal aperture blessed land. We have been treated as an earthly calamity and descended here. Zhou Zhong also had a shocked expression. How can this be? Won't we still have to face Gu immortal enemies? There are only 2 rank 6, and one of them is a bottom-tier immortal zombie. What are you afraid of? Xingling laughed loudly. If we kill them, we can obtain this place. Heavenly Wish, although this place is inferior to the original Green Heaven Fragment World, it is enough for our clan to survive. But it is enough for our clan to survive. Attack! Xingling said as he flew up. He was thousands of steps away from Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunqing when he pushed with his palms. Whoosh, winds howled as a thick wind wall formed, pressing down on Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunqing. This was an immortal killer move. Xingling was venting his anger. He could not get back at Xianxia. He vented his anger on Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunqing. Seeing the wind wall pressing down, Fang Yuan pulled Tai Baiyunqing behind him as he snorted in disdain. Petty tricks. Myriad self-first style, giant hand, rumble, the strength path giant hand smashed through the wind wall, shattering it to pieces. Moreover, its momentum did not decrease as it continued to crush towards Xingling. Xingling and Zhou Zhong's expressions changed. They looked at Fang Yuan's giant hand like they had seen a ghost. What? A mere bottom-tier rank 6 immortal zombie actually has rank 7 battle strength. The 2 featherman Gu immortals knew that they had met their match. Xingling had a bitter expression on his face. If he was in his normal state, he would not be afraid of an opponent like Fang Yuan. But now, after the intense battle with Xianxia and the rest, his battle strength had fallen greatly. Not to mention the rank 6 Zhou Zhong, his situation was even worse than his. Wait, we can talk this out. I acted rashly earlier. I have offended you, please forgive me. Xingling shouted, we have our difficulties, we had no choice but to enter your blessed land. He shouted for them to wait, but Fang Yuan moved even faster. Not just that, he even activated 5 strength path giant hands that he had comprehended and attacked. The featherman Gu immortal Xingling's expression turned ugly. Sir, do you think you have us under your thumb? Why must you be so overbearing? It is not easy for your immortal aperture to develop. Wouldn't it be a pity if all these resources are destroyed in battle? Are you threatening me? Fang Yuan's bloodshot eyes shined with a fierce light. Of course not, but I am speaking the truth, isn't that right? Gu immortal Zhou Zhong said. Fang Yuan laughed loudly in his heart. If other Gu immortals were threatened like this, they would have to be cautious. These 2 featherman Gu immortals might really succeed. However, the person they encountered was Tai Baiyunqing. Tai Baiyunqing had immortal Gu landscape as before. It was the best way to deal with this threat. The 2 featherman Gu immortals did not know about landscape as before, that was why they said this. According to Fang Yuan's intentions, he wanted to leave the 2 featherman Gu immortals alive. But this was Tai Bai blessed land's tribulation, it was not Fang Yuan's decision. And Tai Baiyunqing was a good person, he had a kind and gentle nature. Thus, Fang Yuan did not speak, he looked at Tai Baiyunqing. The 2 featherman Gu immortals also looked at Tai Baiyunqing, waiting for his response. The mortal feathermen looked at the sky with deep respect, looking at the four figures floating in the sky. Earlier, when Fang Yuan talked to the feathermen, they were loud, so these mortal feathermen could hear them. Tai Baiyunxing's decision would greatly affect the fate of these tens of thousands of feathermen. Some feathermen were already praying silently, some were gritting their teeth, some were groaning in pain. Yu Fei, who had just ascended to the featherman throne. He clenched his fists, staring at the sky with all his might. He was a commoner. He was not like the original Prince Danyu, he did not have much knowledge. This was the first time he was seeing Gu immortals. While he was shocked, he also felt a deep sense of helplessness. Tai Baiyunxing had been in deep thought ever since the feathermen appeared. The feathermen disaster, Tai Baiyunxing did not expect. These intelligent beings could communicate with each other. If Tai Baiyunxing released these feathermen, then the earthly calamity would be over. If he did not let them go and fought in his immortal aperture, he might be able to recruit these feathermen. However, the risks and losses of the battle were difficult to estimate in a short time. No matter what he chose, it was a big decision. Just as Fang Yuan expected, Tai Baiyunxing was somewhat indecisive. At this moment, he could not make up his mind. Seeing Fang Yuan looking at him, he also looked back, using his eyes to ask for Fang Yuan's opinion. Of course. Fang Yuan replied immediately. It was resolute and decisive. You have the immortal Gu landscape as before, you are not afraid of your immortal aperture being destroyed. The only thing that was lost was the sky full of float ball tea grass, sky chief clouds, and other resources. If these resources are destroyed, immortal Gu landscape as before cannot be restored. But during this tribulation, you did not move these resources out. You were prepared to suffer losses. Your main source of wealth is landscape as before, the gains from these resources are small, even if you lose them all, there is no harm in starting over. There are tens of thousands of these feathermen, they can all be trained as slaves. There are tens of thousands of these feathermen, they can all be trained as slaves. Feathermen have innate cloud path Dao marks. They are good at flying, the elites of the feathermen are almost all flying masters. But these two featherman Gu immortals, they cannot be left alive. Even if they do not cultivate cloud path, killing them will give you a lot of cloud path Dao marks to add to your blessed land. Isn't this what you want? This was an extremely rare opportunity. The two featherman Gu immortals were injured, they did not seem to have any way to escape. As long as Tai Baiyunxing did not open the entrance, these feathermen would be trapped. Once these two featherman Gu immortals were killed, their immortal apertures would end up in Tai by blessed land. This was a very rare situation. The Gu immortals who died would leave behind their immortal apertures. To turn the immortal aperture into a blessed land, it would need to absorb heaven and earth qi. Like back then, when Fang Yuan took away Star Lord Wanxiang's corpse, he went deep into earth abyss and placed the blessed land there. But when the blessed land was placed, it absorbed a large amount of earth qi, a small amount of heaven qi was extracted, causing an intense earthquake in earth abyss. If the featherman Gu immortals died in battle, their immortal apertures would end up in Tai by blessed land, they would need to absorb heaven and earth qi to turn it into a blessed land. But Tai by blessed land was different from the 5 regions, it was controlled by Tai Baiyunxing, heaven and earth qi could not be extracted easily. If the immortal aperture could not turn into a blessed land, what would happen? There were clear records in history that in such a situation, the immortal aperture would be destroyed, all the resources inside would be destroyed along with the immortal aperture. But the Dao marks inside the immortal aperture would remain, fusing into the outside world. The outside world here was Tai by blessed land. As mentioned earlier, Dao marks were extremely precious, the cost of obtaining them was extremely high. Even if Tai Baiyunxing destroyed the blessed land, if he could inherit all of the Dao marks of these two featherman Gu immortals, this deal would definitely be profitable, Fang Yuan transmitted secretly, before adding, "Old Bai, don't tell me you are soft-hearted and want to give up this fat piece of meat that is already in your mouth." Tai Baiyunxing had a stern expression, he made up his mind and transmitted, "Don't worry. Variant human feathermen are not pure humans. Those who are not of our race have different intentions. Then let's fight and kill them. As for these featherman captives, I will treat them well." After the discussion, he was about to make a move, but Fang Yuan transmitted secretly to stop him, "Wait. This is a rare opportunity, how can we fight just like that? Let me test it out a little more. How could Tai Baiyunqing not know Fang Yuan's cunning? He immediately said, then I will have to trouble you, Fang Yuan. The secret conversation between the two only lasted for a short period of time. Fang Yuan looked at the two Featherman Gu immortals, saying hypocritically, it is not impossible to let you go. But you have to keep these Featherman mortals as our slaves. The Gu immortals of both sides did not conceal their conversation. Fang Yuan's words immediately caused a huge uproar among the tens of thousands of Feathermen on the ground. What? They actually want us to become their slaves? Losing my freedom is like losing my wings. No, even if I die, I will not become a slave of the human race. Don't be afraid, we also have Gu immortal ancestors. They definitely won't abandon us juniors. Impossible. The two Featherman Gu immortals' expressions changed as they denied it. Fang Yuan was not surprised. The mutant tribe. Purebred humans were usually more united. Dongfang Naganori harming his own tribesmen for his own gains was basically impossible among variant humans. Humans were the spirit of all living beings, they had the most intelligence and many thoughts. In contrast, variant humans had lower intelligence and pure thoughts, they did not have as many evil thoughts as humans. Of course, this was also related to the overall situation of the races. Currently, humans ruled over the 5 regions, they were the strongest. Variant humans had a hard time surviving, they were ostracized and suppressed by humans, there were few variant human tribes that could control precious resources. No matter which region, there were variant human slaves for sale, there were huge markets for them. In the overall situation of the races, humans had the absolute advantage, while variant humans were the weakest. They were the weakest group. If they wanted to survive, they needed to stick together and support each other to resist the external pressure. Thus, the other party's 2 Gu immortals were not willing to give up on the mortal Feathermen, they had a firm attitude, Fang Yuan had expected this. Moreover, he deeply understood the determination of these 2 immortals, Fang Yuan quickly transmitted. Tai Baiyunqing showed an expression of anger as if he was offended. He repeated Fang Yuan's words, humph. You group of Feathermen barged into my blessed land for no reason, this is an invasion. Not only did you invade, you attacked us and even threatened us, and now you want to leave? Humph, how can we let you off without paying a price? Of course, you can also bring these Feathermen to fight your way out. As long as you are strong enough, we will admit defeat. Otherwise, I will deal with you anytime. How could these 2 Featherman Gu immortals have such ability? If they did, why would they need to use words to negotiate with Fang Yuan, even though they could still use the immortal killer move Heaven's Wish? But now, without the protection of Immortal Gu House Sacred Feather City, Heaven's Wish expended a lot of immortal essence and also needed a long time to activate. In this situation, they could not replicate their earlier feat of escaping. Seeing that Fang Yuan was not willing to give in, Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong had to emphasize the importance of immortal apertures to Gu Immortals. If they really fought now, it would not be good for either side. If the 2 of us were to avoid the battle and focus on attacking your blessed land, you would not be able to survive. At a certain point, the blessed land will be destroyed and the winds of assimilation will be triggered, it will not be easy to resolve the situation. Zhou Zhong said with an obvious threat. They did not know about landscape as before. With landscape as before, wherever the blessed land was destroyed, it could be repaired. It would not be destroyed to the point of triggering the winds of assimilation. Under Fang Yuan's guidance, Tai Baiyunqing was furious, you dare to threaten me? Let's fight. What are you afraid of? Do you think I am a coward? I can deal with you anytime. He looked like he was old but young at heart, he had a fiery temperament and wanted to fight. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, showed an expression of holding back, but he still did not relent and wanted to negotiate. Seeing him like this, the 2 Featherman Gu immortals felt hope of leaving peacefully. After arguing for a long time, Jingling finally gave in, he said that he could compensate Fang Yuan's side with a considerable amount of immortal Yuan stone. The 2 of them, Zhou Zhong was the good guy while Jingling was the bad guy, they had a tacit understanding. Fang Yuan looked at Tai Baiyunqing, Tai Baiyunqing rolled his eyes, how could this immortal Yuan stone compare to the value of tens of thousands of Feathermen? Fight, fight, I can deal with them anytime, Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunqing's tacit understanding did not lose to the other two. On the ground, the feathermen were in a commotion. They were angry and helpless. This was the cruel world, the sorrow of the weak. Yu Fei shouted at the sky, "Enough! Even if we die, we will not become lowly slaves." This feeling of being discussed like livestock, of being used as a bargaining chip, was truly terrible. Shut up. Do not provoke existences like Gu immortals for no reason. You are the new Featherman King, you need to consider the entire race. You are mocking Gu immortals like this. Are you trying to drag our race into the abyss? Dan Yu scolded. Damn it, damn it. Yu Fei gritted his teeth, his fists were clenched so tightly that his veins were bulging, but he listened to Dan Yu's scolding and fell into silence. To Yu Fei, the rise and fall of fate was too fast, it was too sudden. He, who aspired to become the Featherman King, had already achieved his life's dream. But his grand and lofty goal was now like a speck of dust. Gu immortals were simply too strong for mortals. No matter how hot-blooded they were, no matter how much they fought, they could not surpass that gap in strength. Floating astronomy. P.S. I wish everyone a happy holiday in advance. This month, I have been working hard every day, thinking until late at night. If possible, please support Venerable Gu. P.S. Look at the exclusive story behind True Master Gu, listen to your suggestions for the novel, pay attention to the public account, add a friend on WeChat, add a public account, type DD, and tell me secretly. Jingling suggested compensating the immortal Yuan stone, but Tai Baiyunqing rejected it, but Fang Yuan pretended to think, we want Featherman slaves, but you only want to compensate the immortal Yuan stone. This is an irreconcilable conflict. How about this, let's take a step back and use strength to speak. Tai Baiyunqing had a firm attitude, showing the appearance of a battle maniac. During the conversation, he had already shouted the slogan, "I will take care of you in minutes." If Shark Demon and the rest who knew Tai Baiyunqing's character were here, they would definitely think that this Tai Baiyunqing was an imposter. Jingling and Zhou Zhong glanced at each other. The battle maniac Tai Baiyunqing was not easy to talk to, but it seemed that the immortal zombie Fang Yuan had the upper hand. The two Featherman Gu immortals did not find this strange, because Fang Yuan had already displayed rank 7 battle strength earlier. The two secretly transmitted and discussed, they felt, Fang Yuan was much easier to talk to than Tai Baiyunqing, and was also more rational. He is an immortal zombie, his immortal aperture cannot produce immortal essence, he is even more careful. We need to make use of this mentality of his. But it seems that this blessed land belongs to that damned old man. This old man is not young, he has a bad temper. It seems that his battle strength cannot be underestimated, we need to be careful. Forget it, the current situation is better than him, let's listen to this immortal zombie's suggestion. The two Featherman Gu immortals analyzed seriously, they even seemed to have a clear and logical explanation. But they were completely unaware that they had walked into Fang Yuan's meticulous trap. Please speak. After the discussion, Zhou Zhong said to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan continued, the world of Gu immortals is all about benefits. Strength speaks. Let's do 10 duels. If we win, please give us 10% of the Feathermen. If we lose the bet, then we can only accept a sum of immortal Yuan stone as compensation. Zhou Zhong was unwilling and shouted, no matter who wins or loses, you're both at an advantage. Fang Yuan smiled faintly but did not respond. Tai Baiyunqing immediately shouted, what's with the noise? If he wasn't willing, he could just beat him up. This old man's fists are itching right now. I'll take care of you in a minute. If you dare to attack my immortal aperture, I will slaughter these mortal feathermen first. At most, we'll just break up. Who's afraid of who? He looked like a reckless and warlike fool. Zhou Zhong and Jingling turned a deaf ear to him, looking like they didn't want to argue with him. The two of them began to communicate telepathically again. They began to discuss. Fang Yuan put pressure on him at the right time. If you don't agree to this condition, then we can only go to war. These words caused the hearts of the two Featherman immortals to skip a beat. The two of them were well aware of the current situation. Sacrifices were unavoidable. The most sensible response now was to minimize the losses as much as possible. Eventually, Jingling nodded and agreed to the bet. But there was a prerequisite: they had to use the information path immortal killer move they had, which was equivalent to Mountain Pledge Gu. They had to set an agreement to bind both sides. Regardless of the result, after 10 duels, Fang Yuan's side could no longer make things difficult for the Feathermen. No matter what, they had to open the door and let everyone leave safely, without any form of obstruction. The Feathermen actually had such an information path killer move. The depth of their foundation was truly out of Fang Yuan's expectations. First, Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong went up for the first duel. On Fang Yuan's side, Tai Baiyunqing was sent to fight. The latter was full of fighting spirit. He had an excited and bloodthirsty expression as he shouted, "Come, I'll take care of you in a minute." Zhou Zhong was truly intimidated by this attitude. He was a variant human after all. His intelligence was inferior to humans. Most importantly, Zhou Zhong had misgivings. He did not want to sacrifice his tribesmen. He did not want any of the Feathermen to lose their freedom and become the slaves of humans. Thus, he chose the thing he was most proficient in, the duel. "What, you only want to compete in flying speed?" Tai Baiyunqing was surprised. "According to the agreement, we will decide what the duel is. Are you going to renege on it?" "Humph, I'll do as you say." Tai Baiyunqing was very annoyed. This duel had no suspense at all. Tai Baiyunqing only had a mortal killer move for flying. But the other party not only had wings, he also had an immortal killer move that focused on movement. After witnessing such a result, the Feathermen on the ground cheered enthusiastically. After all, this concerned their fate, freedom or enslavement. They were naturally very anxious about the outcome of each duel. "Here's an immortal yuan stone." Zhou Zhong laughed loudly. He threw over a dozen immortal yuan stone to Tai Baiyunqing in high spirits. Tai Baiyunqing received it with a gloomy expression, but internally, he was very impressed with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan is really good at scheming. The other party clearly paid the immortal yuan stone, but he is so happy as if he gained a huge advantage. "I am inferior." In the first duel, Fang Yuan's side lost. In the second duel, Fang Yuan went up. In view of Fang Yuan's rank 7 battle strength, the two Featherman Gu Immortals did not dare to be careless. They sent the stronger Gu Immortal Xingling to fight. Fang Yuan suggested, "Let's compete in speed as well." Xingling's expression froze, but he nodded in agreement. In this duel, Fang Yuan quickly lost. Xingling also had an immortal killer move. His speed was twice as fast as Zhou Zhong's. And Fang Yuan had 3 pairs of true solid bat wings. They were all desolate beast wings. But in this duel, he did not activate Iron Crown Eagle Strength Immortal Gu. He had no hope of winning. Third duel, fourth duel, fifth duel. In duels after duels, Fang Yuan's side lost continuously, while the two Featherman Gu Immortals won continuously. The duel was one-sided. Fang Yuan's and Tai Baiyunqing's expressions became more unsightly. The two Featherman Gu Immortals, on the other hand, were becoming more confident. They had gradually realized that the two opposite them were all bark and no bite. They were mostly bluffing. Like the immortal zombie Fang Yuan, he was only at rank 7 in terms of offense. He only relied on mortal killer moves and his immortal zombie body for defense. He had recovery and healing methods. But it was limited to the immortal zombie body's recovery ability. He did not have immortal killer moves for movement, investigation, and so on. And Tai Baiyunqing was arrogant. He was very arrogant. But his actual battle strength was too horrible to look at. They both used mortal killer moves. The two Featherman Gu Immortals. They felt like they had been deceived. So these two are so useless. If I had known earlier, we would have fought directly. Sigh, humans have always been the best at scheming. We have already used information path immortal killer moves to restrict our movements. We can only leave this place and cannot attack anymore. Think about it, we were also frightened by that group of human Gu Immortal invaders earlier. With our sacred Feather City's foundation, we can surpass most human Gu Immortals. The two people in front of him should be considered as outstanding. They are still not our match. Just like this, the two Featherman Gu Immortals won 9 duels in a row. There was only 1 duel left. Regardless of the result of this duel, after it ended, Fang Yuan's side would not be able to stop these Feathermen due to the agreement. They could only let them leave safely. On the ground, cheers of victory could already be heard. The new generation Featherman King Yufei had a much better expression. His eyes were shining brightly. Looking at the two Featherman Gu immortals, another grand goal appeared in his mind. I have decided. Only by becoming a Gu immortal can I be considered a true man. I must become a Gu immortal, even if I do not become a Featherman king. I must become a Gu immortal. Fang Yuan took a step forward, his voice turning cold. This is the final duel, all four of us will participate. Let's have a battle of offense and defense. I will attack, you defend, then I will attack. The other can only use healing methods. If either side cannot persevere, it will be considered a loss. Xingling and Zhou Zhong looked at each other. They both frowned, realizing that something was amiss. Fang Yuan had designed the duel rules like this, he was clearly trying to make use of all their advantages. But Xingling and Zhou Zhong were restricted by the agreement, they could not directly object to this duel, they could only accept it. This way, this will be the most difficult duel among the 10 duels. This is the final duel. After we win, we can protect all the Feathermen and leave safely. The two Featherman Gu immortals transmitted to each other before agreeing to the duel. Sir, please make your move. Xingling also took a step forward, saying. Fang Yuan did not speak, he was 1,000 steps away from Xingling, he stretched out his hand towards the other party. Rumble, a strength path giant hand tore through the air, grabbing towards Xingling ruthlessly. Xingling suppressed his intention to dodge, he gritted his teeth and activated a defensive killer move, a layer of phantom light armor shone around him. The armor was lifelike, it blocked the strength path giant hand. Fang Yuan's expression did not change, he had seen this phantom light armor in the fourth duel, it was a light path immortal defensive method. He blocked it. Zhou Zhong shouted happily, next, it is time for us to attack. Fang Yuan snickered, Sir, you are coming to a conclusion so quickly, isn't it a bit too early? My attack is not explosive power, it is endurance. My attack is not over yet. No matter. Sir, go ahead and attack. Xingling said solemnly. In the previous duel, Fang Yuan had also attacked, Xingling felt that this myriad self-giant hand could completely block it. But at the next moment, when Fang Yuan revealed a sinister smile, Xingling's expression changed. It turned out that Fang Yuan had been concealing his strength earlier, only activating one core immortal Gu. But this time, he activated all of his core immortal Gu. The strength path giant hand crushed the light path defensive method until it gave off a creaking sound. Oh no! If this goes on, Lord Xingling will be crushed into minced meat. Zhou Zhong was shocked. Xingling, have you considered it? My giant hand only has offensive power, it cannot restrict your movement. But if you break out now, you will be violating our agreement. This way, you will be the first to violate the agreement. The duel earlier will not count. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. Damn it! I will fight it out with you. Xingling shouted furiously, activating his defensive killer move again, it was also an immortal killer move, 2 immortal killer moves stacked together, blocking the strength path giant hand. This way, both sides were in a deadlock. Alright, he is just a rank 6 immortal zombie, how can he match Lord Xingling in a battle of attrition? Zhou Zhong relaxed instead. But a moment later, Fang Yuan still had plenty of strength left, while Xingling's expression became more anxious, he was showing signs of not being able to hold on. Oh no! The other party must have turned the immortal Yuan stone into immortal essence and is using it. On the other hand, because of the intense battle, we have expended a lot of our foundation. Thus, we are the first to be unable to hold on. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhong felt indescribable anger and gloominess in his heart. At the same time, he was panicking, what should I do now? If I want to help, I can only use healing methods. Otherwise, I will be violating the rules of the duel, all of the duels will not count. He was clearly here, right in front of him, but Zhou Zhong felt helpless. The mental trap that Fang Yuan meticulously created had already trapped him deeply. Sometimes, your past achievements were obstacles that prevented you from achieving greater achievements. Win one round and you would win everything, save all of the Feathermen and bring them away safely, just one more round, just one more round. If they violated the rules of the duel, all of it would not count. These thoughts made Xingling choose to resist, while Zhou Zhong was sweating nervously, but he did not do anything. It's over. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. 7 other strength path giant hands flew out. The strength path giant hands smashed towards the feathermen on the ground with a crushing force. What are you doing? Zhou Zhong shouted angrily. He was like a furious dragon. Don't fall for it, he wants to lure you to attack and break the rules first. The other party must be at the end of his rope, persevere. Xingling shouted. Zhou Zhong was stunned, his gaze towards Fang Yuan completely changed. Don't immortal zombies have rigid thinking? Why is this one so insidious? While he was in a daze, Fang Yuan got close to Xingling and opened his mouth to spit. Immortal killer move, poison breath. This was a modified version of harboring malicious heart using woman's heart immortal goo as the core. Ever since Fang Yuan obtained it, he had kept it hidden for a long time. This was the first time he used it. Xingling was caught off guard, he was poisoned by this attack. He naturally had a method to detoxify the poison, but at this moment, his attention was focused on the battle, his reaction was slow. When it was time to detoxify the poison, he was already deeply poisoned. The difference between life and death was often this thin line. Despicable. Xingling stared fixedly at Fang Yuan, these were his final words. With a loud sound, he could not hold on any longer, he was crushed into a lump of flesh by the strength path giant hands. Lord Xingling. Zhou Zhong shouted furiously. Everything happened too quickly, even if Zhou Zhong reacted now, it was too late. He did not have an immortal goo-like man as before. Fang Yuan sent out another strength path giant hand towards Zhou Zhong. You can't defend, attack, or dodge. Don't forget, according to the rules of this duel, you can only use healing methods. Fang Yuan shouted. Zhou Zhong heard this and his eyeballs almost popped out, he was so angry he almost spat out blood. How could he fight? If he retaliated, dodged, or defended, it would all be against the rules, all duels would be invalid. On his side, Xingling, who was in charge of attacking and defending, was already dead, he could only use healing methods. But the strength path giant hand would definitely kill him on the spot. Even if he had healing methods, they could not be used. Even if Fang Yuan could not kill him, he could heal himself, but he could not retaliate, that would be against the rules. Fang Yuan's side was definitely going to win, this was too much of a bully. At this moment, seeing Zhou Zhong's dazed expression, even Tai Baiyunqing felt some sympathy and pity. P.S. Look at the exclusive story behind, listen to your suggestions for the novel, pay attention to the public account, add friend on WeChat, add public account, type Dexios, tell me secretly, at the crucial moment of life and death, the only remaining Featherman Gu immortal, Zhou Zhong, suddenly had a stroke of inspiration, he thought of the most direct method to change the situation. I admit defeat. He shouted. Fang Yuan's attack stopped abruptly. Zhou Zhong breathed roughly, in just a short while, he was already sweating profusely. The tens of thousands of feathermen on the ground finally reacted, they gasped in shock. In just a few blinks of an eye, the featherman's rank 7 Gu immortal died. Zhou Zhong had no choice but to admit defeat. Fang Yuan's meticulous plan was exposed, the feathermen had to pay a huge price, it could be said that they had suffered a great loss. This was completely different from the previous 9 duels, it was like heaven and earth, thus, the feathermen could not be blamed for being shocked. Zhou Zhong's expression was pale, he had some lingering fear in his heart, he repeated, I admit defeat, according to the agreement, the 10 duels are over. We need to leave this place. He looked at Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunqing with unconcealable hatred and anger in his gaze. The other party killed the Featherman Gu immortal Xingling, but Zhou Zhong was not strong enough now, he could not take revenge. How could he take revenge? If Xingling was still alive, he could join forces with Zhou Zhong and suppress Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunqing. This was the truth. Xingling and Zhou Zhong's foundation was extremely deep, it was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. They might not have many immortal Gu, but they had already deduced and designed many immortal killer moves. These immortal killer moves covered attack, defense, advance and retreat, healing, investigation and other aspects. They had no shortcomings in any aspect. In contrast, Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunqing mostly used mortal killer moves. If they really fought intensely, they would be suppressed in all aspects, it would be hard to even gain the upper hand. Of course, this was Tai by blessed land. Fang Yuan's side had the geographical advantage. But don't forget, the Blessed Land could not contain immortal goo and immortal killer moves. Thus, Zhou Zhong could only suppress his anger. He also suppressed his desire to take revenge. He decided not to bicker with Fang Yuan's group. The most important thing now was to escape this place and find a new place to live. Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunqing could not stop his request. The reason was simple. It was the information path immortal killer move earlier. Once Fang Yuan's side did something that went against the agreement, they would suffer an intense backlash. They would die on the spot. Fang Yuan was not like Fairy Li Shan, he did not have the time path killer move Kai. Thus, he could not violate this agreement. In fact, Zhou Zhong was very vigilant, hoping that Fang Yuan would violate the agreement. This way, once the enemy was dead, this blessed land would fall into the hands of the Feathermen. As for Tai Bai Land spirit recognizing him as its master, that was a matter for another time. Of course, Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunqing could not make a move. They could not summon outsiders like He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan either. Even though the Feathermen did not have as much spirituality as humans. But such a simple loophole could not exist. Once Fang Yuan summoned outside help, he would be violating the agreement, he would die on the spot. Indeed. The 10 duels have already ended. According to the previous agreement, we need to open the doors and let the remaining Feathermen leave safely. Fang Yuan nodded. He said to Zhou Zhong, "Don't worry. We will not go back on our words." "That's good." Zhou Zhong let out a breath of air. He was satisfied with Fang Yuan's promise. He still felt a sense of regret. But Fang Yuan's words suddenly changed. "But what?" Zhou Zhong looked at him nervously. Fang Yuan smiled faintly. "We won the 10th duel, so according to the agreement, we have to choose a slave from the Feathermen on the ground before letting the remaining Feathermen leave." Zhou Zhong sighed. He looked at the Feathermen on the ground, his heart was in a mess, his fingers digging into his flesh. Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunqing lowered their altitude and began to choose a slave from the Feathermen. The Feathermen were in a panic, they were afraid that they would be chosen. "All of you, stay where you are and don't move, let me choose properly." Fang Yuan deliberately shouted loudly. The Feathermen became even more panicked, they were like a flock of weak chicks meeting the gaze of an eagle. "Yes, this girl is not bad." Fang Yuan pretended to consider, he hooked his finger. A young girl among the Feathermen was immediately restrained by a formless power, she could not move and flew to Fang Yuan's side. "No, I don't want to." The young Featherman girl's beautiful eyes were filled with tears of helplessness. "Let go of my fiancé." A Featherman young man shouted. The surrounding Feathermen could not stop him in time and were sent flying. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with a ruthless light, he snorted lightly, courting death. He did not seem to move, but that Featherman young man was only a rank 2 Gu master. He had just flown into the air when he suddenly stopped, his expression twisted and his whole body twitched. Soon after, he fell to the ground. Even though the surrounding Feathermen caught him, his blood was boiling, blood was spurting out of his 7 orifices, he was about to die. "What are you doing?" Zhou Zhong was furious, he landed on the ground and pressed on the Featherman young man's chest, personally healing him. The Featherman young man was hit by Fang Yuan's blood path method, his blood was boiling and spurting out. But with Zhou Zhong's suppression, Fang Yuan's attack was dispelled, the Featherman young man's life was saved. Zhou Zhong raised his head and looked at Fang Yuan, his expression was dark. "Sir, attacking a mortal is against the demeanor of a Gu immortal. I remember that in the agreement, you are not allowed to kill our Feathermen as you wish." Fang Yuan shrugged, Gu immortals need to have a demeanor, but their dignity cannot be violated. "I did not violate the agreement, he was the one who tried to attack me first. Our previous agreement had already been made clear. If any mortal Feathermen were to attack us, they would be executed. Isn't that right?" Zhou Zhong could not answer. In terms of playing with rules, Fang Yuan was much better than him. Fang Yuan laughed, "Don't worry, I will not violate the rules." Zhou Zhong gritted his teeth, his eyes were about to spit fire. "Then, I will choose you as my next slave, Zhou Zhong." Suddenly, Fang Yuan pointed at Zhou Zhong, showing a devious smile on his face. What? At this moment, Zhou Zhong thought he was hallucinating. A Gu immortal was actually going to be a slave, how could this be? Zhou Zhong looked at Fang Yuan in disbelief. He wondered if the other party had gone crazy. Fang Yuan smiled. Did you forget? Zhou Zhong. Our agreement was that as long as we win the duel, we can choose a portion of these feathermen on the ground to be our slaves. Fang Yuan emphasized the words on the ground. Zhou Zhong was like a bolt from the blue. He was stunned on the spot, not moving at all. The surrounding feathermen were no longer panicking and dodging. Instead, they stood on the spot like stone statues, staring at their Gu Immortal's feet. Zhou Zhong's feet were on the ground. At this moment, Zhou Zhong's expression was very interesting. He was as pale as paper at one moment, ashen at the next. His wings subconsciously flapped slightly, his legs were also slightly raised. It was as if the ground was boiling lava, burning his feet. Oh, oh, oh. Fang Yuan laughed strangely, his red eyes shining with a crafty light. From the moment you stepped on the ground, you were my slave. Zhou Zhong, even if you fly now, it is too late. Zhou Zhong shouted at Fang Yuan, this is a trap. This is a devious scheme. Fang Yuan laughed loudly, showing a shameless expression as if he was proud of this. That's right, this is a trap, a devious scheme. Unfortunately, you fell for it. Beside him, Tai Baiyunqing sighed deeply. The two of you can only blame yourselves, you subconsciously neglected yourselves. Indeed, a Gu Immortal's dignity cannot be violated. There are few examples of Gu Immortal slaves in history. When we set the agreement, the two of you were in the sky, looking down on the ground. You did not realize this was a trap. Of course, if you realized it and did not land on the ground, we would not be able to do anything to you. Unfortunately, you felt guilty and wanted to sacrifice a portion of the feathermen as slaves, in exchange for your freedom and that of the other feathermen. Cough, cough. Fang Yuan coughed. Old Bai, even if he did not land on the ground, I still have a way to deal with him. Let's slowly choose the slaves for a year and a half. We can directly drag the feathermen down. The feathermen need food to survive, but Tai Bai blessed land is yours. Because of the agreement, they cannot harm the blessed land. As long as we do not finish choosing the slaves, they will be prisoners in the blessed land. This time, even Tai Baiyunqing looked at Fang Yuan with slight shock. Zhou Zhong's mouth was wide open. At this moment, he felt that he was too foolish and naive. This is a good activity for free. Cool phones are waiting for you. Follow the Chinese network's public account, add a friend on WeChat, add a public account typed Xianxia, and participate immediately. There will be prizes for everyone. Follow the Xianxia WeChat public account now. Amazing astronomy. P.S. Look at the exclusive story behind, listen to your suggestions for the novel, pay attention to the public account, add a friend on WeChat, add a public account, type dread, and tell me secretly. The whole place was deathly silent. Immense sorrow, fear and confusion shrouded the hearts of all the feathermen. Zhou Zhong was the only remaining Gu Immortal among the feathermen. If even he was no longer around and became a human slave, then how could the remaining feathermen survive? In the current 5 regions, the entire world basically belonged to the human race. The living space left for variant humans was very small, and it would only get smaller and smaller. Zhou Zhong's mouth that was wide open from shock gradually closed. He looked at Fang Yuan like he was looking at a monster, asking, your immortal zombie appearance is fake, right? How can an immortal zombie be so scheming? Fang Yuan was slightly stunned. He did not expect Zhou Zhong to suddenly calm down. Fang Yuan immediately felt something amiss. Tai Baiyunqing, who was beside him, said pitifully, give up, Zhou Zhong. Although you have become a slave, I promise you that I will not mistreat you, and I will not restrict your freedom normally. I will only ask you to work at crucial moments. These feathermen behind you will live in my blessed land from now on. Don't worry, I will not be harsh on them or mistreat them. I will give them a corresponding reward for every job they do. Sigh. Tai Baiyunqing finished speaking and sighed deeply. His good-natured nature was showing. But Zhou Zhong slightly shook his head 3 times. Fang Yuan's smile disappeared, his expression turned solemn. Next, he saw Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong suddenly turn around, facing the large group of feathermen behind him. He bowed deeply. Everyone. Zhou Zhong's tone was very calm, but it revealed a sense of determination. His voice was not loud, but it resounded in everyone's ears. He said, I am sorry everyone, in this world, there is only Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong, only Featherman Zhou Zhong. There will never be a slave Zhou. I am truly ashamed, I am the only one left, but I cannot protect everyone. Everyone, goodbye. Saying so, he suddenly spread his wings. Featherman's wings were not as wide as eagle wings, nor as thick as eagle wings. She looked thin and weak. Zhou, why are you doing this? Stop. Tai Baiyunxing turned pale with fright and tried to stop him. But how could he stop a Gu immortal from seeking death? Zhou flapped his wings and soared into the sky. He rushed into the sky and shouted, I'm Zhou. Featherman. I won't be a slave. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on him. He had violated the agreement. Stepping on the ground, he was successfully plotted against by Feng Yuan and became a slave of Feng Yuan's side. However, Zhou was unwilling and took the initiative to disobey. The information path immortal killer move on his body activated, an intense backlash that could not be resisted assaulted Zhou's body. Zhou flew slower and slower. The more he flapped his wings, the harder it was for him to fly. At this moment, he was flying in the air like an old man with one foot in the grave. His legs were unsteady, but it was as if he was climbing a steep mountain. His entire body quickly crystallized, and soon, his entire body turned into a transparent glass crystal. His wings also turned into a crystal-like substance, they could no longer flap. However, his eyes were still looking up at the sky. He did not even look at Feng Yuan and Tai Baiyunxing, he showed endless courage and determination. Next, he started to fall slowly. He fell to the ground. During the process of falling, his entire body started to disintegrate. First, it was his head. Then his chest, his wings, his abdomen, and finally his legs. Before he fell to the ground, his entire body turned into shattered glass and crystal shards. Tai Bai blessed land had no wind. These crystal shards seemed to be floating in the wind, they became smaller and smaller as they floated, gradually dissipating in the air. Zhou. Tai Baiyunxing muttered, his eyes dazed. As expected, this guy. Feng Yuan's expression was ashen. He did not ask Tai Baiyunxing to revive Zhou. A slave who did not fear death and did not want to be a slave had no value at all. Moreover, Zhou was a Gu immortal, reviving him would cost a lot of immortal essence. Even if he revived, his immortal Gu would be gone, and his immortal aperture, Tai Baiyunxing, would not be able to annex it. It would be better to let him die like this. The immortal aperture could not absorb heaven and earth chi to form a fixed blessed land, it could only be destroyed. After it was destroyed, all of the Dao marks on Zhou's immortal aperture would be added to Tai Bai blessed land. Zhou's death made all of the Feathermen fall into silence. The silence only lasted for a moment, when the new Featherman king, Yu Fei, suddenly shouted, I, Yu Fei, do not want to be a slave. Everyone, can't you see it? These two human Gu immortals are demons, they have already planned to capture us all. They will not let us go. You can choose a new Featherman king. I will go with old ancestor Zhou first, I will go first. As he spoke, he was ready to be executed. King! The Feathermen erupted, shouting furiously, their voices shaking the surroundings. That's right, in this world, there are no Feathermen who are slaves, there are only free Feathermen. Even if I die, I will be free. When a heart of confidence beats, there will never be a Featherman slave. Take our corpses and make them slaves. The Feathermen were either shouting, howling, muttering, or mocking. Zhou and Yu Fei's actions influenced the Feathermen. At this moment, they all chose to commit suicide. Oh no, why are we not stopping them? A group of mortals, humph. Tai Baiyunxing, quickly make a move, use man as before immortal Gu, we cannot afford to lose this fortune. I will make sure they cannot die even if they want to. Feng Yuan snorted coldly. But Tai Baiyunxing did not make a move. Tai Baiyunxing, what are you doing? Feng Yuan turned around and was inwardly shocked. Tai Baiyunxing had a conflicted expression, he said to Feng Yuan with difficulty, Feng Yuan, there are two voices in my mind. One voice is telling me to be rational, I should turn these Feathermen into slaves. But the other, louder voice is telling me to give up. These Feathermen are true Feathermen, they cannot be humiliated, even sympathy is an insult to them. Saying so, Tai Baiyunxing's eyes started to tear up. Damn it. A dark light flashed past Fang Yuan's eyes. It was so subtle that no one could detect it. If these feather men were turned into slaves, it would be of great help to Fang Yuan's Western Desert plan. But at the crucial moment, Tai Baiyunqing actually gave in. Fang Yuan could not help but shout in his mind, "This bastard is not worth my consideration." Next, he stretched out a monstrous arm and grabbed Tai Baiyunqing's shoulder. The words were stuck in his mouth. But it was something else. "Forget it, old Bai, you are right. These feathermen are the real feathermen in U003 CU003 The Legends of Renzi 003 EU003E. Don't hesitate anymore, let them die for freedom." Fang Yuan. Tai Baiyunqing's expression immediately relaxed. He looked at the immortal zombie in front of him gratefully, but also said with some shame, "It was hard for you to think of this plan, but in the end, because of me." Fang Yuan interrupted him, "Don't say any more. Everyone has their own beliefs. Even though I do not agree, I understand. As for you, Tai Baiyunqing, I will also support you." Fang Yuan. Tai Baiyunqing choked, tears were about to fall. Fang Yuan said solemnly, "Do you know why these two feather mangu immortals fell for it? He, do you remember the wisdom path inheritance I obtained from Dongfang Naganori?" "You are saying?" Tai Baiyunqing was stunned. Fang Yuan sighed, "A wisdom path method. It is truly impossible to guard against. Thankfully, there are very few wisdom path gu immortals in this world. I already have a complete wisdom path inheritance now. I have to guard against such methods. Old Bai, you passed the earthly calamity. But please wait for a while, don't rush to Eastern Sea. I need to plant several wisdom path methods on you to deal with other wisdom path gu immortals." Tai Baiyunqing heard this and was very moved. He bowed to Fang Yuan, "Thank you for your trouble. Haha, we are a family. There is no need to thank me." Fang Yuan waved his hand, he did not mind. He looked at the ground again. In just a short while, all the feather men on the ground had killed themselves. Not a single one of them was trying to survive. A trace of emotion flashed past Fang Yuan's face. The feather men seeking death made him think of a person deep in his memories. More accurately speaking, he was also a feather man. When Fang Yuan was still a mortal gu master, as an assassin, he had tried to assassinate Fang Yuan many times. The one who understands you better than your friends is often your enemy. Fang Yuan remembered that in a difficult battle, he discovered the secret of this powerful assassin who had repeatedly tried to assassinate him. He was not a pure human, he was a feather man. "You are a feather man? Your wings were cut off? How sad." Fang Yuan used words to attack him. He, I cut off this pair of wings myself." The featherman assassin laughed evilly, "Do you know why?" Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly, "Why?" "Ah, because the Featherman village's elder always praised me, saying that I was a rare Featherman genius, the future pillar of the Featherman village, and that I was a flying quasi-grandmaster. It was so annoying. The elder always told me that I was a Featherman, I belonged to the village. I wanted to leave the village and see the world, but not only did he stop me, all the Feathermen in the village stopped me. Humph, I knew they were afraid that I would go out and reveal the location of this village, attracting the human slave hunting team. So, one day, I couldn't take it anymore and cut off my own wings. Then, on the same day, I killed all the Feathermen in the village." Saying this Featherman assassin revealed a proud expression, his voice carried a slight smile. "What?" Fang Yuan was shocked. The Featherman assassin shrugged indifferently, "You have also seen the legends of Renzu, the Feathermen all worship freedom. My heart for freedom is probably more than 10 times stronger than normal Feathermen. My identity as a Featherman restricted me, so I cut off my wings. In the village where I grew up, the villagers restricted me, so I killed them. Because in this world, no one can restrict my freedom." Fang Yuan's expression darkened, his heart filled with alertness. At that time, he had not entered the demonic path, thus he cursed, "You lunatic." "Ha ha ha." The Featherman assassin laughed loudly, "Thank you for the compliment." After that, he said, "Actually, you and I are the same type of people." "Who the hell is the same type of people as you?" Fang Yuan's young face revealed a furious expression, he roared and charged forward fiercely. P.S. Sorry, this chapter's update is 20 minutes late. Actually, I woke up at 6 in the morning to write it. I had already finished it, but I suddenly had inspiration for the Legends of Renzu, thus I made a huge change. The Legends of Renzu is a legend from another world that I created myself. It is not easy to get inspiration, so every time this happens, I will cherish the real person very much. The next chapter will be the Legends of Renzu. I sincerely hope that everyone will understand and support. What a good event for free, cool phones waiting for you. Follow the public account, add a friend on WeChat, add a public account, type Dread, participate immediately. There will be prizes for everyone. Follow Dread's public account on WeChat right now. To be continued. P.S. Look at the exclusive story behind True Master Gu, listen to your suggestions for the novel, pay attention to the public account, to add a friend on WeChat, just type Dexios, tell me secretly. The Legends of Renzu recorded that Renzu was walking on his own path of life. After parting with the leader of the hairy men, he met the feathermen in Green Heaven. Renzu saw these feathermen and was very happy. Because the feathermen had wings on their backs, they could understand Renzu's words and could communicate with him. Renzu requested the feathermen, "Oh feathermen, please help me. My daughter is in the ordinary abyss, she cannot come out. Please fly down and bring my daughter out, let us father and daughter reunite." The feathermen laughed loudly. "Oh human, how can you order us around? We feathermen are the most free life forms in this world, no one can order us around or restrain us. You want us to listen to your request and do as you wish, that is impossible." No matter how Renzu persuaded or begged them, the feathermen only cared about flying and enjoyed their freedom. Renzu's mouth was dry from talking, but the feathermen only treated him as a clown. They laughed at Renzu and laughed at him. Look, this is such a pitiful person. Even if he is the most intelligent life form in the world, so what? WWW star. He has no wings, he can only walk, it is so sad. Thankfully, I am not a human, I am a featherman. Look, I am flying so nimbly. In Renzu's lonely heart, Self-Gu heard these words and got angrier. Finally, it could not hold it in and jumped out. All of you, come down. Self-Gu showed its might. In an instant, all the feathermen were captured alive from the sky. Renzu saw this scene. He could not help but be shocked. Self-Gu, how did you become so powerful? Self-Gu said proudly, that is natural. I took a bite of strength Gu, I have my own strength now, I am very powerful. Moreover, using this strength does not require any price. Oh human, you need to know, only your own strength is the most reliable. Freedom without power is all fake. The feathermen were captured alive and could no longer fly. He was pinned to the ground, unable to move. The feathermen were so angry that they started scolding Renzu and Self-Gu. Renzu sighed, "Feathermen, I didn't mean to offend you. Please forgive my rudeness. I just want you to save my daughter. When we are reunited, I will definitely reward you." This is impossible. We feathermen have the most freedom. Even if we lose our freedom physically, our minds are still free. Not bad, not bad. Cruel person, you can't force your will on any featherman. The feathermen were all shouting and shouting, they had no intention of compromising at all. Renzu persuaded him for 3 days and 3 nights to no avail. Helpless, he could only release these feathermen once again. Self-Gu said indignantly, "Human, why did you let them go so easily? Don't you want to save your 4th daughter?" Renzu replied confidently, "I can already see that we cannot use force against these feathermen. After interacting with the feathermen for the past few days, I have already discovered that although these feathermen are free, they do not have a nest to shelter from the wind and rain. They do not have enough food to fill their stomachs. If we want them to help, we have to get them to do it voluntarily." Thus, Renzu stayed near the feathermen. He built a house and relied on Self-Gu every day. He gathered a lot of wild fruits and killed a lot of beast meat. The feathermen soon discovered the safety and warmth of the house. Especially in the stormy weather, the feathermen could only hide in the bushes, shiver in the cold, and endure the hunger. But Renzu stayed in the house, enjoying the warmth of the fireplace and the sumptuous food. On a cold snowy night, some feathermen quietly ran under the roof of Renzu's house. While hiding from the wind and snow, they greedily absorbed the warmth that leaked out from the cracks of the door. Renzu put on attitude Gu and opened the door. Using a very warm attitude, he invited these feathermen into the house to share the warmth and food with him. As this happened many times, more and more feathermen came to Renzu's house. Renzu was very hospitable. He entertained the feathermen every day, even giving the seat closest to the fireplace to the feathermen. No matter how much food the feathermen ate, he let them eat as they pleased. The feathermen gradually got used to this life. Finally, one day, Renzu saw that the time was right. He took off attitude Gu and showed a cold expression. He closed the door of the house and kept all the food, no longer providing them to the feathermen for free. The feathermen were caught off guard. They panicked. They were already used to the safety and warmth of the house, they were used to having ample food, they rarely flew into the sky, and even less often went out to hunt. They also had very little food stored up. Many feathermen were so fat that they could not fly anymore. Renzu did this, the feathermen could not do anything to him. They could not defeat Renzu, who had self-Gu. Soon, the feathermen faced the fate of starving to death or freezing to death. A few days later, many feathermen died. Renzu waited for a long time, but the feathermen did not take the initiative to compromise. He was very anxious. Finally, more than half of the feathermen died. Renzu had no choice but to mention this. "Oh feathermen, as long as you flap your wings and fly down to ordinary abyss to save my daughter, I will give you ample food and a warm house." But the remaining feathermen all shook their heads and refused. Eventually, they all died. Many small insects flew out of these feathermen's corpses. They were like tiny specks of light that flickered with all sorts of colors. Renzu stretched out his hand to catch them, but he could not do so. "It is useless." Cognition Gu told him at this moment, "Wild freedom Gu cannot be caught. These feathermen have been chasing freedom since birth, but unfortunately, they can only obtain freedom and freedom after death." Central Continent, Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Danghun Palace. Fang Yuan slowly pulled back his monstrous claw. The featherman Gu Immortal Xingling's soul. It was extremely weak, floating in the air like mud. Gu Immortal Zhou. Because he violated the agreement, his body and soul were destroyed. As for Xingling, who died first. Instead, because he was only hit by Fang Yuan's poison path and strength path killer moves, his body was destroyed, but his soul was preserved. His soul was secretly kept into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture on the spot. Since ancient times, soul path, wisdom path, and enslavement path were closely related. Ever since Fang Yuan obtained Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance, his attainment in soul path and enslavement path had increased greatly. Especially when Fang Yuan used the light of wisdom to modify the immortal killer move myriad self time and time again. Not only did he gain several core immortal Gu, he also gained many soul path mortal Gu. When used together, after the strength path giant hand killed the enemy, the heavily injured soul would be captured by Fang Yuan. If others were not paying attention, they would think that the soul was also destroyed by Fang Yuan. But in fact, Fang Yuan had secretly captured the soul. This was something that even Tai Bai Yunxing did not notice. Because he did not have an investigative immortal killer move. Fang Yuan also did not tell him. The value of a Gu immortal's soul was much higher than a Gu immortal's will or immortal's soul. Fang Yuan had just finished his first soul search. In this soul search, he learned of the origin of these feathermen. They are from Western Desert's Featherman tribe. They have lived in a fragment world of green heaven for generations. No wonder they have such an ancient style. Even if they commit suicide, they will not lower their heads and become slaves. But they live in a paradise with abundant resources. They are a single race with no strong enemies, but these feathermen's minds are corroded. White Sea Shatua, who is he? He can actually gather so many people. He attacked Sacred Feather City. And his methods are so powerful that it is beyond imagination. He can actually restrict an immortal Gu house. The feathermen can only escape pathetically. Fang Yuan searched his memories but could not find any information about White Sea Shatua. In the end, Fang Yuan could only sigh. Western Desert is also filled with hidden experts. In conclusion, this tribulation in Tai Bai Blessed Land had huge gains. Tai Bai Yunxing obtained the lifetime Dao marks of 2 Featherman Gu immortals, one rank 6 and one rank 7, he could be said to be the biggest winner. Fang Yuan's gains were also not small. These feathermen had a huge origin. They also had sacred feather city, if one were to trace their origins back to the early late antiquity era, the era of spectral soul demon venerable. As the leader of Sacred Feather City, the rank 7 Gu Immortal Jingling had a lot of secrets, immortal killer moves, immortal Gu recipes, and so on. There was a high possibility of a complete Gu Immortal inheritance. The fragment world of Green Heaven had been isolated from the outside world for so many years. Sacred Feather City could be said to be the sacred land of Feathermen. It was very likely to be the largest Featherman settlement in the 5 regions. Because they had little interaction with the outside world, and because the fragment world of Green Heaven had abundant resources, the Gu Immortal methods that these Featherman Gu Immortals had were very ancient. They had distinct characteristics of the late antiquity era. Fang Yuan even had some expectations. If his luck was good, he might be able to find the strength path inheritance in Jingling's soul. The only pity was that these Feathermen were mortals. Fang Yuan still planned to turn these Feathermen into slaves. They would help him open up a market in Western Desert, and even establish a caravan. Feathermen were the best slaves in Western Desert. Super forces and large forces all had caravans with Feathermen as their main members. Fang Yuan could not only do business with Shao Clan, he indeed needed to use Shao Clan as a springboard to enter Western Desert's market in the beginning. But if he only worked with Shao Clan in the long term, Fang Yuan would suffer a huge loss. But these mortal Feathermen were dead, so be it. Looking at their nature, they were used to being wild. It was very difficult to tame them. It was not as convenient as directly buying Featherman slaves. Fang Yuan was not a person who would dwell on the past. He soon threw this matter to the back of his mind. Right now, he already had change form Immortal Gu, and also the Immortal Killer move vaguely familiar face that was fused with change form Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan had originally planned to change into another appearance and go to Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, continuing his thwarted plan. But after contacting Fairy Li Shan, Fang Yuan analyzed the information he obtained. The situation was not optimistic. Ever since Xia Huang's identity was investigated by Feng Jiuge, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's inspection of foreign immortal zombies had increased by many levels. It would not be as easy for Feng Yuan to infiltrate Northern Plains Zombie Alliance like before. Moreover, Feng Jiuge, Kanyang Laojun, and the others were hiding. Feng Yuan felt a sense of impending crisis. Fang Yuan hesitated. In this situation, should he still follow his original plan to infiltrate Northern Plains Zombie Alliance? P.S. I have a lot of social activities during the holidays, sorry about that. This is a good activity for free, cool mobile phones are waiting for you. Follow the public account, add a friend on WeChat, type Dexios Hua, join immediately. There will be prizes for everyone, follow the public account Dexios Hua now. Northern Plains, snowy mountain blessed land. The sky was covered in clouds, the white snow was like dust. The peak stood tall in the snow, the forest was covered in snow, resembling countless clouds. A rainbow light pierced through the sky from the first peak like a meteor, flying in the sky. Snowy Mountain's peak lords all looked over. Ancestor gave another order. I wonder who received the order to gather immortal materials this time. I hope it is not me. The rainbow light drew a beautiful arc in the sky, directly entering the third peak. Many peak lords let out sighs of relief. In the third peak, Fairy Li Shan wore a silk leather skirt. It was made of silver. There was a picture of a grassland under the moon embroidered on it. This was Northern Plains style clothing. Fairy Li Shan wore a sapphire blue pearl ribbon on her head. Her eyes were closed at this moment. Most of her attention was focused on her immortal aperture. Inside her immortal aperture, there were birds chirping and flowers fragrant. It was warm like spring. It was the complete opposite of the icy cave of Snowy Mountain. The forest was lush and green, the scenery was picturesque, there were a large number of rare plants, there were also rare desolate plants, there were even ancient desolate plants. At the center of her immortal aperture, there was a hill hidden in the waist-high grass. At first glance, even a small mound was more eye-catching than this hill. But it was minuscule mountain, one of the rare secluded domains in. In this minuscule mountain, a large number of mini-men flew in and out. They flew in the lush grass. Compared to the tiny mini-men, this grass was as tall as a tree. The mini-men were working hard in the grass like bees. Fairy Li Shan paid attention to them secretly. After a while, she felt satisfied. Ever since she obtained minuscule mountain, these mini-men did not cooperate with her, they were against her. But Fairy Lishan was not a useless person. She used both carrot and stick. She supported the puppets of the mini-men race, killing the stubborn ones without any qualms. The mini-men were not as stubborn as the feathermen, but they were loyal. Fairy Lishan killed about 40% of the mini-men. She finally subdued the mini-men race in Minuscule Mountain. Next, Fairy Lishan moved Minuscule Mountain into her immortal aperture. With the mini-men race's help, the wood path resources in her immortal aperture started to increase rapidly. Hairy men were born with refinement path Dao marks. They had the talent to refine goo. The feather men had cloud path Dao marks. They had wings on their backs and could fly freely in the sky. And from the moment the mini-man was born, it had wood path Dao marks. Wherever they lived, the vegetation would be extremely lush. Furthermore, they had been passed down for generations, and they were the race most adept at cultivating plants in the 5 regions. I am indeed extraordinary. My jadine grass is a rank 7 immortal material. It had always been withered and sparse, but after living here for more than half a year, they had expanded this grassland into a miniature grassland. Every jadine grass was full of vitality. Unfortunately, there were too few of them. In the previous battle, the dwarfs had lost more than half of their population. If we had the same population size as before, the pressure on me would have been reduced by more than half. 2-letter goo at once? Fairy Lishan willed and sensed 2 information path goo worms. One was in the outside world, flying through the sky, while the other was the moving perspective goo that had come out of the blessed land. Fairy Lishan opened her eyes, and with a wave of her hand, the rainbow light in the sky entered her hand. She probed with her consciousness and looked inside. As expected, it was old ancestor Shui whose mission to gather immortal materials. Shrouding heaven dust, rock dragon eye, elephant tusk flame. I am to gather these 3 immortal materials this time. Fairy Lishan frowned deeply. Among these 3 immortal materials, rock dragon eye and elephant tusk flame were rank 7 immortal materials, while shrouding heaven dust was rank 8, it was extremely precious. Elephant tusk flame was a lump of flame that would quietly burn inside the tusk of an ancient desolate beast elephant after it died. This lump of flame was the size of a bean. Once it burned through the tusk and came into contact with the outside air, it would be extinguished. Ancient desolate beast elephants were existences comparable to rank 7 goo immortals. After such elephants died, not all tusks would produce elephant tusk flames. With all these conditions, one could see how precious elephant tusk flame was. It was a rare immortal material even in the largest market of the 5 regions, jewel yellow skies. Compared to elephant tusk flame, rock dragon eye and shrouding heaven dust were much harder to obtain. Shrouding heaven dust was a unique phenomenon that only yellow heaven of the immemorial 9 heavens had. But yellow heaven had already disintegrated because of Renzu's 10 children. Fairy Lishan had to first find a yellow heaven fragment world. And this fragment world had to be large enough with enough Dao marks to allow her to enter and explore it. After entering the yellow heaven fragment world, Fairy Lishan had to prepare special methods to gather shrouding heaven dust. The process of gathering was naturally filled with danger. Fairy Lishan was willing to spend a huge amount of money to purchase shrouding heaven dust from jewel yellow skies. As for rock dragon eye, it was the eye of the ancient desolate beast rock dragon. This rock dragon was not an ordinary beast. Instead, in the graveyard of a Rockman tribe, there were a lot of Rockman corpses and rocks. After a long period of accumulation, at a certain moment, a thunderbolt would appear. The thunderbolt destroyed the graveyard and a rock dragon would appear from within. Like the Rockmen, the rock dragon's body was made of rocks. In the immemorial antiquity era and remote antiquity era, variant humans occupied most of the world. Only superforce Rockman tribes or large-scale Rockman tribes with extremely long histories would have rock dragons accompanying them. Even though there were Renzu and his 10 children, as well as Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, there were not many humans in the tribe. The rock dragon was the guardian beast of the Rockman tribe. The Rockmen believed that the rock dragon was the rebirth of their ancestors and predecessors. During the Variant Human War, the rock dragon shined brightly and was publicly recognized as the #1 war beast in the world. The rock dragon did not feel any pain, its defense was extremely sturdy and it was brave and fearless. Even if it was injured, if a Rockman was willing to sacrifice himself, he would go to the wound of the rock dragon. The rockman would sacrifice himself and turn his body into a part of the rock dragon, and the rock dragon's injuries would heal instantly. This battle method was extremely abnormal and gave other races a huge headache. Times had changed. It was very difficult for Fairy Xian to find a rock dragon now. Because rockman tribes were already very rare, most of the rockmen were slaves raised by Gu immortals. Even if Fairy Xian found a rock dragon, with her battle strength, she would not be able to defeat the rock dragon that was known as the #1 war beast in the remote antiquity era with its thick skin and flesh. Thus, even though the rock dragon I was a rank 7 immortal material, the difficulty of obtaining it was much higher than the rank 8 immortal material Shroud Heaven Dust. Old Ancestor Shui, whose gathering missions for us peak lords are getting more and more important. Among these 3 immortal materials, only Elephant Tusk Flame is slightly easier. To obtain Shroud Heaven Dust and Rock Dragon Eye, strength is only one aspect, luck is even more important. Sigh, if only I had good luck and could directly purchase them from Jewel Yellow Skies. Fairy Xian sighed deeply. Her initial investment in Minuscule Mountain's Miniman tribe had already been settled, and she was starting to reap benefits now. Moreover, He Lulan was determined to be independent and rejected her funding. This caused Fairy Xian to start accumulating wealth rapidly in this short period of time. This accumulation speed was more than twice as fast as before. Obtaining Shroud Heaven Dust and Rock Dragon Eye required too much time and effort. Fairy Xian would rather expend her wealth in exchange for time and effort. After keeping Old Ancestor Shui, whose letter Gu, Fairy Xian checked the second letter Gu. There were only a few sources that could directly appear in her immortal aperture. After Fairy Xian checked, she found that this letter Gu came from Feng Yuan. In this letter Gu, Feng Yuan promised huge benefits to invite Fairy Xian to help him kill an immortal zombie from Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Feng Yuan. Fairy. Xian muttered. She left her bed and stood up. She lowered her head and thought as she paced around. When she walked to the window, she raised her head and looked at the falling snowflakes, the silent peaks outside. She snickered. This Feng Yuan had disguised himself as Sha Huang and joined Zombie Alliance. This time, he wants me to help him kill another immortal zombie. He definitely has a motive. He promised huge benefits and is overbearing with wealth. After all, he snatched many resources from Dongfang tribe, and also obtained Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance. During this period of time, his development will definitely be smooth, it will be like a raging fire. Right now, Northern Plains' situation is very turbulent. The Central Continent Gu Immortals Investigation Group is still hidden. In this situation, Feng Yuan still wants to make a move. It shows how important the benefits of Zombie Alliance are to him. Is he trying to falsely claim the contribution points of other immortal zombies in exchange for Zombie Alliance's research on how to revive and get rid of the status of an immortal zombie? Thinking of this, Fairy Xian squinted. Central Continent, Celestial Court. White jade palaces were brightly lit. 4 Gu immortals stood at 4 different directions, surrounding the rank 9 immortal Gu House Heaven Overseeing Tower at the center. The old Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord stood at the eastern direction. He raised his walking stick as a bright light shined in his muddy eyes. Repairing fate begins now. The walking stick in his hand stopped in the air, as if it had hit a rock. It emitted a clanging sound. Instantly, light burst out, countless Gu worms flew around, forming a huge Gu formation. Traces of light of different colors intersected with each other, forming a huge 3-dimensional formation diagram that covered 100 li of land. The female Gu immortal Bai Tsang Shui, who was participating in the restoration for the first time, said in shock, "This refinement path Gu formation is just one step away from becoming a rank 8 immortal Gu house." Immortal Gu houses were the crystallization of one of the Gu cultivation paths, formation path. This refinement path Gu formation is extraordinary. Fairy Tsang Shui looked down. At the western position, the white-clothed young man Lian Jiuxing smiled. Then, he grabbed at the air, grabbed a handful of stone dragon pupils, and threw them forward. The rock dragon eyes entered the refinement path Gu formation. In just a few breaths of time, they were completely broken down and fused into this mystical refinement path Gu formation. So many rock dragon eyes. And such a processing speed of immortal materials. Bai Tsang Shui was speechless. Who immortal blessed land, Dang Hun Palace. Humph. Fang Yuan crushed the information path goo worm in his hand. He was rejected. They still want to restrict my development, these narrow-minded women. Fang Yuan's expression was grim. Right at this time, an information path goo worm flew into his immortal aperture. Did Fairy Li Shan change her mind? Fang Yuan was stunned. He took a look and was extremely shocked. This is Xianxia land spirit's request for reinforcements? What a great activity, a cool phone is waiting for you. Follow /Chinese website's official account, add friends on WeChat, add official account, enter Dread, and join immediately. Everyone will get prizes. Follow Dread's WeChat account now. R1152 After Fang Yuan obtained change form immortal goo, he fused it into the immortal killer move vaguely familiar face. He could transform into anything now. But the situation was not good for him to sneak into Northern Plains Zombie Alliance again. Because Xia Huang's identity was exposed, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was very vigilant. He could not successfully sneak into Zombie Alliance by repeating his previous actions. Thus, Fang Yuan started to target other Zombie Alliance members. As long as he secretly killed one of them and transformed into this unlucky person, it would be possible to sneak into Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan was undergoing immortal ascension in Northern Plains. He had the aura of Northern Plains all over his body. Zombie Alliance's entrance could stop Feng Jioge, but it could not stop him. However, this secret assassination also had its difficulties and risks. First, he had to kill a Zombie Alliance member. The entire process had to be carried out secretly, no information could be leaked. It was very difficult to accomplish this. Fang Yuan had rank 7 battle strength now. It was very easy for him to defeat an ordinary immortal zombie. It was also not impossible to kill an immortal zombie. But it was very difficult to assassinate one secretly. Because during battle, the commotion would be huge, it could not be controlled. If the immortal zombie wanted to run, Fang Yuan would have to chase. True solid bat wings was not so reliable. If the immortal zombie used information path goo worms to ask for reinforcements, Fang Yuan would have to use sufficient and accurate methods to eliminate these goo worms during the intense battle. In the end, other than Fang Yuan's outstanding offensive strength, he had many shortcomings in other areas. Especially when Fang Yuan lacked battlefield killer moves. Battlefield killer moves could temporarily isolate the surroundings and create a battlefield environment. In battlefield killer moves, goo immortals could not use information path goo worms to ask for reinforcements. Of course, this was not absolute, there were no absolutes in this world. Moreover, outstanding battlefield killer moves had a limited range and could prevent enemies from escaping. Immortal battlefield killer moves had another name, they were called quasi-blessed land. Once activated, countless Dao marks could be temporarily replicated, forming a temporary unique battlefield. Most goo immortals did not have such immortal battlefield killer moves, only a few goo immortals had them. Fang Yuan did not have an immortal battlefield killer move. It was very difficult for him to kill a Northern Plains Zombie Alliance member alone. Even in his previous life, he did not have one. Because when he obtained his first immortal goo, he was besieged and had to self-detonate to revive. He Lulan and Tai Baiyunxing did not either. They had just become immortals. No matter how outstanding their immortal apertures were, they would need a long time to accumulate. But Fairy Li Shan had it. Pear Orchard was her battlefield killer move. If he could lure the immortal zombie into the pear garden, then there was a high chance that he could secretly kill it. Of course, even if she succeeded, there was a risk. Fang Yuan naturally would not forget old Lord Kenyang's group. There were definitely wisdom path goo immortals among them. He deduced that the possibility of Fang Yuan sneaking into Zombie Alliance was very high. Once the truth was exposed, or even the slightest news got out, Fang Yuan entering Northern Plains Zombie Alliance would be like entering a tiger's den. Li Dragon into Leech insect. But Fairy Li Shan rejected Fang Yuan's request. Just as Fang Yuan was about to think of another way, a request for help arrived in his immortal aperture. Ever since the Northern Plains auction, Fang Yuan had rarely contacted the land spirit of Xianxia. This time, the land spirit of Xianxia contacted Fang Yuan to ask for help. This was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. In Fang Yuan's mind, Xianxia Blessed Land had an extremely deep foundation. In his previous life, Xianxia Blessed Land, this ownerless Blessed Land, had resisted 7 waves of goo immortals' attacks. And on the seventh wave, even Feng Jioge died in Langya Blessed Land. Lang Ya Blessed Land only had 12 cloud buildings on the surface, each with one desolate beast. They were the 12 desolate beasts. But as long as one was not an idiot, they would understand that these 12 desolate beasts were only the outermost layer of defense. Don't forget that the original owner of Langya Blessed Land was Long-Hair Ancestor. He was known as the #1 refinement path immortal in history. He had refined 38 immortal goo in his life, not just rank 7 or 8. And this was only the number recorded in the official history. If unofficial history and rumors were included, the number of immortal goo was enough to surpass 100, thus, Fang Yuan had already deduced that the true defense of Langya Blessed Land was the many immortal goo left behind by Long-Hair Ancestor. And not desolate beasts. Langya Blessed Land was very different from other blessed lands. Even without an owner, the Blessed Land's land spirit had an endless supply of immortal essence that could be used. This was because Langya Blessed Land had a heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus immortal goo that could produce immortal essence. Precisely because of heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus support, the land spirit of Langya could use immortal goo on a large scale and display their unique power. Now, the land spirit of Langya is asking me for help. In his previous life, he could last until the 7th wave, but after careful calculation, this should only be the 4th wave. Don't tell me, because of me, Northern Plains' situation has changed greatly, and the influence is too deep. Could it be that Langya Blessed Land is facing the fiercest invasion in history? Fang Yuan thought rapidly in his mind. To be able to make the land spirit of Langya ask for help, the strength of the invaders this time could be imagined. They definitely surpassed Fang Yuan's personal ability. But in danger, there were often precious opportunities. Langya Blessed Land had a deep foundation, it was overflowing with wealth. In his previous life, even the Celestial Court was tempted by greed and forcefully took down this blessed land. Although the Celestial Court paid a huge price, they also gained a lot. Even if they sacrificed Feng Jioge, they still profited greatly. There were many benefits to cooperating with the land spirit of Langya. This point could be clearly seen from their past interactions. Fang Yuan had relied on swindling to obtain many benefits from the hands of the land spirit of Langya. After he became an immortal in this life, the reason why he could develop so quickly was because of the help from the land spirit of Langya. Especially during the early and middle stages, it was a difficult time to start. Unfortunately, after the Northern Plains auction, Fang Yuan's greed and excessive demands caused the land spirit to be disgusted with him, causing the relationship between both sides to worsen and fall to the freezing point. Fang Yuan had requested to cooperate with the land spirit several times, but the land spirit always responded with a firm stance, requesting Fang Yuan to search for a poison flower petal immortal material for it. If I can help the land spirit this time, it will definitely ease the relationship between both sides. Moreover, I have fixed immortal travel. I only need 3 breaths of time to return to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. No matter how strong the enemy is, 3 breaths of time should be enough for me, right? Fang Yuan speculated. Although the land spirit of Langya urgently asked for help, the situation should not be that bad. He had always felt that Langya Blessed Land's foundation was quite deep. In his previous life, it was able to resist 7 waves of attacks. Even a powerful expert like Feng Jioge had perished in it. This was only the 4th wave of attacks. After thinking about it, Fang Yuan decided to help the land spirit of Langya. He was not a hot-blooded kid like Yu Fei. He would not stand up for his friends when they were attacked, regardless of personal gains or losses. He was Fang Yuan, a demonic path Gu immortal. He cared about benefits, he coldly calculated gains and losses. Allies were meant to be used. What was the point of friendship? In Fang Yuan's heart, it was only a special bargaining chip to obtain benefits. Coincidentally, at this time, Tai Baiyunxing also sent a letter asking for help. The land spirit of Langya also sent him a letter asking for help. In fact, Tai Baiyunxing had once repaired Langya Blessed Land for the land spirit. In terms of friendship, the relationship between Tai Baiyunxing and the land spirit of Langya was much better than that of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan told Tai Baiyunxing. His decision was acknowledged and praised by Tai Baiyunxing. Fang Yuan immediately set off. Using a stargate, he hurried to Langya Blessed Land. Although Tai Baiyunxing had passed the earthly calamity, he still needed some time to recycle his immortal aperture. He could only rush over later. You're here, Fang Yuan. The land spirit of Xianxia suddenly appeared in front of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan saw that he was not fatigued and had no injuries. He was even more certain of his guess. He laughed. This is your attitude towards your benefactor? Humph. You think I don't know? You brat, you won't wake up without benefits. If not for the urgency of the situation, I would not have asked for your help. The land spirit of Xianxia rolled his eyes. Even though he said that, the attitude of the land spirit of Xianxia was much more relaxed than before. After repelling the enemies, I will give you the rank 6 all-out effort immortal goo recipe as your reward. The land spirit of Xianxia continued. Fang Yuan chuckled, but shook his head. Let's talk about the reward later. Let's repel the invading goo immortals first. Fang Yuan did not talk about the reward. He was worried about the invading enemies. He did not take the chance to threaten him. This made the land spirit of Xianxia feel much more comfortable. He felt that Fang Yuan was becoming more pleasing to the eye. Follow me. The land spirit of Xianxia grabbed Fang Yuan's arm and teleported, arriving at the highest floor of a cloud building. It could be seen that Xianxia blessed land had a large number of space path down marks. Otherwise, places like Starform blessed land that did not have many space path down marks could only fly. Starform land spirit could not teleport. Fang Yuan stood at a high place, looking outside. He saw that Xianxia blessed land had undergone a huge change. The original Xianxia blessed land had vast cloud soil. The sky was clear and boundless. 12 cloud buildings stood in the center, adjacent to each other. But at this moment, Fang Yuan's vision was filled with boundless clouds. He could not even see his own fingers. He could not see the sky or the ground. The land spirit of Xianxia introduced in a deep voice. This is the goo formation activated after Xianxia blessed land encountered enemies. 12-wave cloud confusion formation. The 12 cloud buildings are all mortal goo houses. They are the formation cores of this formation. Look. These people are the invading enemies. The land spirit waved his sleeves. Several mirrors appeared in front of Fang Yuan. In the mirrors, there was a goo immortal. They were either walking slowly or charging rapidly in the clouds. This is. Fang Yuan's pupil shrunk when he saw these goo immortals. Qin Baixing, Jiang Yu, Heiqing, Shuesong Zi, He Lang Zi, there were 2 more. A green-robed wind path goo immortal, he was the fastest. A black-robed goo immortal covered his face, he was very mysterious. You know these people? The land spirit of Xianxia sensed Fang Yuan's peculiar expression. Fang Yuan nodded, his expression solemn. These people have extraordinary strength, especially the leader, Qin Baixing. He is a famous rank 7 expert in northern plains. I know. If not for this, my 12-wave cloud confusion formation would not have been mostly destroyed. Now, there are only 5 left. 2 of them are already guarded by 2 Inkman goo immortals from Inkman City. You will guard this one, I will guard the other. As for the last one, I will leave it to Tai Baiyunqing. The land spirit of Xianxia distributed. Fang Yuan frowned. The other party is very strong. Cloud building is only a mortal goo house. It will be very difficult for me to block these people and protect cloud building. This is a great event. I'm waiting for you to get the cool phone. Follow Chinese official account, WeChat add friends, add official account enter Dread, participate immediately. Everyone will get prizes. Follow Dread's WeChat official account now. Our 11:52 PS. Look at the exclusive story behind, listen to your suggestions for the novel, pay attention to the public account, add a friend on WeChat, add a public account, type Dread, and tell me secretly. Fang Yuan frowned, showing a troubled expression. Qin Baixing, Jiang Yu, Heiqing, Shuesong Zi, He Lang Zi, and 2 mysterious goo immortals that he did not recognize. Among them, only Shuesong Zi and Jiang Yu were rank 6 goo immortals. The rest were rank 7 goo immortals. As for the 2 mysterious goo immortals, Fang Yuan did not know about them, so it was fine. The remaining 3 were Qin Baixing, He Lang Zi, and Heiqing. They were all rank 7 goo immortals. Heiqing was a goo immortal of the Super Force He tribe. Even though he had a hidden injury and could not use immortal killer moves, his battle strength had fallen greatly. He was far from his peak state, but he had the immortal goo dark arrow. He could not be underestimated. He Lang Zi was a famous transformation path demonic immortal in northern plains. His growth was different from ordinary people. He was ferocious and had 3 immortal desolate wolf transformations. his battle strength was very high. He had once been recruited by old ancestor Shui Hu, but was rejected by He Langzi. The most powerful one was Qin Bai Xing. This person had roamed unhindered in northern plains for hundreds of years. As a lone Gu immortal, he defeated Lu Hao, Shan Yu Xiong, and Nu Er Du, killed by Qin Zi, Jade Fire Farmer, and Heavenly Emotion Mountain Lord, fought Yuan Rang Zun, and escaped from Five Elements Master. He was a rank 7 Gu immortal. His status in northern plains was equivalent to central continent Shirlei. In the eyes of the world, he had peak rank 7 battle strength. Only rank 8 Gu immortals could suppress him. He was even stronger than Kanyang Laojun. More terrifyingly, not only did he have outstanding battle strength, he could also organize the Northern Plains auction. He was the one who profited the most. It was not strange that Fang Yuan felt it was difficult to protect the cloud building in front of such a person. But Land Spirit of Langia patted Fang Yuan's shoulder, saying, "I did not ask you to protect the cloud building. You only need to resist as much as possible. What I want is to stall for time." Humph, these people are too daring. They actually dared to attack Langya Blessed Land. As long as I can drag this on for another 30 minutes, I will be able to make these guys suffer. Land Spirit of Langya's tone was full of confidence. Like Fang Yuan had guessed earlier, Langya Land Spirit definitely had a trump card to win. In the previous 3 waves of attacks, Land Spirit of Langya's battle strength. He definitely did not rely on these 12 desolate Gu immortal. Then, what is Langya Land Spirit's reliance? Fang Yuan could not help but feel a strong sense of curiosity in his heart. God Master Guno. However, Langya Land Spirit did not tell him and only smiled mysteriously. Master. This cloud building had already been lent to Fang Yuan by Land Spirit of Langya. Fang Yuan could freely manipulate it. Fang Yuan browsed through it a few times before memorizing all the methods. Next, he tried to practice and quickly got the hang of it. The cloud building was the formation core of the 12-wave cloud confusion formation. Star thoughts surged in Fang Yuan's mind. After understanding the cloud building, he started to understand the 12-wave cloud confusion formation. He also had a good understanding of it. All in all, this was a maze-like fog formation. Although it had not been perfected to the level of a battlefield killer move, it was only a step away. It was not that Land Spirit of Langya did not have a battlefield killer move, but to create a battlefield killer move, Dao marks had to be carved. The newly added Dao marks could not perfectly match the Dao marks of this world. There would always be conflicts and contradictions. This would cause damage to Langya Blessed Land. Thus, the Land Spirit did not take them. In terms of stalling for time, the 12-wave cloud confusion formation had already reached the limit of a Gu formation. When a Gu immortal is inside the formation, their 5 senses would be confused. They would not be able to distinguish left from right, they would go around in circles and so on. Only an investigative immortal killer move could identify the correct direction in the Gu formation. Only by completely destroying the 12 cloud pavilions could the formation be completely destroyed. Without an investigative immortal killer move, the Gu immortal could only run around in the Gu formation and see if they could find a cloud building. That would be purely based on luck. Thankfully, once the formation was created, the 12 cloud buildings could not be moved. Otherwise, Gu immortals without investigative immortal killer moves would not be relying on luck, it would be impossible. Fang Yuan sat on the cloud bed and opened many mirrors, observing the surroundings of this cloud building. His authority was limited to this cloud building, he could only observe the surroundings of a certain range. There was only white fog in the mirrors, not a single Gu immortal appeared. Fang Yuan did not lack patience, he waited silently. A moment later, a Gu immortal's figure appeared in one of the mirrors. She wore a purple dress, her nose was tall, her beautiful eyes were deep, her eyelashes were thick, her skin was slightly dark, she gave off a gentle and charming aura. It was Fairy Jiangyu. Fang Yuan's heart shook, he immediately thought of her dark limit immortal Gu. He Lulan had the great strength true martial physique. Before becoming an immortal, she used dark limit immortal Gu to enter He Lulan's body and move around, concealing the aura of the great strength true martial physique. At the start, He Lulan's plan was to steal dark limit immortal Gu before it was exposed. But unfortunately, Fairy Jiangyu's whereabouts were unknown, this plan failed before it could be carried out. Later, when Heiqing chased after He Lulan, this plan could not be carried out anymore. Dark limit immortal goo, if I could obtain it. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered, he felt regret. Unfortunately, in this situation, even if I capture Fairy Jiangyu alive, I might not be able to obtain dark limit immortal goo. It was very difficult to steal an immortal goo, the chances were slim. After all, one could make an immortal goo self-detonate with a single thought. Just as Fang Yuan was thinking about it, Fairy Jiangyu moved around in a roundabout manner within Fang Yuan's territory, moving to the side and leaving this place. After leaving Fang Yuan's area of control, Fairy Li Shan disappeared from the mirror. But not long later, a second Gu immortal entered Fang Yuan's area. His appearance was clearly reflected in the mirror. It was Qin Baixing. Fang Yuan's gaze was solemn as he watched Qin Baixing get closer. Undeniably, among all these Gu immortal enemies, Fang Yuan did not want to meet the most. It was Qin Baixing. Fang Yuan did not know that Qin Baixing had regained his original battle strength after fighting Feng Jiuge. But just based on Qin Baixing's performance, he was at the level of Central Continent's Shirley. Such an opponent was too strong. If he really found this cloud building, Fang Yuan would immediately make a decision. He would only deal with the situation for a while before retreating. Even though he was supporting the land spirit of Xianxia, this type of support depended on the situation. Fang Yuan had never planned to risk his life for the land spirit of Xianxia. And the land spirit of Xianxia clearly had trump cards. It was not his turn to risk his life. Qin Baixing was getting closer and closer to the cloud building. He had an investigative immortal killer move, he was moving forward in a straight line. The cloud building that Fang Yuan controlled was right beside his route, about 300 steps away in a straight line. The range of the immortal killer move's investigative immortal killer move was suppressed by this 12-wave cloud confusion Gu formation. But it was definitely more than 300 steps. Once Qin Baixing got to a certain distance, the cloud building would appear in his investigative range. That way, Qin Baixing would naturally charge towards the cloud building, and Fang Yuan's first battle would end in failure. But this failure was not scary. Fang Yuan did not have any psychological burden. For someone like Fang Yuan, failure would not affect his morale. It would not damage his fighting spirit, and it would be difficult to change his plans. His state of mind would not be disturbed. But soon, things changed again. Qin Baixing's expression suddenly changed. He directly changed his direction and flew towards the northeast. Their information path method is not only at immortal level, it is also very effective against Gu formations. They can actually transmit information in the Gu formation. Almost at the same time, Fang Yuan heard. The land spirit of Xianxia's voice was filled with surprise. Fang Yuan nodded slightly, replying, "Since the other party is attacking here, they should have come prepared. But from your words, did they not expose this method earlier?" The land spirit was silent for a while. Then it replied, "No. The cloud buildings before were all guarded by desolate beasts, they fought alone and killed desolate beasts, breaking into the cloud buildings. But this time Mo Tan Sang and the desolate beasts are guarding the cloud buildings together. The other party should have discovered a Gu immortal for the first time, thus they changed their strategy of fighting alone and rushed over to help." Fang Yuan's expression sank. Not good. Mo Tan Sang is the city lord of Inkman City. It is already good that he came to help, but he might have to conceal his appearance during the battle. Once the connection between Inkman City and Xianxia Blessed Land is exposed, Northern Plains Inkman City will face a calamity. Mo Tan Sang is restrained in battle, while the other party is strong and many of them are working together, he might not be able to defend the cloud buildings. The land spirit immediately replied, "This 12-wave cloud confusion formation uses Xianxia Blessed Land's own Dao marks to divide the enemy and make them fall into a predicament of fighting alone. In theory, it can isolate rank 7 and rank 6 immortal information path killer moves, preventing the enemy from communicating with each other. Even if they set up whole Earth Gu, it is useless. But this group can communicate with each other, it is likely related to the previous attacks. Sigh. I should not have coveted the benefits of selling Gu immortal slaves, I should have killed them all. This group of people should possess a rather powerful soul Dao technique. I have already erased the memories of the Gu immortal slave souls." The land spirit of Xianxia's analysis was clear and logical, he felt great regret. Fang Yuan also agreed with the land spirit of Langya's analysis. When Gu immortals fought, their thoughts were all astute. Qin Baixing only did a small action of helping, but he exposed so many things. On the other hand, since the other party was related to the previous attacks, Langya Blessed Land's exposed secrets would not be few. Can you show me the battle scene over there? Fang Yuan made a request. A new mirror appeared, displaying the scene of the battle. Mo Tansang was riding on a desolate beast, fighting with Gu immortal He Qing. Mo Tansang was a rank 6 Gu immortal, he was at a disadvantage. He cultivated Qi Path, but at this moment, he used other methods to fight. He Qing had a hidden illness, but he was still rank 7, he did not use Dark Arrow Immortal Gu to control the battle. The main reason was because Mo Tansang was afraid of exposing his identity, he had Inkman City's foundation, he could not let it be destroyed. Right now, he was only supporting the desolate beast, letting it attack while he healed and defended from the side. Desolate beasts were brave and fearless, but they lacked intelligence to observe the battle situation. Needless to say, with Mo Tansang's careful help, although the desolate beast was suppressed, it was still vigorous and seemed to be able to hold on for some time. But Fang Yuan knew that when Qin Baixing arrived, the desolate beast would only die on the spot. Just as Fang Yuan was paying attention to Mo Tansang, a third figure appeared near Fang Yuan. Xianxia, did he not receive the news and go to the battlefield over there? Fang Yuan was surprised, he had many guesses in his heart. A moment later, Xianxia found Fang Yuan's cloud building. He paused for a moment before shooting towards the cloud building. Fang Yuan also stood up with a solemn expression. The battle was about to start. A good activity with a free lunch, cool phones are waiting for you. Follow the public account, add a friend on WeChat, add a public account, type Dread, join now. Everyone has a prize, follow Dread's public account now. To be continued, P.S. Read the exclusive story behind, listen to your suggestions for the novel, pay attention to Chi Diane's official account, WeChat, add friends, add public account, entered Xiaoswo, and tell me secretly, among the 7 Gu immortals who invaded Langya Blessed Land, the one Fang Yuan wanted to meet the most was Xianxia. Because among them, Xianxia had the lowest cultivation level and battle strength. At the same time, Fang Yuan and Xianxia had fought before. In the previous battle, Xianxia was chased around by the Strength Path Phantom Army, he was in a pathetic state. One could say, Xianxia was defeated by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had experience and knew Xianxia's foundation. But I cannot be careless in this battle. Fang Yuan had a solemn expression as he looked at Xianxia in the mirror, getting closer to the cloud building that he was guarding, he did not have any disdain or arrogance in his heart. Even a lion would use its full strength to hunt a rabbit, Fang Yuan was a vigilant person. And in this battle, Fang Yuan had many concerns. The first concern was that this was not a one-on-one battle, it was a chaotic battle between the invaders and Langya Blessed Land. If Fang Yuan fought with Xianxia, would the other side send reinforcements? This was quite possible. The second concern was Xianxia's battle strength. In Langya Blessed Land, the invaders were forbidden from using Mortal Gu. Xianxia could enter here because he had a Mortal Gu. Xianxia could enter here because he had a Mortal Gu. This secret was obvious. Because Xianxia was rapidly approaching Fang Yuan, he was using a genuine immortal killer move. It seems that in this battle, I need to use a sneak attack to establish my advantage. Even if reinforcements come later, the pressure I face will be reduced. The pressure I face will also decrease. Evil thoughts rumbled in Fang Yuan's mind. Using malicious thoughts to scheme against others was the most effective method. Fang Yuan had already experienced it deeply. Xianxia flew rapidly. The scene in front of him did not change, it was still a vast white fog. It filled his vision. The rapid flight brought about a gust of wind that blew across his body, making him excited. This immortal Gu is different from Mortal Gu, it is truly extraordinary. Xianxia experienced the pleasure of using the immortal flying killer move, while also paying attention to his immortal aperture. Inside his immortal aperture, there was an ice path immortal Gu, it was huge. It was the size of a normal horse, the entire immortal Gu looked like a heart. They were like ice sculptures, vivid and lifelike, overflowing with cold air. This was Ice Heart Immortal Gu. Ice-Heart Immortal Gu naturally did not belong to Xianxia. Shadow Sex Qin Baixing had lent it to Xianxia to increase his battle strength in order to invade Langya Blessed Land. Qin Baixing not only gave the rank 6 Immortal Gu to Xianxia, he also gave several sets of Immortal Killer moves with Ice-Heart Immortal Gu as the core. It covered offense, defense, advance and retreat, healing, and so on. Xianxia was a Snow Path Gu Immortal. Ice Path and Snow Path were twin paths. They intertwined with each other and were almost indistinguishable. Xianxia used this Ice Path Immortal Gu and Killer move. It was very suitable. Ice-Heart Immortal Gu let out bone-chilling frost energy, but Xianxia's heart was burning before Qin Baixing attacked this time. He promised Xianxia that if they succeeded in this invasion, then he would give this Ice Path Immortal Gu to Xianxia as a reward. Thus, Xianxia had a lot of motivation. After invading the Blessed Land, he was very proactive. After all, in order to find a wooden chicken Immortal Gu, he had even helped Ma tribe in the Imperial Court contest. Now that there was such a good opportunity, Ice-Heart Immortal Gu was much more suitable for him than wooden chicken Immortal Gu. Of course he was moved. Cloud building. Xianxia's body froze, he cried out involuntarily. In the white fog that seemed to never change, a towering pavilion suddenly appeared. Xianxia reacted and was overjoyed. To think that my luck is so good, I really found a cloud building. Qin Baixing's mission was to find the 12 formation cores of the cloud buildings in this 12-wave cloud confusion formation and destroy them. If I can destroy one cloud building alone, it will be a huge merit. According to the reward system before the battle, I will be able to obtain a huge reward. But each cloud building is guarded by a desolate beast. I need to be careful. Xianxia calmed down again. As if it heard his thoughts, a desolate beast jumped up from below the cloud building. This desolate beast was as large as an elephant. It had a brown-yellow body and thick fur that covered almost half of its body. It was the desolate beast Yellow Jade Lion that Feng Yuan had picked up from Starform Grotto Heaven and gifted to Land Spirit of Langya. The Yellow Jade Lion did not make a sound. It moved like lightning towards Xianxia. Good. Xianxia's eyes were filled with excitement and battle intent, but he retreated instead of advancing, showing his vigilance. The Yellow Jade Lion's attack did not hit. Xianxia pulled some distance away from it. The latter waved his sleeves, creating a huge snowstorm. The snowstorm held, snowballs the size of eggs smashed towards the Yellow Jade Lion. This was not a mortal killer move, it was an immortal killer move, freezing snow. Only immortal killer moves could barely be used in this situation. Mortal killer moves could not be used at all. The Yellow Jade Lion could not open its eyes from the wind. The cold air spread rapidly, forming a thick layer of white frost on its body. The Yellow Jade Lion's body shook as it shook off most of the frost, charging towards Xianxia again. Xianxia stared at the Yellow Jade Lion's thick fur. He snorted coldly. His immortal killer move did not have enough offensive power. It used the frost air to penetrate the flesh and bones, affecting the opponent's movement and speed. The Yellow Jade Lion was not large among desolate beasts, but it had both strength and agility. Xianxia used this move to get rid of the Yellow Jade Lion's advantage in agility. But the Yellow Jade Lion was a desolate beast. It had thick fur. If it were any other desolate beast, the frost air might freeze their flesh and blood. The Yellow Jade Lion had its own innate ability. It countered this move, only its fur was frozen. Xianxia was not good at close combat. He liked to fight from afar. Seeing the Yellow Jade Lion charging towards him, he retreated again. Immortal killer move, Ice Trace. He flew backwards towards the Yellow Jade Lion. As he retreated, on the ground, white fog froze, forming a path of ice crystals. The Yellow Jade Lion pursued in a straight line. As he ran on the ice crystal road, his speed dropped drastically. Xianxia retreated rapidly. Seeing that there was a sufficient distance between them, he laughed and said, "What a beast! Eat my piercing ice blade." He raised his palm and slashed at the Yellow Jade Lion from afar. Gotcha! In an instant, a huge ice blade was formed in the air. The ice blade fell from the sky at an extremely fast speed. The ice blade was sharp and ruthlessly chopped at the Yellow Jade Lion's back. The Yellow Jade Lion held in pain as blood splattered everywhere. Then, it was frozen into blood-red ice. The penetrating ice blade shattered like glass, but the cold air inside was directly injected into the yellow jade lion's body through the wound. The attacks came one after another, overwhelming the opponent. It was extremely vicious and ruthless. The yellow jade lion roared at the sky, and the sound waves surged through the clouds. Balls of flames rose from its 4 claws, increasing its speed once again. He was even more agile when dodging. The yellow jade lion's body was covered in large numbers of mortal goo worms. These were specially nurtured by the land spirit of Xianxia. Because it was a battle in the headquarters, the yellow jade lion's mortal goo worms were all destroyed. They could all play a role. However, the cold air had already entered its body, and the speed of the yellow jade lion was greatly reduced. Xianxia had the upper hand. He continued to use immortal killer moves. Attack the topaz lion. The situation was becoming more and more disadvantageous for the topaz lion. The wounds on its body were also increasing. His speed was also getting slower and slower. Even when he coughed up blood, what he coughed up wasn't boiling hot blood. Instead, it was a cold blood freeze. Ha ha ha, carefree, truly carefree. Xianxia was happy and contented, laughing loudly. He had used almost all of the immortal killer moves that Qin Baixing had taught him. He could feel the power of immortal killer moves. The desolate beasts that gave him headaches in the past could only run for their lives and howl in pain under the bombardment of immortal killer moves. Next will be the last move, Frozen Heartlock. Let's test its power. Xianxia suddenly advanced instead of retreating, diving down towards the yellow jade lion below. His speed was extremely fast, like a goshawk hunting in the sky. Before the yellow jade lion could react, the goo worm had already sensed Xianxia's aura being activated, and a light armor appeared on the yellow jade lion's body. Humph! Child's play! A ruthless light flashed in Xianxia's eyes. He raised his palm again and used a mortal killer move, penetrating ice blade. Boom! The ice blade landed on the yellow jade lion's back and shattered. The light armor created by the mortal goo worm could not even last for a blink of an eye. It was easily destroyed by the ice blade. A deep wound appeared on the yellow jade lion's back. Its bones could be seen. The desolate beast lion held in pain. It could not hold on any longer and fell to the ground. Xianxia stepped on the yellow jade lion's back. He suddenly bent down and placed his palms on the yellow jade lion's body. Crack, crack, crack. Soft sounds of ice forming could be heard. First, a thin layer of ice appeared on the yellow jade lion's back, with Xianxia as the center. It rapidly spread across the yellow jade lion's body. Soon, this thin layer of ice could be seen with the naked eye, becoming thicker. Not only this, there was also an intense frost energy spreading in the yellow jade lion's body, freezing its flesh, bones, and even its organs. Xianxia's expression was pale. He was inwardly shocked. This ice heartlock is indeed powerful. It can even freeze desolate beasts. But this immortal killer move expends immortal essence too quickly. After realizing this, Xianxia wanted to let go. But soon, greed rose in his heart. Why don't I take this chance to capture this yellow jade lion alive? I will freeze it first, and when it thaws, I will sell it to others. A living desolate beast, this is a huge transaction in jewel yellow skies. He he he. Just as he was thinking about his beautiful future, the yellow jade lion under his feet suddenly exploded. With a loud sound, a strength path giant hand firmly grabbed Xianxia, who could not dodge in time. Xianxia was pale with fright. What the hell is this? Ice armor. A thick layer of ice armor appeared on his body. The strength path giant hand tightly gripped the ice armor. Cracks started to appear on the ice armor. Xianxia's lips curled up, revealing a ruthless smile. I can test another variation of this defensive killer move. Ice armor, explode. With a loud sound, the ice armor exploded. Large amounts of frost energy filled the surroundings. Fang Yuan's strength path giant hand's 5 fingers were pushed away by the huge impact. Xianxia took the chance to fly away, but at the next moment, his sinister smile froze. Above his head, a giant strength path hand was already ready to strike. Xianxia flew to the sky. The ice armor had just exploded. He could not activate it again in time. This strength path giant hand was like a fly swatter. It ruthlessly swung and smashed Xianxia into a pile of meat paste and bone fragments. This is a great event that fell from the sky, a cool phone is waiting for you. Click on /public account, add friends on WeChat, add public account, entered Xianxia, immediately participate. Everyone has prizes, immediately followed Xianxia WeChat public account. P.S. Look at the exclusive story behind, listen to your suggestions for the novel, pay attention to the public account, add friend on WeChat, add public account, type DD, and tell me secretly. You killed an enemy Gu Immortal? Good, good, good. Feng Yuan had just gotten out of the yellow jade lion's body when the land spirit of Langya's voice entered his ears. Feng Yuan's first thought was, it seems that this Langya blessed land has a lot of sound path Dao marks. The land spirit of Langya was so convenient to transmit, who immortal land spirit and star form land spirit did not have this ability. It could be seen that Langya blessed land had a lot of sound path Dao marks. The land spirit was very surprised that Feng Yuan could kill Xianxia, saying good 3 times in a row. This was the first time the enemy had lost a member since they started attacking. Feng Yuan, to think that you are so good at deducing immortal Gu recipes, you are also not careless in battle. At this juncture, the land spirit of Langya was not stingy with its praise. He. Feng Yuan also laughed. When he laughed, Xianxia's flesh and bones had just fallen to the ground. Feng Yuan was quite satisfied with this battle result. The yellow jade lion under his feet was on the verge of death. Feng Yuan used it as a pawn to deal with Xianxia, obtaining a miraculous effect. In this battle, Feng Yuan only used vaguely familiar face and strength path giant hand, he did not expend much energy. But he killed Xianxia, the battle result was huge. At Feng Yuan's level, he deeply understood that all battles were just a continuation of economic conflicts. In other words, battles and wars were like doing business, there was an accounting of what one had to pay and what one obtained. Why was Feng Yuan so satisfied? Because he had paid very little in this battle. But his gains were huge. In business terms, he had used a small amount to gain a large amount. He had made a huge profit. Xianxia had an immortal Gu and a complete set of immortal killer moves. If Feng Yuan fought directly, he might not be able to defeat the enemy even after dozens of rounds. Here, Xianxia could only use immortal killer moves, Feng Yuan might be able to use mortal Gu, but against the power of immortal killer moves, he would have to use immortal killer moves to block them, right? This way, his green grape immortal essence expenditure would be huge. Even if he expended a huge amount of immortal essence, Xianxia might not die. Who knows, the reinforcements might be Feng Yuan's turn to retreat instead. But when Gu immortals fight, they are not inflexible moves, they are filled with schemes and schemes. Feng Yuan had been guessing earlier, Xianxia was a member of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, he was weak, he was probably a peripheral character among these invading Gu immortals. Shui Gu Immortal Gu, Immortal Gu Immortal Immortal Gu Immortal Gu Immortal Master. Most importantly, Feng Yuan knew that Xianxia was in the previous imperial court contest. Attention to what he did. Master Shui Immortal Gu Immortal Master Shui Immortal Master Master. Thus, he easily deduced the reason why Xianxia obtained the immortal Gu, as well as his mentality. As the saying went, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Xianxia knew nothing about Feng Yuan, he was also a weakling, he did not seem to have received Qin Baixing's warning. If it was Qin Baixing, he would have told Xianxia that there were already Gu immortals in the cloud buildings. Then Xianxia would not be so careless. What was worse was, earlier, the invaders were unstoppable, they destroyed many formation cores of the cloud buildings. They also killed many desolate beasts. After every battle, Qin Baixing had to send a message to the members and inform them once. Qin Baixing's action was understandable. Because the Gu immortals were scattered, searching for formation cores everywhere. The vast white fog made the Gu immortals feel isolated, their morale would fall. Xianxia heard the notification again and again, he felt that he was unstoppable, his morale was high. He died at Feng Yuan's hands, there was a reason why arrogant soldiers were bound to lose. On the other hand, Feng Yuan was scheming and scheming, he had a huge advantage. Of course, his guess might not be accurate, it was just a guess after all. But the truth was, he had a good grasp of Xianxia's mentality. He was also hiding inside the yellow jade lion's body. Xianxia also had an investigative immortal killer move. During the battle, he scanned the yellow jade lion's body at least 3 times. He was afraid that the yellow jade lion might have some wild immortal goo that would suddenly activate and catch him off guard. He would be in deep trouble. Xianxia did not find any immortal goo. This made him even more careless. Fang Yuan's vaguely familiar face played an extremely important role in this process. If he did not use this killer move to conceal himself, even if he hid inside the yellow jade lion's body, Xianxia would be able to detect him. Because of all these factors, this shocking result was created. Goo immortals were all dragons and phoenixes among men. If Xianxia had not been careless, with his current strength, he could have contended against Fang Yuan. Even if he was at a disadvantage, he could have lasted for some time. Unfortunately, his opponent was Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories. To put it nicely, he was intelligent, but to put it bluntly, he was scheming and scheming. He could use a portion of his strength to the limit and display several times the effect. Land Spirit of Xianxia, I killed Xianxia this time. How are you going to reward me? Xianxia's immortal aperture was destroyed. Although everything in the immortal aperture was destroyed, his Dao marks all belong to this blessed land of yours. Fang Yuan asked with a smile. Ha ha ha, no problem, there will be a huge reward after the battle. I hope you can guard this cloud building well. Mo Tansang is heavily injured and barely survived. His cloud building has already been lost. You have Xianxia's soul, you need to search for it and see this group's background. The land spirit immediately replied. Fang Yuan's gaze focused slightly. This was not the first time he had captured a Goo immortal's soul. Earlier in Tai Bai Blessed Land, Tai Bai Yunqing could not find any flaws. But in Xianxia Blessed Land, he was exposed to the land spirit of Xianxia. As for Mo Tansang's loss, it was normal. Fang Yuan had expected it. Xianxia is dead. Qin Baixing stood in the ruins of the cloud building. His body suddenly shook as he spoke. What? He had your immortal goo and a complete set of immortal killer moves. How could he suddenly die? Heiqing, who was beside him, was shocked. Xianxia's death caused Heiqing's pressure to rise sharply. Among the Shadow Sect members, Heiqing was rank 7. But his battle strength was relatively weak. He was a natural ally with Xianxia. Moreover, Heiqing was not only worried about this blessed land. There was also this group of mysterious comrades beside him. He fell into a trap. Qin Baixing thought for a few breaths of time, his eyes shining brightly. In a direct battle, unless a rank 8 Goo immortal attacks, Xianxia will be able to last for some time. This Xianxia Blessed Land definitely does not have a rank 8 Goo immortal. Then the biggest possibility left was that Xianxia had discovered a cloud pavilion or other important things. For the sake of the promised reward before the battle, he concealed his discovery and did not report it. He obtained a new immortal goo and wanted to test it out. In the end, he was caught by the enemy and set up a trap. At the right time, he killed Xianxia. Heiqing took in a deep breath. Then his opponent is not simple, to be able to scheme against Xianxia to death. Even though he said that, Heiqing felt even more wariness towards Qin Baixing. This Qin Baixing was truly skilled in both martial and civil matters. Not only was his strength extraordinary, he was able to analyze the situation so clearly in just a few breaths of time. In terms of scheming, he seemed to be even better. Maybe I treasured the limited number of communication methods too much. I need to learn from this lesson. Qin Baixing sighed faintly. Soon after, he smiled, but thankfully, we dismantled 8 cloud buildings. I have already gained a deep understanding of the formation cores of these cloud buildings. I have already created a mortal killer move that can lead us to the remaining cloud buildings. But here, to use this mortal killer move, we need to use an immortal killer move to protect it. He can actually create a mortal killer move in such a short time? What attainment level is he at? Heiqing's heart shook. Qin Baixing started to transmit to the others. He summoned the mysterious black-robed Goo immortal to his side, so that he could continue to use immortal killer moves to protect him. It could be seen that Qin Baixing did not trust Heiqing. He also ordered Hui Fengzi and He Langzi to go to the location where Xianxia died. Qin Baixing lent Xianxia an immortal goo. But he also used this chance to plant an immortal method on Xianxia. It could be used to track him. This was not hidden from Xianxia. Because Qin Baixing used the immortal goo he lent, if I don't plant a tracking method on you, what if you run away after borrowing my immortal goo? He also said that he would reward Xianxia with the immortal goo after the battle, to control him. Thus, Xianxia had a fawning smile back then. He took the initiative to let Qin Baixing plant a tracking method on him. With the correct direction, He Langzi and Hui Fengzi quickly arrived at the location where Xianxia died. Seeing the bloody mess on the ground, He Langzi snorted in disdain, truly trash. Hui Fengzi flew down and inspected the area. After confirming that there were no traps, he carefully observed Xianxia's mangled corpse. Soon, his gaze turned solemn as he found something. This is troublesome. The other party seems to have a strength path killer move. Xianxia died from this move. This move is extremely powerful and powerful. Hui Fengzi's analysis was correct. Fang Yuan's immortal killer move Myriad Self was no longer the same as before. The Court Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo was useless, but there was still Self-Strength Immortal Goo, Pulling Mountain Immortal Goo, and Pulling Water Immortal Goo, these 3 strength path cores. It was rare to see an immortal killer move that could perfectly fuse 3 strength path immortal goo. He Langzi was skeptical of Hui Fengzi's words. In fact, he was very wary of human goo immortals. He flew down and stood beside Xianxia's corpse. His head suddenly turned into a wolf's head. His eyes were eerie as they flickered with green light. He looked around several times. At the same time, his wolf nose sniffed, as if he had smelled some important information. Soon, He Langzi's expression turned ugly. He said, "Rank 7 strength path, it is indeed rare. Could it be the domination immortal?" Next, he said, "No matter what, let's destroy this cloud building first." He Langzi acted like a wild beast. He did things in a straightforward manner. Hui Fengzi nodded, but his gaze was vigilant as he looked around, afraid that a terrifying rank 7 strength path expert was hiding near him. "Brothers, you've come so quickly. I am Xianxia. I am overseeing this cloud building. May I know your names?" Fang Yuan flew out of the cloud building. "Be careful. This is a star path rank 6 goo immortal." Hui Fengzi quickly transmitted to He Langzi. He Langzi nodded silently. Hui Fengzi and He Langzi stared at Fang Yuan intently. Right now, Fang Yuan was wearing a blue robe. Traces of starlight were leaking out of his wide sleeves. He was no longer tall and muscular like before, he was tall and slender. His skin was not the bronze zombie skin, it was white and tender like a baby's. It had a faint red glow to it. His facial features had also become elegant and refined. Coupled with his long and smooth white hair, he looked exactly like a free and unfettered expert with a sage-like demeanor. After obtaining change form immortal goo, vaguely familiar faces effect increased greatly. Fang Yuan's appearance changed greatly. Xianxia? I have never heard of him. He Langzi frowned, a ruthless gaze flickered in his eyes. From the start, he had felt something amiss. You are a Northern Plains goo immortal? Hui Fengzi changed his expression. He looked relaxed, but he was actually wary of the other rank 7 strength path goo immortal hiding in the dark. Fang Yuan waved his sleeves, laughing heartily. I am a Northern Plains goo immortal. A mere lone cultivator is not worth mentioning. Both of you are famous in Northern Plains, you are both experts, I cannot compare to you. He knew He Langzi, but he did not know Hui Fengzi. But looking at the situation, He Langzi and Hui Fengzi were walking side by side. With He Langzi's wild nature, one could deduce that this Hui Fengzi had battle strength that did not lose to He Langzi. Since you know of our reputation, why are you not retreating? If we really fight and you die in my hands, that would be too unwise. Hui Fengzi sneered a few times, his gaze was as sharp as a knife as he looked over. Fang Yuan smiled helplessly. I have been entrusted with a task, so I have to fulfill it. I am not skilled in fighting, but I have no choice but to fight you too. Please. He said this in a perfunctory manner. But he was secretly happy. Vaguely familiar faces effect was quite good. The two of them were rank 7. The moment he appeared, he had definitely used many investigative killer moves. Based on the current situation, these two did not have any suspicions towards Fang Yuan's appearance. If he found out that Fang Yuan was an immortal zombie, just based on He Langzi's personality, he would have already attacked. Star Path rank 6 was already lower than his cultivation. If he was an immortal zombie, he would look down on him even more. Of course, he couldn't rule out the possibility that the other party had already discovered it but was holding back. Huifengzi and Yilangzi saw that Xianxia was only rank 6. Their cultivations were lower than his, but they took the initiative to challenge him. Involuntarily, the two thought of the hidden strength path Gu immortal. The two looked at each other. Huifengzi said to Yilangzi, "Why don't you attack, I'll help you." Yilangzi was wary of the rank 7 strength path Gu immortal who killed Shuesongzi. Since Huifengzi is watching from the side, if that mysterious rank 7 strength path Gu immortal suddenly attacks, there is no need to worry too much. However, I had an inexplicable feeling that something was wrong. I don't know why. Yilangzi frowned and nodded to Huifengzi. At the next moment, he growled and pounced at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan saw that the famous demon of northern plains, Yilangzi, was getting closer. He smiled. "Please." Fang Yuan pushed his palms forward, using an immortal killer move. At that instant, starlight shined. A whirlpool-like star cloud appeared. A few breaths of time later, it expanded to the size of 2 or 3 elephants. This star cloud rotated rapidly, creating a huge attractive force. Star Path Immortal Killer Move, Star Cloud Grindstone. This was Star Lord Wan Xiang's defensive killer move. Long-range attacks could be attracted in and then crushed by the Star Cloud Grindstone. For close combat experts like Yilangzi, once he entered the Star Cloud Grindstone, his body would be restricted and he would be crushed by it. All in all, this was a very strong offensive-defensive killer move. Hell, Yilangzi's body burst out with an explosive light. The light was so bright that even Fang Yuan had to close his eyes. At the next moment, the light faded and a wolf appeared. This wolf wasn't very big. In fact, it was even slightly smaller than an ordinary wolf. But the dangerous aura it exuded made Fang Yuan's eyelids twitch. It had no fur on its body. It was like a wooden statue covered in brown paint, giving off a sinister aura. On the wolf's head, there were naturally mushroom-like bones. It looked like it was wearing a pitch-black triangular hat. Under the brim of the hat, in the empty eye sockets, there were not sparkling eyeballs, but 2 glossy green flames quietly burning. Rank 7 Desolate Beasts fed on soul beasts. Fragrant Sorcerer Een Statue Wolf. After Yilangzi transformed into the Fragrant Sorcerer Een Statue Wolf, his speed increased by 3 times. He was like a shadow that flashed past Fang Yuan's eyes. Such speed. Even my investigative killer move cannot capture it. Fang Yuan's heart tightened. In any Gu Immortal battle, speed was an extremely important factor. Whoever was faster would have the initiative. Advancing or retreating could be done with a single thought. The slower side wanted to attack but could not hit the other side. If they wanted to retreat, they would be chased by the other side. Yilangzi was indeed a famous transformation path demonic immortal in northern plains. When he was in human form, his battle strength was only rank 6 peak stage. But once he transformed into beast form, his battle strength rose sharply. It proved that he had great battle strength. At this moment, Fang Yuan was at a disadvantage. He lost the initiative, but he did not panic. Even though he had an incomplete strength path immortal killer move, 3 pairs of true solid bat wings, he did not show any signs of using it now. True solid bat wings was a top-tier mortal killer move. Once Iron Crown Eagle strength immortal Gu activated, it could burst out with the speed of an immortal killer move. Thus, it was called an incomplete immortal killer move. But this movement killer move was too unstable. And even if Iron Crown Eagle strength immortal Gu activated, Fang Yuan's speed could not match the Fragrant Sorcerer Een Statue Wolf. This ancient desolate beast wolf could fight against rank 7 Gu immortals. It was known for its speed and agility. Moreover, if Fang Yuan used true solid bat wings now, he would be exposing his strength path Gu immortal identity. A wise man would not take it. Fang Yuan had taken the initiative to become a star path Gu immortal this time. He was also using these 2 strong enemies to test his star path methods. He was testing the results of his research in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The Fragrant Sorcerer Een Statue Wolf let out a sharp howl. It was so fast that even Fang Yuan couldn't catch it. It was faster than lightning. In the blink of an eye, it was about to reach Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's expression did not change. He did something that Yilangzi did not expect. He took the initiative to jump into the nebula grindstone that had just been activated. Xianxia had originally planned to bypass the nebula grindstone and kill Feng Yuan. Therefore, be it his mind or body, he deliberately avoided the nebula grindstone. Feng Yuan jumping in was out of Xianxia's expectations. With a soft sound, the fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf's claws scratched Feng Yuan's back. The fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf was really too fast. Even if Feng Yuan took the initiative to dodge and jump into the nebula grindstone, he would not be able to escape. Xianxia still managed to grab him from the back. But this grab was a hasty move, it did not cause much damage to Feng Yuan. Immortal zombies had pretty good defenses. A large hole was torn on Feng Yuan's blue robe, but the injury on his back was only superficial, his spine was not injured. When blood sprayed out, the flesh moved, the wound quickly closed, it was completely healed in a few breaths of time. But this blood. It was sprinkled in the air, it gradually changed color and revealed its true form, a few drops of immortal zombie blood. This is a weakness of vaguely familiar face. Feng Yuan saw these drops of immortal zombie blood and had a thought. He remembered it. At the next moment, he waved his sleeves and collected the immortal zombie blood into his sleeves. Standing at the center of the nebula grindstone, he looked at the fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf outside. He invited with a long laugh, "Sir Xianxia, you are very skilled, do you dare to enter?" Why was this nebula grindstone a defensive killer move? It was not an offensive killer move, that was the reason. As Feng Yuan fought inside, the nebula grindstone would grind down the enemy, but it could not harm or obstruct Feng Yuan. The fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf stared at the star cloud grindstone in front of it. In its empty eye sockets, a pair of eerie green flames burned fiercely. Feng Yuan could feel Xianxia's surging battle intent. Xianxia was about to pounce, Feng Yuan was fully focused. But at the next moment, the fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf suddenly changed directions, it gave up on the enemy in front of it and charged towards the cloud buildings. Why should I fight you to the death? My goal is to destroy as many cloud buildings as possible. To destroy this damn 12-wave cloud confusion goo formation. At this moment, Xianxia laughed coldly in his mind. Xianxia's action was aimed at Feng Yuan's weakness. Feng Yuan fell into a dilemma. The reason why Feng Yuan appeared here was to defend the cloud buildings and stall for time. But now, Xianxia attacked the cloud buildings and gave up on Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan was in a dilemma. If Feng Yuan stood still, Xianxia would destroy the cloud buildings and achieve his goal, he would obtain victory. If Feng Yuan chased after him, he might not be able to protect himself. But his speed was not as fast as Xianxia's fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf. Passive, Feng Yuan was in a very passive situation. Goo immortals were goo immortals after all. When they fought, desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts could not compare to them. Xianxia attacked twice. The first time, he went around the nebula grindstone and attacked Feng Yuan. This time, he gave up on Feng Yuan and attacked the cloud buildings. It was truly the essence of besieging way to rescue the besieging. Besieging way to rescue the besieging was a story from Feng Yuan's previous life on Earth, but this goo master world civilization was not simple, they had similar wisdom. Battles between goo immortals were filled with such wisdom. It was not just a direct clash of strength on the surface, there were also schemes and plots between them. Seeing that the fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf was attacking the cloud buildings, Feng Yuan was inside the nebula grindstone. He was not anxious, he smiled leisurely. Star Path Immortal Killer Move, Star Snake Rope. At the edges of the nebula grindstone, 6 ropes shot out. The ropes were thin, they were made from dense dark blue starlight, the ends of the ropes were in the shape of snake heads. The 6 ropes were like 6 spiritual snakes that shot out like lightning as if they were pouncing on their prey. After which, they wriggled about and wrapped around the body of the fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf. "Sir Xianxia, where are you going? Please come in and fight." Feng Yuan laughed loudly. The nebula grindstone moved rapidly, cooperating with his strength. He pulled the fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf into the nebula grindstone. These 2 immortal killer moves can be used together, this is a good tactic. At once, even Xianxia's eyes shined with a sharp light. P.S. Even though I still have a cold, my condition is much better than 2 days ago. There were 2 chapters today, and 1 more at 20 a.m. I plan to sleep late today and write overtime. I will try to update as usual tomorrow. First chapter at 8 a.m., second chapter at 20 p.m. I am truly grateful for everyone's support these last 2 days. I will not disappoint you all. As for those people who were cursing, slandering, belittling, and mocking, please leave. This book is only enough for me to survive. Why did I persist to this extent? Why did I persist until now? It is because of my own persistence, and also because I want to give back to the readers who support me sincerely. I am not writing for you people. When the star snake rope was used with the star cloud grindstone, its power would increase exponentially. Even though the fragrant sorcerer statue wolf was an ancient desolate beast, it did not specialize in strength. Xianxia's transformation was not perfect either. Thus, under the pull of the 6 star snake ropes, he struggled to no avail. Eventually, he was pulled back by Feng Yuan. Xianxia was trapped in the star cloud grindstone. Starlight attacked him and grinded his wolf body, causing his skin and muscles to tighten as the pressure increased. At the same time, the 6 star snake ropes coiled around the fragrant sorcerer statue wolf's body. They shrunk and soon created dents in the fragrant sorcerer statue wolf's body. Xianxia could not even open his mouth. He only felt waves of force grinding against him. His bones were starting to creak. Xianxia was not flustered. Thoughts flashed in his mind. My transformation only has the fragrant sorcerer statue wolf's speed, its defense and strength are insufficient. And this person in front of me has a deep soul foundation. Earlier, I used the fragrant sorcerer statue wolf transformation to scratch him, but he was completely fine. This means that the fragrant sorcerer statue wolf's soul-damaging attack is not effective against him. In an instant, Xianxia understood. Even though the wolf's mouth was tied up, this did not stop Xianxia from using his goo worms. He shouted at Feng Yuan, "Since you are courting death, I will grant you your wish." As he said that, lightning exploded. Large amounts of lightning shot in all directions. Rumble, balls of lightning and thunder were exploding violently. Feng Yuan's 6 star snake ropes were submerged in the lightning and thunder. They first broke apart inch by inch before completely disintegrating. Xianxia regained his freedom. His body was bathed in lightning. He raised his head and held. Howl. A few breaths of time later, the lightning dissipated. The wolf's howl also stopped. What appeared was no longer the fragrant sorcerer statue wolf. It was a lightning flash giant wolf. This was also an ancient desolate beast with rank 7 battle strength. The giant wolf was the size of an elephant. It was covered in blue fur. The tip of the wolf's fur had turned into a special blue crystal, emitting faint lightning. The fragrant sorcerer statue wolfine dove was thin and weak, but the lightning flash giant wolf was majestic. He actually turned all his Dao marks into the lightning Dao so quickly. It should be that thunder and lightning flashing earlier. I wonder what immortal killer move had such an effect. Feng Yuan's pupils constricted. He memorized this precious information. The next time he fought with Xianxia, Feng Yuan would try to destroy the immortal killer move and cause Xianxia's transformation to fail. Forget it this time. Xianxia would not give Feng Yuan this chance. Moreover, Feng Yuan knew that he would definitely lose this battle. It was just that the longer the battle dragged on, the better. They were rank 7 Gu immortals after all, experts who had been famous for a long time. He was also from northern plains. His battle strength surpassed the other 4 regions. But Feng Yuan only had a 6th revolution star path cultivation. This time, Feng Yuan mainly wanted to use actual combat to test vaguely familiar face and many star path killer moves. After a while, boom, with a loud rumble, a lightning pillar soared into the sky and smashed through the nebula grindstone that was on the verge of collapse. Feng Yuan's azure blue robe was in tatters. There were countless injuries all over his body. Thankfully, these were injuries caused by the lightning. The wounds were charred black. There was no blood. This helped Feng Yuan conceal his weakness. The lightning flash giant wolf held proudly. It spoke, "Not a battlefield killer move. You want to trap me? Humph. You are too naive, die." Saying so, it opened its mouth and spat out a lightning pillar. The lightning pillar shot towards Feng Yuan with an imposing aura. Feng Yuan's face shone with an eerie blue light. His eyes shined with a bright light, but he still maintained his calm demeanor. It is not easy to kill me. Saying so, Fang Yuan's body shook and suddenly turned into 6 figures, flying away and causing the lightning pillar to miss its target. Star Path Immortal Killer Move, 6 Illusion Star Bodies. One body turned into 6, which one is the true body? Hui Fengzi had been observing the battle. Because he was wary of the Strength Path Gu Immortal hiding in the dark, he did not make a move. The 6 figures drew trails of blue starlight in the sky. They surrounded the lightning flash giant wolf and attacked together. At once, starlight flickered, countless mortal killer moves flew towards the lightning flash giant wolf. He Langzi activated his defense, resisting Fang Yuan's attacks as he retaliated. But after spending a lot of effort and killing one Fang Yuan clone, another clone would be created. He Langzi attacked left and right. He killed a total of 8 Fang Yuan phantom stars. It was quite a fruitful battle. But after Fang Yuan phantom stars were destroyed, they would be reborn again and again. They seemed to have endless power. There were still 6 Fang Yuan clones surrounding the lightning flash giant wolf and attacking it. He Langzi felt a huge headache. Here, he could only use immortal killer moves to defend and expend rank 7 immortal essence. But the enemy only used mortal killer moves, they expended primeval essence. If this continued, he would be at a huge disadvantage. However, he had no choice but to defend. His physical body couldn't withstand such an indiscriminate bombardment. He attacked, but Fang Yuan's 6 phantom stars continued to grow. At once, Fang Yuan gained the initiative for the first time. He turned the situation around. At this time, He Langzi's investigative methods were being tested. Damn it, this lightning flash giant wolf has powerful attacks, but it is not good at investigative methods. Its speed is also not good. Even if I attack cloud building, I will be blocked by it. Do I have to turn back into the fragrant sorcerer in statue wolf? He Langzi gritted his teeth. Transformation path Gu cultivators could only transform a limited number of times in a certain period of time. This was because the transformation was successful. The Dao marks would change. When transforming into another life form, the Dao marks would be left behind. Transformation path Gu immortals needed to use Gu worms to cleanse their bodies and get rid of the remaining Dao marks, otherwise, they would be in great danger. Earlier, He Langzi could turn from the fragrant sorcerer in statue wolf to the lightning flash giant wolf because he used a lightning path immortal killer move. This move not only attacked the surrounding star snake ropes, it also destroyed the soul path Dao marks on He Langzi's body. That was why He Langzi had the ability to transform into a lightning flash giant wolf. But if He Langzi wanted to turn from a lightning flash giant wolf to a fragrant sorcerer in statue wolf, he did not have a soul path immortal killer move. Immortal killer move. It was very rare and precious, and it was very difficult to calculate. He Langzi was also someone who had a fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, with his identity as a rogue cultivator, he would not have achieved what he had today. It was a pity that he had obtained some inheritances. They were all quite incomplete. Unlike Shui Songzi who had died not long ago, he had obtained a complete snow path inheritance from Qin Baixing. He could use the immortal killer moves one by one. He was not like the current Fang Yuan who had obtained the complete star path inheritance from Star Lord Wanxiang. Star Snake Rope, Star Cloud Grindstone, and 6 Illusion Star Bodies all used Star Mark, Starlight, and Star Shoot as the cores. They complemented each other and could be used smoothly. He Lulan tried all ways and means to use the mortal killer move Self-Strength Giant Phantom, transforming it into an immortal Dao level. She had the foundation, but she could not do it. Fang Yuan had Strength Path Grandmaster Attainment level and the Light of Wisdom. He did not dare to try deducing other Strength Path immortal killer moves. It was not that he could not succeed, but he would expend too much time and effort. He Langzi did not have a Wisdom Path foundation. It was even more impossible to deduce a suitable immortal killer move for him. Of course, with He Langzi's strength, he had to endure Fang Yuan's attacks. It was not impossible to slowly get rid of the lightning path Dao marks on his body. After all, his cultivation level was there. Fang Yuan's strength was not as deep as his. But that would drag on for a long time. Just as He Langzi was hesitating, Hui Fengzi suddenly attacked. Fang Yuan's attack stopped. He was shocked to see a jade feather floating above his head. When did I get hit? What immortal killer move is this? It actually discovered my true body. You actually found my true body? Fang Yuan was shocked. The moment Fang Yuan used 6 illusion star bodies, Hui Fengzi used his investigative immortal killer move. After discovering Fang Yuan's true body, he immediately used another immortal killer move to mark it. Hui Fengzi was fighting at the side, guarding against the hidden strength path Gu immortals. But that did not mean he would not attack. Fang Yuan was fighting 1 against 2, and both of them were rank 7 Gu immortals. The disadvantage was too great. Once Fang Yuan's true body was exposed, the lightning flash giant wolf chased after him. Without a choice, Fang Yuan activated Star Cloud Grindstone to block in front of him. But the lightning flash giant wolf was an ancient desolate beast. Lightning surged and destroyed several Star Cloud Grindstones. Fang Yuan quickly mobilized the other 5 star bodies to disturb Xianxia. If Xianxia was an ancient desolate beast, his attention would have been attracted. But he had human intelligence and intelligence. He ignored the star body's interference. He continued to attack Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan fell into a passive state. The Star Cloud Grindstone in front of him was pierced by the lightning pillar again. Behind the lightning pillar, the lightning flash giant wolf chased after him. Immortal killer move, position star transposition. Fang Yuan's body shined with starlight. He vanished on the spot and appeared somewhere else, replacing one of the 6 illusion star bodies. This was a movement killer move recorded in Star Lord Wanxiang's inheritance. It could allow Fang Yuan to vanish at any time and replace one of the 6 illusion star bodies. After the replacement, the original phantom star body would vanish. Other than Fang Yuan's true body, there were only 4 phantom star bodies left. But soon, Fang Yuan willed and produced another illusory star body, standing beside him. The number of illusory star bodies in the field once again reached the maximum. At once, Xianxia's lightning flash giant wolf's mouth was wide open. He could not close it. Hui Fengzi's gaze was also dazed for a breath of time. Position star transposition and 6 illusion star bodies, these 2 immortal killer moves were closely matched. They seemed to be somewhat shameless. Hui Fengzi and Xianxia were speechless. Unless they had a method to counter it, or if they could dispel one of these 2 star path killer moves, the current Fang Yuan was quite difficult to deal with. Unfortunately, be it Hui Fengzi or Xianxia, they did not have a method to counter it. And to dispel an unknown immortal killer move, they needed a deep wisdom path foundation. It was not something that could be done in a short period of time. However, just as Fang Yuan and Xianxia were in a deadlock, Hui Fengzi finally made up his mind and attacked. Immortal killer move, wind escape. His body turned into a gust of wind, vanishing on the spot. At the next moment, he appeared at the cloud building, opening his mouth. Immortal killer move, death wind flying blade. The wind blade that Hui Fengzi spat out landed on the roof of the cloud building. The cloud pavilion only lasted for a breath's time before it was sliced into 2 by the sharp wind blade from top to bottom. Wind escape? The number 1 movement killer move in Northern Plains. In an instant, Fang Yuan recognized Hui Fengzi. He called out to the land spirit of Xianxia. When Fang Yuan looked again, he found that he was in another cloud building. Plus Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. This was because he had the help of land spirit of Xianxia, otherwise, he would have been in danger. After all, among the enemies was Hui Fengzi. This person was known as the fastest person in Northern Plains. Even rank 8 Gu immortals could not catch up to him. He once had the shocking achievement of escaping from Yao Huang, but danger did not mean it was impossible. Fang Yuan had fixed immortal travel. As long as he could stall for 3 breaths of time, he could escape. No matter how fast Hui Fengzi was, it was of no use. There were only 5 cloud buildings left to begin with. Now that we have lost 2 cloud buildings, we did not have much time left. The other party has already attacked. The 3 of us will attack together. Land Spirit of Xianxia instructed with a solemn expression. When Land Spirit of Xianxia spoke, Fang Yuan also discovered that other than him and the Land Spirit, there was another Inkman Gu immortal in the cloud building. Fang Yuan sized up this Inkman Gu immortal. He had clear Inkman characteristics, black skin, white hair, a face full of wrinkles. He looked quite old. Didn't Inkman City only have 1 Gu immortal, the Inkman City Lord Mo Tansang? It seems this Inkman Gu immortal should be the foundation of Inkman City. He usually hides himself very deeply. My information came from Fairy Li Shan, but I did not obtain any information about him. He only appeared when Xianxia Blessed Land is in danger. Fang Yuan guessed. Ink men are variant humans. Variant human races usually have few goo immortals. Inkman City being able to hide one goo immortal is already the limit. But then again, on the side of Inkman City, for the safety of Xianxia blessed land, they sent out 2 goo immortals. They are quite staking it. This means that Mo Tan Sang is quite confident in the land spirit of Xianxia. Feng Yuan could see the general trend from this clue. Just by looking at this Inkman goo immortal, he thought of many things. This Inkman goo immortal only nodded at Feng Yuan. He did not speak, as if he did not want to converse with Feng Yuan. It was no wonder. Feng Yuan had changed his appearance, but he was still a human goo immortal. In the current 5 regions, in the entire world, mutants were either being ostracized or being hunted, trained, or raised as slaves to be sold openly. The mutants were struggling at death's door. Northern Plains Inkman City. This was already considered an extremely rare and precious alien tribe. This was also because Inkman City lords had always been goo immortals for generations. Without the protection of goo immortals, how could there be Inkman City? It had long been conquered by the joint forces of various forces, big and small, and the slaves had been carved up. It could be said that without goo immortals, variant human races lived in small or miniature tribes, scattered in various corners of the world. It wasn't that the mutants didn't want to form medium-sized or large tribes. Usually, it was a calamity that attracted countless forces to hunt for slaves. This old Inkman goo immortal seemed to be extremely vigilant towards humans. Seeing Feng Yuan looking over, his expression changed. He only nodded slightly at Feng Yuan and remained where he was. He had no intention of coming over to talk. Feng Yuan also nodded. He needed to respond to him. Land Spirit of Xianxia, who was beside him, frowned deeply. He looked out of the window worriedly and suddenly said, "They came so quickly. They are pouncing on my cloud building. The situation is not good. It seems they have some kind of investigative method to deal with my 12-wave cloud confusion formation." Feng Yuan quickly cast his gaze over, but only saw the vast white fog. He knew that his investigative killer move was not effective. Land Spirit of Xianxia's words should not be false. Sure enough, after a few breaths of time, intense winds blew, pushing away the thick white fog and revealing a clear space. 2 enemy goo immortals stood proudly in the air. One wore a black robe and had a very good complexion, but because of the hidden injuries on his body, his expression revealed a sense of decline. It made people feel that although this person was elegant and confident, his body was weak, as if he was about to die. It was He Qing. The other was dressed in armor. He had a broad back and a thin waist, his eyes were shining with a sharp light. He was also someone Feng Yuan was familiar with, rank 7 goo immortal Qin Baixing. Feng Yuan immediately placed his attention on Qin Baixing. In Feng Yuan's knowledge, this Qin Baixing was extremely strong. He was at the same level as Central Continent's Shirley. If they were to fight, Feng Yuan believed that he would not be a match for him. One had to know one's own limits. One of the reasons why Feng Yuan could live for so long was because he knew his limits. He had the Strength Path Killer move Myriad Self and did not lack Immortal Yuan Stone. He also had a set of Star Path Immortal Killer moves that made up for his many shortcomings. But in a real battle, he might only be able to fight to a draw against people like Kanyang Laojun, He Langzi, Huifeng Zi, and Free Scholar. Although he killed Shuesong Zi earlier, that was because his luck was good. His plan worked. Earlier, when he used Star Path Battle Strength to deal with He Langzi, even though the situation was in a stalemate, He Langzi's third immortal transformation was not forced out. In other words, He Langzi still had some strength left. Evidently, the land spirit knew Qin Baixing's strength. His brows furrowed even tighter as he muttered, "Damn it, I was just lacking a bit of time. As long as I can stall for time, even a tiger will become a sick cat." He seemed to have some powerful methods, but needed time to prepare them. Unfortunately, the enemy did not intend to give the land spirit of Xianxia enough time. The enemy was already close to the cloud building. The land spirit of Xianxia had no choice but to resist. At the next moment, the land spirit turned around and said to the Inkman goo immortal at the corner, "Old Mo, go up and challenge them, try to stall for time as much as possible." "Yes, Lord Xianxia." The Inkman goo immortal bowed slightly and flew out of the cloud building. "Feng Yuan, prepare to attack at any time." The land spirit of Xianxia turned around and instructed. Fang Yuan nodded, thinking inwardly, with my star path methods, I can still contend with people like Hui Fengzi and He Langzi. It is basically impossible to win, but I can stall for time. But against Qin Baixing, I have to use my full strength, just relying on my star path cultivation is not enough. Just as he was thinking about this, an extremely strong pressure suddenly came from the front. What is this? The terrifying pressure caused Fang Yuan and the land spirit of Langya's expressions to change. They quickly looked over, but there was only a dazzling golden light in their vision. After the golden light faded, Qin Baixing stood proudly in the air. Heiqing behind him looked at his back in shock. It was like he was looking at a monster. And in Qin Baixing's hand was a head. It was the head of the Inkman Gu Immortal. As for this Gu Immortal's body, it had just landed on the ground. Qin Baixing had actually killed a rank 6 Gu Immortal in a breath of time. How fast, what level of battle strength was this? Killing a Gu Immortal who was completely on guard, even if he was a variant human, was too terrifying. Even the experienced and knowledgeable Heiqing was stupefied at this moment. Although he had personally witnessed the scene of Heiqing suppressing He Langzi in one move. But suppressing and killing Gu Immortals were two different concepts. The opposing Gu Immortal had just flown out and was just about to speak. Qin Baixing attacked. He did not even have the chance to speak. He did not even leave the other party. What was that move just now? The Gu Immortals and land spirit present could not see any clues. Terrifying. This Qin Baixing's battle strength has already surpassed Shirlei. He is on the same level as Feng Zhouge. Quickly retreat. Fang Yuan shouted at the land spirit of Langya. The land spirit of Langya also reacted at the same time. When Fang Yuan shouted, he grabbed Fang Yuan's arm and disappeared on the spot. What's going on? In another cloud building, Mo Tanzi was guarding. Seeing the sudden appearance of Fang Yuan and the land spirit of Langya, he was surprised. Fang Yuan's expression was extremely unsightly. He did not know the secrets behind Qin Baixing, but the beheading just now. It left a deep impression on Fang Yuan. The land spirit of Langya was panic-stricken. He looked around. What do we do now? His body suddenly shook. He raised his head and looked towards the northwest. His gaze seemed to penetrate the cloud building, revealing a terrified expression. They are coming. They are charging towards us. What do we do now? Mo Tansang took a step forward. He looked at the stranger Fang Yuan. As expected, he did not recognize Fang Yuan's true appearance. Mo Tansang did not investigate Fang Yuan's identity. He asked the land spirit of Langya with concern. The land spirit of Langya did not reply to him. He was very anxious. This was the first time Mo Tansang had seen such a situation. Instead, Fang Yuan spoke with wariness, explaining to Mo Tansang in a heavy tone that Inkman Gu Immortal died. He did not even last one move. He was beheaded by Qin Baixing. This battle strength is already on par with rank 8. Only when the difference in strength is too great can such an overwhelming result occur. What? Elder Mo is dead? He was killed by Qin Baixing in one move? Mo Tansang's body shook. An expression of disbelief and shock appeared on his face. Soon, the shock on his face faded, and his gaze became dazed again. The old Inkman Gu Immortal's death was a heavy blow to Mo Tansang. Inkman City had a total of 2 Gu Immortals. Now only Mo Tansang was left. The severity of their losses was evident. How can Qin Baixing be so strong? Mo Tansang's forehead was soon filled with cold sweat. He was a mighty lord after all. After reacting, he immediately understood that he could only rely on the unfathomable land spirit of Langya. He took a step forward and asked the land spirit of Langya, Lord Land Spirit of Langya, what do we do? We cannot delay any longer. Your rank 8 immortal Gu house, refinement cauldron, cannot unleash its power and forcefully refine the immortal Gu of these Gu immortals? Rank 8 immortal Gu house. Refinement cauldron? This is the trump card of the land spirit of Langya? Hearing this immortal Gu house can forcefully refine other people's immortal Gu? Fang Yuan's heart shook when he heard this secret. Everything became clear. No wonder the land spirit of Langya could resist the invasion of so many Gu immortals. It was no wonder that even Feng Zhouge would die here. With this rank 8 immortal Gu house, refinement cauldron, as long as they delayed for a period of time, the immortal goo of the goo immortals would be refined by the land spirit. But goo immortals could only use immortal goo and immortal killer moves here. If the immortal goo were refined, then the goo immortals could only be slaughtered. No wonder the land spirit of Xianxia could capture so many goo immortals alive. A rank 8 immortal goo house could refine the immortal goo of other goo immortals through the immortal aperture. This power was unbelievably strong, but thinking about it, it was not strange. Long Hair Ancestor was the creator of 88-point Xianxia Tower. It was completely reasonable for him to create a rank 8 immortal goo house, refinement cauldron. If I could forcefully refine goo, I would have done it long ago. What to do? What to do? There is not enough time. The land spirit of Xianxia ran around the house as he shouted in a frenzy. Mo Tan Sang had helped defend against 2 waves of attacks. He had never seen the land spirit of Xianxia so flustered. His heart sank to rock bottom. Don't tell me that not only did I ruin the whole of Northern Plains, even Xianxia blessed land has been affected and is going to be destroyed in advance. Fang Yuan had a heavy heart. Celestial Court. There were many palaces, shining brightly. Heaven Overseeing Tower stood tall, for rank 8 goo immortals. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, by Tsang Shui, Lian Jiuxing, and by Chen Tian, stood in 4 different directions. The huge goo formation drew a grand shadow in the air. Countless precious immortal materials were thrown into the air like the cheapest cabbages in the market. In the shadow formed by the refinement path goo formation, these immortal materials were processed at an extremely fast speed. At this point, half of the success Dao marks obtained from the infallible inheritance had already been used up. The female goo immortal by Tsang Shui's gaze shined brightly as she looked at the refinement path goo formation in the air. This was the first time she was participating in the restoration of Fate Goo, and also the first time she was seeing this refinement path goo formation with shocking effects. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord held his walking stick. He had already noticed by Tsang Shui's expression. He spoke, "Fairy Tsang Shui, if you want this refinement path goo formation, you only need to pay 30,000 contribution points to obtain it." By Tsang Shui's expression changed, she knew that Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's words had a deeper meaning. He was reminding her, this was the crucial moment of the restoration of Fate Immortal Goo. She could not look at the refinement path goo formation and be distracted. I am ashamed. Bai Tsang Shui bowed towards Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, sighing, this refinement path goo formation is extremely profound and has incredible power. Even though I am not a refinement path goo immortal, I know that this formation seems to have reached the fundamental profundity of refinement path. But it is like a poem that is only half sung. This goo formation gives me a feeling of wanting more. It seems it can go a step further and become an immortal goo house. He. Fairy Tsang Shui's gaze was bright. But this goo formation cannot be raised into an immortal goo house. The white-haired young man, Lian Jiuxing, replied with a smile. Oh? Why is that? Bai Tsang Shui's gaze flickered, showing curiosity on her face. The main reason is that it lacks the most crucial core immortal goo. Fairy Tsang Shui does not know. This refinement path goo formation is only an imitation of Long Hair Ancestor's rank 8 immortal goo house refinement cauldron by predecessors of Celestial Court. Lian Jiuxing slowly explained, revealing a secret, and this refinement cauldron. Now, it is still preserved in Xianxia blessed land, the core immortal goo are all there. Is that so? Bai Tsang Shui's face dimmed. Immortal goo were unique, refinement cauldron still existed. Celestial Quartz goo formation was not easy to upgrade. Of course. Indeed, he could start from scratch and redesign this goo formation, using other immortal goo as the core to achieve similar power. But this was very difficult. Back then, Long Hair Ancestor was able to complete 88-point Xianxia Tower and the immortal goo house refinement cauldron. Other than being a refinement path great grandmaster, there was another reason. And because he has a wisdom path great grandmaster friend, Immortal Li Yan. Lian Jiuxing sighed. Immortal Li Yan was the founder of the prophecy of 3 venerables. A true wisdom path great grandmaster, his predictions were very accurate. Immortal Li Yan, Long Hair Ancestor. Bai Tsang Shui muttered and suddenly thought of something. Back then, why didn't they absorb Long Hair Ancestor into the Celestial Court? He was a refinement path grandmaster. But he only had rank 8 cultivation level, he was not an invincible rank 9 goo immortal. Even if he was a Northern Plains goo immortal, our celestial court has our methods. We could change his northern plains aura to central continent aura. Indeed, there were only 3 people like long-hair ancestor in history. Back then, why didn't celestial court take him in? Lian Jiuxing was also puzzled. Bai Tian was silent. Heaven overseeing Tower Lord chuckled, his tone filled with arrogance. That is because long-hair ancestor is not a pure human, he is a hairy man from head to toe. No matter how strong he is, no matter how high his refinement path attainment is, he cannot enter celestial court. Celestial court is the sacred land of us pure humans. How could such a low-level variant human enter? Oh? There was actually such a thing. Long-hair ancestor was a hairy man? The other 3 Gu immortals looked at each other. This was the first time they had heard of such a secret. Northern Plains, Xianxia blessed land. Originally, there were 5 cloud buildings, but 3 had already been destroyed, only 2 were left. On Qin Baixing's side, Shuesongzi died. On Land Spirit of Xianxia's side, an Inkman Gu immortal also died. Qin Baixing burst out with terrifying battle strength. He was unstoppable as he charged towards Land Spirit of Xianxia, Fang Yuan, and Mo Tansang's cloud building, causing Land Spirit of Xianxia to be in a panic. What do we do? What do we do? The other party is too strong, we cannot hold on. Even though there are still 2 cloud buildings, we have already lost them, damn it, so hateful. Do I have to let him out? No, if I let him out, I will be locked up. I wonder when I can come out again. I spent so much effort to build Xianxia blessed land, who knows if that lunatic will raise it into a grotto heaven. That lunatic's ambition is too great, he will definitely bring destruction to Xianxia blessed land. Land Spirit of Xianxia was fuming with anger, he was mumbling to himself to the point that it was almost nonsense. This gave Fang Yuan and Mo Tansang a sense of panic and anxiety. Fang Yuan was still fine, he had fixed immortal travel after all. But Mo Tansang was truly uneasy. That Inkman Gu immortal had already died. If he was also sacrificed, the hundreds of thousands of Inkmen in Inkman City would have an extremely worrying outcome. Without the protection of Gu immortals, the Inkmen in Inkman City would become a huge piece of juicy meat. Countless jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards would fight for them. The Inkman citizens would have a tragic ending, they would become slaves and live in misery. Lord Land Spirit, you have to stay calm. We are depending on you. Long-hair ancestor is a grand character who discussed Tao with a demon venerable. Think about it carefully, you must have some methods to deal with the enemy. Mo Tansang approached Land Spirit of Xianxia and urged. Don't force me, don't force me. Land Spirit of Xianxia grabbed his hair and shook his head. Mo Tansang was even more anxious, he grabbed the Land Spirit's arm and shook his body. Land Spirit of Xianxia, quickly wake up. Ah, Land Spirit of Xianxia seemed to have reached his limit, he suddenly raised his head and roared. Boom, a fierce power suddenly erupted from Land Spirit of Xianxia's body. Mo Tansang was caught off guard, he coughed out a large amount of blood like a broken gunny sack. He was ruthlessly pushed away. After crashing into the wall, he slowly collapsed. You are not Land Spirit of Xianxia? Mo Tansang's eyes were wide open, he shouted at Land Spirit of Xianxia in disbelief. Land Spirit of Xianxia originally had white hair and a sage-like demeanor. But now, his appearance had changed greatly. His body had become majestic and mighty, he was about the same height as Fang Yuan's immortal zombie form. He had a stocky back and a bear's waist, the muscles on his body bulged, he was extremely intimidating. What was even more eye-catching was that his entire body was covered with thick long hair, the brown hair almost wrapped his entire body. A pair of eyes filled with blood vessels, fangs protruding from the corners of his mouth, the corners of his mouth gradually curled up, revealing a devilish smile. In a blink of an eye, Land Spirit of Xianxia changed from a human old man to a muscular hairy man. Towards this change in Land Spirit of Xianxia, Fang Yuan was also extremely surprised. Immediately, he silently retreated a few steps, he stared at Land Spirit of Xianxia with vigilance. Immediately, he silently retreated a few steps, his eyes staring warily at Land Spirit of Xianxia. Land Spirit of Xianxia slowly raised his head, he looked down at Mo Tansang who was sitting on the ground by the wall, his tone was filled with emotions. Why am I not Land Spirit of Xianxia? He, how many years has it been? Ever since that myriad tribulation, humph, Because my power was weak, I was replaced by that weak fellow. Land Spirit of Xianxia said until here. Suddenly, he raised his head and shouted, "How many years has it been?" He breathed in deeply, his face was filled with excitement and malevolence, he clenched his fists, the bulging muscles on his arms were thicker than Mo Tansang's thighs. "I am finally back." Fang Yuan's brows were tightly furrowed, he was filled with doubts. He took a few steps back again. He, you two don't need to be suspicious. I am Land Spirit of Xianxia, I am the real deal. Land Spirit of Xianxia suddenly raised his head, his gaze was sharp like a sword. It was directed at Fang Yuan and Mo Tansang. My main body is a hairy man, after I died, I had 2 obsessions. However, there was only one earth spirit, and these 2 obsessions were evenly matched. Neither could suppress the other. In the end, they could only combine into one, forming the Land Spirit of Xianxia. What you two saw was only the obsession that wanted to break space escape immortal goo. Land Spirit of Xianxia snorted coldly, explaining. 2 obsessions. Mo Tansang's expression froze. Fang Yuan was much faster than him, he immediately asked, "Then, Land Spirit of Xianxia, what is your condition?" Earlier, for the Land Spirit of Xianxia to acknowledge him as its master, the condition was to unravel the mystery of why space escape immortal goo could not enter the space cave. Fang Yuan definitely could not achieve that. But now, the Land Spirit of Xianxia's appearance had changed, according to him, it was a different obsession. Then the condition would definitely be different as well. Humph. You don't have the qualifications to make me acknowledge you as my master. The hairy man Land Spirit of Xianxia stared at Fang Yuan, his tone was much more arrogant and domineering than when he spoke to the old man. Why do I not have the qualifications? Fang Yuan was not angry. The Land Spirit of Xianxia crossed his arms, smiling arrogantly, my ambition is to let hairy men rule the world. Any variant human, including a pure human like you, will have to crawl under the feet of us hairy men. You will become the slaves of us hairy men, you will have to beg for our favor, you will be as lowly as an ant. Any hairy man who can achieve this goal will be the owner of the Land Spirit of Xianxia. Ha ha ha. Mo Tansang was dazed. Fang Yuan was speechless. No wonder he did not have the qualifications, because Fang Yuan was not a hairy man. He did not even have the qualifications to participate. 2 obsessions. Theoretically speaking, it's not impossible. No wonder long hair ancestor is called long hair, he is a hairy man. So that's it, long hair ancestor is extremely talented, but in history, there are no records of him being recruited by the celestial court. No wonder. I once tried to buy hairy man slaves from the Land Spirit of Xianxia, but he rejected me with a firm attitude. Fang Yuan started to believe the words of the Land Spirit of Xianxia. After all, from start to finish, he had personally witnessed the entire process, through the appraisal of more than 10 investigative killer moves. This means that after long hair ancestor died, he had 2 obsessions. One was the refinement path obsession, it was related to space escape immortal goo and great dream immortal venerable. The other obsession was the obsession of the race. Long hair ancestor was a hairy man, he felt that hairy men were oppressed by humans, that was why he had such an intense obsession. Fang Yuan's expression became even more solemn. The Land Spirit of Xianxia in front of him not only changed in appearance, his temperament had also changed. Their previous friendship was no longer useful. Then now, what attitude would the new Land Spirit of Xianxia have towards the pure human Fang Yuan? To be continued, don't be nervous, kid, I won't attack you. The Land Spirit of Xianxia stared at Fang Yuan with his tiger-like eyes, before adding in a playful tone, even though you have taken advantage of me. Those were fair transactions in the past. Fang Yuan's expression stiffened, immediately denying it. Humph, you were able to grow to your current level, you have indeed taken a lot of resources from that weak fellow. But I don't mind, we can even continue to cooperate. The Land Spirit of Xianxia said coldly. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes, seemingly in disbelief, don't you want to overthrow the human race and establish the hegemony of the hairy man race? Of course. The Land Spirit of Xianxia did not hesitate, immediately replying, but rice needs to be eaten mouthful by mouthful, the road needs to be walked step by step. To realize my ambitions, I need to recognize the reality. Even if my main body is alive, I need to disguise as a human. To realize the hegemony of the hairy man race, cooperation with you humans is essential. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with astonishment. This new land spirit of Xianxia in front of him, although his ambitions were unrealistic, his actions were rational, he had a clear understanding of his surroundings and himself. While the two were talking, Mo Tansing quietly got up and healed his injuries. My plan is foolproof. The land spirit of Xianxia's eyes flashed with a bright light. He said slowly in a low voice, first, I will use benefits to gather a group of human goo immortals, using humans to deal with humans. I will disintegrate the human camp from the inside. I will recruit these human goo immortals and train them to become the hunting dogs of my hairy man race. You are one of my targets, ahahaha. Towards the end, he pointed at Fang Yuan. He raised his head and laughed loudly. Fang Yuan, Mo Tansing, the land spirit could not lie indeed, he actually exposed his own scheme. It was all exposed. At the next moment, the land spirit of Xianxia also realized something was amiss. His loud laughter came to an abrupt end. He rubbed his chin, a look of regret flashing across his face. Oh no. Once he was happy, he told everyone about the plan. Fang Yuan, Mo Tanzong, as for you, Inkman Gu Immortal. At this moment, the land spirit of Xianxia's gaze shifted from Fang Yuan to Mo Tanzong. I'm not that weak fellow who is afraid of being exposed. I have refused to cooperate with you many times. I'm very interested in all the collaborations you proposed. Especially those who had subverted human clans and schemed against human forces. Speaking of which, the human race is too powerful. Facing the current human race, we mutants are natural allies. Cooperate with my hairy man clan, your Inkman city will develop even faster and continue to grow stronger. Mo Tansing's injuries were not serious, and he recovered quickly. Hearing the words of the land spirit of Xianxia, Zhang Hanyang nodded. Mo Tansing suddenly had a feeling that the bitterness was over and the good was about to come. He glanced at Fang Yuan discreetly. He still did not know that this Star Path Gu immortal in front of him was the Fang Yuan that he knew. Ha ha ha. The land spirit of Xianxia thought of a good idea, and started laughing loudly again. These idiotic Inkmen. That's right, to let my hairy man clan become the overlord, we need to make use of these Inkmen, Feathermen and others. Wait until the day we succeed. Then we will demote these clans to slaves, and squeeze out their value. Of course. These Inkmen of Inkman City can be treated differently. After all, they are descendants of Immortal Yan's bloodline. We can support them to become the puppet kings of the Inkmen, haha. This idea is too good. Fang Yuan, Mo Tansing, the land spirit of Xianxia saw their speechless expressions, and was slightly stunned. Before his expression turned solemn, his hand rubbing his chin. I accidentally spoke my mind again. Fang Yuan completely relaxed. How could someone like the land spirit of Xianxia become the overlord of hairy men? Mo Tansing covered his face with his hands. Even though he was an Inkman and not a hairy man, he still felt embarrassed for the land spirit of Xianxia. Qin Baixing quickly got close. The cloud building was already within his attack range. There is a land spirit and 2 Gu immortals in the building. Qin Baixing had an outstanding investigative immortal killer move. He immediately found out many details about Fang Yuan's side. Qin Baixing squinted his eyes. He suddenly slowed down his speed and swung his right hand forward. Boom, golden light burst out, and a huge shadow of a giant golden hammer took shape in an instant. It suddenly shot out, crushing toward the cloud pavilion. Chi waves surged. The golden hammer shadow had an intimidating aura. It was even larger than the cloud building. The cloud building, which was originally quite large, immediately became thin under the golden hammer shadow. Metal Path Immortal Killer Move, City Shattering Hammer. How dare you! At the next moment, a figure rushed out of the cloud building, shouting furiously. It was the land spirit of Xianxia. The land spirit did not dodge, he faced the giant golden hammer head-on. The moment his thick arms made contact with the city-shattering hammer, dozens of goo worms appeared and surrounded the land spirit's body. Rule Path Immortal Killer Move, Clear Space. In an instant, the giant golden hammer shadow disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared before. Only the golden hammer shadow was left. The chi waves created by the attack lasted for a long time. Land spirit of Xianxia? Seeing the land spirit of Xianxia's change in appearance, even the mysterious shadow sect vice leader Qin Baixing showed a strange expression. He asked with uncertainty. It is me. The land spirit of Langia shouted furiously. After destroying the golden hammer, he did not give up, he directly charged towards Qin Baixing. He was indeed different from the land spirit of Langia, his temperament was simply two extremes, he was very valiant and full of battle intent. Fang Yuan and Mo Tansang were on tenterhooks as they watched from the back. The land spirit was the symbol of this world, it was the most important thing for Gu immortals to attack blessed lands. Normally speaking, the land spirit would hide itself and use the entire blessed land to deal with the invading enemy. After all, the land spirit could control the blessed land. Once it was captured or destroyed, the difficulty of attacking the blessed land would fall sharply by several levels, but the land spirit of Langia who had turned into a hairy man was different, he directly attacked. Even though Qin Baixing had displayed extremely powerful battle strength, the land spirit of Langia was not afraid at all. Heh! Heiqing who was at the side was first stunned, then he laughed. He felt that with Qin Baixing's strength, the land spirit of Langia had taken the initiative to attack, he was simply walking into a trap. But as the person involved, Qin Baixing, his expression was solemn. Since invading Langia blessed land, this was the first time he retreated explosively. He mainly cultivated Soul Path. He also cultivated Metal Path, his most useful immortal killer move, Soul Suppression, was useless against the land spirit of Langia. Soul Suppression was Qin Baixing's method of using his own soul to suppress his opponent's soul. The difference in Soul Foundation caused the immortal killer move Soul Suppression to have an astonishing effect. Earlier, in Luopa Valley, Qin Baixing had used Soul Suppression to suppress Lang Zi who had turned into a giant wolf. And just now, Qin Baixing had used Soul Suppression again, suppressing that Inkman-gu immortal until he could not move, and then used a Metal Path killer move to behead the Inkman-gu immortal. But against the land spirit of Langia now, Soul Suppression had no effect at all. Why? Because the land spirit of Langia was a special existence, he did not have a soul, he was only a type of postnatal spirit formed from the combination of his obsession and heavenly power, his body was between illusion and reality, he did not have a real body. Nor did he have a soul. To make an analogy, it was like cursing someone. Qin Baixing had soul suppression, he could speak like a river, he could directly curse someone to death. But the land spirit of Langia did not understand his language at all. Even if he cursed harshly, to the land spirit of Langia, it was like a gentle breeze. Because the land spirit did not understand at all. Qin Baixing was well aware of this point. And because this land spirit of Langia was too strange, he chose to retreat. He wanted to see what the land spirit of Langia was planning. Once Qin Baixing retreated, the land spirit of Langia's aura surged, he became even more unforgiving. Immortal killer move, Great Thousand Spears, Immortal killer move, Triple Desolation, Immortal killer move, Chaotic Lightning Starfire, countless golden spears shot out, forming a dense forest of spears that shot towards Qin Baixing from all directions. Qin Baixing quickly defended himself, his entire body seemed to be covered by a giant pillar. A 5-clawed golden dragon coiled around the giant pillar. The golden dragon pillar temporarily blocked the endless Great Thousand Spears, but Qin Baixing's hair was covered in a layer of white frost, his lifespan was instantly reduced. This was the ability of Time Path killer move Triple Desolation. Great Thousand Spears were like a torrential storm, they were aggressive and unstoppable. Triple Desolation was mysterious and hard to defend against. Among them were sparks and sparks, they were chaotic and disorderly, but they were able to drill into the golden dragon pillar of light, burning and exploding on Qin Baixing's skin. The land spirit of Langia raised his head and roared, countless goo worms on his body disappeared and reappeared. After they were used, they disappeared again. Immortal goo and countless mortal goo appeared one after another. Immortal killer move, Yellow Wood Rustling, Immortal killer move, Defeat Blood Flying Smoke, Immortal killer move, Immortal Slaughtering Beheading Blade, Wood Path killer move, causing withered leaves to fly in the air. Blade Path killer move, Unstoppable, the blade light was bright and unstoppable. There was even a Blood Path killer move, a blood-red smoke coiled around Qin Baixing's waist. Qin Baixing was busy defending himself, he had no choice but to retreat. The land spirit of Langia roared again, chasing after him relentlessly. All sorts of mortal goo and immortal goo appeared on his body, rapidly changing positions. Immortal killer move, Shattered Ice Armor, Immortal killer move, Chaotic Hole Drill, Immortal Killer Move, Wishful Shadow Sword, Ice Path, Space Path, and Dark Path killer moves erupted one after another. Qin Baixing was busy defending himself, he had no choice but to retreat again. The more Xianxia land spirit advanced, the stronger his aura became, his immortal killer moves were unleashed like floodwaters. Qin Baixing was forced to retreat repeatedly in an instant. The more Qin Baixing retreated, the more passive he was, while the land spirit of Xianxia was getting crazier. One advanced and one retreated, they fought for tens of li in one breath. He Chung, Fang Yuan, and Mo Tan Sang, who were watching the battle, were dumbstruck. Xianxia Blessed Land's foundation was extremely deep, it had many immortal Gu, long-hair ancestor did not lack immortal killer moves, he also had heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus, he had accumulated a huge amount of immortal essence. Xianxia land spirit's indiscriminate bombardment was completely able to support him due to his large family and large business. Fang Yuan even suspected that the land spirit of Xianxia could fight for 3 days and 3 nights without rest. Bam bam bam, countless immortal killer moves appeared one after another in the hands of land spirit of Xianxia. Wood Path, Fire Path, Water Path, Ice Path, Space Path, Time Path, and other attacks were like fireworks in the sky, they were dazzling but contained fatal danger. Even someone as strong as Qin Baixing could only defend for a moment, he could not retaliate. Is this still a land spirit? It is too ferocious. He Qing watched as Qin Baixing was suppressed, and the land spirit of Xianxia roared as it chased after him, his throat turned dry. Are you done messing around? Suddenly, Qin Baixing let out a long cry. In the sky, a sunlight golden radiance blossomed. The golden light was so dazzling that people could not look at it directly. Boundless heat gushed out along with the golden light, filling the sky and earth in the blink of an eye. The temperature rose rapidly, heaven and earth were about to evaporate. Soul Path and Metal Path, Dual Path Immortal Killer Move, Burning Soul Supreme Gold, the land spirit of Xianxia was very special, it did not fear the burning of the soul, but Burning Soul Supreme Gold was an extremely rare and precious immortal killer move that combined offense and defense. Once this move was used, Qin Baixing seemed to have turned into a miniature sun, he shone upon the 9 heavens and 10 earths, he was like the ruler of heaven and earth. All of the attacks of the land spirit of Xianxia were disintegrated. If it were an ordinary opponent, with the land spirit's crazy attacks, they might really be able to kill the old master. But his opponent was not an ordinary Gu immortal, he was the vice envoy of Shadow Sect, Qin Baixing. Qin Baixing blocked countless killer moves, slowly accumulating some time to catch his breath, he finally found a chance to erupt. Once he made a move, the attacks of the land spirit of Xianxia suffered a severe setback. Next, he would use a powerful counterattack. Compared to him, the land spirit of Xianxia had many advantages. Its foundation was deep and powerful. But it was not a Gu immortal after all, it lacked battle wisdom. For example, these immortal killer moves that he used. Even though they were powerful, they did not coordinate with each other, there were even internal disturbances that expended a lot of power. In this regard, Fang Yuan was better than him. Whether it was the combination of the nebula grindstone, the star snake rope, or the combination of the 6 illusionary star bodies and the position shift, they were all enough for him to learn from the land spirit of Xianxia. Land spirits were after all just an obsession left behind by a Gu immortal after death. It was a special existence formed by the mighty power of heaven and earth. If the land spirit had Fang Yuan's intelligence, once it had the advantage just now, Qin Baixing would not be able to turn the situation around. However, the land spirit was not Fang Yuan, so Qin Baixing waited for the right time to counterattack. The Scorching Soul Supreme Metal had become the turning point of the battle. The land spirit of Xianxia's attack was blocked. Qin Baixing immediately seized the initiative and did not hand over the initiative. The situation of the battle had completely reversed. The land spirit of Xianxia retreated step by step and was suppressed by Qin Baixing. Qin Baixing's attack frequency was less than 10% of the land spirit of Xianxia. But every time he attacked, every immortal killer move had good coordination with each other, it was like layers upon layers of traps that restricted the land spirit of Xianxia. The deeper he sank, the more he could not turn this situation around and wait for any opportunity. Qin Baixing had rich battle experience. His methods were extremely shrewd and ruthless, his steadiness was accompanied by ruthlessness. The eyelids of Fang Yuan, He Qing, and Mo Tan Sang were twitching. What do we do? The land spirit's defeat is already set. Mo Tansang asked Fang Yuan with an anxious expression. Fang Yuan did not reply. He had a hesitant expression. The land spirit of Langya charged out without even saying a word, risking its life. It was simply stupid. The land spirit was not afraid of Qin Baixing's soul pressure, but Fang Yuan and Mo Tansang were completely countered by this move. Unless they had a method to counter it, or if they could break this soul path killer move. At once, Fang Yuan fell into a predicament similar to when Hui Fengzi and He Langzi faced the shameless combination of 6 illusion star bodies and position star transposition. Mo Tansang glanced at Fang Yuan, seeing that this unfamiliar Gu immortal had no intention of joining the battle. He could not help but feel anxious. The land spirit of Langya was unreliable and had boundless ambitions. It wanted to enslave all the ink men. But Mo Tansang was a formidable character. In Fang Yuan's previous life, he used Ma Hongyan's influence to revitalize the Inkman race. Even if the land spirit of Langya's thoughts were 100 times more arrogant, so what? To Mo Tansang, the brand new land spirit of Langya was more beneficial to the Inkman race than the previous land spirit. Cooperating with him had great prospects. Mo Tansang was moved. But Qin Baixing was too strong. Mo Tansang did not want the land spirit to die, but he was wary of Qin Baixing. He wanted to drag Fang Yuan down with him. Fang Yuan was unmoved. Such a huge change in the land spirit of Langya might be an opportunity for Fang Yuan. However, Fang Yuan was a vigilant person. He did not want to take excessive risks. In the past, he took risks because he had no choice, or the benefits were too great. Now, he wanted to save the land spirit. It was indeed an opportunity, but the risk was too high. Different from Mo Tansang. Once the land spirit was destroyed, Mo Tansang would be trapped. He had to fight even if he did not want to. Fang Yuan had fixed immortal travel. He could retreat. Thus, he decided to watch from the sidelines for now. Boom, the land spirit of Langya was directly hit by Qin Baixing's attack. Its entire body was sent flying like a rubber ball, rapidly crashing into the thick cloud soil on the ground. The cloud soil was soft to begin with. The land spirit of Langya sank deep into the cloud soil, creating a huge crater. It wanted to teleport away, but found that its entire body was bound by a dazzling golden chain. The land spirit struggled intensely, but could not move. It's over. Qin Baixing's face was solemn, leisurely flying above the land spirit, his cold eyes looking down at the land spirit beneath his feet. Qin Baixing retracted all of his aura, his hands formed palms, slowly putting them together in front of his chest, like an old monk meditating. At the same time, he slowly lowered his head and closed his eyes. He is preparing something. Now is the best time to save the land spirit. Mo Tansang felt something was amiss, and immediately shouted. Fang Yuan turned a deaf ear, his eyes staring at Qin Baixing. He was secretly shocked. This starting stance, could it be the legendary move? In the battle just now, Qin Baixing was like a ferocious tiger coming out of the mountains, a heavenly dragon wreaking havoc in the seas, unstoppable. Now with his palms together, his head lowered and eyes closed, he was like a piece of dead wood. There was no aura. The two states formed a stark contrast. Slowly. Qin Baixing's right palm, 5 fingers pressed against his left palm. As if he was squeezing something precious, his right palm slowly clenched into a fist. Next, his left palm remained at the same spot, while his clenched right fist slowly rose, from his chest to his shoulder, to his head, before finally stopping above his head. Qin Baixing's eyes were closed, there was no wind or ripple on his face as he lowered his head. His aura was completely restrained. His left palm was placed vertically at the center of his chest, while his right hand was clenched into a fist and raised above his head. Mo Tansang did not know what was going on, but he knew that Qin Baixing would not act without thinking. Once he used this move, heaven and earth would collapse, even gods and ghosts would be shocked. The land spirit of Langya sensed the greatest danger, it struggled with all its might. The gold coiling around its body shattered, showing countless cracks. But it was already too late. That's right, it is that move. Sword Immortal Bo Qing's legendary move. Famous in Central Continent. Qin Baixing is a Northern Plains Gu immortal, how can he know it? Fang Yuan gulped, he felt extremely stifled. He did not dare to save it. Sword Path Immortal Killer Move, 5-Finger Fist Heart Sword, 1 finger. Qin Baixing suddenly raised his right thumb. His right fist that was raised above his head suddenly shot out a sword light. Fast. Fast. Fast, the sword light was extremely fast. It was unimaginable. The moment it shot out, it hit the land spirit of Langya's forehead. The land spirit of Xianxia struggled intensely. In an instant, this sword light pierced through his skull. He suddenly stopped moving, his body was stiff like a statue. He looked at Qin Baixing, who was in the sky with a dazed expression. But at the next moment, the land spirit of Xianxia struggled even more crazily, like it was electrocuted. If it was Fang Yuan, even if he was an immortal zombie, he would have died from this attack. But the land spirit of Xianxia was a special existence, it did not have any fatal weakness. But this attack caused him to suffer heavy injuries. The solid head started to turn blurry. 2 fingers, Qin Baixing raised his right index finger again. The second sword light shot out from his fist, it was as fast as before. The sword light pierced through the land spirit of Xianxia's right arm. The land spirit of Xianxia screamed miserably, its right arm immediately turned blurry. 3 fingers, the third sword light pierced through the land spirit of Xianxia's left arm. The land spirit of Xianxia screamed miserably, its left arm actually started to dissipate. Quickly save him, once the land spirit of Xianxia dies, we are all finished. Mo Tan Sang shouted anxiously. Fang Yuan's gaze was solemn, his body was like steel, he did not show any signs of saving the land spirit of Xianxia. Clusters of star cloud millstones appeared in front of Fang Yuan one after another. If the battle situation did not turn for the better, Fang Yuan had already decided to use fixed immortal travel to escape from Xianxia Blessed Land. 4 fingers, at this time, Qin Baixing raised his right ring finger. Save me! The land spirit of Xianxia could not stay calm, it screamed with all its might. Let's fight! Mo Tan Sang shouted at Fang Yuan, he immediately flew out and used his killer move to attack from afar. But the fourth sword light had already shot out. Clang, a sharp sound of impact suddenly came from the deep pit. A figure stood in front of the land spirit of Xianxia, blocking the fourth sword light. This aura, it is a rank 7 Gu immortal. Fang Yuan was still in the cloud building, he sensed the unfamiliar aura, bright light flashed in his eyes. This was a variable. As he expected, Xianxia Blessed Land still had other trump cards. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, next, 8 black figures appeared out of nowhere, piercing through the air and appearing near the deep pit, protecting the land spirit of Xianxia. Mo Tan Sang quickly stopped in his tracks, he took a look and cried out, so many hairy man Gu immortals? Reinforcements had arrived, the 9 Gu immortals were all hairy men. Among them, the hairy man Gu immortal who saved the land spirit of Xianxia was the only rank 7. The other 8 hairy man Gu immortals were all rank 6. He Cheng's expression changed, he said in disbelief, how can this be? With so many hairy man Gu immortals, the advantage in numbers was immediately reversed. Mo Tan Sang showed joy on his face. Fang Yuan, however, frowned. To be able to obtain such protection from hairy man Gu immortals, it seems this is indeed the land spirit of Xianxia. But it is completely different from the previous land spirit. Qin Baixing slowly opened his eyes, he retracted his right fist and left palm, dispersing the 5-finger fist heart sword. His lips curled up into a victorious smile. From the start, he did not intend to eradicate the land spirit of Xianxia. Now that these hairy man Gu immortals had appeared, it was exactly what he wanted. Something is wrong. Fang Yuan's brows were almost knitted into a knot. Between the 2 Xianxia land spirits, there are differences in temperament. No matter how stupid the previous land spirit was, he would not leave such a huge battle strength to seek help from an outsider like me. Fang Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration, he guessed Qin Baixing's motive. Don't tell me, the other party's true motive is not Xianxia Blessed Land? Author's note, today is Mother's Day, I wish the mothers of my readers a long and healthy life. There were so many hairy man Gu immortals in Xianxia Blessed Land, but why did the land spirit of Xianxia not let them show up? Fang Yuan guessed that the reason should be the rank 8 immortal Gu House Refinement Cauldron. The human old man's land spirit of Xianxia was likely to have sent all of the hairy man Gu immortals into the cauldron. Long hair ancestor's true identity was a hairy man. The land spirit of Xianxia loved hairy men like their own children. According to this line of thought, He did not want the hairy man goo immortals to suffer losses, so he arranged for them to stay in Refinement Cauldron. Most importantly, immortal goo houses also needed goo immortals to control them. Moreover, the more goo immortals controlled, the stronger the power of the immortal goo house. When Tai Bai Yunxing was in Eastern Sea, when he attacked Yulu Blessed Land and met with difficulties, all of the goo immortals worked together to activate the immortal goo house Profound Ice House. This allowed Profound Ice House's power to be strong enough to break through the battlefield killer move and allow the goo immortals to escape safely. The more hairy man goo immortals there were, the stronger Refinement Cauldron immortal goo house would be, and the faster it could refine other people's immortal goo. Fang Yuan was almost certain, in the previous 3 waves of attacks, the land spirit of Xianxia had arranged for the hairy men to refine the immortal goo of the invading goo immortals and capture them alive. Now, in the 4th wave of attack, the enemy was stronger than expected. The land spirit of Xianxia in human form could not solve this problem, so he could only let another obsession appear to solve this problem. But this hairy man land spirit is also stupid. He is actually fighting himself, only summoning the hairy man goo immortals at the crucial moment of life and death. Fang Yuan shook his head as he observed the battlefield. Qin Baixing, Hei Qing, and the hairy man goo immortals fell into a temporary deadlock. Plop. Suddenly, the one who blocked the 5-finger fist heart sword killer move for land spirit of Xianxia was that rank 7 hairy man goo immortal. He fell to the ground. Demao? Demao. The hairy man goo immortals went into an uproar. She looked at him with a concerned gaze and exclaimed in surprise. Demao, Demao, what happened to you, Demao? A female hairy man goo immortal knelt beside Demao and hugged his upper body, but found that his body had been pierced by sword chi, he was already dead. Demao, Demao, you can't die. Great hair. The female hairy man goo immortal cried out, her face was covered in tears, she had a mental breakdown. Ermao, don't cry. Maybe Lord Land Spirit has a way. Ermao, if you cry again, we want to cry too. Woo 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 woo. At once, in front of Qin Baixing, many hairy man goo immortals turned around and went to Second Hair's side. He softly comforted her. Some hairy man goo immortals also shed tears, they were choking with emotions or sobbing softly. Fang Yuan and Mo Tansang were stunned. At this moment, they finally understood why the land spirit of Xianxia did not send these hairy men to the battlefield, but to the furnace, because of the battle attainment of these hairy man goo immortals. He was simply trash. Oh, no. Calling them scum was too much of a compliment, the enemy was right in front of them. They were so weak that they were crying and had a mental breakdown. It seemed that these hairy man goo immortals were nurtured by the first land spirit of Xianxia as the purest refinement path helpers. They were skilled in goo refinement, but they were even more unskilled in battle. The land spirit of Xianxia's expression was ashen, he broke free from the restraints and went to the dead hairy man goo immortal. After inspecting him, he sighed in pain and stretched out his hand, closing the eyelids of this rank 7 hairy man goo immortal who had died with grievances. Ah, no. The female hairy man goo immortal called Second Hair saw this and had a mental breakdown. After a cry, she pounced onto Mao's corpse, her eyes rolled back as she fainted. The other hairy man goo immortals saw this and quickly went to save her. Some of them even raised their heads and looked at Qin Baixing with teary eyes, complaining, "Oh heavens, why are there such cruel and violent goo immortals like you? We have no enmity, why did you attack us, why did you kill innocent goo immortals? Isn't it good to coexist peacefully?" Hearing this, Mo Tansang and Fang Yuan completely lost hope in these hairy men. These hairy man goo immortals seemed to have been protected by the previous land spirit of Xianxia too well, they were like flowers in a greenhouse, they had not experienced the cruelty of the outside world, and were focused on refinement path cultivation. In terms of battle, they were simply too weak. As long as you obediently hand over the immortal goo house refinement cauldron, I will not harm you. Qin Baixing sneered. Impossible. Don't even think about it. The land spirit of Xianxia raised his head and looked at Qin Baixing angrily, rejecting him directly. His attitude was firm, he had no hesitation. Humph, you want to use refinement cauldron to forcefully refine our immortal goo? Don't try such a childish idea on me, I won't give you time to do it. Qin Baixing sneered, he paused as if he sensed something. He muttered, continuing, "Oh, Are you ready? Then let's begin. This hindrance, destroy it first. Raising his voice, he glanced at the cloud building. Immortal killer move, city-crushing hammer. The huge hammer attacked. Fang Yuan quickly thought about it. He decided to be a coward first. He could not be the first to stand out now. However, the land spirit of Xianxia was not at its wits' end yet. Fang Yuan did not intend to retreat. Rumble, the cloud building behind him was like paper. It was destroyed by the city-crushing hammer. Fang Yuan flew out in a sorry state. By the time he appeared in everyone's eyes, his appearance had changed again. He had turned into a hairy man. Qin Baixing snorted in his heart. He looked at Fang Yuan with deep meaning before shifting his gaze. The cloud building was destroyed, the fog in the sky dissipated. This was the last cloud building. The other one had been discovered by Hui Fengzi. It had already been destroyed. At this point, the 5 cloud buildings that Fang Yuan used to reinforce them were all destroyed. 12-wave cloud confusion formation was destroyed, white ground in the day. The sky was pure white, the cloud soil on the ground was pure white. Qin Baixing looked around, he sneered in disdain, laughable disguise. At the next moment, he raised his head, looking at the sky. He was beaming with joy, his expression was arrogant. He stretched out his hands. He grabbed towards the sky, shouting with desire, "Come, refinement cauldron." At the same time, the mysterious black-robed Gu immortals and fairy Jiangyu in the other 2 directions also attacked. They attacked the cloud soil on the ground. Crack crack, thunderclaps erupted in the sky, and waves of lightning flashed. The cloud surged violently, and the void shattered into pieces. There was a loud rumble. It was as if a formless monster was using its sharp claws to tear the cloud soil under everyone's feet. The thick layer of cloud soil was torn apart like cotton, leaving an extremely huge crack. The crack pierced through everything, extending to the limits of the immortal's vision. This is? Mo Tanzi's pupils shrunk. The true Xianxia blessed land, such a grand creation, I only saw the surface? At this moment, even Fang Yuan was shocked. Through the huge crack, the immortals looked down. They saw that below the cloud soil was a vast ocean. In the ocean, there were 3 huge continents. These 3 continents. There were dense forests, towering mountains, and vast grasslands. There was a swamp shrouded in fog. Countless life forms lived on these continents. There were birds and giant dragons in the sky. There were sea monsters and fish in the sea, ants on the ground. Tigers and elephants. There were many life forms. They formed 3 extraordinary food chains on these 3 continents. On these 3 continents, hairy men were the only masters, they were the overlords. Countless villages and towns were scattered in the forests, grasslands, plains, and rivers of the 3 continents. There were even many hairy men exploring the sea. Their footprints were spread all over the islands in the sea. Here, hairy men worked from dawn to dusk, competing in Gu refinement. They competed with their conscience. They lived a life of being the rulers of the food chain. So the place I was standing on was just a white cloud above the blessed land? Mo Tansang's body shook. How can this be? There is such a vast space. Is this still a blessed land? Even grotto heavens are not so spacious. This Xianxia blessed land has already surpassed most grotto heavens. Heiqing saw this and fell into complete shock. How did they do this? Xianxia blessed land, this is simply another world. It far surpasses the usual form of blessed lands and grotto heavens. Fang Yuan was filled with doubts. At this moment, countless hairy men on the ground also raised their heads, looking at the cloud layer where Fang Yuan and the rest were. A shocking change has occurred in Cloud Cover Continent. This legendary continent in the sky seems to have been torn in half. Quick, report this to the elders. The billions of hairy men fell into panic. When immortals fought, mortals panicked. Such a population. Fang Yuan's eyes widened slightly, he licked his lips and shouted in his heart, how much wealth is this? Breathtaking, breathtaking. No wonder the land spirit of Xianxia had the ambition to rule the world. This is simply a hairy man empire. No wonder there are so many hairy man-gu immortals and so many outstanding hairy man-gu masters. These people must have been chosen from the vast number of hairy men. Rumble, the thunder in the sky became louder and louder. Countless lightning bolts struck the sky, interweaving like a net and spreading rapidly. Within the intense winds, Qin Baixing stood straight like a spear, proudly standing in the sky. His clothes fluttered in the wind, like a battle flag fluttering in the wind. Space ruptured, and goo worms appeared from within the ruptured space. These were the components of refinement cauldron. Seeing this, the land spirit of Langia knew he could not delay any longer. He shouted, "You want to snatch refinement cauldron? Wishful thinking. Form the battle formation." "Yes, Lord Land Spirit." The hairy Mangu immortals responded. At the same time, the land spirit of Langia transmitted secretly, Mo Tan saying, "Fang Yuan, quickly enter the formation. Don't count on these hairy Mangu immortals. It will be up to the three of us later. As long as we hold on for a while longer, these people will die." Hearing the land spirit of Langia's call, Fang Yuan's gaze flickered intensely. He hesitated internally. But in the end, he still moved towards the land spirit and the hairy Mangu immortals. Mo Tan saying did the same as him. Battle formation, heavenly giant solar. The land spirit of Langia shouted, countless goo worms appeared and were teleported, surrounding the land spirit and all the hairy Mangu immortals. Next, these tens of thousands of goo worms that appeared suddenly burst out with dazzling silver light. The silver light was so dazzling that one could not look at it directly. Mo Tansang's attitude towards joining the land spirit was much more resolute than Fang Yuan. Therefore, when he saw this ball of silver light that was the size of a small mountain, he did not hesitate at all and plunged into it. Fang Yuan followed closely behind. Once he entered the silver light, Fang Yuan was pulled by the land spirit of Langia. He came to the center with Mo Tansang. The land spirit's expression was ashen. He nodded at Fang Yuan and Mo Tansang. Mo Tansang quickly expressed his loyalty. "Lord Land Spirit, don't worry, in this battle, I, Mo Tansang, will represent Northern Plains Inkman City. I will do my best and fight to the death. I will stand by your side." Fang Yuan was silent. He only nodded at the land spirit of Langia. The other hairy Mangu immortals were standing around. They did not pay much attention to Mo Tansang. Instead, they looked at Fang Yuan, this hairy Mangu immortal of the same tribe. They gave him curious, friendly, and puzzled gazes. At the crucial moment, the land spirit of Langia did not criticize Fang Yuan for turning into a hairy Mangu immortal. Perhaps in his heart, he would even be secretly happy. After all, Fang Yuan's action was to get close to the hairy man tribe. "No time for nonsense, the three of us will be the main attackers in the following battle," the land spirit of Langia said. Before he finished speaking, the silver light around them had already become extremely dense. It turned into silver metal liquid. Heavenly giant solar. Heavenly giant solar. Heavenly giant solar. Heavenly giant solar. The land spirit of Langia suddenly danced and shouted. After he shouted for the third time, the surrounding silver water suddenly exploded, revealing a space the size of a courtyard. In the space, light pillars of various sizes interweaved into a huge three-dimensional goo formation. All the goo immortals were separated by the land spirit of Langia. They each occupied a formation core of the goo formation. At the same time, Fang Yuan, Mo Tansang, the land spirit, and the hairy Mangu immortals were covered in a layer of silver light. From the perspective of goo immortal He Qing, the land spirit of Langia's formation was very fast. Silver light shot out first before silver liquid gushed out. It was like a tidal wave, sweeping outwards. In the end, the silver liquid suddenly rolled back and solidified in an instant, forming a three-headed, six-armed metal giant that was hundreds of feet tall. Its entire body shone with a brilliant silver light. The giant slowly opened its eyes. Like a demonic god awakening, a formless aura burst out, enveloping the surrounding tens of li of the sky. This is actually an ancient battle formation. Fang Yuan was inside the space created by the silver giant. His vision was completely shared with the giant. He first saw He Cheng's shocked expression, then he saw that even Qin Baixing had a slightly surprised expression. The land spirit of Langia, who was at the center of the formation core, smiled smugly, saying proudly, "My heavenly giant solar battle formation." Even in the olden antiquity era, it was the second strongest battle formation in the world. It was only below heavenly sage Jin Fan. In this battle formation, all of our powers are combined, as if we have fused into one. Our soul foundation overlaps, our immortal essence can be used together, with just a thought, others can sense it. Like this. They were not afraid of Qin Baixing's immortal killer move Soul Suppression. Qin Baixing's Soul Suppression killer move used his own soul foundation to crush others. But now, Fang Yuan and the rest were controlling the Heavenly Giant solar battle formation. It was as if the souls were stacked together. Even if Qin Baixing's soul suppression had some effect, it could not be used to end the battle. Interesting, Heavenly Giant solar, to think that it is in long-hair ancestors' hands. Qin Baixing watched as the giant formed, he did not make a move. His reaction was a bit strange. He sized up the giant with a look of admiration. This is an ancient battle formation, the peak of formation path. It allows Gu immortals to cooperate and gain battle strength. But because of historical reasons, this battle formation has already been lost in the river of time. To think that I would be able to see it today. He Qing sighed, but it is not strange. Long-hair ancestor is a famous person in history, he has the ability to collect such an ancient battle formation. Stop sighing, go deal with it. Qin Baixing sighed lightly, ordering. He Qing's expression froze, he looked at Qin Baixing in disbelief. You want me to deal with this giant alone? After all, it is a giant formed by more than 10 Gu immortals working together. Qin Baixing snorted coldly, you saw it too, I am trying my best to obtain the immortal Gu refinement cauldron, I cannot fight. Now is the time for you to perform. I am not hoping for you to defeat this giant, I just want you to block it. You have the immortal Gu house dark prison, this is not difficult. If we succeed, not only will I heal your hidden injuries, I will even let you escape the danger of your lifespan ending, you will regain a large portion of your lifespan. Qin Baixing's tone was filled with pressure and deterrence. At the same time, it contained benefits that He Qing could not reject. He Qing squinted, his breathing became rough. He was astute and shrewd, he knew that Qin Baixing was using him as a pawn. Regarding this, He Qing was furious, but also helpless. Because his weakness was in Qin Baixing's hands. Qin Baixing promised huge benefits, He Qing had no choice but to comply. Inject immortal essence into the battle formation. Land Spirit of Xianxia commanded as he shouted, Heavenly Giant Solar, attack. Without a sound, the enormous silver giant suddenly moved and directly crashed towards Qin Baixing. Because Qin Baixing was trying to retrieve the rank 8 immortal Gu house refinement cauldron, he could not move. Seeing that the silver giant was about to crash, He Qing suddenly appeared, blocking in front of Qin Baixing. He Qing looked at the silver giant that filled his vision, he had a solemn expression as he flipped his hand. In his palm, a black pearl appeared, it was the size of a rice bowl, it was shining with black light, like a black crystal. Through the translucent surface, one could vaguely see that inside this black pearl, there was a pig-shaped beast sleeping soundly. This pig was an ancient desolate beast sharp-tusked boar, it had rank 7 Gu immortal battle strength. And this black pearl was He tribe's rank 6 immortal Gu house, dark prison. He Qing first let out the sharp-tusked boar, before entering the immortal Gu house dark prison. Boom, with a loud sound, the silver giant collided with the sharp-tusked boar, the pure and terrifying force caused the air to explode, creating a huge shockwave that spread in all directions. The ancient desolate beast sharp-tusked boar cried out in pain, its huge boar head was covered in blood, one of its sharp tusks was broken. In contrast, the silver giant took a few steps back, there was a dent in its chest. But soon, after a silver light rippled, the dent was healed, there were no visible injuries. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan and the other immortals who were controlling the silver giant felt their immortal essence expending several beads at the same time. That damned previous Gu immortal, he turned a Gu immortal's battle strength into a fool for no reason. Damn it. Land Spirit of Xianxia was very unhappy, he cursed himself. He was very unhappy with this attack. Even though the silver giant had the upper hand, it expended too much immortal essence. That attack earlier did not display the silver giant's true power, the main reason was because these hairy man Gu immortals were dragging it down. Mo Tan saying, you will be the main attacker this time. Land Spirit of Xianxia shouted angrily, before instructing fiercely, use your signature killer move. Understood. Mo Tan saying immediately responded with a solemn expression, after 3 breaths of time, he used his attacking method in the formation. Chi Path Immortal Killer Move, Chi Explosion Roar, and in He Cheng's eyes, he saw the silver giant's neck suddenly turn, its right head was aimed at the sharp-tusked boar. The silver giant had 3 heads and 6 arms. The right head suddenly rippled with silver light. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a pitch-black head. On the head, there were many crystals that were sharp like spears, emitting cold air. The expression on the head's face also changed. Its eyebrows were raised, its eyes protruded as it stared angrily at the sharp tusk boar. Seeing such a head, a strong sense of danger rose from the depths of Xianxia's heart. Xianxia wanted to summon the sharp tusk boar to his side, but the black head had already opened its mouth. Roar! A thunderous explosion took place and echoed across the heavens and earth at that instant. Air was blown apart, sound waves spread out in all directions. Most of the power was concentrated on the sharp tusk boar. Bam! Flesh and blood splattered, broken bones and organs flew everywhere. The sharp tusk boar was an ancient desolate beast. It had rank 7 Gu immortal battle strength, but under the sound wave attack, it only lasted for 3 breaths of time before it exploded, dying on the spot. Such power! Xianxia's expression changed. Fang Yuan was moved, an incredible ancient battle formation. It can actually amplify the power of an immortal killer move to such an extent. Mo Tan Sang and the hairy man Gu immortals were shocked before becoming overjoyed. They could see the hope of victory. Although this attack consumed quite a few beads of their celestial core power, it was worth it since the battle was fruitful. Xianxia's heart was cold. Against this silver giant, even if he used Dark Arrow Immortal Gu, it would not have much effect. But right after that, a wisp of hatred surged onto his face. Even though the sharp tusk boar is dead, I still have the Immortal Gu House Dark Prison. Xianxia growled as he controlled Dark Prison to move like a meteor, exploding in the air as it crashed towards the silver giant. Immortal Gu houses had both offense and defense. They were fortresses of war, they could not be underestimated. Immortal Killer Move, Star Cloud Grindstone. Immortal Killer Move, Might Mountain Shield. Immortal Killer Move, Fifth Earth Veil. Inside the silver giant, 3 Gu immortals activated 3 defensive immortal killer moves at the same time. At once, 3 of the silver giant's 6 arms changed at the same time. To be continued. If you like this work, I welcome you to come to Starting Point and vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. For mobile users, please read it at M. As the Immortal Gu House Dark Prison crashed towards the silver giant like a meteor. At this time, the silver giant's 3 arms started to transform. One of the arms opened its fingers as a star cloud spiral appeared in its palm. The deep blue spiral expanded rapidly. Soon, it expanded to 5 to 6 times the size of a normal star cloud grindstone. Its rotation was also 50 to 60% faster than before. The other arm was placed in front of its chest, its forearm bones changed, forming a huge navy blue shield. This shield was so huge that it covered most of the silver giant's body that was hundreds of meters tall. The last arm had its fingers hanging down. It seemed to be holding a light yellow translucent veil. It was inconspicuous compared to the other 2. The Immortal Gu House Dark Prison tore through the air, getting close. The silver giant used the star cloud grindstone to block it. With a loud sound, Dark Prison was absorbed by the star cloud grindstone. The star cloud grindstone started to move rapidly, producing loud cracking sounds as it expanded and shrunk. After several changes, it exploded. The star cloud was destroyed. From the blue light fragments, the Immortal Gu House Dark Prison charged out like a raging bull. The silver giant used the navy blue shield to block it. Dark Prison crashed into the shield. After a few breaths of time, a large area of cracks appeared around the area where the shield and Dark Prison collided. The shield shattered. But after these 2 layers of defense, Dark Prison's attack was less than 30% of its original strength. Eventually, Dark Prison Immortal Gu House crashed into the 5th Earth Veil. It was soft and powerless. It was like an arrow that had reached its limit. It landed on the silver giant's chest, but it only caused negligible damage. Even though Dark Prison was an Immortal Gu House, the only Gu immortal using it was Xianxia. From this, the ancient battle formation Heavenly Giant Solar was very similar to an Immortal Gu House. The more Gu immortals that used them, the greater the power they could erupt with. But there was a difference between the 2. Immortal Gu houses did not have strict requirements for the Gu immortals' paths and cultivation level. But battle formations had specific requirements. For example, Heavenly Giant Solar battle formation required the Gu immortals inside to cultivate the same path. This way, the power of the silver giant would be even greater, and it would be more agile and nimble to control. In this battle, Fang Yuan displayed star path strength, Mo Tan Sang was chi path, land spirit of Langia was a special existence, while the other hairy man Gu immortals were refinement path Gu immortals. In this situation, Heavenly Giant Solar's power had yet to reach its limit. Fortunately, there were so many hairy men as a foundation. Otherwise, if the paths were too messy, the silver giant wouldn't be able to take shape. This was only the requirement of Heavenly Giant Solar. Heavenly Giant Solar was the second strongest ancient battle formation. Its requirements weren't very strict. According to historical records, there were many other battle formations whose requirements were either tricky or strange. Normally speaking, it was very difficult to fulfill the requirements to form a battle formation. This weakness of battle formations was also one of the reasons why they gradually disappeared in history. Both were supreme attainments in formation path, but immortal Gu houses were much more convenient than battle formations. This was a sign of the progress of the times. History rolled on. From ancient times to the present, there were countless heroes and extraordinary talents that emerged in every era. The wisdom of these people accumulated over generations, forming the current era of Gu cultivation, where 100 schools of thought competed against each other. Even though many natural treasures, beasts, and plants from the remote antiquity era and olden antiquity era were extinct, in this era, overall, it was far superior to the olden antiquity era. It was constantly improving. Materials and Gu worms were only the foundation, the Gu cultivator's wisdom was the key. Boom. 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 Qin Baixing placed almost all of his attention on the sky. His gaze was intense, he raised his hands and grabbed at the sky. Along with this action, thunderous explosions resounded in the sky, and pieces of space shattered like mirrors, revealing Gu worms one after another. Then, under a formless and mysterious force, these Gu worms were taken down and fell into Qin Baixing's hands one by one. Qin Baixing had an extraordinary aura, he could easily take down these Gu worms. Right now, his aura was vast, he was like a heavenly deity fighting an immortal, plucking the moon and stars, he gave off a feeling of invincibility and respect. Collecting Gu worms with him were the mysterious black-robed Gu immortals and Fairy Jiangyu from 2 other places. They are taking away my immortal Gu house refinement cauldron, we cannot let them succeed. Otherwise, the entirety of Langia blessed land will collapse. At the center of the battle formation, land spirit of Langia shouted anxiously. But it was useless. Even though the silver giant blocked immortal Gu house dark prison's charge, it could not stop its interference. Several times, the silver giant tried to get close to Qin Baixing under the land spirit's control, but was blocked by He Qing. Boom, at this time, there was a loud sound, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. For the first time, an immortal Gu appeared in the shattered space. Good. Qin Baixing saw this and could not help but shout in joy. He stretched out his hand to grab it. Logically speaking, this immortal Gu belonged to land spirit of Langia, but it could not resist at all. Qin Baixing easily captured it and kept it. Evidently, Qin Baixing had some special method to seize other people's immortal Gu. Once this immortal Gu was lost, there was a huge impact. Langia blessed land shook, huge tsunamis appeared on the vast sea, crashing into the 3 continents in the sea. Far away, at the edge of the world, there was an intense collapse. Space shrunk, the seawater and living beings in this space all moved to the nearby sea area. Qin Baixing obtained an immortal Gu, but it actually caused such a huge reaction from the blessed land? Fang Yuan saw this scene and felt waves in his heart, he had some vague guesses. Stop right now. Land spirit of Langia shouted anxiously. The other hairy man Gu immortals were also very worried, taking away the immortal Gu would have a huge impact on Langia blessed land, it was already threatening the lives of billions of hairy men in the 3 continents, but dark prison blocked the silver giant, and Qin Baixing set up defensive methods around it, it was not so easy to disrupt it. Immortal Gu were taken away by Qin Baixing one after another, Langia blessed land was collapsing everywhere, causing tsunamis, hurricanes, floods, and other natural disasters, the 3 continents lost millions of hairy men. This was a typical fight between immortals, mortals suffered. Fang Yuan saw this and was even more certain of his guess. Langia blessed land's true space far surpassed ordinary blessed lands, it could compete with outstanding grotto heavens. but Langya blessed land was only a blessed land. Then how did land spirit of Langya do it? Fang Yuan already knew that the environment of the immortal aperture was largely related to the Tao marks in it. Thus, he thought of it, land spirit of Langya seems to have a unique method to fuse immortal goo into the world of the immortal aperture. This way, the Tao mark fragments in the immortal goo would become the immortal apertures. This way, the immortal aperture would be greatly expanded. But now, Qin Baixing forcefully took away the rank 8 immortal goo house refinement cauldron. If the immortal goo inside were lost, Langya blessed land would lose a large number of Tao marks. This caused the environment to change and the space to collapse. Fang Yuan's guess was not wrong. Precisely because the immortal goo house refinement cauldron was embedded in this world, Langya blessed land could use the Tao marks in the immortal goo to develop a vast space and produce countless resources. Its foundation was extremely deep. The previous land spirit of Langya had made a huge move. Refinement cauldron fused with the immortal aperture's world. This way, the entire immortal aperture would become the interior of refinement cauldron. All the living beings in the immortal aperture would be included in the refinement range of the immortal goo house refinement cauldron. Precisely because of refinement cauldron's help, the previous land spirit of Langya was able to nurture a large number of hairy man goo immortals. But there were huge drawbacks in doing so. Firstly, the immortal goo house refinement cauldron could not be moved. It would be like being trapped in the immortal aperture. Once they moved, the environment of the immortal aperture's blessed land would shrink drastically, resulting in huge losses. This was also the reason why the land spirit of Langya would rather use the ancient battle formation than take out the immortal goo house refinement cauldron. Get lost. The silver giant raised its palm and sent dark prison immortal goo house flying. Next, the giant charged towards Qin Baixing. But at the next moment, dark prison immortal goo house flew back and crashed into the silver giant's right shoulder, knocking it away. This situation had already happened more than 10 times. Heiqing was on this pirate ship. He could not get off easily. He had to go all out now. Even though dark prison immortal goo house was heavily damaged in the battle, Heiqing gritted his teeth and persevered. It is useless. I can still persevere for a long time. Immortal goo houses are made from a few immortal goo and countless mortal goo. As long as the immortal goo are not damaged, I can replenish as many of these mortal goo as they are expended. If an immortal goo house could be destroyed so easily, would it still be called an immortal goo house? Heiqing shouted from inside the immortal goo house. You are right. Land spirit of Langya spoke, agreeing to Heiqing's words. Heiqing was stunned, his expression changed. He found that many goo worms in his dark prison immortal goo house had been forcefully refined by land spirit of Langya. Among them, there were even 2 immortal goo. Heiqing was right. If an immortal goo house could be destroyed so easily, would it still be called an immortal goo house? Thus, even though the rank 8 immortal goo house refinement cauldron lost many goo worms and even lost some immortal goo, as long as the core was still intact, its power would only weaken. The ability to forcefully refine other people's goo worms would still be effective. Ha ha ha, 15 minutes is up. You have all lost, you have all lost. There are still 2 hairy man goo immortals in my refinement cauldron. With them guarding it, how will you snatch my immortal goo house? Land spirit of Langya shouted, declaring victory. Langya blessed land's foundation was truly deep. Even at this stage, there were still hairy man goo immortals who had yet to show themselves. But thinking about it, an important place like refinement cauldron had to have people guarding it. But at this time, Qin Baixing smiled coldly. Are you sure? Before he finished speaking, 2 hairy man goo immortals descended from the sky, greeting Qin Baixing. Greetings to Lord Vice Envoy. These 2 hairy man goo immortals who were guarding refinement cauldron were actually Shadow Sect's spies in Langya blessed land. With their cooperation, the rank 8 immortal goo house refinement cauldron would definitely be lost. Land spirit of Langya's expression changed. He looked at this scene in disbelief. 12th hair, 13th hair, what are you 2 doing? The hairy man goo immortals were shocked and furious. One of them shouted. As hairy men, you are helping the enemy and betraying your own tribesmen. This is unforgivable. Impossible. 12th hair and 13th hair are hairy men born in the blessed land. How can they betray us? This must be an illusion. Don't be deceived by this. Some hairy man goo immortals could not believe it. Everyone's attention was on the 2 hairy man goo immortals, but they had arrogant expressions as they protected Qin Baixing, showing an arrogant attitude of disdain. Their betrayal was a fatal blow to land spirit of Xianxia's side. Especially those hairy Mangu immortals, their minds were in chaos, they could not control the battle formation. Heiqing obtained a precious chance to breathe. With the cooperation of the hairy man traders, Qin Baixing collected the goo worms at an even faster speed. Land spirit of Xianxia's expression was dark as the bottom of a pot, it was extremely unsightly. He clenched his teeth so hard that they creaked. He squeezed the words out from between his teeth, kill them all. Kill these 2 traitors among the hairy men. Even if they betrayed us, Immortal Goo House Refinement Cauldron still has my will, it will not stop. It still has power, it is still operating. Everyone, the life and death of Xianxia blessed land is in your hands. We have no way out, kill them all. Land spirit of Xianxia tried his best to raise the morale of the hairy Mangu immortals. No matter how naive the hairy Mangu immortals were, they realized the danger of the situation, they made up their minds to fight to the death. The silver giant's aura was overwhelming, it regrouped and fought the Immortal Goo House Dark Prison again. After a few rounds, Dark Prison lost again and again. Inside Dark Prison, Heiqing's hair was messy, his eyes were bloodshot, he felt dizzy, his control of Dark Prison was reaching its limit. It turned out that this ancient battle formation had a flaw. That was, to make the battle formation display its power, the Goo immortals needed to practice it beforehand. This was the first time Feng Yuan and the others had formed a formation. Even though many Goo immortals participated in this ancient battle formation Heavenly Giant Solar, the main attackers were Feng Yuan, Mo Tan Sang, and Land Spirit of Xianxia. It was like having 2 fists, but only using 3 of the fingers to poke the opponent during a fight. The hairy Mangu immortals were not good at fighting, they were a huge burden to Feng Yuan and the rest. The silver giant was very clumsy, many opportunities had appeared but it could not grasp them. However, after the intense battle earlier, the immortals were already familiar with how to control each other, and they had even developed a bit of tacit understanding. It was precisely this bit of tacit understanding that allowed the silver giant to seize 2 opportunities to smash Black Prison into pieces. Heiqing had to retreat. 2 hairy Mangu immortals flew forward to protect Qin Baixing. However, the silver giant's footsteps were only slightly sluggish as it charged forward. Its entire body was like a mountain as it rammed towards Qin Baixing. Qin Baixing spat out a large mouthful of blood. He interrupted the collection process and dodged, his entire body rapidly rising into the sky. Chase after him. Land Spirit of Xianxia ordered. The silver giant chased after Qin Baixing, but at this moment, Black Prison crashed towards it. It was very fast and came at a tricky angle. The defending hairy Mangu immortals could not react in time, the silver giant was knocked down. The silver giant retaliated, slapping Black Prison far away. But at this time, 2 figures flew out from afar, it was Hui Fengzi and He Langzi, who came as reinforcements. At the same time, the 2 hairy Mangu immortals were like flies, circling around the mountain like silver giant, moving rapidly while bombarding it, trying their best to disrupt it. 4 Goo immortals and a rank 6 Immortal Goo House engaged in an intense battle against the ancient battle formation Heavenly Giant Solar. As time passed, the hairy Mangu immortals became more coordinated. The silver giant got stronger as it fought, even when the enemies tried to stop it, they could not stop the silver giant. The true power of the ancient battle formation was being unleashed bit by bit. Qin Baixing had no choice but to stop 3 times, he moved away from the silver giant's pursuit, his expression was extremely pale. Immortal Killer Move, Myriad Self-Giant Hand, in the intense battle, Feng Yuan's eyes shined with bright light, he suddenly made a move. He had kept a low profile for so long, at this moment, he finally bared his fangs and used his trump card. The silver giant's 4 arms were raised high before slamming down. Boom 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 boom, a loud explosion occurred in an instant. The air was compressed and exploded. 4 large hands of strength were like mountains as they smashed over with great force. At this moment, the Goo immortals in the battle formation expended 100 beads of immortal essence. Due to the amplification of the ancient battle formation, the strength path hand's power rose to an unprecedented level. Oh no! Hui Fengzi immediately used Wind Escape, escaping with all his might. He Langzi, who had turned into a giant wolf, also quickly moved. Just by brushing past the strength path hands, the giant wolf let out a loud cry, its bones were completely shattered, that part of its flesh turned into a pile of mud. Heiqing hesitated slightly. Two strength path hands, one on the left and one on the right, slammed black prison into their palms like they were swatting a mosquito. Rumble, with a loud sound, the two strength path hands broke apart. The immortal goo house black prison, which looked like a black meteor, shook as it flew out of the battlefield. Immortal goo houses were not mosquitoes, they could not be slapped to death. But black prison's current state made all the goo immortals who witnessed it suck in a breath of cold air. This immortal goo house had undergone an intense transformation. It was originally a sphere, but now, both sides were flattened, a huge crack was spreading all over black prison. Thick smoke billowed out of the crack, and from time to time, balls of fire would explode in the black smoke. It is that rank 7 strength path goo immortal who killed Xianxia. Huifengzi was indeed the number 1 person in Northern Plains who could fly at a high speed. He dodged and looked at the battlefield, his heart pounding in fear at this strength path giant hand. Inside the silver giant, the hairy man-goo immortals were dazed for a moment before cheering loudly. Land Spirit of Xianxia first showed joy on his face, but soon, his gaze flickered as he thought of something, looking at Fang Yuan who was not far away. Fang Yuan's expression was pale, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. He could barely stand, his body was shaking, he was on the verge of collapsing, he looked like he was suffering from a severe backlash after using too much strength. Land Spirit of Xianxia's suspicions immediately melted, he focused his attention on his enemy, Qin Baixing. Qin Baixing was no longer at his original position, a strength path giant hand attacked him, he had to stop the process of collecting immortal goo and dodge. This time, his expression was pale, the injuries on his body seemed to have accumulated and reached a qualitative change. From the perspective of Fang Yuan and the others, Qin Baixing's aura was gone, he was extremely weak. I will stop here for now, the next time I come, it will not be like this. Humph. Qin Baixing said ruthlessly as he retreated. He seemed to be heavily injured, he gave up on the remaining parts of the immortal goo house refinement cauldron, retreating from the battlefield. Land Spirit of Xianxia roared as he chased. Qin Baixing and the rest were well prepared, after gathering, they tore space and escaped from Xianxia blessed land. Land Spirit of Xianxia could not fly out of this blessed land, he could only watch as Qin Baixing and the rest escaped with a large portion of refinement cauldron. Why are we retreating? We have not obtained refinement cauldron yet, this is not in line with our plans. The group flew rapidly in the sky, Fairy Jiangyu transmitted to Qin Baixing. Qin Baixing's expression was grim, the situation has changed, Luopa Valley is being attacked by a strong enemy. We need to return. That immortal goo is being nurtured and is about to form. Once we lose it, the entire plan will be greatly affected. Fairy Jiangyu's heart shook, she asked, then what about Xianxia blessed land? I suggest we keep it for now, the hairy men there are very valuable. At this time, 2 hairy man-goo immortals joined the discussion. As long as we have the immortal killer move soul transmission, we can transmigrate and possess their bodies, it is not a problem to create a few more spies. Unfortunately, we do not have enough time, we only managed to accumulate 3 hairy man-goo immortals as spies. Now that we have been exposed, we will need at least 300 years to accumulate more spies. Even though we did not expose ourselves, the previous Land Spirit of Xianxia seemed to have sensed something. Thus, he only allowed us goo immortals to refine goo normally, he did not give us the freedom to enter or leave freely, nor did he give us the chance to fight and raise our battle strength. The 2 hairy man-goo immortals spoke one after another. Qin Baixing thought about it and said, forget it, even though we still have 1 spy left, the urgent matter now is to protect Luopa Valley until that immortal goo is nurtured. This immortal goo is related to our plan, we cannot lose it. As for refinement cauldron, we have taken more than half of it, it can be considered a remnant immortal goo house. Since we did not achieve our original goal, we might as well use dark prison to make up for it. Alright. When the time is right, we will attack together. The Shadow Sect members looked at Heiqing with obscure gazes, they did not transmit anymore. Relocate, we need to relocate. At this moment, in Xianxia blessed land, the Land Spirit of Xianxia muttered as he made up his mind. Long Hair ancestor had already passed away, Xianxia blessed land had become an ownerless blessed land, but it could still be relocated, this did not make sense. I have my own methods to move the entire blessed land to another place. But during the relocation process, heaven and earth chi will be unstable, the price to pay is huge. The land spirit of Xianxia explained to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan sighed internally. Long-hair ancestors' foundation was so deep that it refreshed his knowledge. You two contributed a lot in repelling the enemies this time, especially you, Feng Yuan. The land spirit of Xianxia said. Mo Tansang stared with wide eyes, looking at Feng Yuan in shock. Only now did he realize that this person in front of him was the Feng Yuan he knew. Feng Yuan had no awkwardness from having his identity exposed. He smiled lightly at Mo Tansang. Sigh. The land spirit of Xianxia let out a sigh. It seems that the rise of my hairy man tribe is still very long and difficult. The journey is tortuous, but the future is bright. There's absolutely nothing wrong with following me. This time, I am very satisfied with your performance. I will reward you greatly. Shortly after, he said, without fodder, even the worst horse cannot move. Even if it was a dog, it had to be given a bone to make it bark happily. Ah, why did I say my thoughts out loud again? Northern Plains, a certain secret area, Luopa Valley. Ghosts roared, lightning flashed. Sparks shot everywhere, explosions resounded. An intense battle was unfolding. The defending side was Shadow Sect's Qin Baixing, Fairy Jiangyu, Huifeng Zi, He Lang Zi, and the rest, who had given up on Xianxia blessed land and returned in time. Immortal killer move, soul suppression, Qin Baixing gave a shout, braving the light and fire in the sky as he stepped forward. Boom boom boom, with 3 intense explosions, Qin Baixing forced back the 3 invading Gu immortals. His aura surged, giving off a feeling of one man holding back 10,000 enemies. I, the great Jinjin Qi, actually lost 3 times to a Gu immortal, and could not even last 1 move each time. Myriad Dragon Doc's Gu immortal Chen Zhen Qi stopped his body with difficulty, looking at Qin Baixing with a furious expression. Damn it, the wave of attacks that I gathered after so much effort was easily destroyed by him again. Bu Fei Yan gritted his teeth, blood seeping out of his mouth. This soul path killer move is too strong. To think that this Qin Baixing's true strength is so strong. Old Oracle's deduction was right after all. This guy is likely to be the culprit who destroyed 88-point Xinyang Tower. Old man Tianlong thought to himself. The ones attacking Luopa Valley were none other than the Gu immortals from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Ever since they encountered a wall in snowy mountain-blessed land, Feng Jioge was not discouraged. He commanded them well and obtained many secret clues. After Old Oracle's deduction, the immortals found out the location of Luopa Valley and rushed over. But Luopa Valley had been managed by Shadow Sect for a long time. It had a strong defensive Gu formation. The Central Continent Gu immortals were delayed. Qin Baixing and the rest made a decision. They immediately returned to reinforce them. Thus, the current situation was formed. Both sides were in a deadlock. Central Continent's side wanted to attack Luopa Valley, while Shadow Sect's side was defending their headquarters. Transformation Path, Fragrant Sorcerer In Carved Wolf, Wind Path, Death Wind Flying Blade. He Lang Zi and Huifeng Zi saw that the Central Continent Gu immortals' attacks were thwarted. He immediately seized the opportunity and launched a sharp counterattack. Ling Mei and Ao Shui, the 2 fairies from the Heaven's Envy Pavilion, were no match for the 2. They could only retreat, unable to fight back. Immortal killer move, Green Jade Song. At the crucial moment, Feng Jioge attacked. His sound path killer move was extraordinary. He Lang Zi and Huifeng Zi were forced to retreat. Huifeng Zi returned to the defensive Gu formation, coughing out more than 10 mouthfuls of blood. The blood had turned into a jade green color. There was a qualitative change. He Lang Zi's injuries were even greater. Half of his Fragrant Sorcerer In statue wolf form was dyed into jade. He was extremely shocked. What immortal killer move is this? It seemed to restrain the transformation Dao. Now that I've been hit by this move, I'm actually unable to return to human form. Looks like I have to deal with this injury before I can continue transforming. Feng Jioge. Qin Baixing roared, his voice echoing throughout the battlefield. Qin Baixing, I underestimated you. Last time, I was fooled by you. Your acting skills made me concede defeat. This time, we had a wisdom path Gu immortal on our side. Without wasting lifespan, we were able to deduce this Luopa Valley. Feng Jioge was still wearing his red and white robe. He stood tall, like a spear or a sword. He spoke at this moment. He had a smile on his face, his tone was deep and graceful. Successful deduction, my ass. I had nothing to do with the collapse of 88-point Xianxia Tower. It had nothing to do with me. But since you are here, hand over your life. Qin Baixing said. He slowly closed his eyes and lowered his head. Next, he placed his palms together in front of his chest. His right hand grabbed his left palm, clenching into a fist and raising it above his head. Seeing this, the Central Continent Gu immortals' expressions changed. They were shocked and uncertain as they quickly retreated. Only Feng Zhouge stood on the spot, like he was nailed to heaven and earth, unmoving. He saw Qin Baixing's posture and his eyes shone. This move, is it Sword Immortal Bo Qing's five-finger fist heart sword? That's right, it is. Qin Baixing replied, are you ready to die? Feng Zhouge laughed, showing excitement on his face. Good, good, very good. Sword Immortal Bo Qing is a senior of my Spirit Affinity House. He failed in his immortal ascension and his killer move inheritance also mysteriously disappeared. Our Spirit Affinity House did not obtain it, but Northern Plains Gu immortals obtained it. But I have seen the relevant records in the sex records. This five-finger fist heart sword immortal killer move has peerless power and unparalleled sharpness. It is said that Lord Bo Qing created this move because he felt the majesty of heaven and earth, and the difficulty of immortal ascension. He had the courage and heroic spirit to resist heaven and earth with his own strength. Thus, this move's posture is quite peculiar. The user faces heaven and earth and closes their eyes. It looks like they are giving in, but they are actually using all their strength to prepare the sharpest counterattack. Raising his fist above his head shows how heroic Sword Immortal Bo Qing is. As the saying goes, my life is in my own hands, not in heaven, the sword is in my heart, and I vow to the sword path. Facing the legendary killer move, Feng Zhouge was not nervous at all, he spoke calmly instead. The Central Continent Gu immortals behind him were influenced by this, the trace of fear in their hearts dissipated, they could not help but admire Feng Zhouge's temperament even more. Humph, you know quite a lot, it seems you have a premonition of the outcome of failure and death. Qin Baixing sneered. Feng Zhouge shook his head, laughing heartily, this is quite a coincidence. I created a sound path killer move, the inspiration came from a certain period of time. During my cultivation journey, I discovered heaven and earth, I faced heaven and earth, I revered heaven and earth, I felt the vastness of nature, I realized my own insignificance and weakness. This move is called Heaven and Earth Song. How vast heaven and earth are, and how insignificant humans are. This song uses the power of heaven and earth to suppress all resistance with unparalleled might. On one side was the boundless might of heaven and earth, going with the flow of nature, it was grand and majestic. On the other side was defying heaven with the determination of sword path, advancing forward with indomitable will. These two moves were simply opposing each other. But who knew if heaven and earth song was stronger, or if five-finger fist heart sword was stronger? At once, the rhythm of the battlefield slowed down. The immortals' gazes were focused on Feng Zhouge and Qin Baixing. Even Qin Baixing had a strange expression on his face. His eyes were still closed as he spoke. Oh? Then this battle will be very interesting. It was connected. First finger, light shone on celestial court. Eternal indestructibility. Refinement path Gu formation. It formed a huge light shadow that coiled in the air. It was no longer dazzling, the light was completely restrained. Good, the first stage is over, all the materials have been processed. The second stage is to receive providence. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord said after inspecting. Receive providence. Fairy Tsang Water muttered. Lian Jiaoxing's and Bai Chen Tian's expressions also turned solemn. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord continued to explain, the so-called providence is the will of heaven and earth. Humans have will, heaven and earth also have will. Humans are compared to heaven and earth. They are as insignificant as ants, as petty as sand, they are not worth mentioning. Providence is the most important immortal material to repair fate Gu. Next, we will have to control this refinement path Gu formation, it will be extremely difficult. Because we need to resist providence, providence is grand and cannot be destroyed by it, otherwise, we will suffer severe injuries or even die. During this process, Celestial Court has also lost several rank 8 Gu immortals. Sharpening the axe will not delay the work of cutting firewood, we will take turns to rest and recover. Okay. Central Continent, who immortal blessed land. A huge piece of mutton that was the size of a cow. It was placed in front of Fang Yuan, dripping with blood and flesh. Fang Yuan sat and stretched out his monstrous claws. He grabbed a portion and easily tore it apart. He placed it in his mouth. His bloody mouth continued to chew. After a while, with a gulp, he swallowed it. Traces of blood flowed through the gaps of his sharp teeth, flowing out of the corners of his mouth. Fang Yuan, however, had a satisfied and blissful expression on his face. This mutton was not ordinary, it was the meat of a giant horned sheep. When Fang Yuan was in northern plains, he had captured a strength path desolate beast giant horned sheep. He was using Eat Strength Immortal Goo to devour its meat and increase his strength path Dao marks. I am a strength path Goo immortal after all, strength path Dao marks are my foundation. Fang Yuan ate as he recalled the Battle of Xianxia blessed land that he had participated in. In this battle, Fang Yuan first tested vaguely familiar face, he deceived almost everyone. Fang Yuan was satisfied with the result. Secondly, he used star path killer moves in battle. Star Cloud Grindstone, Star Snake Rope, 6 Illusion Star Bodies, Position Star Swap. Battle was very different from normal practice. Fang Yuan had a deeper understanding of these 4 immortal killer moves after this battle. Of course, Star Lord Wan Xiang's Star Path Inheritance did not only have these 4 killer moves. But currently, Fang Yuan could only use these 4. Because he only had Star Mark, Starlight, and Star Shoot Immortal Goo. These 3 Immortal Goo were used in turns as the cores to form 4 Star Path killer moves. Star Lord Wan Xiang had a 4th Star Path Immortal Goo, but it was destroyed in battle. Only 3 were left in Fang Yuan's hands. I had originally wanted to use the Light of Wisdom to deduce some immortal killer moves through Strength Path Immortal Goo to make up for my shortcomings. But these Star Path killer moves are quite good, I can use them for now, there is no need to waste time and energy on them. In this Battle of Xianxia blessed land, Fang Yuan had a clearer understanding of his own battle strength. Including the Star Path killer moves, my battle strength has stabilized at the peak of rank 6. In terms of offense, with Myriad Self, I can match rank 7 Goo Immortals. But I am still far from being able to fight against older generation rank 7 Goo Immortals, I can only try my best to stall for time. As for Qin Baixing, I am even more unmatched. This is a quasi-rank 8, a person like Feng Zhouge. In this battle, Fang Yuan truly understood Qin Baixing's strength. Precisely so, in the entire battle, Fang Yuan did not put in much effort, he was basically slacking off. Only at the final moment did he use Myriad Self-Giant Hand. In this situation, being high-profile was courting death. From start to finish, Fang Yuan kept a portion of his concentration in controlling fixed immortal travel. Once something went wrong, he would immediately retreat. Who is Qin Baixing? His true strength is actually so deep. He Qing, Jiang Yu, and Hui Fengzi, how did they get together? Qin Baixing seems to be their leader, with He Qing in the group, He Lulan has no hope of taking revenge. Speaking of which, Xianxia blessed land's situation is really complicated. In Fang Yuan's previous life's memories, Xianxia blessed land had resisted 7 waves of attacks. But now, at the 4th wave, it was showing signs of not being able to hold on. What was the truth of history? Was it because of Fang Yuan's influence that changed Xianxia blessed land's situation? In front of Fang Yuan was a thick fog. Even if I am in perfect condition now, facing Qin Baixing, especially with that immortal killer move Soul Suppression, I have no way to retaliate. I am truly weak. Fang Yuan looked down at his hand, it was covered in goat blood, it was a bloody mess. Compared to Qin Baixing, Fang Yuan was like this huge horned goat, he could only be slaughtered. The world was vast, nature was vast. The more one knew, the more ignorant one would find themselves. The stronger one was, the weaker one would find themselves. There was an interesting record. After boundless forest samsara left her father, Renzu, she could only stay in ordinary abyss. She was very sad, she was no longer happy eating fruits. Every day, she would wash her face with tears, crying non-stop. Eventually, she was tired and gradually fell asleep. In her sleep she vaguely heard very faint noises, and felt as if ants were crawling over her. Thus, she opened her eyes and woke up. She found that there was a tiny person crawling on her. Because of boundless forest samsara's movement, this tiny person could not stand steadily and fell to the ground. Who are you? There is actually a tiny person like you in this world? Boundless forest samsara found that the tiny person was smaller than her finger. She was very curious and forgot to cry. The tiny person looked at the huge boundless forest samsara in a daze. After the shock, he raised his head and cried loudly. Hey, 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 tiny person, I did not cry, why are you crying? Boundless forest samsara did not understand. The tiny person cried as he said, I am the biggest person in my tribe. I am often brave, proud because of this. Today, I plan to climb a mountain. To think that this mountain is actually a person. There is actually a person as big as you in this world. This is the first time I have seen it. I could not help but cry. Almost every person who wanted to grow would have such a mental journey. The more they saw, the more they understood how weak they were. Sometimes, they would sigh at the greatness of the world. Sometimes, they would find that their goal was so far away, that there was a long distance to reach their goal that they had never seen before. Thus, they would feel bewildered, lost, discouraged, panicked, and even despair. The tiny person's cry when he saw boundless forest samsara was understandable. Thinking back, in my previous life, I was also bewildered and cried. There is always someone stronger than me. There will always be someone stronger than me. The goal of eternal life is too high and distant. How can the tiny me achieve it? Fang Yuan looked at his bloody palm, dazed. After a while, he suddenly laughed, revealing his sharp fangs. I am still too weak. Be it in my previous life or this life, I am still that tiny person who wants to climb the mountain. However, my own insignificance is not an excuse to stop pursuing greatness. Only cowards and losers will look for excuses. Even if I cry, I will continue to climb the mountain. This is where the joy of life lies. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan tore off a piece of flesh and put it in his mouth. Half a month later. Sent inside Fang Yuan's immortal aperture Deathland, two wills were fighting against each other. A wisp of will, like twinkling stars, flickered. The other was illusory, advancing and retreating at times. They were Nebula and the fake will. These two wills had been fighting for 15 minutes already. Nebula was gradually losing to the fake will. It was on the verge of defeat. But Fang Yuan willed. Another wave of Nebula descended from the sky and joined the battle, immediately changing the situation. Eventually, the fake will lost miserably. Only a few of them were left. Fang Yuan, you will die a horrible death. The fake will could not take on any form. It used all its strength to curse intermittently. The curses of such weaklings were useless. Nebula won. It formed into Fang Yuan's image. It looked at Mo Yao's fake will and sneered, flying into the sky and leaving the immortal aperture Deathland. I have made great progress in the battle of wills. Now, in a one-on-one battle, even though I cannot beat Mo Yao and lose every time, Mo Yao's fake will is not having a good time either. It has been a Pyrrhic victory recently. While Fang Yuan was evaluating himself, Nebula entered his mind and presented the information it had obtained to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not have any expectations, but this time's information made him slightly surprised. Spring Dream Fruit Tree? Fang Yuan's heart jumped. It turned out that when Mo Yao was outside, she had accidentally encountered a spring dream fruit tree near a nameless village. During that era, the concept of dream path was very weak. There were no external manifestations of dream realms. Even the celestial quartz exploration of dream realms. It was also very shallow. Mo Yao only felt that this tree was strange. She did not recognize it. Thus, she remembered it. She left the spring dream fruit tree on the spot, not touching it. The spring dream fruit tree was not a desolate plant. It looked very ordinary from the outside. Gu immortals would not be able to discover it. But Mo Yao's investigative killer move was rather unique. He found some peculiarities of the spring dream fruit tree. However, she was only slightly curious. After all, it wasn't an immortal-grade material. Later on, due to other matters, he didn't go to that small village again. The spring dream fruit tree had always been there. After so many years, the world turned into mulberry fields. He wondered how the tree was doing. Perhaps it had been felled by mortals, perhaps it had been destroyed by fire, perhaps it was still there. There were too many possibilities, and it was hard to say. Mo Yao, that old hag, is really hard to deal with. This kind of memory was buried at the bottom of her heart. Only when she couldn't hide it anymore did I dig it out. But from the looks of it, everything she knows has been squeezed out. Fang Yuan suppressed his desire to take the spring dream fruit tree. In fact, previously, he had also obtained another valuable clue. It was related to the hibiscus stone milk. This was a genuine immortal material. But later, when he sneaked over, he regretfully found that the crucial location was already secretly occupied by Spirit Affinity House. Fang Yuan thought about it for a while, but did not touch it in the end. Thus, regarding the spring dream fruit tree, Fang Yuan did not have much hope. And to take the spring dream fruit, he had to use a unique dream path method. Fang Yuan needed to make more preparations for this. If there really is a spring dream fruit, it will be of great help to me when I refine dream path mortal goo. It will be of great help. After all, goo materials that can be used to refine dream path goo worms are too rare. Ever since he obtained the killer move Understanding Dream Immortal. No matter how busy Fang Yuan was, he had to take time out almost every day to refine dream path mortal goo. If he had the spring dream fruit, it would be of great help to him when refining dream path mortal goo. Conservatively speaking, the goo refinement efficiency would increase by at least 6 times. The extremely weak Mo Yao's fake will was left in the immortal aperture, allowing her to recover slowly. Fang Yuan opened his eyes, he left the bed and went to Dang Hun Palace's prison. Guyue Fangjing was locked up inside. He was lying on the stone bed, staring blankly at the ceiling without moving. Crane Gate abandoned him. It was an extremely heavy blow to him. After the initial hysterical howling and crying, Fangjing became like this. Fang Yuan spoke. Even though he was mocking and cursing Crane Gate and Master Tenchiru, Fangjing did not react. Fang Yuan did not mind. After saying a few words, he turned around and left. Teaching this little brother of his needed time, it could not be done in one go. Fang Yuan had already expected this. He did not lack patience. Once in a while, he would take the initiative to visit Fangjing. In Dang Hun Palace, he could monitor Fangjing's actions from afar. The true reason why Fang Yuan visited was because he wanted Fangjing to know that he had been here. Fang Yuan left this place and went to another prison cell. Up until now, Fang Yuan's prison cell had many prisoners locked up. Other than Mo Yao's fake will and Guyue Fangjing, there were also Dongfang Naganori's soul, the Featherman rank 7 Gu Immortal Jingling's soul, and finally, there was Xue Songzi's soul, which was captured during the battle in Langya Blessed Land. Dongfang Naganori's soul had already been soul-searched by Fang Yuan, only the soul itself was valuable. But Jingling and Xue Songzi's souls were very valuable. These days after returning from Langya Blessed Land, Fang Yuan had been soul-searching these two people. Fang Yuan gained a large number of mortal goo recipes, many mortal killer moves, some immortal killer moves, a few immortal goo recipes, as well as secret knowledge, clues to many treasures and inheritances. But because Jingling was a wind path goo immortal, and Xue Songzi was a snow path goo immortal, there was nothing suitable for Fang Yuan's strength path or star path. Before Fang Yuan had wind path immortal goo and snow path immortal goo, these could only be used to strengthen Fang Yuan's foundation. What was worth mentioning was that Xue Songzi's soul was touched, his most recent memories were erased. Thus, Fang Yuan did not know how Xue Songzi and He Chun got together with Qin Baixing and the rest. This soul path method was very profound. It made Fang Yuan sigh in amazement. He could not do anything about it. Of course, Jingling and Xue Songzi had not finished soul searching. It was unknown what they would gain next. As for the rewards for Land Spirit of Langya, they were very generous indeed. Not only did Fang Yuan obtain the rank 6 immortal goo recipe of all-out effort goo, under Fang Yuan's insistence, he even imparted the method to relocate the blessed land to Fang Yuan without holding back. There were only 2 gains. They seemed ordinary, but to Fang Yuan, they were extremely valuable. There was no need to talk about the immortal goo recipe of all-out effort goo, just moving the blessed land. Be it to immortal blessed land or star form blessed land, they needed to be moved. But this method was very costly. It would cause great damage to the blessed land itself. It needed to use 12 immortal goo at the same time. Land Spirit of Langya was already preparing to relocate. After that, he would lend these immortal goo to Feng Yuan, and let Feng Yuan move. End of chapter 894. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.